You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vought and Project 2025 wanted.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Jeff Waldorf, and you are watching this space, Logically Left. Yes, Logically Left on this space. Okay, so I got a great show for you. All right, I know I'm probably the king of weird intros, but that's how it goes. I got a great show though, so stick around. Like and share the stream if you haven't already. There's a lot of fantastic stuff, not just from me, but also from a lot of the other, all the other contributors here. I mean, we got some great people on this space. So, stay here after you watch me. Stay here. There's going to be great stuff after me, but I'm getting ahead of myself, putting the cart ahead of the horse here. So I got a lot of great stories here. I'm going to talk about RFK Jr. and his war on science. We have ICE that is not performing. They've got some performance issues, and there's no little blue pill for that. Okay, no, nothing there for that. We have the crime stats, and you're not going to be surprised that crime is not at all what Republicans and MAGA people claimed that it was. That's right. And there's so much propaganda. I'm going to get into that, the details there. We have Representative Corey Mills, Republican, saying, threatening his ex-girlfriend. The details of that are amazing and disgusting. This is somebody who is a so-called protector of women and girls, threatening to release revenge porn on a former girlfriend. That's right. And then finally, we have, weirdly enough, MAGA raging against an edict from the Trump administration on Israel. It's very strange development here going on. But yeah, conservatives are like, you know what? If you want to boycott Israel, we're okay with that. Go ahead. And so it's just amazing stuff here. Yeah, let's do it. Let's dive in. Let's talk about how ICE is embarrassing themselves. Okay. Ooh, here we go. The push to arrest and deport millions of people from the United States has hit a little bit of a snag. Apparently, they cannot find and arrest and deport that many people. Okay, according to numbers from the nonpartisan transnational Records Access Clearinghouse, or TRAC, ICE, which has a quota of 3,000 arrests a day, is, well, they're hitting far below that number. They got to pump them numbers up. Oh, okay. Fun times. But not actually. Now, they only managed to book an average of 990 arrests a day from July 1st to July 27th. That's actually a pretty big 19% decrease from the daily rate of 1,224 arrests recorded in June. So actually, their numbers went down. Ouch. That is despite the fact that racist Nosferatu himself, Stephen Miller, had previously threatened to fire ICE field office leaders who weren't arresting enough people. Oops. Now, what's funny is that I have had people argue that, oh, you know what? They don't have a quota. You're making that up. Fake news. That's despite the fact that Stephen Miller has explicitly told Fox News viewers, Sean Hannity, that there was a quota.
You and Kristi Noem are pushing for 3,000 a day, but you're also going to fortify ICE. And the one big, beautiful bill, my understanding is with at least $147 billion more for them to accomplish that goal.
Under President Trump's leadership, we are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day. And President Trump is going to keep pushing to get that number up higher each and every single day.
Quota? Yeah. No, it's not a quota. It's a goal. It's a goal. It's completely different. Splitting hairs mighty thin, aren't you? Now, look, of course, the reason that they're saying this now, that there is no quota, and now that, all the MAGA people online are repeating it, is because a Trump attorney has been forced to walk it back. Oops. In late July, a federal judge asked Department of Justice Attorney Yakov Roth whether ICE was under pressure to meet an arrest quota, and that if that meant that people were being rounded up based on race or ethnicity to hit them numbers, which of course would be racial profiling. That's illegal. In July, a district court ordered ICE to stop doing their illegal profiling in the LA area, and an appeals court had upheld that order this week. And so as a result of that, the DOJ is saying, quota? What quota? We don't have a quota. No. That's not a quota. We don't do those. Oh, really? It's kind of like cops saying, oh, we don't have a quota. We all damn well sure know that you have a quota. So shut up and quit lying to us, okay? But here's what the DOJ attorney wrote, according to Politico. DHS has confirmed that neither ICE leadership nor its field offices have been directed to meet any numerical quota or target for arrests, detentions, removals, field encounters, or any other operational activities that ICE or its components undertake in the course of enforcing federal immigration law. But here's the thing, though. They're absolutely doing quotas and are doing racial profiling to meet that quota, whether or not they had actually admit it. As Tom Homan had described it, ICE and Border Patrol are detaining people based on the location, their occupation, their physical appearance, whether or not they look Latino, their actions, like if a person walks away. This is according to a Wall Street Journal report. Look, here's a situation that happened in LA. This is according to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. They said Vasquez Perdomo and Orsoto sat on the bench, and Villegas Molina stood next to them. Suddenly, 4 unmarked cars pulled up and surrounded them. The cars were large and black and with tinted windows and had no license plates. The doors opened, and men in masks with guns started running at them aggressively. One of the men had a large military-style gun. The masked men wore regular clothes. They had no visible badges, and they did not identify themselves. Vasquez Perdomo, Orsoto, and Villegas Molina were afraid that they were being kidnapped, which in that situation, yeah, that's kind of what it would look like, wouldn't it? They tried to move away, but were immediately surrounded by several men with guns. They grabbed them, put his hands behind his back, handcuffed him. Then one of the men asked for identification. Vasquez Perdomo said in English, "I have the right to remain silent." Orsoto did not know the men were government agents. Terrified, he tried to run. The men yelled stop, but did not identify themselves as law enforcement officers. Soon, one of the men caught up to Orsoto, pointed a taser over his heart, which could kill him, and yelled, "Stop or I'll use it." Orsoto stopped immediately, and the man handcuffed him. The unidentified masked and armed men put Vasquez, Perdomo, Orsoto, and Villegas Molina into separate cars and drove them to a parking lot where they interrogated them further. Eventually, the men chained each plaintiff at the hands, waist, and feet and took them to a Los Angeles detention center. They had never identified themselves to the plaintiffs. When I say that these men are the Gestapo, that's what I mean. That's what the Gestapo did. And they're not getting the worst of the worst. They're getting U.S. citizens, people going to work, and people without criminal history. In fact, ICE has admitted that the profiling was less than 10% accurate. That's right. All of their profiling, all the profiling they do, less than 10% accurate. They also claim that their encounters with potentially undocumented workers at places of employment are consensual. But let me ask you, if the following scenario sounds at all consensual. Workers who try to leave are threatened or tackled. One landscaper, accosted by Border Patrol outside of an IHOP, was pepper sprayed, tackled, and beaten after refusing to answer their questions and had tried to walk away. This is according to the DHS themselves. They put this out. I mean, they're proud of this. They're proud of what they're doing. They're like, oh, yeah, we beat the crap out of a guy because he walked away because he looked the part. And you want to, and you're telling us that they are the criminals, that the immigrants are the criminals? Really? The man was the father of 3 U.S. Marines and had no criminal history whatsoever. Another landscaper was tackled inside a California surgical center during one of ICE's roving patrols, which sounds like a roving gang. It's exactly what they are. They are a gang. The man was identified as illegal after his arrest, but had no criminal history. As most of those arrested have been. They have not had criminal histories at all. You can see from that graph right there, ICE arresting thousands of Latinos with absolutely no criminal history in random locations in June. No criminal convictions, charges, or removal orders. They're just profiling random Latino people. There's more. 1 in 5 ICE arrests is a Latino on the streets with absolutely no criminal history. And you can see the number massively up in June. And yet, you got propagandists like Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin saying this, quote, despite a historic number of injunctions, including the temporary restraining order in Los Angeles, ICE continues to arrest the worst of the worst. From gang members and terrorists to pedophiles. Every day, ICE is removing these barbaric, criminal, illegal aliens from American communities. It's funny that you mentioned pedophiles because we may have one in the White House right now. And he's running around freely. He may end up pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. And his wife might also have stayed here illegally in the country. Hey, ICE. I mean, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Might even help you pump up those pathetic numbers by just a little bit. And actually go after a real criminal. Oh, whoa. Because it's obvious that you were trying and struggling and failing to keep Trump's bullshit campaign promises. Look, the reality is the vast majority of undocumented immigrants are not criminals. They're not rapists. They're not anything like that. They deserve due process. They deserve a pathway to citizenship, not to be arrested, not to be thrown into alligator, Alcatraz, or any of your other concentration camps that Miller and his Nazi friends are trying to set up with our tax money. Okay. Moving on. Make America healthy again? Not so much. According to new reports, the Department of Health and Human Services has decided to pull $500 million in funding from the mRNA vaccines that are being developed to fight illnesses like COVID-19 and the flu. This follows RFK Jr.'s previous decisions, like pulling back on the recommendations around COVID-19 shots, firing the panel that makes vaccine recommendations, because apparently they wouldn't recommend any of the other crazy stuff that RFK Jr. is in favor of, and refusing to endorse vaccines as measles continues to get worse across the country. Yes, there is a measles outbreak. Now, this guy, I mean, look, RFK Jr., he's an anti-vaxxer. So you shouldn't be surprised that he's out there doing anti-vax things. That said, you've got infectious disease experts that are warning that this could have some pretty bad consequences. And they argue that the mRNA technology that is being used in these vaccines is safe. Slowed the spread of COVID. But now you've got future pandemics, they say, will be more difficult to stop without the use of this technology. Mike Osterholm, University of Minnesota expert on infectious disease and pandemic preparation, says, I don't think I've seen a more dangerous decision in public health in my 50 years in the business. Now, why is mRNA technology so important to making vaccines? I mean, we made vaccines without mRNA technology, right? Well, one of the big advantages is rapid production of vaccines. I mean, you can really crank these things out. It's pretty crucial in the event of a new pandemic requiring a new vaccine. Every day that you do not have a vaccine is a day that people die. And it looks like RFK Jr. is completely okay with that. According to Dr. Paul Offit, a vaccine expert at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, he said that this the shelving of the mRNA projects is nothing more than short-sighted. Quote, it certainly saved millions of lives, Offit said, of the existing mRNA vaccines. Look, the technology is used, by the way, for more than just vaccines. Researchers have been looking into using it for cancer treatments, which would be an absolute game changer. Okay? Researchers around the world are exploring its use for cancer immunotherapies. And at the end of the day, so, I mean, look, hobbling and hobbling this effort and taking away mRNA vaccine research is a dumb move. And look, I've got issues with Big Pharma. I think they're well documented, okay? But my issues deal with the access to life-saving medications, or I should say the lack of access, because they're being put behind a paywall. I'm not at all bothered by the science behind them, because I actually, you can't say you believe in science. You trust science. You trust the scientific method, which is asking questions and doing testing. That's what science is about. It's not a belief system. It's not a religion. No, religion is religion. Science deals with facts. Science deals with reality. Science deals with testing. And that's what they do. They test these things. But my problem with pharmaceutical companies is the fact that they have taken publicly funded research and have privatized it. They have put medications that would cost pennies to make behind massive paywalls that make drugs, for example, like insulin, nearly impossible to afford for many, many people. The greed here is the problem. The solution is not to attack the science, to get rid of mRNA vaccine research. The solution should be to nationalize healthcare, Medicare for all. What we're doing, what this government is doing, is making the dumbest attempt at fixing a broken system imaginable, which will ultimately make things that much worse, especially considering that the fact that COVID never went away. Yes, it is technically considered to be endemic. You know what that means? It means it's here to stay, and it keeps coming back over and over again every year, twice a year at least, with a new variant, and it's still sickening people. It's still injuring them. It's still killing people. There's an estimated 35,000 to 54,000 people in the U.S. that have died from COVID since October. And it's not just sickening or killing people. If you survive, you're not out of the woods, okay? Studies have shown that people who've gotten COVID ended up having less cognitive functions than people who never contracted COVID in the first place. It has literally broken people's brains. People have been aged, their brains, by roughly 20 years, according to research. So, for example, if you're a 30-year-old and you get COVID, your brain could age and look like a person who is 50 years old. If you're 60, your brain could age to 80 years old. That's not good. That's not good at all. Of the patients hospitalized for COVID, some did and some didn't have new neurological complications. Researchers found that both groups ended up having worse cognition than expected for their age, sex, and level of education. It breaks your brains. COVID is still destroying people's minds, and we're doing nothing about it now. Benedict Michael, a professor of neuroscience at the University of Liverpool, said COVID is not just a lung condition. Some of the most severely affected patients are those who have brain complications, COVID, brain fog, long COVID. And this is really, really important because right now there's a new variant out called Stratus. It's a new variant spreading around the United States. Up to 14% of new cases of Stratus have been found in June, and it's only going to get worse. And this is right as the administration has been pulling back funding for vaccine research. We are being run by the dumbest people who are doing the dumbest things and are endangering people, endangering everyone. We are all going to end up paying for the decisions that this man and his idiot followers are making. Okay. COVID plus Chat GPT equals one shot. Oh, man. COVID and Chat GPT. Yup. Both together are making us dumber as a country. It's the worst. All right. Moving on. We got some pushing back against some propaganda here. Oh, boy. New data from the FBI is once again debunking the Trump claim that Biden and the Democrats were encouraging crime. That's right. The figures released on Tuesday show that America is not only as safe as it had ever been, it was safe during the Biden administration. Oops. Every category of crime had decreased in frequency, while violent crime in particular dropped to levels not seen since the 1960s, per the report. That's right. The Bureau's annual reported crimes in the nation statistics report reflects a 4.5% year-on-year decrease in all violent crime nationally in the year of 2024, with murder and non-negligent manslaughter falling 14.5% from the 2023 figure. Crime just keeps going down and down and down and down and down. Reported rapes were down 5.2% from the year before. Aggravated assaults and robberies declined 3 and 8.9% respectively. Again, during the Biden administration, which then candidate Trump claimed was soft on crime. Weird. How can someone who's so soft on crime preside over a gigantic decline in crime? Year on year, by the way. It's not just 1 year. Okay. The fact of the matter is crime has been going down and down and down. The only time that it ticked up was in the middle of the pandemic, which, by the way, it hasn't ended, the pandemic. People are still getting COVID. Okay. People are still getting sick. People are still dying. But in the middle of that, 2019, 2020, crime went up just a little bit. And then right back down year over year. And yet, in May of 2024, Trump had told reporters attending his hush money trial in Manhattan, this is ironic, right, that New York prosecutors were too focused on prosecuting him while people are, quote, being mugged and killed outside. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Really? Now, he continues. The FBI report showed that murders in cities with more than 1 million residents had actually declined by 19.1%, the highest percentage of any category of crime, while rape, robbery, and aggravated assault dropped between 1 and 9.8%. According to crime analyst Jeff Asher, the nation's murder rate for 2024 went down 26% from 2020's figure, and roughly even slightly lower, actually, relative to where it stood pre-pandemic. The nation's reported violent and property crime rate stood at the lowest levels since the 1960s in 2024. He added that the 2024 data adds confidence that 2025 will feature the lowest murder rate ever recorded. Weird. Now, wait a minute. Trump, he was saying things like, the Biden crime wave, he's soft on crime. The crime's everywhere. It's murders and rapes are all the time. We got to stop them. You stop the soft on crime Democrats. Really? Now, there's more. The report also found that hate crimes motivated by bias towards race, ethnicity, and ancestry, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, or gender identity also slightly dropped, with 11,679 criminal incidents and 13,683 related offenses. In 2023, those figures respectively hit 11,862 and 13,829. Now, that said, I'm going to give you a caveat on this one, okay? Those figures got challenged by the Arab American Institute that said, although some bias categories experienced slight declines from last year's record highs, these numbers should be interpreted cautiously, said Maya Berry, the group's executive director. From the chronic underreporting problem to discrepancies in hate crime reporting between communities to the deeply troubling moves to politicize hate crime data collection, we must understand this data serves as not only a stark reminder of the challenges we face, but a call to action. It underscores the urgent need for civil rights protections that are robust, inclusive, and enforced. Look, this government, the Trump government, they no longer take, for example, hate crimes against transgender people seriously. And so, yes, you would not have a lot of transgender people trusting at all and reporting crimes against them. And so that is very, very important to note. So, yes, there is underreporting, but when it comes to other types of crimes, again, murders, property crimes, etc., that's down. Now, the report also showed that 64 law enforcement officers had been killed feloniously during 2024 in the line of duty. Guns were used in 46 of those deaths. Of course, Republicans against gun control. Additionally, 43 more officers died in accidents over the year, most in vehicle-related accidents. Now, they also claim that more police had been assaulted, rising in 2024 to 85,730, a 10-year high, and it is expected to go even higher in 2025. Now, I'm going to tell you why those numbers have gone up. Police have been well known to exaggerate on their reports. Basically, they lie. Cops lie literally all the time. For example, if you're getting arrested and you move, yes, you move or respond to someone violently arresting you, they're going to add on the charge of resisting arrest and then claim that I have been assaulted. No, you haven't. And we've seen that with ICE too, how they exaggerate the number of assaults against them. In a lot of cases, you have video evidence that have shown that these people were not being assaulted at all. These ICE agents, these police officers, combine that with the fact that ICE goes out without identifying markers. They're wearing masks. And it wouldn't be a shock that some of their targets believe that they are being kidnapped or assaulted by criminals, which isn't far from the truth. They actually are. Prosecutors have also been forced to drop or flat out refuse to pursue charges against some of the numerous individuals, citing false and misleading reports by immigration officers, as well as video footage showing that those who are accused of assaulting these officers are actually the victims. So, look, all of this should tell you, once again, that cops lie, Trump lies, conservatives lie, Fox News lies, mainstream media lies when they talk about crime. That's it. And look, some ostensibly liberal media has been caught doing propaganda, running cover for ICE, claiming that Venezuelan gangs were taking over entire city blocks and apartment buildings based on viral videos spread by the right wing. When in reality, of course, none of that was true. And that's the problem. Okay? The right has become so good at weaponizing fear of crime that they have empowered the worst people. And look, a lot of liberals and centrists were scared into shoving more funding into policing and into border patrol enforcement, which has a long and racist history and continues to damage communities of color way more than they would ever protect them. And of course, the media has aided them so much. Gallup survey. In 23 of the 27 Gallup surveys conducted since 1993, at least 60% of Americans have claimed that there is more crime in the U.S. now than there was the year before. But that's not true. Since 1993, the nation's violent crime rate has actually fallen by nearly half, while the property crime rate has fallen even more steeply. In fact, Americans were about twice as likely to be the victim of a violent crime in 1993 as they were in 2022. That's how far it's fallen. According to the Pew Night Initiative, a research program funded jointly by the Pew Charitable Trust and the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, shows who's to blame. It's local news. That's right. More Americans get local news about their crime than any other topic except for the weather. Look at that. And there's more. Americans who often consume local crime news are more likely to be concerned about crime in their community affecting them or their family. And that's it. There it is. Trump, by the way, and the right wing have successfully weaponized. And the idea that we are living in dangerous times, there's criminals and gangs everywhere. Oh my God. Now, the irony here is we actually are now living in more dangerous times, but it's not because of criminal gangs. It's because of the militarized police. It's because of ICE. It's because of climate change. Yes, it's because of corrupt politicians. It's because of corrupt corporations that are robbing us. And of course, lying media that defends the status quo, where the rich and powerful continue to get richer while distracting us and making us fear our neighbors, especially ones that might look a little different than us. No, the real enemy, the big enemy here is fear and ignorance. It has been before, and it's still true now. And there you go. Let's move on here. Speaking of crime, we may have some Republican crime. Republican on Republican crime, which is always the best kind of crime. Florida Republican Corey Mills is facing some pretty serious allegations involving his much younger girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, she is actually 19 years younger than Mills. Now, the reigning Miss United States beauty pageant winner, Lindsay Langston, Mills's former girlfriend, has accused him of harassment and threatening to release so-called revenge porn. Now, I don't actually like using that term because what it is it's these images or videos of someone, whether they're having, sexual relations with that person or are nude, whatever, it is taking somebody's personal, private stuff that you should never share with anybody and threatening to release it. It's absolutely disgusting. Now, Langston had filed a police report in July against Mills, alleging that he continued to contact her after their 3-year relationship ended, and he had warned that he would go after her future boyfriends. Yes. Langston, who was also a Florida Republican state committee member, so she had filed a complaint against the GOP lawmaker with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office and included evidence, screenshots of messages from Mills to back up her claims. So this situation right here just kind of reminds me of, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, there are some men and the Republican men that are just, are sexist. I can't believe it. And then you had some of those trad wife influencers over on the right saying things like, I cannot believe that Republican men would be so sexist and terrible to us. Really? Really? Because we were telling you that the whole time. It shouldn't be a secret. But yet, for some reason, they just don't seem to understand. Now, Langston, since February 20th of 2025, Corey has contacted Lindsay numerous times on numerous different accounts, threatening to release nude images and videos of her, to include recorded videos of her and Corey engaging in sexual acts, said the police report, according to Drop Site News. Langston and Mills started dating back in November of 2021, while the congressman had been separated from his wife, and the pair moved in together last year. Langston said that she broke up with Mills in February of 2025 after reading reports that the police were called to Mills' Washington, D.C. apartment to investigate an alleged assault against another woman he was dating. So, man, this guy was getting around. Like, apparently, allegedly beating up his side piece in an apartment that he was apparently getting evicted for not paying the rent. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Sarah Raviani, however, had later retracted her allegations against Mills, and he was never charged. Now, I'm going to speculate here that perhaps he had threatened her in the same way that he was threatening Langston. I mean, she's not alleging that at the moment, but based on these reports, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens to be the case. Now, the threats from Corey, according to Langston, speaking to DropSite, had intensified over time. From emotional manipulation to physical violence against whoever I date in the future, the threats of having me stripped of the Miss United States crown something I worked extremely hard for, and a dream that was placed in my heart long before I even knew who Corey Mills was. Messages included in the police report seen by Blaze Media allegedly include Mills telling Langston, quote, "You want to date or be with someone else, be my guest, but they need to know well in advance that if we cross paths, I don't care if this week, this month, or this decade, they better damn well know it's coming every time." What? In another message, he allegedly warned her, "I can send him a few videos of you as well. I still have them." That's gross. That is extremely gross and petty, which tracks. The irony here is that Mills is accused of sending that message on the very day, May 19th, that Trump signed the Take It Down Act, which makes it an offense to release any non-consensual, intimate imagery or revenge porn or for intimidation, coercion, extortion, or to create mental distress. I mean, it kind of sounds like coercion and mental distress in this case. Mills had actually supported that legislation in the House. Oops. Hypocrisy. Now, he denies all this, of course, but we'll see. This is a guy, again, who claims to be pro-women and pro-family. I mean, I remember back in February, he had posted on social media about how he had voted in favor of anti-trans legislation, HR 28, known as the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. He posted this: "We must protect the integrity of women's sports and equal opportunities for women and girls." Here's the thing. Women's sports has been used as a gateway on the right wing to try to eliminate transgender people from daily life. That's their entire goal, to eliminate transgenderism, which just means eliminate transgender people. They're trying to get rid of them. Look, anti-trans legislation does nothing to protect women and girls. In fact, it often gets weaponized against women and girls. And of course, weaponized against the very few transgender athletes that actually do exist, who are not, running away with sports and taking over and dominating sport. No, they're not doing that. That's not what's happening. Look, in reality, people like Corey Mills are the danger to women and girls. He also voted in favor of HR 30, the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. Oh, he said, "Far too many lives have been lost due to the reckless open border and soft on crime policies of the Biden administration. This act is a step forward in restoring the safety and security of America's women and children from those in the Biden administration dangerous immigration loopholes have allowed in." Once again, it is not immigrants who are the danger to women and girls. It's Corey Mills. This is a man who claimed that children are being shown pornographic books in school. Now, of course, what they claim to be is, pornographic in school for children. Oh my God. It's just anything that mentions LGBTQ plus people. Not pornographic at all. This is a guy, the same guy, who actually threatened to release actual pornographic material in order to get back at his ex-girlfriend, whom he allegedly cheated on. You got to understand, this is why women choose the bear. People like him. People like him. This is why there is a male loneliness crisis. Because you got too many people like Mills who go out and try to pretend that they're protecting women while really allegedly threatening and coercing them, threatening to release images of their body non-consensually. So just remember this. The next time one of these anti-LGBTQ, so-called pro-family Republican types tell you that we're standing up for women and girls, because you know what? 9 times out of 10, or I should say probably 10 times out of 10, but I want to be a little bit fair. It just ain't true. They ain't protecting nobody but themselves. I think I'm pretty clear there. it's all about control. Yeah, they do love to control women, and part of that is through intimidation. 100%. 100%. All right, I have one more story here. And it has to do with BDS. On Monday, President Donald Trump got a huge heap of backlash from MAGA for attempting to punish states that boycott Israel. Oh, interesting. On Monday, Reuters reported that Federal Emergency Management Agency funds would be denied to states and cities that boycott Israeli companies. Now, what does any of that have to do with getting emergency funding for a disaster? Nothing. In a statement obtained by the outlet, FEMA said that states must follow the agency's terms and conditions. One of those terms and conditions apparently prohibited states from ending commercial relations, specifically with Israeli companies. That's right. The FEMA notices posted Friday related to at least $1.9 billion in federal grants that states depended on for search and rescue gear, emergency management salaries, backup power systems, and other essentials, according to Reuters reporting and Newsweek's review. Why the hell would they consider tying that assistance for these states that have been hit by disasters to a foreign country? That does not sound like America first, everybody. And funny enough, you had some people who are apparently America first asking that very question. For example, Candace Owens. Candace Owens, she is someone that I do not have a lot of agreements with. Okay. However, she just went absolutely, she went ham, okay, on this administration. She accused Trump of betraying America and the American people. She also claimed that this was an act of treason. Quote, denying Americans who won't support the genocide being conducted by your friends. Trump has fully betrayed America for Netanyahu, and if you cannot see that now, you're completely blind. Best $100 million Miriam Adelson ever spent. Look, I got to say, she's cooking with that tweet. Let her cook. There's more. Yes, in the truest sense of the definition, this is an act of treason. He is now working to undermine Americans in favor of a nation that has always been hostile to the United States. Wow. Look, again, there is not a lot that I could agree with Candace Owens on, okay? But I got to say, nice move bringing in the $100 million that Miriam Adelson, the widow of right-wing Republican mega donor Sheldon Adelson, gave Donald Trump during this election. That is just delicious. Oh, I love it. Let him fight. Let him fight. Look, the Adelsons absolutely funded Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Their big issue, of course, is making sure that Israel can do whatever the hell it wants with our taxpayer money. And that's it. That's the reality. The Adelson family has long been one of the largest sources of campaign money for Republican candidates and has backed Trump during each of its last 3 general elections. So really, this was an attempt to give the Adelsons a return on their investment. And look, one of the issues that Miriam Adelson was very invested in is opposing BDS and going after protests against the genocide on college campuses. And you can see that Trump has delivered greatly on that, with a lot of these colleges now folding to Trump and kicking out students that were involved with these protests. Now, I'm going to give you some more criticism here from others that, yes, are considered to be MAGA. For example, the Hodge twins. They tweeted, quote, "Is this America first?" The answer would be no, it's Israel first. Kevin Sorbo, yes, that Kevin Sorbo wrote this. Wait, what? Like he was surprised or something. Perhaps he was disappointed. Alexandra Lanes wrote, "I've never seen someone tank their legacy so fast. This is not America first, and anyone advising him on this should be fired. Put this man in check." Chris Brunet said, "You can only push the American public so far. Even evangelicals have their limits and see the subservience as crazy." Now, here's the thing. I've talked about this in other segments. Older conservatives overwhelmingly support what Israel is doing in Gaza, the genocide, the ethnic cleansing. But younger conservatives aren't exactly sold on that. So this is where MAGA is fractured on one of these issues. And look, I think the main reason for that is because of religion. Older conservatives are more religious. They're more evangelical, and they tend to believe in the end time stuff. Now, what does the end time stuff have to do with all of this? Israel, look, in order for Jesus to come back and hoover everybody up into heaven, right, the faithful, Israel has to be back to its biblical borders. And then, of course, Jesus comes back, kills everybody, including all the Jews, except for a very small minority of people who happen to convert to Christianity. So this is their end times nonsense that they're pushing, that they're in favor of. Okay. And so young people, though, younger MAGA supporters, they're not exactly buying this stuff, which is interesting to see because, again, you also have, excuse me, younger Americans that are less religious than older Americans, including in the Republican Party. They actually are like, hey, I actually do believe in America first, and this does not sound like it. This does not seem like America first at all. And again, you also have joining them younger Democrats and independents. Again, Democratic Party is a completely different discussion of how subservient they are to Israel and how scared they are of AIPAC and the lobbying and all that. But again, you have the Democratic base that is massively against what Israel is doing in Gaza. And so there's the difference there. Okay. You have independents, you have young Democrats that are disgusted with the famine that Israel has created by blocking food and water from getting into Gaza. There is a famine. People are dying. They are starving to death. And of course, the whole reason that they're doing that, the whole plan here by Israel is to take over Gaza. They want to kick out the Palestinians and, failing that, allow them to die off from famine and disease. That is why we can call it a genocide, because that's what it is. That's what it is. All to try to get people out so they can take it over. And they're doing so with Donald Trump's blessing. Trump, he's like, yeah, oh no, just, well, I want them to finish the job. They should finish the job. And then when that happens, we got some beachfront property that, beautiful beachfront property that I can go and build a new hotel on. Yeah, that's right. Gaza Lago, everybody. That's the plan here. That said, of course, after this backlash, the administration was kind of forced to walk it back a little bit and lie about their position. They said, this is according to a DHS spokesperson, there is no FEMA requirement tied to Israel in any current NOFO. No states have lost funding. Is that because no states have gotten any funding? Again, you had Arkansas having to beg this administration multiple times to get any sort of help for the tornadoes that have devastated a lot of that area, a lot of the state. I still don't think she's received any money. I know. Maybe she needs to send even more strongly worded letters. Okay, they're not getting a lot. They're not getting a lot at all. Now, here's the thing, though. As of Monday, the language about boycotting Israeli companies ended up being removed. That said, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is still out there claiming that BDS is bad and anti-Semitic. No, it's not. It's opposing what Israel is doing. Why should we, as American consumers, be forced to do business with companies that support genocide? That doesn't sound like the free market at work. Doesn't sound like it at all. And so, look, I'm glad that there's blowback from this. And I'm actually, it's heartening to see that blowback is bipartisan in nature. There has been a sea change in opinion about Israel ever since they launched their brutal assault on Gaza in response to October 7th. I'm not saying that was right, but the response by Israel has been nothing more than genocide and ethnic cleansing. Completely disproportionate. And that's the point. And so, yes, it is good to see that even the MAGA people can get on board with opposing a genocide. I mean, at least they still have managed to hold on to a little shred of their humanity. All right. You know what? I'm done a little bit earlier than usual. So if you guys have any questions or anything like that in the comment section, I'd love to read them. Here we go. Let's see. Good show this. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. That's awesome. I always like getting positive feedback. Let's see. I'm rooting for this space. Awesome. Glad to see that. Let's see. The internal contradictions of fascist capitalism are getting harder for them to deal with, hopefully. According to the religious quack, says Scott Bloom, we've always been in the end times because we've always been at war with each other. That's a really strange thing. That's a really strange idea, right? I mean, it's so weird talking about the weird end times cult that so many in the right have bought into. Again, thankfully, younger people are not buying into it. Even again, I've talked about how Gen Z men specifically who went for MAGA are not exactly feeling it anymore. They're not exactly impressed with what they've done, what this administration has done, because this administration has lied to so many people. Trump lied. Republicans have lied. They are the establishment, and they still answer to all these weirdo, evangelical end times kooks. The Dominion movement, or I should say the Dominionist movement, not good. Not good at all. And unfortunately, still too powerful, incredibly powerful. How am I holding up mentally through the nightmare? It's about as good as you would expect. Usually when I'm done with the day's show, I try to disconnect from news, from politics, from the internet, and play video games, because that's kind of my release valve. Okay. It's a great question, though. All right. Thank you for watching. Please like and share if you haven't already. And stay tuned. Stay right here. Andrea Rovenski coming up next, right here, this space. Stay tuned. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a great show. So stay right here. Thank you. And if you haven't already, subscribe to this space, and also check out my channel as well. You know, do videos 5 days a week, all that stuff. Not a big not a big deal. We're not a big deal. But if you haven't, check out my show. You'll have more of this this commentary over on Logically Left. All right, everybody. I'm taking too much time out, so Andrea, go.
Hello and welcome again to this get that out of there. No one needs to know who I am. Get that. Thank you. Hello, I got to start over. And welcome to another episodic installation of this. Today I will be doing once again a sequel to my last show, which was a sequel to 2 weeks ago, which also was a sequel to 3 weeks ago. So you got to watch them all if you want to, you know. Thank you to Jeff for doing an episode. Always appreciate Jeff's episodes. He wasn't here last week. He neglected us for our weekly dose of logic. So thank you, Jeff. And that was a good ep. So I am here once again. And also, I must say I am queer once again. I took a little break, but now I'm back. And we're going to be talking today about the subject of mental illness. What is mental illness? What is that? You often hear that phrase. Sometimes you hear it, you know, crunched down to other words, you know. It might start with an R. Maybe you hear that sometimes. Or a C or a D. You know, there's all kinds of words to discuss the mentally ill. But what are the mentally ill? A demographic that has been labeled, that has been otherized. That's what the mentally ill are. It's a bunch of people where they say something that may sound reasonable, may sound unreasonable, and then someone else who's definitely unreasonable says, oh, they're just mentally ill. They're just crazy. Don't listen to that guy. He's just crazy. She's just insane. Just delusional. You know, delulu, if you will. But today we're going to be talking about mental illness. I don't know if anyone is familiar with the Venn diagram. 2 N's in that motherfucker. Venn. The Venn diagram. I like to talk about mental illness as 3 distinct circles. As in, they don't actually overlap. It's a Venn diagram without any overlapping. You could argue, maybe, you know, if we're trying to be super legitimate, maybe they're touching, but they're really not overlapping. And those 3 circles, if you can imagine, close your eyes and imagine the Venn diagram in your mind. Hopefully people aren't, you know, maybe some people out there don't have imaginations. Maybe they've been using ChatGPT too much. Either way, close your eyes. Just think of it 3 distinct circles. 1, which are the actual problems, just to use that word as a placeholder, the actual, let's say, abnormalities, whatever that means, in your mind, right? So if someone is, let's say, anxious, maybe they've got an anxiety disorder, right? That manifests, right, in your mind, in your body. It's not even just a brain, but it's a body-wide issue, right? You get a really, you know, you secrete adrenaline when you don't really need to. Cortisol spikes when it's not really helpful and it doesn't really have an off ramp, so it kind of lingers in your system unnecessarily, right? Those symptoms exist. There are real symptoms that exist that some in this world that we live in the English language would call mentally ill. But separate from that are the definitions. The psychiatric diagnostic criteria for what is mental illness. If you've ever read the DSM, I've never read the whole thing, but I've read a couple parts, you know, just the good bits. Cherry picked it, if you will. But if you've ever read the DSM, you would know that most, if not all, maybe there's a couple of exclusions here, but most psychiatric diagnoses they have a part in them that says it, it has to be severely debilitating to your life. And so some, maybe they use different language, but it gets in the way of your life. What does that mean? I'm depressed, but are you really depressed? If you're going to work every day, are you really depressed? We're not going to diagnose you with depression unless it gets in the way of you going to your job and being a good little capitalist. A lot of psychiatric diagnoses fall under this paradigm. Is it bad enough? And who gets to determine whether or not it's bad enough? Well, the people in charge, the authorities get to determine that. Not you, the person actually experiencing the so-called illness. You don't get to determine shit. And then the third circle, that's right, we're still in the Venn diagram situation. Keep your eyes closed. The third circle is just the phrase mentally ill. Mental illness. Crazy people, right? Those are three distinct, maybe you can argue they touch, but they don't really overlap. Distinct circles of the Venn diagram, right? The actual symptoms going on in your lived experience, the diagnostic criteria, and then the phrase mentally ill. Those are three distinct categories of things that we often try to combine. We often try to pretend they're all the same, but they're not. They're not even close to the same. All right? And I'm going to be breaking down why I think that is. Mentis male. That's today's show. Pretty good. Anyway, I would like to talk about, now that I've defined, the show's kind of scope, I'd like to talk about a couple of things that I mentioned last week. Last week, I mentioned how most people are basically in either the child or the adolescent, and frankly, what's the difference, phase of their lives, emotionally, intelligently, maybe not physically, maybe you grow, some parts, maybe they kind of grow out, extend a little bit. I don't know, maybe, but mentally and emotionally, you're still, 8 years old, 12, right? Most people are that way. They are eternal children. And I would argue that that's a form of mental illness. But of course, mental illness is a very politicized term. We're seeing Donald Trump has announced that he is going to be building more concentration camps specifically for the mentally ill. Donald Trump's acolytes have, in some areas, decided to define Trump derangement syndrome as a mental illness. If you post online, I don't like the orange man, that can be used as evidence to say you're mentally ill. And once you're mentally ill, you become a slave. Now, I believe it's the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Of course, we live in a post-constitutional limbo. The Constitution kind of stopped really mattering many, many decades ago, but really, it's escalated to the point. They're actually, fun fact, right now, today, I actually saw this, that the White House is deleting parts of the Constitution from their official government website that they don't like. So that's cool. Specifically, the parts about habeas corpus, which I'm a fan of. So, fun fact, they're just deleting the Constitution. How cool is that? But if you want to acknowledge the Constitution in some capacity, the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution bans slavery, except for the punishment of a crime. That's why we have the largest incarcerated population in any area of the world, because the slaves went from the plantations to the prisons. We still have slavery. It was never abolished. It just moved into the prisons. And then, the legal definitions of crime greatly expanded. And now we got millions and millions and millions of motherfuckers locked up for slave labor, especially in California. California is one of the largest populations of slave labor utilized by the government. They take slaves from their prisons and do the, the firefighting thing. Go fight the fires. We'll give you no money. You're a slave. Do it or die. So slavery is alive and well in the United States. However, there is another form of slavery that is actually unconstitutional, and yet it still happens all the time. Of course, we don't live in a constitutional republic. We haven't for a very long time. I would argue we haven't since I don't know, maybe 1850 something, or maybe 1780 something. We haven't lived in a constitutional republic, but hey, whatever. Let's pretend. Let's all put on our fucking feather hats and pretend for a moment. But the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution says that the only way the state can make you a slave is via criminal punishment. However, there is another class of people that are also frequently made slaves, and those are the mentally ill. What happens if you're mentally ill and you're labeled as mentally ill, and someone says, hey, we got a crazy mentally ill guy doing some mentally ill stuff? Well, what happens is, even if you've committed no crime, you can be sent to an involuntary psychiatric hold, also known as slavery. They are enslaving you. You are not allowed to leave. You have lost your freedom. They pump you full of drugs, and they keep you in a box somewhere. That's, in my book, slavery. You know, kidnapping someone against their will and throwing them in a dungeon, I don't know, sounds a little bit like slavery. But this is a weird limbo zone of slavery in the United States, where it's unconstitutional, but it's technically legal. How does that make any sense? How can something be legal but unconstitutional? Well, look around you, right? That's kind of happening all over the place. But this is one area where people just decided, fuck it, whatever. We got a bunch of slaves, unconstitutional. Get those crazy people out of here. But again, who gets to define what mental illness is? Well, it's the government. They get to define what mental illness is. The authoritarians, the, adults in the room, at least that's what they say. They get to define whether or not you're mentally ill. Gotta flush out the dry mouth. Anyway, mental illness. I would argue every human being is mentally ill. I would argue mental illness is called being alive on this planet. If you are not in any way, shape, and form experiencing some amount of mental illness, especially right now, I gotta say, you're probably mentally ill. I know, kind of funny how that works. But look around you. This world is burning into ashes. Some would say it's already burned. The country that you may have grown up in, the United States, no longer exists. We are living in a post-constitutional dictatorship. That's what we are living in. It's kind of in a weird limbo zone. Like I said, a lot of people aren't acknowledging it as that. A lot of people are still clinging to the hope that, yeah, we're going to have elections again. Yeah, we're going to have elections. The guys up top, they're going to allow us to have elections. Isn't that nice of them? And then we're going to vote them out of office and everything's going to be saved. A lot of people are still living in that fantasy. And hey, you know what? I don't blame them, because that is a beautiful fantasy to live in, that we can just vote out all of the bad stuff. We can just vote for someone. Sounds a lot like prayer, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound very similar to prayer? We're just going to vote for Bernie Sanders 7. He's going to run again. We're going to vote for him. He's going to win. And all of our problems will be solved. I don't know. If you ask me, I would say, sounding a little mentally ill. But hey, no one's asking me, so I guess I'm not going to say that. But if you did ask me, that's what I would say. So again, if someone is labeled as mentally ill, people just filter what they have to say out. I don't know if you've ever lived with anybody who's ever had the affliction. They've been labeled as mentally ill. Some hotshot psychiatrist or doctor of some kind was like, hey, I'm going to analyze a couple bad days of your life and then give you a label that's going to follow you and haunt you until the day you die. If we were all judged by the worst things that we've ever done, we would all be labeled as mentally ill. There's only just a couple handful of people on this planet that do get judged by the worst things that they've ever done. And instead of giving them a path to rehabilitation, the frequency of just throw them on a couple of drugs and send them right back into the conditions that made them mentally ill in the first place, that's just what we do. You give you some drugs, and hey, you're having a really rough time of it, living where you are in your current conditions. Maybe your job really sucks. Maybe you're being abused. Maybe all this kind of stuff. We're just going to throw you right back into that situation. Hope the drugs help, right? Instead of actually solving people's problems. Because we're not in the business of solving people's problems. We're in the business of deciding, are you well enough to get a job and give the capitalists your labor? Or should we just send you into a box until the day you die, enslaving you? That's really what the entire realm of psychiatry and in the entire realm of the DSM, that's really where it's concentrated in. They are the arbiters. Do you get to stay in society, or will you become a slave? Right? That's really, I don't know, in my opinion, that's what they do. They're the gatekeepers. I know a lot of people who have been labeled as mentally ill, who are some of the smartest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. They're sharp as a goddamn tic-tac. Or the other one, pushpin. And, yet they're labeled as mentally ill. Maybe they're depressed. Oh no, maybe they're bipolar. Oh, God forbid. Maybe they're borderline. Whatever those things mean. And I know a lot of people that are dumb as fuck. Rocks in their brain. Right? They got nothing going on. And yet, they're mentally well. They're doing great up in the old brain. And I suggest to you, if you are doing well up here, and they also call your gut, your intestinal tract, your second brain, if you're doing well down here, I got news for you. That's its own form of mental illness, okay? We're all fucked up. All right? Now, not to get too philosophical here, but I got to a little bit. It is my show, after all. I would like to say that I don't believe there is such a thing as objective reality. I don't. I don't think we as humans could possibly say that there is such a thing as objective reality. The laws of science are just our best guesses. And a lot of them are really fucking good. They're really good guesses. But we don't know fuck all about the quantum realm. So can we really say with any degree of absolute certainty what is objectively real? I do not think so. However, we can, as humans, agree what is, I don't know, real to us as humans. I would call that consensus reality. The consensus among humans, right? That's where, in my opinion, the laws of science belong, in the realm of consensus. We all agree on these things. We can test these things. We can look at them with our eyeballs. We can look at the results with our eyeballs. We can run them through simulations such as mathematics, and they all ring back true. Like gravity, that is verifiably within the consensus, right? Maybe the germ theory of disease, that there are things that are microscopic. We can't see them with the naked eye, but we can build instruments to see them. Therefore, we can track that they exist. And if you breathe in certain amounts of particles, certain levels of those particles, you might get sick. That is, in my opinion, in the realm of consensus reality. We can verifiably test these things with instruments that we can analyze, and we know them to be true. However, what do we say about a population that ignores or denies consensus reality? Well, I would say maybe they're mentally ill. But that's a charged term, as I've already described. It's a little bit of a fucked up term, right? Mentally ill. Who knows what that really means? A specific type of mental illness, again, quotes, whatever, that I love to talk about is psychosis. Now, if you don't know, psychosis actually has a definition. A lot of people like to use the word psychotic to mean bad. That's not what psychotic means. Psychotic means you are somebody who is engaging with a reality that appears not to be scientifically reproducible. So, for example, if you are hearing things and yet there are microphones that would pick up your surroundings and they are not picking up things, you would maybe argue that that is psychotic. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you're dangerous. It doesn't mean you're evil. It doesn't mean you're going to kill somebody. It just means you are experiencing something that is not necessarily in line with our scientific understanding of the universe. I would argue we all experience psychosis to small degrees all throughout our daily lives. That's my opinion. Every time you look at something, you are experiencing a small degree of psychosis because you are seeing things in some instances that aren't really there, or you're not seeing things that are really there. If you don't know, there is a thing about your eyeballs called a blind spot. Everyone's got one. Just do this in front of your eyeballs, keep them, on a fixed point. At some point, your hand is going to disappear. It's going to just phase out of existence. Make sure you're looking at a fixed point. Look up an actual test if you want. Watch a video. There's some good tests out there. Right? That's called a blind spot. But we as humans, we don't see like a small, hazy little black dot in our vision at all times. Our brains just fill it in with our best guess. You could argue that that's a form of psychosis, albeit a very mild one, but it is to some degree psychotic. You are seeing or not seeing something that is or is not there. Right? Can we all agree with that? I don't know. So let's go back to the germ theory of disease for a moment. And I know a lot of people, they're getting triggered. Oh, she's doing it again. But we know that germs cause disease. Scientists spent over 100 years figuring this out. And yet, in the 6th year of a pandemic, if you ask anyone on the street, they're going to tell you germs aren't real. Now, they might use fancier language, such as, oh, the germs, they're mild. They won't hurt me. Or, oh, I got a great immune system. The germs don't affect me at all. Or, I got a couple germs, and maybe I got sick, but it's not that big of a deal. Now, I would argue that when we're in the 6th year of a pandemic, the jury is already in. We already know, 1, germs are real. We already know, 2, specifically, the germs we're fighting, in this instance, severe acute respiratory syndrome causing germs, SARS, they're pretty dangerous. There's something that a lot of people, especially on YouTube, don't want you to know, and that's the effects of COVID on the body. Now, I believe Jeff was in the previous show talking about some of these effects of COVID on the body, so shout outs to Jeff. But a lot of people, they don't tell you these kinds of things because then they might have to analyze their own behavior. If I believe germs are real and that they can hurt me and that they can cause disease, and yet I am going to see Taylor Swift without a mask on, something's got to give. Either you're saying, I don't mind getting sick for the rest of my life to see Taylor Swift without a mask on, or you're saying, I don't believe in the germ theory of disease. Now, people on the left, whatever that means, routinely love to make fun of people that don't believe in a spherical earth. They love to use terms like, you're a flat earther. And yet, a lot of those same people love doing live shows in person. Come see my live show in the middle of a summer heat dome where we got to cram in like sardines in a small building with air conditioner and a closed ventilation system. Come support my comedy tour and my book signing tour and do all this horseshit garbage to get you sick, to get me sick, to get your grandma sick, and maybe your grandma might even die. But it doesn't matter because my career is more important than your grandma, and I'm going to lie to you to make you think your grandma will be fine, but they won't be. Has anyone noticed a lot of old people are dying recently? I know a lot of people where their parents are dying, their grandparents are dying. Myself, I've had grandparents die throughout this pandemic. No one's putting 2 and 2 together. Isn't that strange? Because if someone had to contend with the fact that, oh no, I got my grandma sick and then she died, I'm a terrible person, they might have to actually, God forbid, change their behavior. But let's move back a little bit. What are we talking about? We're talking about psychosis. Engaging with reality in such a way where you are seeing a subjective reality that other human beings cannot access, even with instruments such as microphones or cameras. We know with cameras and microscopic tools, such as a microscope, that germs exist. We've studied the germs. We've studied how they interact with human bodies. The science is in. If you don't agree with that, then you either don't believe in science or, again, maybe you're experiencing some form of psychosis. But this show is not just going to be about how you should wear a respirator N95 or higher every time you leave the house or interact with anyone else. If you don't, you are engaging in eugenics. And if that makes you upset, I don't know, go buy a dictionary or go be a better person. Whatever, man. But we're not here to just talk about that. I got that out of the way early. All right. So one of the things that I love to talk about in the realm of psychosis is religion. I know you're not allowed to talk about religion either. You're not allowed to talk about germs, and you're not allowed to talk about religion. Otherwise, people get upset. God's talking to me. People say, God's talking to me. Again, you put the microphone, you put the tape recorder right next to their ear. We're not picking anything up. So if God is talking to you, can you explain which avenue of communication he is using? Oh, he's talking to me in my mind. Interesting. Now, there is another medical term that has a definition. This is more of a label. It's called schizophrenia. Schizophrenia. Now, again, a lot of people say and think that schizophrenia means you are evil. You're going to, on a whim, get a knife out and cut people up. That's not schizophrenia. If you think that, you're probably a shithead. Let's be honest. If you experience psychosis, or if you are someone who is labeled as schizophrenic, that doesn't make you evil. That doesn't make you a danger to others. You know, it doesn't even make you a danger to yourself. Although there are people that are labeled as schizophrenic that are a danger to themselves, there are also people that are not labeled as schizophrenic that are a danger to themselves. It doesn't really give you that information. The only thing that a diagnosis of schizophrenia gives you is that you are diagnosed with schizophrenia. That's all it really does. Right? But typically, in order to get diagnosed as schizophrenic in the United States, you need to have bouts of, let's say, unrestrained psychosis. Right? So if you think God's talking to you, and that God has a plan, and that let's not get off my ass and do anything about the fascist dictatorship because God has a way. God's on the throne. Presidents come and go, but God's on the throne. I would, in my opinion, call that psychotic. Now, that doesn't mean you're evil, but I don't know, man, that's a little psychotic, isn't it? And I'm psychotic to some degree. I've experienced psychosis in my life. All right? And I'm sure you have too, to some degree. But if someone's walking around saying, don't do anything, don't worry, God's on the throne, Jesus take the wheel, I don't know. If someone lets go of the wheel while they're driving 90 in a residential neighborhood and they say, don't touch the wheel because Jesus is taking it, I don't know, man. I might kick him out the car and take the fucking wheel and try to save my own life. Okay? I'm just saying to you, that's what my opinion is. But what I mentioned earlier, mental illness, mentally ill, the crazy people, the people that are totes delulu, that's a label, a political label, a demographic label. So even though a majority of people literally believe in fairy tales such as God is talking to them, because that's the majoritarian position, that's not labeled as mentally ill. It's not labeled as psychotic, even though by all the definitions, it is absolutely both of those things. But again, they're the majority. You don't believe in God? God is not talking to you? You're the mentally ill one. That's what society says. You know, a lot of people, I guess, nowadays, atheism's on the rise. But just because you're an atheist doesn't mean that you've cracked the code. It doesn't mean, oh yeah, God's not real. My work here is done. That's not real. God's not real. That's the start. Congrats. You signed up for the race. You can't just fucking sign up for the race, show up to the starting line, the guy fires a blank into the sky, and then you just stand there. Congrats. You figured out the easiest thing in the world. God was made up as a method of controlling people like you. Wow. Intellectual heavyweight over here. Again, that's the beginning. If you're someone who's still trapped in the religious matrix, well, I don't know. Hey, whatever. Maybe you don't want to watch my show. But ultimately, what's at the root of all of this? I know I mentioned it last week. And again, as someone very astutely put in the chat last week, it ain't just a river in Egypt. All right? It's not. It's called denial. That is at the root of all of this. Denial. Right? Your grandma, she's elderly. Right? You gave her COVID 38 times and she died. It wasn't me. It wasn't. She was going to die anyway. She was going to die. She's old. She's frail. She's vulnerable. She's vulnerable. I'm not like her. I'm not vulnerable. If she couldn't survive in this pandemic, it's not my fault. No. I couldn't have done anything more. Wearing a mask when I visit my grandma? No. I can't do that. I couldn't do it. It's not me. People love living in denial. Again, we're going to vote for someone to solve all of our problems. That's another form of denial. Jesus, take the wheel. God's on the throne. Let's all sit at home. Stay calm, everybody. That's denial. That is at the root of everything. That's why I mentioned it very heavily in my show last week. Denial. Denial that there's anything wrong. You know? Or rather, that maybe there is something wrong, but people point to whatever they can latch onto. You see this a lot in the world. You know, we're on the 6th year of the COVID pandemic. I like the word SARS. Severe acute respiratory syndrome. I don't know. Sounds a little bit more fucked up than COVID, don't you think? But hey, we're in the year 6 of a SARS-2 pandemic. And yet if you ask people, why is everyone sick all the time? And maybe they'll just say, what? No one's sick. No one's sick. My grandma isn't dead. My dad's not dead. Not everyone I know is sick. No. But if you get someone who acknowledges that everyone's sick all the time, how weird is that? Disability rates are skyrocketing. Very strange, very curious. One of the things you'll find that people point to, it's the jab. It's the jab. You know, the one that almost nobody got in the first place. And if only half the country got it in 2021, about 60% of people in the United States got the jab in 2021. About 20% of people in the United States got their annual booster shot every year. Only 1 in 5 Americans got a free vaccine. Now you have to pay for it. But only 1 in 5 Americans got a free vaccine every year that would prevent them from dying. And yet people want to blame all of our problems on the jab. The jab. It's the jab. It's the shots. You see RFK going ahead and banning all vaccines now, basically. Now, if you want to take the jab, no, you're not allowed because it's the source of all of our problems. Easy scapegoats. That's another form of denial, right? Let's say, to wheel it back into mental illness. A lot of children, teenagers, are labeled with mental illnesses. One of my favorite is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. One of my favorite fake diagnostics. Maybe I shouldn't say fake. I don't know. Someone's going to get pissed off. Someone's going to get pissed off if I say ADHD doesn't exist. But I don't know, man. I'm a little skeptical. What is the diagnostic criteria for ADHD in childhood? They have a hard time paying attention in school. That's it. You'll throw a kid on drugs because they don't pay attention to your shitty, boring fucking lectures. I don't know, man. To me, I think that's a little fucking weird that we're throwing a bunch of kids on drugs because they don't pay attention in class. Now, again, I know a lot of people are going to get upset because I'm saying that drugs are bad. I'm not. Drugs exist. They do exist. And drugs, like Adderall, like Ritalin, whatever, they can help certain people with certain symptoms. But why should you have to be labeled as mentally ill to be able to get these drugs? And even if you're labeled as mentally ill, you might not be allowed to get the drugs that you may think you need, because if you want them really badly because it helps your life, it helps you be productive under capitalism, doctors will say, that sounds like drug-seeking behavior. You ever get that? Any one of your ADHD pals out there? You ever have to tiptoe around a doctor? Otherwise, you'll get labeled seeking behavior. So they give you the diagnosis. They give you the pills. They make you addicted to the pills. Then you say you need them to function. And now all of a sudden it's drug-seeking behavior. Sorry. Denied. Isn't that interesting? Now, again, I think it's weird that we label kids with ADHD because they don't pay attention in shit-fuck schools. I'm sorry, that's just weird. You know, it's also weird that certain drugs you're only allowed to take if you have these certain symptoms. I don't know, man. I've gotten diagnosed with some stuff. I've not gotten diagnosed with other stuff. I've tried Adderall before. I don't know if I've got ADHD or not, but when I've tried Adderall, it's helped me focus on stuff. Why should I need to have a diagnosis if I want to try a drug recreationally once in a while? I've only tried it a couple times. Honestly, it makes my heart like race. It's kind of scary. I don't like that. So I've tried it once or twice. It's all right. But my point being, drugs exist. Drugs can cure certain problems, certain symptoms. Why should that be gatekept behind mental illness? Especially when the diagnostic criteria for mental illness is so fucked up and broken. You were 8 years old and your fucking science teacher was boring and now you're addicted to drugs for life? That's a little weird. I don't know. That's strange. To me, that's strange. Right? Certain people do not fit into certain situations. That doesn't make them mentally ill. Just because they find your fucking classroom lecture boring, that doesn't make them mentally ill. How about you try to be a better teacher? But a lot of teachers, they don't really care. They're just doing the bare minimum. I know. There's a lot of good teachers out there. I'm not trying to shit on all of yous motherfuckers, okay? Jeez. But again, all of our brains work differently. And it's not just our brains, it's all of our bodies. All of our bodies function differently. A lot of us excel in certain situations. A lot of us do not excel in certain situations. Our society, our, dare I say, capitalistic society, tells us we have to excel in these specific circumstances or else you become homeless, you'll get labeled as mentally ill, you'll become enslaved, and you'll die in a straitjacket, right? That's really, it's either excel in capitalism or die in a straitjacket. Those are your options, right? So if those are my options, hell, maybe my brain's not fit out for this world. Maybe I need a couple drugs to get me through the day, whatever. Keep me out of the dying in a straitjacket as a slave. Anything I can do. So people, they take the drug and they excel. And I have no problem with that. I'm not sitting here to tell you I'm anti-Adderall. I love all sorts of recreational drugs. You know, I don't love all sorts of recreational drugs. To me, anything you put into your body is a drug. I ate a sandwich earlier. You could argue that's a drug. What's the difference between a sandwich, right, and coffee? You know, what's the difference? Really, think about it. I ate the sandwich. I feel a lot better. My body is now not making hunger signals that are distracting me so I can do this show. Is that not a drug? Hell, I don't know. It's a philosophical debate. All right. So I'm not sitting here to tell you I'm against drugs, because I'm not. You know, I'm probably more in favor of drugs than anyone else on this space. So let's just put it. I'm willing to put my report card against anybody. My point being is the way we classify these things is a little strange. Right? But again, the teachers, it's easier for the teachers to just keep doing their really shitty curriculum instead of actually giving special attention to kids that might need it. It's easier to put the kid on a drug to force the square peg into the circle hole. It's easier to do that, shave the edges of the square off, than it is to make a square hole for the square pegs. So again, let's wheel back to religion. All right. We are living in a world where there is a religious genocide happening in the military base known as Israel. I would argue to you that anybody who pretends that religion is valid, and when I say religion, let me actually clarify what I mean. I do not mean culture. I do not mean tradition. I mean believing you are God's chosen people and you can do no wrong. That's what I mean. If you're celebrating Christmas, I don't give a fuck. Put up your Christmas tree. Hell, I like a Christmas tree here and then. I like decorating trees. That's cool. Whatever. I personally don't do it, but I'm not offended by it. If you've got a candelabra and you want to light that shit up, have at it. It's all good. Right? But when you start saying, I'm doing this because I'm God's chosen one, we have to do this, God chose us, that's where I get a little questionable. That's where I'm like, okay, interesting. So in my opinion, if you believe in any of the horseshit garbage that religion has to offer, everyone has a right to believe that God is talking to them. Everyone has a right to believe that they're God's chosen one. Then, in my opinion, that is shifting the Overton window to enable genocide. Because what is Israel doing other than following their religious text and genuinely believing it? They genuinely believe they are God's chosen one. They genuinely believe that they need to cleanse the land of evil. Their book told them that. And we can all argue, oh, they have a bad interpretation of the book. My interpretation's better. But ultimately, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Who is them? Them are all religious people that believe that they are the chosen one by God. That is them. Not any specific religious sect. Look at the Crusades, for example. Christianity, what started out as a religion, a strain of another religion that was about peace, love, and acceptance and helping the poor, 1,000 years later turned into a genocidal rampage. Now, there's a couple more steps along the way. You don't have the Crusades without Constantine. But my point being that Jesus, pretty cool guy. If you look at the historical texts and analyze Jesus as a person, pretty cool guy, right? But 1,000 years later, motherfuckers, they put up a Jesus cross on their shield and they go out and fucking behead thousands of people. Not so cool, right? So again, I'm not here to point out any specific religion. It just so happens that today, the most dangerous religion in the world is the one committing a genocide. They're reading their religious text and they're taking it literally. So in my opinion, if we are to claim it's okay to believe that you're God's chosen one, but it's not okay to act on it, to me, I don't know. I view that as a little both sides-y. I view that as a little centrist-y. So God's definitely talking to you. That's fine. But if you listen to God, that's not fine. But if I believe Elvis is talking to me, mentally ill. You're mentally ill. Lock you up in a straitjacket. Go to prison. You're a slave now. If I believe that, let's say God is talking to me, but it's not the Christian God. It's not the Jewish God. It's another God. It's my God. Straitjacket. Do not pass go. You are a slave now. We're going to send you away, lock you up forever. Right? So I don't Oh man, it's a little weird, isn't it? Isn't it a little weird? In my opinion, doesn't matter what flavor of religion you are. You could be an atheist for all I care. If you think it's okay to walk around thinking that God chose me and that I'm the most important person in the universe, God chose me and my people. It's my bloodline. That's what God chose. Yeah, my entire bloodline. Yeah, that's what God chose. The bloodline. That's fine. But if you listen to God, all of a sudden, you start killing babies because God told you to, bad. My opinion is you give them an inch, they'll take a motherfucking mile. This idea that all religion should be respected is bogus. Now, again, if you want to fucking have a little dinner time with your buddies on a specific day in the year, that's all good. I love tradition. I love culture. I love the act of getting together with people you love and having a great time. To me, that is what being a human is all about. But if you do so because God chose you, if you do so at threat of going to hell or whatever one of these fucked up religions tells you, then you're not a good person. All right? You're just doing it because you think God's talking to you. That doesn't necessarily make you a bad person, right? But again, just allowing this, everyone has a right to an opinion, especially in America. Everyone's allowed to have an opinion. I think that's done a lot of damage. Germs are real. SARS is dangerous. HIV didn't kill anybody in the first 5 years. Maybe a couple people. But it took 5 to 10 years for HIV to develop into AIDS. And then that killed a lot of motherfuckers. We barely have scratched the surface of what SARS has done to us as a civilization. People are throwing their kids into SARS replication facilities, also known as schools. Right? Without a second thought. Just dosing their kid with SARS on a daily basis. SARS has been documented to destroy the immune system similarly to HIV. Now, we can all argue about, well, HIV is worse and it's more accelerant and all that kind of stuff. We can have that fun philosophical debate. But in my opinion, if you say I'm going to dose a bunch of people with HIV, people will say, hey, that's illegal. You say I want to dose a bunch of people with SARS, all of a sudden it's totally chill. But I got news for y'all. Germs are real. SARS is real. Unlike a country that may sound very similar. All right? Religion, not real. God, not real. These are all scientifically verifiable. You can measure these things with instruments, get data, and analyze the data. And until we find a better system for deciding what's real and what's not, what's objective to the best degree that we humans can find out, if you want to develop an instrument that can measure God, I would love to see it. But all of our instruments, as of now, cannot measure God because God is not real. And if you are doing things because God told you to, I would argue that you are experiencing psychosis. All right? But you're experiencing a societally acceptable form of psychosis. One that doesn't get you labeled as mentally ill. One that doesn't get you sent to a slave camp, also known as involuntary psychiatric wards. Right? You believe in an unpopular God? Straitjacket. You believe in a popular God? You're great. You're awesome. Yeah, we're going to give you some tax exemption. You don't have to pay tax because your God is cool. And fundamentally, all of these things are boiling down to humans and their inability to just grapple with the situation that we found ourselves in. Again, denial runs through all of this. Denial. If God isn't real, that means no one is watching over me. That means I'm all alone. That means I'm scared. And I can't be scared because being scared is scary. And I'd rather believe in a made-up sky daddy than be scared. That's what people want you to believe. Right? And that belief is currently engaging in a genocide right now across the planet. That's what's happening. So when a lot of people, they love doing, oh, it's just, the Z word. Those are the problems. You wouldn't have the Z words if you didn't have people that believed God was talking to them. It's the logical next step. If you believe God is talking to you, and you read the book that God supposedly sent to you, and that book tells you to kill the babies of your enemy, and then you don't do those things, then aren't you going against God? So when you think about it, when you really analyze the situation, aren't the Z words the true believers? You see Bibi Netanyahu constantly referencing his religious text, citing specific examples of why they need to snipe children's heads off, citing specific examples about why they need to poison entire generations of people. They can cite their religious text all the time because they're following it to the letter. They're not cherry picking. They're doing what their book tells them to. And we as a society decided that book, you're allowed to believe everything you want about it. No, you're not allowed to criticize that book. Same thing with the Bible. Not allowed to criticize it. In America, you're allowed to criticize the Quran for some reason. I think that's strange. I don't know. Why is that the only one you're allowed to criticize? But whatever, right? Just allowing all of these things to fester, that's what led us here. But again, ultimately, what my show today is about the concept of mental illness and how it is only applied to certain populations politically. It's a political term. It's not a descriptive term that actually analyzes people's brain states or mental states, whatever. That's not what mental illness is for. Mental illness is designed to other you, to turn you into someone who can be put into a slave labor camp, someone who can be fed pills so that they can barely even engage with reality at all, to rot away in a jail cell. But it's not a jail cell. It's a padded room. It's for your own good that we put you in a straitjacket all by yourself and torture you because you're mentally ill. And in order to help the mentally ill, we have to enslave them, isolate them, and drug them up. We certainly can't help them solve the problems in their life. We certainly can't ask them what the problems are in their life. The only way forward is drugs, isolation, and separation and quarantine. But we're not going to quarantine people, that got SARS, a verifiable disease that is spreading from person to person at an accelerated rate. That's fine. We're not going to quarantine anyone for that. But if you believe that the Cookie Monster is talking to you, bad. We're going to quarantine you. We're going to separate you from society. If you believe God is talking to you, totally fine. That's great. But if you believe that Elmo is talking to you, bad. You're bad. I don't know, man. Really makes you think. But to me, I view the DSM as the Bible, and I don't say that to be good, of psychiatric diagnoses. It's something that can be cherry-picked. It's something that anyone can interpret to any degree, and it's something I don't really put a lot of stock into. That's my opinion. You can disagree with me. That's fine. I don't mind. But anyway, that's my show. But anyway, how's it going, everybody? I'm out of water. I'm not out. There's still a little bit in there. Still a little bit. But yeah, questions, comments, or concerns. QCock, everybody. That is where we are now. If you've got questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to field them into my generalized direction. Groove Dragon, you paint with too wide of a brush. Not all people that believe in God are committing genocide. I don't think I ever said that. I said if you believe in God, you are enabling genocide, which I do believe. I didn't say commit. I said enabled. It pushes the Overton window away from reality into a more dangerous territory. I didn't say committing. I said enabled. Which, you can argue if you're enabling something, to a degree, what are you responsible? I'm willing to have that discussion, but I never said every religious person is committing a genocide, nor do I think that. So it's a willful misinterpretation from Groove Dragon, if I may say, if I'm allowed to criticize. It's my opinion. Unlike priests, brain doctors are scientific. I recommend you read the DSM. I highly recommend it, because if you look at a lot of the diagnostic criteria, it is very unscientific. All right. Now, the scientific method exists, and people can utilize the scientific method to any degree. But there are, in fact, really very limited ways that we're able to analyze the brain, the mind, in a way that you can say that person has this illness. A lot of psychiatric diagnoses do not actually brain scan you. It's just a couple of symptoms really from a conversation, right? If you have OCD, if you have ADHD, right? They don't really scan your brain 99% of the time. If you're depressed, if you've got generalized anxiety, typically they ask you a couple of questions and then they write something in their chart and then they give you pills. That, in my opinion, is not scientific. So I do believe that there are conditions like psychosis that are scientifically verifiable. However, the bulk of our psychiatric institutions do not actually do that. They just ask you a couple of questions and then decide based on one or two conversations what label you have, and then they'll just give you that label, and then you shut your brain off and don't think about it. That's my problem. But we got another show coming in soon, coming in hot. Coming up, we got a show. On the subject of last week's show and doctors, everyone, in my opinion, if you are alive in the 21st century, you probably have unresolved childhood trauma just by being alive in this shithole world. If you don't, that's another form of denial. You're afraid to talk about it, right? One of the core features of childhood trauma is you are yearning for a big dick daddy to tell you how to live your life. That's where doctors come in. A lot of the times, doctors are just guessing. Now, I know I've only got a couple minutes here, but I want to share a story of my childhood. When I was young, I had a plethora of chronic illnesses. I'm not going to get into too much detail here because I've only got 3 or 4 minutes left. But I had a lot of chronic illnesses when I was a child. I remember my mom taking me from doctor to doctor to doctor to doctor. All they would do is look at me, ask a couple questions, and write me a doctor's note to excuse my absence from school, maybe give me an antibiotic that lasts for a couple days, whatever, even though that had nothing to do with my illnesses. They weren't bacterial infections, right? And then they just take their copay and move along, right? It wasn't until I had chronic illness, I was, since as far back as I can remember, maybe 5 years old, I was just ill all the time. And it wasn't until I was about 15 that I saw a doctor who actually did a scientific test of my body, found out some of the things that were causing these chronic illnesses, and then surgically intervened to fix the problem. So for my entire childhood, up until I was 14 or 15, I saw hundreds and hundreds of doctors, and they didn't give a fuck. They didn't do any scientific analyses. They didn't run any sort of tests. All they did was ask me a couple questions, write a doctor's note, and take the copay. So in my opinion, I trust doctors in the same way that I trust police. Sometimes they're good. Very, very rarely. And it's only the exceptional ones that are decent. But personally, I'm very skeptical of the medical system. And I think people's just blanket trust what the doctor says is another form of yearning for big dick daddy. So I don't need to think about my own life. I'll just do what the doctor says. Now, again, I have my own personal experience with 2 minutes left on the clock, so I'm not going to get too much into it. That's my opinion. That's why I think that if a doctor tells me something, I will take it I will insert that information into my brain and I will act accordingly, right? Doctors have lied to my face. Doctors have told me things that I didn't even think about before. Doctors have saved my life. Doctors have prolonged my suffering. So to me, doctors are an opinion that I take differently than the opinion of someone on the street. You know, again, I'm not saying that I would listen to someone on a podcast like this tell me any medical advice. I wouldn't listen to this ever. If you listen to me on medical advice, wrong. But I would take a doctor's opinion with a different category, right? I would trust them more in certain instances. And again, I got 1 minute left. But thank you for watching. Coming up next is Left of the Box. And maybe next time I'll elaborate more. But anyway, here's my note sheet. Don't need that anymore. Have a good one. Producer, take me down.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Still getting the hang of it. You know, this different intro. It's you know, I'm so used to a certain flow of words that I might stumble. How is everyone on this Wednesday afternoon? I imagine it's afternoon for a lot of people who are watching right now. Hello, Johnny Too Late. Yes. I know what I'm going to talk about today. Hello, Donald James X. Who are you saying hi to? Oh, and we got the Letterhack. Okay, welcome, everyone. I feel like all the big guns are in here today. Yes, today, what I was planning on talking to all you wonderful people about is me as being non-binary and what that means and how it all happened and looking back at the hindsight and seeing it from childhood, you know, once I realized as an adult that's who I am. Because a lot of people don't take me seriously when I say I'm non-binary, because I was assigned female at birth and I present female. So how can I be non-binary? There are reasons. And we'll get into it. But first of all, I just want to say hello to hermeteorologist, Captain Homer, I'm guessing, Rich P1K, I'm so tempted to hit my graphic that I have on my YouTube channel, Left of the Box, live stream Sunday evenings around 6 p.m. for mostly Canadian news. I have a graphic on there that literally says I cannot pronounce people's names due to a learning disability. It's one of those things. I struggle sometimes with people's names, like just reading them on screen, because there's so many things. Like it depends on the background of the name, like as to what letters are pronounced which ways. And even in English, there's so many different ways that letters are actually used as opposed to one straightforward way. And if I haven't seen a word printed out before, I have a hard time reading it out loud, or knowing what the word is. Like if I haven't heard it, if I've heard the word, then I have a better chance of recognizing the word when I see it. But yeah, it is quite the thing. And then, you know, being dyslexic and learning French as part of our curriculum here in Canada for a bunch of years, that messed me up big time. Big time. It wasn't until I tried to relearn French as an adult that I realized a lot of my common spelling mistakes came from me spelling things with a French flair. So yeah, it is what it is, and I feel like I should get that graphic to put here so I can just click on it whenever, being like, I cannot pronounce your name, don't take it personally. And then I've even had people try to spell it out phonically for me, and that works maybe once. That's the Letterhack. Wait, they make you learn French down there? Down where? Down like a French manicure? Are you talking about? Maybe? This is a bilingual country for people who are paying attention to Wednesdays at 4 to 5 on this space. We went through the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, so you should know all about French right now. But also, I just wanted to follow up. Last week, Minuet was on, and apparently she revealed something of mine, a drawing I was working on. And she told me that she let everyone know that I was worried about it, that it didn't quite look like the person I was drawing. And she just decided to get... Minuet has a hard time understanding, what is acceptable to talk about somebody else. Vampires are very open, and they don't really hide things from each other. And so they don't get it. Like, why would you not just tell people? And so she told everyone that I was maybe struggling a little bit, and still am. And I was working on a drawing, and I wasn't sure the drawing was going to look like the person. It was going to be a fantastic drawing. Sometimes when you're drawing a person's face, it might not, like, it has to, the slightest little things will make it look not like that person, and therefore weird, despite being like a fantastic freaking drawing. Well, I put a lot more work into the drawing. It looks like the person. It's pretty, it's smashing. It's really good. It's a good drawing. And luckily, I hadn't timed it. I start drawings whenever my brain tells me to start drawings. But it turns out that it is the person's birthday on Friday. So I should have it done by then. And hopefully I'll have the progress video done by then, so I can tweet it out, and he will probably never see it because he has over 1 million followers on Twitter. And I get almost no engagement on my Twitter account. So, I can always try. But if people are interested in seeing what I have done, you have to show a lot of love for the producer, Nicholas. You got to show a lot of love to the Letterhack and all the mods in here and everyone who has helped to create this space. I got to see some love for all of them, for all the work that they've done and put into this. And while I'm waiting to see said love, remind people that you can follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Instagram, both as Sandee Lovas and as Left of the Box. On Instagram, it's already separated, but on the other accounts, it will be separated to Sandee Lovas will be for my writing and my art, and then Left of the Box will be for my politics. And it's going to be separated at some point soon. So I need everyone to subscribe to both or follow both or do whatever you do. I also technically have a TikTok channel for Left of the Box that I kind of almost never post on. I do from time to time. It takes a lot of work. Also, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. I got over 8K people now. Woot. I'm not seeing enough love yet. I'm not seeing enough love. I don't know. Not seeing enough love in the comments for me to show the drawing that I've done so far. Hello, JK. There we go. Hello, JK. Done 2 UK leftist streams. Time to join my Canadian US comrades. Workers of the world unite. Yes. Oh, yeah. No, there. It's hard to click on these when it's a moving target. But yes, today I have the plan to talk about my journey as being non-binary. Because it is one of the things that I do run into where people don't necessarily take me seriously. They're very sometimes dismissive because I was assigned female at birth. I'm fine with female pronouns. I present as female, so what's the big difference if they call me a woman, which I'm not? And the thing is that there's a big history to it. And if I had known what non-binary was when I was a kid, I might not actually be presenting this way. And part of the reason why I just go with the female pronouns is it's easier. You know, I do present as female, and plus I'm so used to using them for myself that I will misgender myself if I try to use another pronoun. So I'm not going to get mad at other people for misgendering me when I misgender me on the regular. But to understand who I am as non-binary, we have to go way back. Well, first I'll start more in the present. So how I figured out I was non-binary. It wasn't until I got onto social media, like Twitter and stuff like that, because up until this point, I had known people who were gender fluid or non-binary, but I never saw myself in them. You know, I never related to who these people were. So it didn't clue into me. It's the same with my autism, actually. I knew people who were autistic, but they weren't autistic like me, so it never clued into me that I could also be autistic. Well, social media. There are some pros to that, and sometimes it's about expanding your bubble, about seeing other examples, other role models, people, influences, and stuff. And this was when I joined Twitter, you know, talk of gender and putting pronouns in bios and stuff was still very popular. It's still popular, but it was like raging popular back then. And that just got me thinking about mine. And I was sitting around with a couple friends. One of them was a trans woman and stuff. And I remember just talking to them, being like, you know, I don't like, I wouldn't say I'm trans. I wouldn't say like, I don't feel that, but I don't think I'm a woman. And then it just finally clued into me after seeing all these people post as being like non-binary and stuff. I was like, oh, because basically, as soon as I took how I present out of the equation and I just focused on how I felt, it made so much sense. So much sense. And I look back in my history, in my childhood, my teen years, everything, and it was always there. It was just never identified. It didn't have a name. It was never talked about. And as we'll get into, being somebody who is assigned female at birth, taking on masculine traits, it actually goes really under the radar. And we'll talk about that as we go along. So you'll have to forgive me if I get a little bouncy on this because, you know, ADHD, it's a blessing and a curse when it comes to doing live streams. But yeah, so I am non-binary. She, her pronouns are fine. They, them pronouns are fine. I don't even care if people use he, him pronouns. And sometimes I kind of feel more the mask anyway. I just get a little bit more particular about people referring to me as a woman. And, you know, I appreciate people trying. If you mess up, I'm not going to beat people up. You know, if somebody at a store, you know, refers to me as ma'am or miss or a woman, I'm not going to get on their case because I present female. So it's never an issue per se. And it's always funny too when trolls come in and then they purposely say, well, you're a woman. Well, first of all, if they think I'm trans, they'll say, you're a man. And then I'll say, actually, I'm non-binary. And then they'll be like, no, you're a woman. It's like, just, they want to do whatever they think will offend you. And in that case, it just never offends me because I just find it ridiculous. And also there are some people who will be like, they'll pick up on non-binary and think I'm transgender in some way. And since I present female, they'll assume that I was assigned male at birth. And they'll be like, you're a man. And I'm like, that's actually kind of affirming. Thank you. Because there's times where I wish I could actually present completely masculine. When I have that urge, that desire to be able to just completely come in with my more masculine traits and feel it out a bit more. So I find it funny. Really, the only times that I get peeved with people is if they know but they don't care. Like they're people in my life and they don't try to seem to care. Again, if they mess up from time to time, but they're trying, mess up. That's not a problem. But if they know and they're dismissive and they don't seem to care or want to respect that about me, that's when it gets a bit hurtful. But for strangers and things like that, there's really nothing they could say to me about my gender that would upset me. Because I know trolls, and if trolls are just tossing names my way, it really has no effect on me. Like I really do not care. So that was when I clued into being non-binary. And since then, it was like instant light bulb. You see, like a light bulb like that one. And I never looked back. I never doubted it. From that moment, I never once doubted it. It was just so in me that I'm like, yeah, no, it is who I am. No doubts, no thinking, no hesitating, no second guessing. As soon as I clued in, got my birth certificate changed, got my passport with an X gender marker, got my other government ID with X gender markers. Other places where they like to label you as Miss or Mr. I would see if I could go and at least go for like a non-binary, the MX mix, all that sort of stuff. Because right now, I would say my preferred pronouns are she, her, Mr., sir, folk, they, them. Because if you're going to use like titles and things of that sort, let's go with the masculine. And a lot of that is there's still not a lot of terms for non-binary folks, like non-gendered terms when it comes to like Mr., Miss, there's mix, but there's a lot of other terms where the words just don't really exist yet, and we're working on it. Yes, Johnny, too late, buy my book. All the vampires in here are non-binary and polyamorous. Gee, I wonder where that came from. So that's when I clued into being non-binary, and it wasn't all that long ago. I guess it was about 5 years ago that I clued into it. But like I said, there's never been a moment, an instant of doubt or regret or thinking back to it. And if anything, when I look back on my life and whatnot, I realize more and more, yeah, I always was. And that's why, you can look at the statistics back then and be like, oh, only a certain percentage of people were LGBTQIA+. And that's because a lot of people were, but they just weren't identifying that way. Sometimes they just didn't know there were options. And the term like non-binary or being, gender fluid and stuff, that just was not a thing when I was in high school or elementary school. So, travel back with me now as we go and learn a little bit about who I was as a child and why it makes so much sense now. And I'm very in a fidgety mood. This is my pansexual kitty I got at the Pride Festival that I love. It's so cute. I love playing with. It's going to be one of those ADHD days. So we go all the way back to elementary school, before puberty and all that sort of stuff, where kids were just more, we don't care, do you want to play? It was that sort of stuff. And almost all my friends were male. And at recess, during lunch, I'd be playing with the boys, hide and go seek, tag, 3 lives. It's a ball game that you would use a ball and throw it against the wall type thing. Only they would give me more lives because I was a girl. I'm like, sure, I'll take them, but I don't need them. And back then, there weren't too many issues around it. And I liked hanging around with the boys more because I felt more like myself. I felt more comfortable than when I was around girls. Although I never wanted to be a boy. It's just I tended to vibe better with them, get along better. And I felt like I could express myself better when I was with boys. But I like to wear dresses. So, tomboy was one of the phrases kind of thrown around. And, there was also, it's one of those things that you're on a spectrum, and even my body was different than a lot of the other girls because I was stronger. I was one of the strongest kids in class, not one of the strongest girls, one of the strongest kids in class. So the physicality was there, and which is why I never needed those extra cheats that they always gave me. But I did like hanging around with the boys, and nothing much was ever said of it at the time. Because again, it wasn't so odd when the class had the option of going outside and playing handball or staying inside and doing skipping rope that I wanted to go with the boys and play handball. However, had I been a boy and wanted to go indoors and play skipping rope with the girls, that would have been seen as odd. People would have made comments about him being effeminate. They would probably tease him, call him gay, and all that sort of stuff if he wanted to do those things. But me, being a girl, wanting to do those boy things, I think a lot of the other girls back then probably saw me as being stuck up, but nobody teased me about it. It was never really an issue. And occasionally, like, there were times, like, I had girlfriends when I was in elementary school and stuff too, but I always felt like the odd duck out with them. I never knew how to interact with girls. I never understood a lot of what made them their feminine traits that they embraced. Even though, like I said, I still had feminine traits that I liked to embrace. Like, I would watch cartoons, and it would be all the cartoons. It didn't matter which cartoon. It would be like Transformers, G.I. Joe, followed by My Little Pony and Princess Show, whatever it was. I just love cartoons. And to me, they were never a gendered thing, but they were at the time. But it's a cartoon. And the same with like a lot of toys and outfits. It was never a gender thing, but like, another example of it's not odd for women to do it, but it would be odd for men to do it is this is a men's t-shirt. I bought it in the men's section. It's a Star Trek t-shirt. Nobody would think about it. Nobody would notice it. Nobody would bat an eye that me as a woman is wearing this men's t-shirt. Nothing weird about it. But if a man were to go and wear a t-shirt that is more feminine, it would stand out. You know, it's not something that would just blend in. It would stick out big time, and he would get noticed for it. So a lot of my non-binary traits just went completely under the radar. Then, right when about puberty was starting, I hit a bad patch in my life, putting it mildly, fell into a massive depression for reasons. As a child, put on a lot of weight, a lot of weight as part of this depression. And for that, I was teased horrendously, and I was singled out. And I had no idea how to control it, how to do anything about it. And then it became like a compensation thing, because I thought maybe if I could do my hair, my makeup, if I could be a little bit more feminine, if I could really embrace those traits, then maybe I wouldn't be teased so much for being massively overweight. It was like I was trying to compensate for the fact I was so ugly being fat, that I was trying to really embrace these feminine traits. And that was also coming at a time when, like I said, my life was not good back then, and there was a lot of really inappropriate things in my household, among other really bad things. And I was taught to embrace being a sexual being as a child, that it was a good thing. And part of being that sexual being was being very feminine. And so it was thought as being cute and funny when I was 10, 11 years old, and me and my siblings had our own phone line, and I could do a very sultry voice, and that was funny. So my mom and family would have me leave a message for the answering machine where I would use this sultry voice and be like, you have reached this number. However, if you are a man who has accidentally dialed the wrong number, please leave your information and we'll get back to you, or something like that, done in like a very sultry voice. And that was seen as funny, and that was embraced. Like, also, when I was in junior high, I remember one night I wanted to go to bed. It was late and I was tired, but my parents insisted I stay up and watch the end of this very funny movie because it was almost over and it was very funny and they were laughing, but I was tired and I just wanted to go to bed. And I was in junior high. That movie was Porky's 2. As in, I had already seen Porky's 1. And if you know those movies, you would know how extraordinarily inappropriate it would be to have a child that young watching them. But I was taught that, being a sexual being as a child was a good thing. And that's what made you important or attractive, was to be this sexual being. And so that also tied into me wanting to be very feminine in those appearances with the hair and the makeup. And then also hit puberty, especially with weight gain. I got these at a really young age. And so I was taught to embrace them, which I still do. Sweeney has nothing on me. Sydney Sweeney, yeah, she ain't got nothing on these white ones. And so wearing things that were low cut or slutty outfits. Because after the massive weight gain that I had through junior high, when I started high school, I went on to a Weight Watchers, the first time I went on Weight Watchers, my mom put me on it when I was 10, hence the constant issues with weight my entire freaking life. But I was able to not become skinny or slim, but just be like very rounded, like very curvy. Black guys loved my body. Unfortunately, I lived in a very white city, and it wasn't until I got to Toronto in my early 20s where I'm like, damn it, I missed out. Because black guys, oh my God, they loved my body. White guys, not so much. So I had a very curvy body. And again, I was taught that it was a good thing to emphasize it, to make myself more attractive by being this feminine creature. And being like trying to be sexy and all that sort of stuff. And that's where my worth was. That's where I believed my worth was. And I saw a lot of my other friends be able to get into relationships and stuff of that sort. And I never did, not in high school. I was attracted to a lot of people, sometimes more than one person, hence the polyamory that I learned later on in life. I think there were some people who thought I was a slut, even though I never went on a single date in high school because of the way I dressed and stuff. And then having the dark hair and the blue eyes and all that sort of stuff. And I would grow my fingernails long and all that. But I do remember being in high school and trying to figure out if this is what it means to be female. Again, it didn't feel right. It felt like something I was wearing. It didn't feel like me. And then also puberty happened. And so I wasn't one of the strongest kids in class anymore because, the boys and the testosterone, they all tended to bulk up. But I was nowhere near the weakest. So, there was definitely boys that I was still stronger than in high school. But then also the genders started to segregate themselves. I'm getting a message in the private chat. Oh, okay. The genders started to segregate themselves because whenever there was a mix, then the thing of dating or attraction or sexuality would become an issue. And so I had a group of friends who were girls. And also by that time in high school, my mom had separated from my stepfather. Good move. That was a good move. And that's when I also understood myself as being queer, because I remember telling my mom when I was like 16, and this is not something I would have been able to do if my stepfather had been in the picture. But I remember telling her, it's like, I'm into boys, but I don't think I've ruled out dating girls. And I've dated girls. So even back then, I knew that I was fluid when it came to sexuality, that I wasn't exactly straight. But it never came up because I was not attracted to any of my girlfriends. And I didn't bother to volunteer that information because I didn't want it to be a big deal. I didn't want them thinking that I would suddenly be attracted to them if they knew that I could be. Because ain't none of them were my type. But there were certain like TV stars and stuff like that I'd be like, yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Certain actresses. I always hate using gender terms. But female actors, I was like, yeah, they're on my list. They're on my list. So I knew myself to be queer back then too. But I still remember myself just wondering, like, is this what it means to be female at times? And it always felt very performative to me. Like it wasn't me. And again, it was, oh, yeah. Random question. The reference frame was the difference between queer and bi. Queer for me is a more encompassing term that doesn't necessarily mean, like, bisexual is a very distinct term, as in you can be attracted to male or female, like the two genders. However, I'm non-binary, so the term bisexual, if it were to be applied to me, would almost mean like I'm attracted to people who are non-binary and gendered. Whereas if I was like gay, I would only be attracted to other non-binary folks. If I were straight, I would only be attracted to folks with gender. So to me, the word bisexual doesn't exactly fit. So I tend to use queer as in you are not cis straight person. So you might be gender fluid, you might be all these things. It's a starting point to basically, I'm not cisgendered, I'm not straight necessarily by saying queer. And then I also say pansexual. That's this flag right here, the pink, yellow, blue. That's pansexual, which means you can be attracted to anyone of any gender. And I tend to use that. But then I also throw in the queer because I'm not cisgendered. That's all. So where was I? Right. So back in high school, and I just remember myself thinking, like, I don't necessarily feel like a girl, like feminine. But again, a lot of my traits that were masculine at the time went under the radar. Nobody really noticed it because, again, it's one of those patriarchal, misogynist things in our society. When I expressed more masculine traits, it was seen as a positive. Whereas, again, if you had a boy that would express more feminine traits, it's seen as a negative, that somehow you are less than, which is part of the reason why I don't like gendered terms being used as insults. Because there is absolutely nothing wrong with being feminine. Like to say, oh, you're a pussy, as in like you're feminine or a girl and stuff like that. And it's like, why? Like, women and girls are having feminine traits does not make you less than. But to me, that's the implication when you start attacking people for being more feminine, is that somehow it means that you're less than. But since I was a girl that would sometimes take on more masculine traits with things, it went under the radar because that was seen as a positive. You know, I had more confidence. I was more, I showed less emotion. That was just the depression. It's hard to explain what those traits were, only that I knew that they existed and it would show through. It's like a male masculine energy. And it wasn't until I was in my later teens that I was able to find a new group of friends that weren't just the default high school friends. And in it, I ended up friending the boys in there, again, much more than the girls. And it felt, again, I felt more like me with them. I felt like I could express myself more with the boys than I could with the girls. And hanging out with the boys made more sense. And I had enough of that masculine energy that they were all cool with it. Like, I didn't stick out to them. Whereas, if they wanted to go off and do something with just the guys, a lot of their girlfriends, would be hampers to that male experience. Oh, except me. I was the exception to the rule. Like, I could go and hang out with the boys when they wanted to do their guy things, and they would have zero issue with it because I hung out with them. Like, personality wise, I just got along with them. This caused a lot of problems because I think, what was it? 5, maybe 6 girls were afraid I was going to steal their boyfriend because I got along well with the guys. And one guy thought I was going to steal his girlfriend because we were close friends. Probably had signs that I was queer back then too. She was not my type. So that would always cause conflict. And that has, I don't know why, that has stayed with me throughout my life. Probably because I do get along with guys so well that other women are constantly paranoid and afraid I'm out to steal their man. I'm not a homewrecker. It's not my style. And I get along better with guys in that personality wise type thing. And so that would cause problems. But then, getting into adulthood and stuff, I remember sometimes hearing things like, oh, in the business world, if a woman wants to make it in the boardroom, they have to, do these performative male traits and stuff like that. And then they can fit in better in the boardroom. And I remember thinking, I don't have to pretend to have them. I am that. Like, I was saying out loud so many times that I am masculine in these ways. But again, it was always just brushed off. And I brushed it off a lot of the time as being, well, there's always outliers. Not all women will be the same. Not all men will be the same. And so I was just one of the outliers. I wasn't like the other women. But it comes to one of those things like everyone is slightly autistic. And then you start looking at all the things, and the things that make people autistic is they're way over here versus here when it comes to the spectrum. And there was constantly like, women always do this. Women act like this. Women have these traits. Women. And I was over here, whereas the regular flux within femininity tended to be about here. But I was always here, and I was always thinking, no, that's not me. That's not what I do. That's not what I like. That's not who I am. I do these different things. And I would outright say, like, I am more masculine in these ways, but I still love sparkly nail polish. I still had a lot of feminine traits that I didn't want to give up, and I didn't feel the need to give up. But I never wanted to be a man. And by default then, I was a woman. Because even then, as a young adult, the term non-binary did not exist. And so all these times, I never felt like I fit in with the girl groups. And there would be things like when I was trying to get involved in politics, there was always, again, I found this funny. Oh, it always takes a woman being asked about 5 times before she will step up and try to run for office or something like that. And I'm like, I volunteered. No one asked me. And then that's actually, in groups of women, that worked against me, because then they thought I had some sort of ulterior motive for running or something, because no one had to ask me. I just did it. Like, I didn't deal with a lot of the self-conscious issues that a lot of women tend to deal with. I had other issues. My body image issues they're beyond the norm of what is considered bad. They're way beyond the norm because of all the issues that I had growing up. And then at one point being severely overweight as an adult, and then having to get the surgery and all that sort of stuff, leaving my body a saggy mess. And yeah, my body image issues are probably worse than yours, as in, if you can have sex, they're not as bad as mine. Not that it's a competition. Anyway, So even as an adult, I would friend men easier than women, although I would have some women friends, but those friendships never seemed to last. And they tended to be more at an arm's length. Like I could go out with a woman, we could have coffee, everything was fine, but then we wouldn't talk for months and months and months. But when it came to actually like hanging out, going out to a movie, wanting to go for a hike or parties or anything of that sort, I wanted to be, it was always the men that I was drawn to. And then again, as adults and stuff, there was always that issue of potentially mating. And so many married wives and stuff worried that I was going to steal their husband if I was their friend. I just wanted to be friends. And I happened to be friends with men easier than the women, but it really restricted the friendships I could have. And I ran into this weird mix. And this is, again, what I was saying, that I really wish that at times I could present male, because sometimes I just feel like it. And I wish I could be accepted in male spaces. And the weird dichotomy, I don't know if that's the right word for it, that I face right now is based on appearance, I am accepted in female spaces. So like the, oh, right. Back when I was trying to run for office, there was a program for women who were interested in running for office, and it was catered to helping women run for office. And so I can be accepted in that sort of group, but I never feel like I fit in. But then based on appearance, I'm not accepted into male groups, but that is where I feel like I blend in more personality wise. And so I'm never really part of either group. And then it even translates into the men that I'm attracted to. So I am primarily attracted to men, like sexually speaking. When I'm looking for a man. However, queer, pansexual, I have had a girlfriend. Like if I meet somebody of a different gender and we hit it off personality wise and we click, then yes, I will date them. Like I'm not going to rule somebody out based on their gender. And then, sexual acts are a part of intimacy. So that's not an issue. But the men that I tend to be attracted to is straight passing gay men, or straight men who are gay coded, or what I think used to be called metrosexual. And here's the problem with that, is that I'm not masculine enough for the gay guys, and I'm not feminine enough for the straight guys. Because that's the funny thing about straight men, is that they don't want to be with a woman who at times has more masculine energy than they do. Or could be at par with them most of the time. And so my dating pool is a puddle. It's not very big. And so I still run into that issue now. So I need to meet like a guy who is pansexual. And also probably neurodivergent. I don't think I could ever date a neurotypical person. They do not make sense to me. My brain does not compute them. It does not compute neurotypical people. So when I finally learned about non-binary and what that meant, and I realized, like, again, once I took away how I presented and I just focused on how I felt, it just made so much sense, because I have no desire to be a man, to transition to be a man, but I also have no desire to be a woman. I'm non-binary. I don't feel like I have one or the other gender. I don't feel like I have a gender. So that's where it is. And, when I was a kid, had I not gone through the traumas that I went through, where I felt like I needed to sexualize myself, where I needed to emphasize the feminine characteristics, if I knew what the term non-binary was and could embrace it back then, I seriously doubt I'd be presenting female right now, like distinctively female right now. But as is, since it has been all my life, I am comfortable presenting female. And I do like doing my makeup from time to time and, wearing pretty dresses and things of that sort, painting my nails fun colors and all that sort of stuff. But I really wish at times that I could just present completely masculine. And I want to do like voice training on it too, to see if I could drop my voice. Because the thing is that for a lot of people with the estrogen, if you just drop your voice, it just sounds like you're still a woman who has dropped their voice. Like there's not that much. There's something in the estrogen, let's put it that way, that makes it sound more feminine, even if we try to lower it. So I wouldn't mind doing like some voice training so that I could have a voice that at least comes across a little bit masculine. When I do the video editing, I've done this a couple times for the sake of the video in certain parts where I will drop the pitch of me speaking. And I'm like, that's my man voice. How do I get that? How do I normally do that without having to use like the auto filter to do a man voice? So that is me as non-binary, and I'm still in that little conundrum of I'm not accepted into male spaces based on my appearance, and eventually I'm not really fitting in with the female spaces based on my personality. So I get in the door. I don't tend to stick around for dinner. But that's how I am as non-binary, and that's why I'm so happy when I see little kids like at Pride and stuff with the NB flag, which is this one here. I feel like I lucked out on the colors. Those are some awesome colors for a flag. When I see these little kids with their NB flags who know who they are at such a young age, who have parents that embrace it and support them, I just, like, my heart swells with joy to see that they have this part of life that I never got. And it's part of the reason why I fight so hard to make sure that they get to keep that. Because, I want them to have the life I never did. I want them to have a better life. I don't want people to go through the same shit that I went through for so many different things. And that's part of the reason why I do my YouTube channel and I fight for progressive values and stuff. I don't want people to suffer the same things I have. I want people to be able to embrace, their life and their joy and their talents and their art and just be who they are. And live to their full potential in a way that I never could and probably never will be able to. So, that's why, that's why I fight so hard to make sure that these little kids get to keep that. And, that's why when Donald Trump says he's declared there's only two genders, male and female, it's devastating. The thought of having to live in that world again. And I'm worried about it happening up here in Canada because, it doesn't take that much for Canada to follow suit. And the idea of having, now that I understand it about myself, the idea of trying to force myself to put on the outfit of woman again, it's not an outfit, it's a cage. It's something that is entombing me that I don't want to have to do. So, that's me as non-binary. So, I will check the comments and then I will check again to see if there is love for the producers and the mods and the people who've made this channel, because I kind of notice it out the side of my eye, but people should be aware that if you're going to send them love, you have to send them like actual words, because the little floaty emojis that happen, I can only sometimes catch them out of the side of my eye because I have the YouTube page open. In the StreamYards page, we don't see that. We don't get to see the little floaty hearts. And only some emojis come through. So I'm seeing like the heart with the hands. I'm seeing fingers crossed. But sometimes we'll just get the text of the emoji. So if you want to see the fucking amazing drawing I did, I've got to see in words love for Nicholas, the producer, the Letterhack, all the other people who have made this space possible. Love for the mods for doing the hard work of keeping subspace clean of what would be a bad thing in subspace. I'm trying to think of my Star Trek references. Didn't they had those wormy things. Yeah, there was those worms. Oh, no, that was the transporter. Never mind. I'm getting my Star Treks mixed up. They were worms because, well, they weren't worms. They were people who suffered a transporter accident and were appearing as kind of worms when you were kind of transporting. So that's not what they, What are bad things found in subspace in Star Trek? And I will also read some comments. But yeah, the drawing, it's freaking amazing. It looks like the person. I'm not worried about that anymore. And their birthday is on Friday. The thing is that not too many people will necessarily know who he is because he's not part of our regular leftist circuits here. He's from the UK. His name is Owen Jones. And my brain screamed at me to draw him. And so I had no choice. And it's like, not only just draw him, but it's like, you have to do a hyper realistic drawing of him now. And it's like, okay. And when I'm stressing and my brain is telling me this is how you're going to cope with it, and it actually gives me something to cope with my horrendous moods, I will latch onto it. And so I've been putting a ton of work into it. I don't know how many hours yet because I have to tally it up because I marked down like I started drawing roughly around 12:10 and I ended at 3:40. And so I would mark that down. So I have a bazillion of those to go through and start adding up minutes and stuff. Let's see what people were saying in subspace. That's what I'm calling it. I'm sticking with it. And people should be calling it subspace no matter who you're watching. And then by the time I scroll down to the bottom, I should be seeing love for mods and creators and producers. And then I will show the drawing. And then I'll need everyone's help with making sure Owen Jones actually sees it when I start sending it out on social media. Because like I said, he has like 1 million followers on Twitter. If I just randomly tag him, he gets a bazillion tags a day, mostly from people who absolutely despise and hate him, which I don't get. I don't get because I'm stepping in. I don't really know who he is. I know that he's advocated for trans rights before it was the popular thing to do back in the UK, as a journalist and a pundit and a writer. To be doing that, you're making your career very difficult. And he was doing that, and bringing like trans folks on to talk about it and talking about the CAS report and everything. And then he was pro-Palestine and promoting pro-Palestinian issues before October 7th. And then since October 7th, he has gone hard on it and is constantly covering it, has just done a brilliant job with it. And he's just like a really, really good person. So I don't know where the hate comes in. Maybe, it's because he's gay and the men are a bit upset on how they feel when they look at him because he's hot. And the men are probably like, I don't like the feelings you're stirring in me. I don't know. And then all the women are upset that he's not available to them. I don't know. That's my theory. I don't know how to say your name. Not shit. Yeah, it's weird how girls can dress like boys, but not vice versa, particularly patriarchy in action. Yeah. I can wear this male t-shirt anywhere. No one bats an eye. But if they were to wear the female tees where it's like the V cut and the super short sleeves that I hate and stuff like that, if a guy were to wear that, people be like, Let's see. If you have not seen Porky's, just as people are like, I know of them but haven't seen them, you just have to Google it and you get a good idea. But raunchy, sex, comedy, rapey. And I was taught that's humor. So I thought it was funny at the time. And I saw it at way young age, and I was exposed to other stuff like that on TV way, way too young. And that showed, like when like in grade 9, when I'm sitting around, because at that time it was a group of female friends, and we're all sitting around and we're all like, oh, so who do you think is going to lose their virginity first? And they all look at me and I'm like, yeah, probably. Although it turns out I was probably one of the last people too, because I had this really annoying rule that the person I lose my virginity to had to be my boyfriend. And I didn't go on a single date in high school. Rich P1K, I was the same way in high school with the girls, hung out with them far more than guy friends. Yeah, and we had those guys that would hang out with the girls, and sure enough, they were gay, but and John just mentioning the reminder, bisexuality is not necessarily gender exclusionary. It all depends on who says it, how they say it, what they mean. That's why I tend to just use queer or pansexual, because they tend to be understood as more encompassing, whereas bisexual tends to be, not all the time, but does tend to be more based on the binary. Let's see what people are saying. Nadia Vet Chambers, full potential, 13 years homeless. I'm sorry to hear that. I only went a year, and it was rough when I was in Toronto. And this person's, whose name, again, I cannot pronounce. I hate how Canada is so stuck to the Imperial USA. It's really bad. And then I'm also doing a lot of comparisons right now to the UK and Canada and the Liberal Party and the Labour Party and stuff. I'm like, hey, Canada, can we stop copying other people's homework? Could we stop? Just stop that. Nadia Chambers just saying, I'm immigrating to Germany in order to flee American Nazism. There is some sort of irony in that. Yeah. Ah, there, I'm seeing some love for this space and love you all and stuff like that. Rich P1Ks knows the episode of Star Trek I'm talking about. Yeah, the Barclay Transporter Anxiety episode. Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing some love. I'll show the drawing now that I only have 3 minutes left, because, you know, ADHD. I tend to forget. I will go grab the drawing. So like I said, this is hyperrealism, and I'll show you the difference. So my normal standard portraits are photorealistic. And the photorealistic is this one that I did of Ole. People remember this one? Ah. So this is a photorealism. I'm trying to get it so that the glare isn't on it. Which is good. It is good. And this is on a 9x12. Now, to do hyperrealism, the trick to doing hyperrealism is to do it big. Because when you do it big, you get the details. So this is hyperrealism. That's an 11x14. And so for people who know Owen Jones, say hi to Owen Jones. Let me get the glare off of here. No, maybe this one. There we go. And I'll try pushing this up to the camera so that you can see I did the freaking pores in the skin. And he had chapped lips in the picture, so he has chapped lips here. And you can see the little hairs on his neck sticking out. This is hyperrealism, but when you step it back, you don't even see those details necessarily. Here, if I turn that one off too. So this is hyperrealism. Nobody tell Owen until I post it. There we go. Let's put the lights back on so you don't see all my wrinkles. There we go. So yeah, nobody is allowed to tell Owen until I post this. So everyone, this is just between us and Subspace right now. And I'm probably going to do just like a little bit more tweaking to it. Like details you would never notice. But this is my favorite part of a drawing, where I'm doing like the details that are so freaking minor and small that, you know, even holding it side by side and studying it with a magnifying glass, you still might not be able to see the details, but I love this part of the drawing. It's such hyper focusing. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. But yeah, it looks like him. Because I was worried that it was like, it's a really good drawing, but I don't know if it really looks like him. And part of it is the picture that I took, like I used. I thought it was an older picture. Turns out the picture was just from June. And so it wasn't that old. Believe it or not. So that picture, this drawing is based on a picture that was taken in June. He's turning 41. What? He had to grow in facial hair just so people knew he passed puberty. So, it's time for me to stop, isn't it? Okay. So let's I just want to see the praise. I like when people praise something I know I'm good at. I do appreciate it. Like, that's the thing. It's yeah. Let's see. We got some, oh my God, it's always such incredible talent. Whoa, damn. Rich P1K still weirds me out how he and Owen Morgan look like brothers, LOL. Yeah. Nadia, that's a really good portrait. That's awesome looking. Thank you, everyone. I do appreciate it. But yeah, nobody tell him until I get it posted. The reference frame, wow, that is so good. I have no words to say how impressed by your talent I am. Why, thank you. Everyone can go to my website, sandeelovas.com, to see more of my art. I do commission portraits. I seriously doubt Owen will buy this if he finds out about it, because I don't think he could afford it. It took a lot of hours. I haven't tallied them up yet, but I know it's taken a lot of hours. And my standard portraits, like the one that I did of Doel, well, this isn't a standard portrait, because a standard portrait, this has her hand and some jewelry in it and a complicated hairstyle. So this isn't a standard portrait. So it would cost more than my regular. And a standard portrait is 500 Canadian. It's just the amount of time that I have to put into it, the skill and everything you're getting from it. When it comes for art, that's actually not that much. But yeah, it is what it is. Like, if you wanted to pay for it, sure, but it's part of my collection. I drew it for reasons. There's more reasons than what I just explained. And I'm not going to get into it because this would be another hour. It has to do with this, believe it or not. It's basically if Raphael and Lucas, the two vampires in there, would have a baby, it would be Owen Jones. And this is just, again, I could talk about this for another hour, and I know the producer's already like. So you can check out my art at sandeelovas.com. You can buy my book on Amazon as a paperback or an ebook. Go check out my YouTube channel, Left of the Box. I will be, I try to do regular news streams focusing primarily on Canadian stuff. Sunday evenings. I do plan on doing more. I'm working on a big video essay about TYT, which is taking me forever, and some other stuff. Social medias, you got me there? Good. Patron at Left the Box. Every little bit helps. Same, you can become a member to my YouTube channel, and you can become a member of the Sandbox. You see, I call my chat Sandbox because my name is Sandee, and the channel is called Left of the Box. Makes sense. And so I think with all of that, in the producer being like, okay already. Love you all. You're all great. Thank you to everyone. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that they did that.
Cocaine.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed, this that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got junk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who. They want you to comply.
Hello.
And there were two.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
I was gonna say, whoa, hold on, everyone! Don't all trip over each other trying to talk first today.
We'll still talk over each other. It'll be like normal. Should we tell them? So the Leftist Mafia has been shaken up a little bit. We decided to do a coup, and we kicked David, Ariana, Rebecca, and Lance all off the show permanently. So
right,
it's
not the Leftist Mafia anymore. It's the leftist small group of people.
Yeah, we're gonna be bringing in some replacements very soon. One of them, I can't spill on who that's gonna be, but it rhymes with
Pasan Hiker.
Mana Asparian and Masana. We're bringing Anna and Masana.
Just switch the first two letters. Switch the first letter of the first name and the first letter of the last name, and it'll give you a little hint of who's joining us. Ready for this one? Chris Cuomo.
He'd be certainly a vibrant addition to the channel. He would add some colorful commentary for sure. I'm sure we'd have some spirited debates.
Right.
Do we go full screen? I think that's okay,
too
right?
Close.
You think it's too close?
No.
I kind of feel like it's okay, but that's
it doesn't
fine.
matter
That's
to me.
fine.
It doesn't matter to me. I could get up close and personal with all.
Just because there's so much like blank space, since there's only two of us, that it kind of irks me. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
maybe it's my OCD. I'm not sure, but
No, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with
okay,
it.
okay. Well, there's still some great stuff to talk about today. Usually, this is more of a doom and gloom podcast, at least from my perspective. But there was some good news last night or yesterday, because there were 27 senators that voted against sending aid to Israel, which is now a record high, which is very, very encouraging to see. It should be 100% of Democratic senators. Nonetheless, that's a huge improvement, and I think that it indicates a little bit of a turning point within the Democratic Party. I'm not saying that they're all of a sudden going to be rah Palestine and, get good, but I think that they're finally waking up to the new political reality that their position is untenable. Will they try to just placate us and not actually meaningfully change? Sure. Nonetheless, I think that this is a positive sign. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a step in the right direction. It's always good to see those ranks grow, and I obviously we have to continue to we as in people as a whole have to continue to advocate for this for their congressperson, whether it be senator or house member or whatever, to vote in this way, and it's certainly a step in the right direction. At the same time, I feel like we're seeing a lot of people who are rhetorically trying to act as if they've always been outraged about this, and I think it's important to not let people rewrite history, but at the same time, we need to advocate that they are welcome to finally get it right. If they are someone in power, especially, and them finally getting it right could actually help stop, or at least apply pressure to stop what's going on, the genocide in Gaza, the starvation of innocent men, women, and children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. My headphones were going out.
Oh
They're
no,
dying,
I heard
but,
you. Did you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I got most of what you said. It just died towards the end. But yeah, no, I agree. I feel like it's sad that it basically had to get so much worse before it got better politically. And that's really the sad part, is that even though there's so many people, I think, cynically and politically calling for additional aid now, it may be too late, because I talked about an interview from an Oregon doctor who was a physician in Gaza for several months. He just came back at the end of June, and he said, if you reach a point where you are not fed and you go hungry, it's irreversible. Like, your organs like start to auto digest, like the gut.
I mean, it's already
auto-digests.
it's already gotten to that point, and we should say that, like, at this point, it's not, they don't just need food there. Like, obviously food will help the people who have not yet fallen into that category of the starvation and malnutrition, and they need doctors, because there are people who are going to be so far deep into this that you can't just drop food to them. Like, they're going to need they're going to need IV. They're going to need the food to be literally inserted into their body via tubes. Like, it's not, this is what happens when you suffer from this. It becomes more than just, I need to eat. It becomes a serious medical condition.
Yeah, you need intensive care. You need a lot. So just like dropping aid, that's not going to do much at this point for so many Gazans, and it's just or Palestinians in Gaza, I should say. And yeah, it's really gut wrenching to see, and it's nice to now hear so many politicians say how tragic it is to look at what's happening in Gaza. But the fact that they're doing it so late is really ridiculous.
Oh, look
David!
who's here, David Doel. We don't hear you.
Muted.
Yeah. Also, it looks like you are broadcasting from a 1980s tube television. Why is your... Do you see that too, Mike? Like, the quality looks like...
There we go.
There we go, yeah. It looked like standard definition from, like, a tube TV. But it's
I think
now.
you're muted, David.
Yeah, we still don't hear you.
Oh, it's... maybe I can Okay, I can't.
It says you're muted like in StreamYard. Like I'm trying to unmute you, but it won't let me.
Oh, okay.
There
I was
we
having
go.
I was turning on my soundboard and it was giving me weirdish, so I thought it was that, but okay.
Oh, okay. Nice
Well,
to
it's
see
great
you,
to have
David.
you here.
Yeah, I sent a message that I didn't realize it was just two of you, so I felt bad. So I'm like, all right, I'll come in.
It's all good. I mean, we were gonna deal with it. I mean, Lance, it's Lance's birthday, right? I don't want to
Yeah,
get it
it's
wrong.
Lance's birthday. Happy birthday to Lance, by the way.
Happy birthday, Lance.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
And then Ariana was going to join us, but there was mass flooding here in New York City.
That's crazy.
And if you were paying attention, you didn't go for a walk and take a subway to go wherever she was going, and then realize all the subways are flooded and you can't get back home. But not everyone pays attention to that stuff.
Doesn't New York flood like every couple of years? There's like a big flood.
We get a lot of it happens. Yeah, it was a big flood today because it was a mass amount of rainfall in a very short period of time. I think Queens, well, that's where I am, but in Queens and Brooklyn got it pretty bad. Certain areas were pretty flooded. I've seen lots of video clips, lots of pictures of flooded areas. My family, while I was doing the Majority Report today, they went out to get lunch and they got caught in it and they had to go through some serious flooding. But they were good. Everyone seems to be good. It is what it is, right?
That sucks. Damn.
Ariana is fine, everyone. Someone asked, I hope
Yeah,
Ariana's
she is fine.
She's fine. She's fine.
She
I wouldn't
messaged us, so
I wouldn't have made that joke if it was serious, obviously.
you probably would have. Let's be honest.
No, like if she was like, I'm literally drowning in Park Slope or something, I would have been like, oh shit. I would not have made a joke.
Well, that's good at least, but I have my doubts, Matt. Always the ones to make inappropriate jokes. Unlike me, I always make appropriate jokes
You are
at the
perfect.
perfect time.
Yeah.
Yes, I would never say anything uncouth.
If
or
Ariana was
unbecoming of
about
a leftist.
If Ariana was about 60 years older, you would be right there with me.
Fair point. Fair point. So I wanted to talk about the Nelk Boys. Have you all heard about the controversy where they platformed Benjamin Netanyahu and got extreme pushback from their audience? This was such an embarrassing thing. I did a video on it, but they were basically doing these softball interviews. They asked him what his McDonald's order was, and that was honestly like the hardest pushback because he said he prefers Burger King. It was honestly one of the grossest things ever. They got cooked by their audience. So after the backlash, when they realized how bad it was, they said they're going to bring on a Palestinian or a pro-Palestinian guest, and they chose to bring on Bassem Youssef. And my God, Bassem Youssef did not hold back. The things that he said, I haven't watched the whole thing. I just saw a couple of clips online. So not only did he say, listen, you can't infantilize yourselves. You're 30-year-olds, so you can't make it seem as if you're
Can we share
dummies.
clips here, or are they weird with like copyright stuff?
We could share their clips, yeah, because I was able to play their clips.
We should share that clip. So because I saw that one clip.
Yeah,
let's watch it. I don't
really
even know
good.
what you guys are
Like-
talking about. I mean, I do know about the
You have it there?
Boys interview with.
I have it all ready to go.
I know about the interview with Netanyahu. I know that they were steamrolled by their audience for it, thankfully.
Right.
And
He even called them out for calling Zoran Mamdani anti-Semitic because one of the guys had said, yeah, that guy, Zoran Mamdani, he asked Netanyahu about Mamdani, and he said that anti-Semite. And Bassem said something to the effect of, where'd you get this information? And he said, oh, I saw it on X. So like
They
these
just
guys are
parrot
complete
shit. They're so
idiots.
fucking stupid. Like,
Yeah.
I hadn't even heard of these guys, and I guess that's my
Same.
blind spot until the Netanyahu interview, and they're apparently massive.
I had come across them in 2021 when I was reporting on the mass amount of influencers scamming their fans with meme coins, like their own meme coins. And the Nelk Boys had at the time been one of the rare big influencers to criticize the practice of influencers doing that. And then shortly after they did, they criticized, and like a couple months after I wrote I put out my reporting, they launched their own meme coin.
Seriously? Well, that's not the worst thing about them, believe it or not. So I did not know a lot about them after their interview with Netanyahu. I looked into them, and apparently there's more than just the two Nilk Boys. It's like a rotating cast. And there's another Nilk Boy called Steve Will Do It, and he actually did a podcast with some other guy. I'm not sure if he's part of the Nilk Boys cinematic universe, but Steve Will Do It admitted that he is into bestiality. Not into bestiality. I should be more charitable. He admitted that he jerks off his dog.
Oh my god!
He literally admitted this. I don't know if we need to watch the clip.
So did they kick him off, or is he still part of the rotating cast?
Wait. When you
I don't
say we
know.
don't know, when you say we don't know if we need to watch the clip, I hope you're not talking about a clip of.
No. And it's crazy
Then
because
I
it
would say
clicked for
yes.
me.
We definitely don't need to watch that one. We don't need
Back
to watch
when
that clip.
No, of course not. Back when I used to watch the H3 podcast, embarrassingly, I was a fan of them, but they actually played that clip of Steve Will Do It talking about this, and they were making fun of him for it. And it clicked with me after this podcast. I'm like, wait, isn't that part of the Nilk Boys? And that's how I originally heard of them, but I had kind of like destroyed that information in my brain because I didn't want to know about this guy who jerked off his dog. Deeply fucking disturbed person. The way that he described it was him being like sympathetic to his dog because his dog can't reach his junk. And so he was empathetic because it's like, well, I would want to do it if I were a dog, but I couldn't. So I'm doing that for my dog. Like, I'm not joking. Like, these are the types of people that we're dealing with here. They're truly mentally ill and so idiotic that he did not think sharing that would be a bad thing to share. Like, I mean, like the fact that he did that, insane. But he shared it and was like, yeah, no big deal. So that's just to give you like a little bit of insight into these people. We're not dealing with normal human beings. We are dealing with subhuman degenerates who suck off war criminals. We should call them the Milk Boys because they milked Netanyahu's dick. But thankfully, they got cooked by Bassem. I'm not sure what this clip is. This was shared by somebody who just said that they got cooked. It's like general stuff. But I have specific clips if they don't address like the Zoran portion here. But I'll just go ahead and press play.
We should have grilled him 50,000, 100,000 times harder, but something we can't get back, and we'll probably always regret
Of course,
that,
but I know you can't get back this like trip in Israel, but I'm just telling you, this was like part of a much bigger propaganda effort, right? And a country that spends $150 million on its image, they are covering something. They when they spread all of this propaganda, it's like, we're not starving people in Gaza. You understand that this conversation has been happening for 2 years. First of all, I'm not absolving you from your trip. You guys are not little kids. You are fucking 30 years old, right? People in your age have families and they have a career, and you need to stop. I'm just saying this because you're my little brothers, but you're not little, right? You need to stop infantilizing yourself. It's like, we're just stupid people doing stupid stuff. You're 30 years old and you need to be aware of what's happening in the world, and that your reach and your platforms mean something and it affects people. And I think the biggest reason why people were so upset for you, not because you brought someone and you didn't contest him, that it is the talking point that he used is the same talking points that have been used for 2 years to kill thousands of people, right? So, I mean, and part of the reason why people were so angry is that, forget even if you don't know anything about the conflict, there was like a total lack of critical thinking.
Yeah, there's more to this, but
How
great.
like what did they think the response to this was going to be? I don't understand why. Like, what did they think?
Right.
I'm trying to understand what did they.
I don't
did
think they thought that's the problem.
But did they think?
Right.
Did they think like they got because like their love of Trump, it would be the equivalent or something? Like they got. I'm sure their audience was
Part of it was
big into-
clout. They admitted
it's
it was
clout.
clout inadvertently. They were like, wow, we used to do pranks, and now we've got this international leader on. And in a different clip, he says, we knew that he was controversial, but we were ignorant to what was going on in Gaza. And so it gets worse because one of them admitted that the questions were scripted. Like they gave them a sheet of questions that they could ask, and they're like, "Well, we deviated from." But I mean, they very clearly did not deviate because they didn't
Wait, so
ask him a single challenging question.
The Burger King question was something they were given.
Well, that might have been the only time when they deviated, right?
But maybe not. Maybe they were like given this, and they were like, "Oh yeah, this sounds totally good and above the board, and something we should ask."
Didn't the White House set it up? Isn't that what they said?
It wouldn't surprise me if that.
Yeah, the White House set it up. So like
Yeah.
they're like, they probably thought, oh wow, this is like so cool. The White House setting up this interview with this world leader. This is a big deal. They were just purely thinking about clout and like how cool it was to have a world leader. They didn't like these people are fucking stupid. Like I
right.
That isn't to absolve them of what they did. It's just to like these aren't like evil people being like we're gonna recycle Netanyahu's image, but that's what they did by being that goddamn stupid.
Right. No, but also like I'm so happy that Bassem Youssef called them out for like their response. Like all these fucking guys, they do this shit. They fucking get the audience. They get the platform that they have, and then they fucking do shit like this that goes well beyond what they're able to do, but they just do it because it'll get them attention, and they fucking shrink into this little fucking shy little boy type character. We're like, oh, we're just stupid. Like, what are we supposed to know?
I'm just a small bean. Ooh, I didn't know any better. It's insufferable.
Also, but like this even extends to like them being 30-year-olds with a fucking prank platform. You're fucking 30 years old.
Well, they were
doing fucking
pranksters.
Pranks.
They've
Like,
grown up since then.
Oh, please, yeah, grown up. And done,
Clearly.
yeah. I mean, I hate this shit, man. I seriously think these people are scum of the earth. I think people like this, all these fucking influencers who fucking got careers doing shit like this, are scum of the earth, the lowest of the low.
And what's funny is that this actually backfired in a way for Netanyahu as well, because he doesn't have the riz. He's deeply unlikable, and they got so much heat that in a stream that they did on Kick after the interview went live, they said, oh yeah, it made sense because one of the commenters said, and I'm paraphrasing, one of the commenters said that it's as if you interviewed the modern day Hitler, and that made so much sense. I didn't think of it that way. So I mean, like,
so
not the best thing you want to hear if you're Benjamin Netanyahu. Didn't go over swimmingly because the obvious attempt here was to win over younger people, younger men in particular, on the podcast circuit. So it did not work. But still, the fact that they tried to launder the reputation of a genocide heir, this is something that they should never live down. Like, they need to carry this shame for the rest of their lives. They have to be remembered for this because you cannot allow this kind of shit to happen. Like, if you are going to platform somebody who has murdered hundreds of thousands of people, you never get to live that down. I'm
But
sorry.
also, like I don't believe they really fucking like care. Honestly, like the idea
I don't
that
think they
have,
do either.
Like they have Bassem Youssef on. You know what this does for them? Like, it's great that he does it because I think it's important that he speaks to that audience. You gotta, you have to take it where you can get it, and certainly these guys have a large audience, but the thinking from these people, we know what they think. They just view this as, oh, even more content.
Yeah.
Oh, this will get us in. I mean, you see how this has benefited all these guys. These guys don't care. They have no introspection. They have no morals. And this goes for people like Logan Paul, all these guys. Everything to them is just another chance to make money, generate more views, get a larger audience. They don't give a shit. They have no shame. There's nothing like anything I just meant. There's none of it. There's none of it. They are. If I was a religious person, I would say these people are soulless because they truly have nothing in them. That there's nothing.
Yeah, it's just opportunism and clout, and yeah. Okay, this is the next clip here.
Like if I start,
You know what it is? I think
Mm.
some of the shit's so dark.
Yes.
That you almost don't want to believe it.
Exactly.
I think that's part of the problem.
It's
like
that-
when you say something like that, my initial reaction is like,
This is a conspiracy.
I don't want to believe it. Not
Yeah.
a conspiracy. I don't want to believe it because it's like, it's scary how fucked up that would be
Yeah.
if it was true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's why I didn't want this interview to saying like, hey guys, you fucked up, you're terrible people, look what you did. And I didn't want to just chase every single lie that Netanyahu says because it's exhausting. I just wanted you to understand the level of psychopathy that this regime is. like.
And there's another clip here that.
I mean, I think Boss Musa is being very generous to them. He's obviously on their show, so I get it. But I would say that psychopathy extends to these guys as well. I mean, the idea, like, like his answer, I don't want to believe. You don't want to believe it. It literally, this is like something I could imagine a small child sitting next to Miss Rachel saying this to her, and her explaining what's going on in Gaza because she's fucking one. Yeah.
It's cope and damage control, so that way they don't look like they're monsters. It's like, no, because that same guy who said that admitted that he was ignorant to what was going on, but now he's saying later on, it's so bad. I just couldn't believe it. I had cognitive dissonance. When no, you knew well aware what you were doing, and you chose to do it anyway because you wanted the clout.
I believe there are people who are ignorant to what's going on. And those are people who pay. They're not in politics at all. They pay no attention. They don't. They're just. I get it. There definitely are. I would say if you have a fucking podcast or a show or a platform or whatever, and you endorse Donald Trump, did videos with Donald Trump, and then you're being given Netanyahu, and you fucking know who Netanyahu is, even just on a base level, like basic knowledge, you know enough. Give me a break, please. To not know, to not be educated on the very basics of Israel is perpetrating. At least if you don't know what genocide is happening, Israel is perpetrating a horrific act on innocent men, women, and children in Gaza. It is absolutely impossible to not know this basic level stuff if you ever spend even a few minutes online. And it's especially impossible to say you don't know if you do any sort of current events related online show. Give me a break.
And if they really don't know, then don't have the people on. Like, I don't, dive into topics I don't know anything about. Like, and I'm someone who reads this shit every day. But if I don't feel comfortable discussing a certain topic, I'm not going to get into it until I know enough. Like, for these people to really not know anything, or at least, have just a basic understanding, they at least have the awareness to understand you cannot tackle this in a way that is going to be worth, I mean, I guess it's worth their time because they got the attention. But worth the time of society to hear what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I mean it's clear they feel this way not because they had some sort of revelation. They feel this way because they received blowback and they had no idea that much of the audience, their audience, would be against Israel. Because if it was the other way around and they heard nothing but good things from at least a significant portion of their audience, then this oh, I don't know what we did would not be happening. Give me a break. They would be dunking on the pro-Palestinian activists just like any other run-of-the-mill conservative if their audience wasn't against this.
This is a clip. I have two more clips to show you. This is a follow-up to what they were just talking about laundering the reputation of Netanyahu.
That video, guys, that you did, it has 7.5 million views on YouTube. Even if October 7th didn't happen, you unknowingly were used as a part to launder their propaganda and give people and just like go into their heads and just like plant these horrible images about Palestinians. So people's like, oh, there's just a bunch of people staying in tents. It's okay to kill them. So you understand?
No, I'm just trying to digest it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give
me a break.
Yeah. So it's
that dude in particular. I said this when I did my video. I don't know his name, but you could tell there's just nothing going on up there.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Dumb as a fucking box of rocks. My God.
There are certain people who you could just look at and know that the cymbal clapping monkey is just in that head of theirs. That's it. There's nothing going on in there. You could just tell. Yeah.
Just
give me a
nothing.
break. I mean, the interview is still up on their YouTube. I checked.
Yes.
Usually I wouldn't say take you down because you should fess up to your shit. But I mean, at the same time, like, what purpose is this serving?
Yeah.
Yeah. It hurts them because there is not a single comment that is in favor of the Milk Boys. All of them are shitting on them. saying they unsubscribe. And people say that all the time if you post anything, right? As a creator, we know this. But I checked their social blade. It says that they lost 10,000 subscribers. Now, that could just be like they went from, 2.1 million to 2 point, like it could, it might not mean a
Because
lot.
like who's the audience for that channel to begin with? Other dumb people,
Right.
I have to imagine. Like who else is going to be watching them?
Yeah.
So that's also why like what they did is so destructive, because you're interviewing Netanyahu favorably to an audience that I'm sure are sponges that just don't know shit because they're watching you.
Right. It's like they are part of this podcast sphere along with the Rogan viewers, where they just kind of listen and parrot whatever they see and hear. They're like sponges where they soak up whatever bullshit, is shoveled down their throats. So yeah, the fact that they rebelled is impressive for the audience. And I think it kind of speaks to just how bad Netanyahu is and the way he's perceived in the US. This clip here is him asking about the accusation that Zoran Mamdani is anti-Semitic. Because that was like the way he said it, just matter of factly. Yeah, this anti-Semitic guy, Zoran, was so fucked up. So you're going to see Bossum confront them on that.
Right. So, for example, when you were in interview and you were talking about New York, it's like, oh, Mamdani, that guy is like anti-Semitic, right? Where does this come from?
Just stuff I see on X.
Yes, stuff you see on X, but you don't question why is he anti-Semitic, right? What did he say, though? Right?
I mean, what do you say to that? Like, what the fuck?
These
I
guys
just saw it
are
on X.
I mean, listen. I think it's obvious they're playing stupid here. Like they fucking.
I think so
they-
too.
If you wanna like get down to it, these guys are probably fucking Zionists. I mean, look at who they interview. Like the idea that they're playing.
You think
let's
they
see who
have like a
interview-
fully formed opinion on Zionism? I think they're just stupid.
No, I mean, when it comes to Mamdani, I think they probably think he's an anti-Semite because that's the conservative line. Like, look who they.
Yeah, that's
fucking
because they're
interviewed.
stupid. I don't know if they actually believe anything. I think they're just parroting shit they hear.
Over the past year, this is who they've interviewed. All right, you got some UFC guys, Dana White, who is Donald Trump's
Already.
supporter,
Yeah.
John Jones, Bill Maher, Byron Donalds. Why they interviewed Byron fucking Donalds? But they're interviewing Byron Donalds, Sean Hannity, Theo Vaughn, Aiden Ross. We got Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Donald Trump, Jordan Peterson, Kevin O'Leary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Patrick Bet-David, J.D. Vance, and then get this, right before J.D. Vance, their interview right before him was with Will Smith. I mean, these are guys who clearly are conservative, and they didn't fucking call Mamdani an anti-Semite because they're just dumb influencers who fucking just looked on X and saw they was being called an anti-Semite, so they just... No, these fucking guys are trying to play it up now that they made a big mistake and that they're not those guys. They are. These guys are dumb. They're dumb, and they are right-wingers. The two are not
they're definitely
exclusive,
both those
mutually exclusive. Yeah.
Ironically, after they brought on Netanyahu, they did this stream, or whenever their interview went live, I referenced the Kick stream when they were talking to audience and whatnot. So they chatted with Adam Friedland and Hassan about like why this was bad, and it was a great conversation. Adam Friedman was like, "Why don't you just go back to pranks?" And then they ironically brought on Nick Fuentes, who explained why you shouldn't platform people like Benjamin Netanyahu. So I just feel like there's no hope for them, to go from modern day Hitler to a neo-Nazi. Like, I feel like you have to stick a fork in them. They're done. There's no learning. Their brains are incapable of learning. Like the neural synapses there's no sparks there, right? Like there's nothing there. So I feel like if you are a fan of these dudes, you owe it to yourself to listen to somebody that's more intelligent, who's not gonna kill off your brain cells, because like this is truly just like, to say it's slop would be a compliment almost. Like that's how shitty this is. And by the way, I found the clip. I'm not going to play it for you all because we don't need to hear that. But if you want to see it yourself, there is a clip. If you search Steve Will Do It Dog, it is this clip right here. where he talks about jerking off his dog. So yeah, that's the kind of people we're dealing with, where they are caveman, barbarian, feral, fucking imbeciles who don't know their ass from their elbows. Genuinely am impressed that they haven't died because they like forgot to breathe at some point. I just like I have nothing for them, like no respect at all. They're so fucking brain dead. It hurts to see them so popular. Like we've been struggling for years to like build platforms, right? And then for them to just like be pranksters and then convert to political commentary. It's like like what qualifies you to talk about
There's no
politics?
meritocracy in this shit. It's
right.
Like it's capitalism. Like the less of empathy, like the less empathy you have, the more successful you are, because you don't like these guys are just chasing money. You know, if I did my channel just chasing money, not caring at all about anything, like first of all, I couldn't operate that way. But I'm sure I would be in a more financially successful place than I currently am. But I can't operate that way. That's not what motivates me. But you know, if that's all that motivates you, and you have that drive, and in addition to that, you have people around you who are well connected, and you know are able to bring you to where you are, which I'm sure these guys have people around. Like they aren't the ones setting up interviews with like Byron Donald. Like you know, other people are just doing those interviews, so that they have people around them that are doing a lot of the work. It's going to benefit you financially to be able to just operate in a way that you do not care about your impact.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like if you really just wanted to be a grifter, I think that all of us are smart enough to easily like ride that gravy train. I have it the easiest. I could just be like the gay, anti-gay, anti-trans individual. I would get invited on Fox News. I would have tons of views, go on Steven Crowder. But I think I care more about sleeping at night and making the world a better place. Like we have developed ideologies and philosophies and goals for the world, whereas these people, everything is content. Like if you can get clicks off of somebody suffering, they're gonna go for it. It's just there's too many people like that. There needs to be more of a meritocracy. We need to have standards.
I feel bad like putting a caps lock word in my titles. Like that's how far gone I like, I have to like really mull it over. Like, oh, does this really deserve to have should this word really be caps? Like that's the level that I'm at. So like I can't like these people that are just completely out of their goddamn minds. Just posting whatever the hell. Like it's without a second thought. It's just it blows my mind that people can operate that way when they have that kind of platform.
Yeah, because that's a great point. Like we agonize over the shit we put out. If we fuck up, we correct it. You always see me once in a while having like a pinned comment with a correction or just a clarification.
Yeah,
like
I
want to add to the world in a positive way. And if I am not doing that, I will remove myself from like this space. So just the fact that people with such large platforms have no sense of responsibility to me is baffling. And I think there's these are the people that you know in real life that are just like these stunted adults that never mentally grew out of high school. They just always have that like childish teenage mentality. They never grow up. They always act immature, always like think that the world revolves around them, have main character syndrome. And like some of these people, they ended up having really big platforms, and we're seeing like the effect that has on society. But then there's also just like the opportunism. Like, you know, when the Nelk Boys platformed Netanyahu, there's also the discussion in the same week about Jubilee and how they platformed Nazis to debate Mehdi Hassan. Now, I bring up Jubilee as a segue to another Jubilee clip because I don't know if you all heard, but Cenk Uygur is going to go on Jubilee, and they just released the teaser for it.
Oh, they did? Oh,
What?
shit. I didn't know. Oh,
They
boy.
just released the teaser.
I gotta see this.
And as much shit as I talked about Jubilee, I may have to watch this Jubilee video. The slop just keeps pulling me back in. I'm part of the problem.
Not so great, honestly.
I wish it wasn't him doing that debate. Like I'm fine with that debate, obviously, but like
It's a reasonable debate.
I feel like he's not the person to make the arguments.
Also,
not
it's
gonna
very.
make it look bad.
I think it comes off very bad to be like, in claim number 4, money controls everything in politics. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur, leader of Wolfpack, Pack, and Pack.
From the Polymarket Studios.
I think
Yeah, I don't know.
I think going in and trying to be like the guy that's going to go after Democrats and Republicans. This format does not. It just came off as muddled. I didn't know. I mean, I guess because it's just the teaser, and I guess when each person sits down and you watch the whole thing, you'll have more of the context. But from the teaser, it just felt muddled. Like he wasn't getting any point across because it's just his stance going in is muddled. You know, like he's going after Democrats and Republicans, like, which is fine. Obviously, we do that, but it doesn't really. That doesn't really. That's not really how this show is formatted to do that. You know what I mean? Like,
considering a lot of his messaging is about trying to talk to right-wing voters, I feel like this debate is not the right debate for him. He should he should be in the debate with the right-wingers. If that's what he tries to message his entire thing around. Like he tries to get those people. He shouldn't be the ones talking to I guess centrist Democrats. Like, who are these people? Like, are they working in the party? Like, what young person takes the perspective of defending the corporate establishment? Like unless you're working within the party, unless you currently have a job with the Democratic Party, it just seems like, how do they find these people? It's very bizarre.
And not that Cenk would be the best person to debate this subject, but I feel like for him, it would make sense for him to debate like liberal Zionists or something like that, because he's actually really good on this issue when he debates them on Piers Morgan. Same for Anna. They do a great job just on this one topic. You deviate from that, then the commentary is usually dog shit. But like for this, like you both said, it doesn't really make sense. I think you either have to pick where you are going up against establishment Democrats or Republicans, because you're arguing with both, and the whole point of the show is like they vote each other out. So if somebody's up there, you raise red flags.
It sounds like he's arguing against Democrats, though. Is he arguing against both? It sounds like
supposed to be
the way his arguments are created. It sounds like he's arguing against like establishment Democrats.
So I can find the clip actually. He described it as uniparty versus establishment. I think. Let me try to see if I can find that clip.
Because the way that the debate came off to me is that he's arguing from a left-wing perspective against center right Democrats.
Yeah, so there's a little bit more context here from this clip shared by Natalie Marie, where he was asked about it on the Young Turks.
Let's go to Super Chat. Kenyatta Gain says, I would love to see Cenk do a Surrounded Jubilee episode like Mehdi Hassan. Well, ask and ye shall receive. That'll be coming out soon. I debated 20 people, 10 Republicans, 10 Democrats. Populist takes on the Uniparty. So
that doesn't really make any sense.
Ought to be a dude.
How do you do what?
It's such a bad.
That's very bizarre.
Yeah. Populist.
I would have been fine. I would have been fine with him doing either, honestly. Whether he wanted to do one going, I mean. But this is it's his thing's his appearance is gonna be very muddled, because no one is going to be able to really take away anything, because he's gonna be playing both sides.
Right. Yeah, and like, who's defending the Uniparty? Precisely?
Exactly.
Like,
that's why I'm who's defending that? The only reason they're in power is because they have all the fucking money. But like that's no one is in favor of corporate control.
Well, that's been his that's been his thing for a while, right?
Yeah,
but
what's
like
the Uniparty during this hyper polarized environment? There is no Uniparty.
I mean, the Young Turks for the past year, I feel like, have been fighting a battle against like this omnipresent Uniparty that just does not exist.
Yeah, you can say that I get both parties agree on certain things like Israel and whatnot, but like the Uniparty is such an amorphous term that doesn't really make sense. Like you're vaguely referring to the government as a whole, which is shitty, I guess. But like, I just don't know any quote Uniparty people.
Well, here's the thing. Like his take is that Democrats and establishment Republicans are the same, because they're all owned by money. They're all, corporations. I get that claim. So then your beef should be with the lobbyists and mega corporations, should be with the big banks, with the financial industry, with the big real estate companies, with organizations like BlackRock, with big tech companies. but instead he just keeps punching at these Democrat and Republican politicians who he say are owned by these people instead of going after them. It's very bizarre. I don't get, like, it's just a waste.
It should have been like capitalist versus millionaires and billionaires or something, since they buy the politicians.
But they're also capitalists. that's why his arguments are always like in this day and age, like, 10 years ago, whatever, his arguments were, I think, effective and fine. But like in this day and age, arguing from the position of, hey, I'm a capitalist, but also I'm against corporate control of government, even though they're all capitalists too. It's just there's no coherent message to any of it, or ideology, but not that you need an ideology, but there has to be a coherent, principled message of what you're arguing. And it doesn't make sense when the very system that you are against is only existing because of the system that you support as a capitalist.
Right. Like, that's the logical conclusion of capitalism. Like, do you think that capitalism, like, just it stops once it gets to democracy? I just, it's a contradiction and a conflict that I don't think he's really grappled with yet. Because I don't think that him and Anna, the same way, I don't really think that they have any fleshed out political ideas. I think that they have goals and things that they want and policies they support, but I don't think they actually have like a cohesive vision of what they want the world to look like. I mean, maybe they do, maybe like social democracy, or like, I don't know, these days, maybe like conservative democracy. I'm not really sure what they want. But like, for me, like, I think like I have a very specific vision of what I want, whereas I don't know, based on their politics, that they have the same thing. And if that's the case, like, you can articulate like a coherent and like consistent politics, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult, which is why sometimes I think that like he gets off course and just sounds like contradictory and kind of stupid, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm curious how this debate turns out, even though I don't like Jubilee and think they should go away.
yeah, I'm on that train too. I'm on the fuck Jubilee train. What's funny is that, so I don't know if you all have heard of the Internet Comment Etiquette YouTube channel. Hilarious channel.
The what channel? Sorry, I missed it.
Internet Comment Etiquette.
No.
So it's not necessarily political, but sometimes he'll shit on conspiracy theorists and right wingers. But he actually did a video on Jubilee recently, and it's very, very funny, where he finds like the founder of Jubilee, and it's this guy who did a TED Talk about how he launched Jubilee, this digital media company, to just bring the world together. When it's like, bitch, you don't care about that shit. You just want to make money. What are you talking about? Like, that's the exact opposite is what Jubilee is doing. But yeah,
he did an interview with what's her name? God, now I'm blanking. But he did an interview where he said the same thing. Where it's this is about bringing people together and empathizing. Yet that's not the debates that he sets up. He's not setting up debates where he's trying to get people to agree. He's purposely setting up debates where it's like these people versus these people, and they're going to fight to the death. Like there's no attempt to try and connect with the other side and understand them, and like that's not at all of what he does. Like it's this justification after the fact of, wow, this is very successful for me, and now I have to justify why this is okay to do, even though it's clearly not improving the discourse.
Yeah. I don't like Jubilee. Fuck
Taylor
'em.
Lorenz, that's who it was. Yeah, somebody in this.
Oh, right. But with that being said, I might have to watch the Jenk one.
I just hope it's not. I hope it's not terrible for him, because then again, even if he like loses the debate, it's not going to hurt anything. Nobody agrees with the other side, so it doesn't.
The stakes are very low. I feel like you could go.
Yeah,
to
it's a very low
debate,
stakes debate for
get
sure.
your cheeks clapped, and it doesn't matter. Like,
it wouldn't matter
your
at all.
followers will think that you destroyed the opposition. It literally does not matter. It's a blood sport where everybody's a winner essentially. It just depends on who's watching, right?
Yeah.
So there was other shit that happened this week. I don't know if you saw Pete Buttigieg. I did a video about this today. And Pete Buttigieg decided to be the latest Democrat to throw trans people under a bus on NPR. I tweeted about this, and I had so many people in my comments namely transphobes, of course, and conservatives and TERFs, calling me homophobic for attacking him. But there were liberals who were like, oh my God, you're taking him out of context. That's not what he said. The actual video of him talking about trans people is exponentially worse. So he doesn't just say that there's serious fairness issues with trans athletes in sports, all 5, literally just 5 in the country. But he says he misgenders them. It's subtle, but he misgenders them. He says it boys in girls sports. So he calls trans girls boys. And he also says that the parents who object to their kids playing sports with like trans kids, they actually have a case. It's legitimate. And we have to approach those people, the bigots, with empathy. It was such a bad moment for him that I feel like it should be disqualifying. And my video was about like the response from LGBTQ plus people who are like, what the fuck? Because like everybody knows that I hate Pete Buttigieg, but I felt like it would be more compelling to see what people who don't hate him have to say. Like there was a campaign staffer who's like shitting on him relentlessly. This is somebody who worked for him in 2020 and came out to his husband as queer, and she's like, fuck him. Like they're just like completely outraged. People who looked up to him, because like there was no spinning this at all. What he said was transphobic. I could pull up the clip if you all want to watch it, but it's not super long. But
Yeah,
what he
sure.
said was just very,
I haven't
very
seen this, but
it's cynical. As
it is
fuck and
disqualifying,
depressing.
and I feel like, you know, who knows what the next election looks like because Trump and everything. But
Right.
I do feel like the Democratic Party base is at a point where they're not taking shit anymore. Just looking at data right now, and of course data can be flawed, but like Democratic Party less popular than Trump in some of the data I'm seeing. Like the Democratic base has dropped the party. They do not like the current makeup of what the party is because they do not see people fighting for them. And
Yeah.
you have a motivated younger base, but I don't think it's just younger people. Like people generally are just disgusted at the lack of humanity that the party shows towards Palestinians, and that is going to reverberate in other issues like this.
Yeah, I mean it's hurting the party because there was a poll that came out. I can't remember if it was from YouGov, and I think it was Data for Progress, where it showed that in the New York City primary, 62% of voters said that they were motivated to come out and vote for Zoran Mamdani because of his position on Palestine, and 78% of them thought that it was a genocide. I think like 60 some odd percent wanted to arrest Netanyahu. So the party is completely out of step with the base. And now that you see some politicians, namely Gavin Newsom, Seth Moulton, Rahm Emanuel, ones who are very clearly, trying to run for president in 2028, throwing trans people under the bus, they think that that's going to help them win over conservatives, but it's going to hurt them because they're just making them more alienated with their own base. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. But that's what this guy, like, he asked the question about, hey, Rahm Emanuel says this. And, Pete Buttigieg is savvy enough to be able to respond in a way that doesn't dehumanize trans people, but he uses like fucking almost therapy speak and like social justice language to just throw trans people under a bus, which is why I think a lot of liberals were reluctant to call what he said transphobic when it was explicitly transphobic. So I'll go ahead and shut up and play it because, yeah, this really pissed me off.
Gave an interview to Megyn Kelly just the other day, and she asked a series of questions about trans people. He ended up contradicting most Democratic Party orthodoxy about trans people.
Talking about Rahm Emanuel, by the way.
Ended up by saying, agreeing with the idea that a man cannot become a woman, and then said he was going to head for the witness protection program because he was aware that some Democrats would be unhappy. What's your approach to that, and how would you try to appeal to people who disagree with you about it?
Well, I think the approach starts with compassion. Compassion for transgender people, compassion for families, especially of young people who are going through this, and also empathy for people who are not sure what all of this means for them, like wondering, wait a minute, I got a daughter in a sports league. Is she going to be competing with boys right now? Right, and just taking everybody seriously. And I think when you do that, that
I
does.
don't know if you got it. Is she going to be competing with boys right now? Misgendering trans girls. So
I think
What-
a
what-
chair.
what-
I will
what
say,
are-
like,
what are they talking about though? Like, I don't like who I am a father with daughters, and one of my daughters plays sports. She plays soccer. And obviously, at this age, they openly do co-ed playing, boys and girls playing together
Right.
on the same team. I'm not concerned with her playing with boys. And I coach my son's team. He's 10 years old, and they are still co-ed as well. And I believe they play co-ed until, as long as they're still in school, until high school, I believe. I have no qualms. The girls on the team are just as good, if not better than the boys. They are just as tough. They're just as strong. They're just as physical. I don't get that, like, unless we're talking about like MMA or something, which maybe I could understand, but there are trans people in that sport too who could obviously hang. I don't like these non-contact sports. What is the concern about? Like, what are you concerned that
it's just propaganda. It's propaganda that's been drilled by the right wing over and over and over again, where people feel like they should be concerned because they're being told they should be concerned. So he's essentially saying that we should have empathy for people who have been propagandized, I guess, is how it's coming off. But it's just, you have to acknowledge the propaganda of it, I think, before anything else.
Right.
I mean,
Again,
I just
there are
don't-
5 trans students who are athletes at the K through 12 level across the entire country. Just 5. By like the way that Republicans talk about it, you would assume there were thousands, but there are 5. Just 5. Your kid statistically is more likely to be electrocuted or struck by lightning, eaten by a shark, shot by a mass shooter, than they are to encounter a trans athlete. It is insane that this is an issue that is still being talked about. It is completely fabricated.
It's just like there's no like. Is the concern that they're not going to get the opportunity because like to excel and like become like signed to the majors, whatever, baseball, whatever. I mean, I guess soccer. What is getting the Olympics for swimming? Like, do they not get that like win losses of a team don't really matter to scouts? Like, scouts are looking at your child's individual talent. Like, there's great players on bad teams, and like you don't think the professionals in that in those industries know that and scout based like, so what, your daughter plays in a league with a trans person? I don't see how that matters. It's just a way for you to be bigoted, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a little bit more here of this.
Orthodoxies in my party, for example, around sports, where I think most reasonable people would
Let me go back a
recognize
little bit.
sports league. Is she going to be a fan for them? Like wondering, wait a minute, I got a daughter in a sports league. Is she going to be competing with boys right now? Right, and just taking everybody seriously. And I think when you do that, that does call into question some of the past orthodoxies in my party. For example, around sports, where I think most reasonable people would recognize that there are serious fairness issues if you just treat this as not mattering when a trans athlete wants to compete in women's sports.
Meaning the parent who's complained about this has a case, in your opinion.
Sure. And that's why I think these decisions should be in the hands of sports leagues and school boards and not politicians, least of all politicians in Washington.
Now, as I said in my video, if you watch my video, everybody check that out. What he's saying here is a complete cop-out, because if you take a hands-off approach, you're conceding ground to the right, because the Republicans are taking a hands-on approach. Like in Kentucky, I give the example of Fisher Wells. This is a 12-year-old trans middle schooler, and she really wanted to play hockey with her friends, but there was no hockey team. So she created a hockey team at her middle school. She got her friends to sign up. And they formed a team. She was playing on it. They were all excited. It was like a social thing they did. And Republicans in that state banned her from the team that she helped to create. It is one of the most insane things ever. She literally testified before the Kentucky legislature and said, hey, I made this sport. My friends want to play with me. I am the reason why we're playing hockey. There was no interest in the sport, but I got them interested in it. And they voted to ban her. So I think that, like, if you as a Democrat can't say we're going to reverse that and let that little girl play, I think that's chicken shit. I think you have to fight. You can't just have a hands-off approach when Republicans have a hands-on approach. Like, you have to fight relentlessly. You can't just sit on the sidelines when they are discriminating against trans people. And like the transports issue is just a Trojan horse. Like the goal is to get people to accept the premise that, yeah, maybe we can allow some discrimination when it comes to sports, but it never ends there. They don't just like give up. Then it becomes gender affirming healthcare. Then it becomes, well, what about, trans girls in cis girl spaces? It never stops. Like the goal is complete eradication of trans people from public life. And then once they finally get that, they're going for Pete Buttigieg and gay people, his family, and their eradication from public life. Like it's mission creep. And he's too stupid to get that. No, actually, let me rephrase that. It's not that he's stupid. He's too cynical to understand that. Because he knows what he's saying here, but he's making this decision to say what he said because he thinks this will position him as a more reasonable person in 2028. And he's going to boast about this. Mark my words, save this clip. He's going to say, look, I got some heat for my stance on trans sports, from the left. But I think we have to listen to both sides if we want to come together as a country. Like, that's what he's going to do. That's what Gavin Newsom is going to do, and Rahm Emanuel. That's what they're going to do. So it's chicken shit, and you've got to draw a line, I think, and not let Democrats do this shit. It's bad enough that it's going to be really difficult to find a contender in 2028 that isn't pro-genocide or isn't phony on the issue, like a Johnny-come-lately, right? So we also shouldn't have to worry about them being anti-trans. Like this, what the fuck is the point of the party at this point if all the reasons for harm reduction go out the window? If they're not good significantly anymore on social issues, and if they're complacent with the genocide, then what the fuck is the point of even voting for them? Like they're going to turn so many people off and create so much voter apathy that it's going to hurt them even more. And there's a reason why they're at their lowest point in 35 years. It's because they have alienated the base. And I just don't understand it because Republicans, they would never do this. They don't give a fuck about winning over moderates. You never see them try to pander to liberals or centrists. They just say, yeah, fuck everyone. We're going to throw fucking immigrants into a blender and you're going to deal with it. Fuck you. Fuck, the left. They're the enemy of the people. And then they
win. And they win their fucking election.
They win. Exactly. It's so frustrating.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's for some reason Democrats think this is something they have to capitulate to. I think part of it is the idea that in politics, I guess, or in general, mainstream society, we feel like we need to sort of kowtow to parents' demands, right? I mean, we feel like, oh, but the children. For the children. And, I obviously bring my kids up in examples to make points, but I'm not one of those people. If you're a parent, I'm sorry, you don't get special rights because you have kids. Other people who don't have kids shouldn't have to change their way of living to your standards because you want to shelter your kids from something. I'm sorry, that's not how it works.
Yes, no, 100%. Yeah, you can't be limiting speech because you're afraid what your child might see. That's not how shit works.
So I feel like a lot of this is also oh, I don't want my kids to know about trans people, or I don't want my kids to even compete with trans people. And you know what? I don't give a shit if that's how you feel.
100%.
I don't care. That trans kid has a right to play, just like your kid has a right to play. And you could say there should be some sort of league for them, all you want, but there isn't, right? There isn't. So you're denying them the ability to play, but your kid has the right to play. No, I'm sorry, that's not how it works. It's not how it works, or that's not how it should work.
There's also there's also not enough trans kids to form a league. It's just the idea on its face is so stupid. It goes to show how unimportant in the sense that this is not this should not be a national political issue. This is an issue of human rights, and this stuff there shouldn't be debates about people's human rights. It should just be obvious. But they make massive issues out of what effectively is such a small minority of people because it's so easy for them to develop a messaging campaign around that while ignoring actual economic issues and anything else.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's very, very demoralizing, but that's why I think now we have to, lay down the law and be very loud about these Democrats who expect to compete in the 2028 primary, assuming we even have free and fair elections by then, because Trump just got the governor of Texas to gerrymander them 5 new seats. So if they're trying to rig the midterms, then we'll see what 2028 looks like. But like if they want to be the next standard bearer for the Democratic Party, they can't be transphobic. Like I think we have to be very unequivocal about that. And whoever ends up taking up the mantle in 2028, like they're going to create a trajectory that the party follows. And if they create an anti-trans, pro-genocide trajectory, this party is fucking cooked. That's if they're not already completely like able to come back at all. Like I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Well, I'm seeing what Jeremy Corbyn's doing in the UK with his new party, and it's getting a lot of momentum there. And that's clearly a different system. It's a parliamentary system. They have different parties already. But if there was any time that there was going to be a third party that actually was able to work, if the system worked differently, this would be the time to do it. But it's not how the American system is set up.
It really makes me long for a parliamentary system. I'll be honest, because presidential systems are not good. I think that there's positives to the decentralized nature of like a presidential system. In some ways it's good that outsiders can run for a party and don't have to get party approval. But in some ways it's bad because like Donald Trump would not be president if we had more closed party systems. But on top of that, also like they can't, like Democrats aren't able to just kick out like Rashida Tlaib because they don't like her. So that'd be one downside to parliamentary systems. But then again, if they did kick her out, she'd be able to create her own party. So
it wouldn't be wouldn't be bad.
Overall, I lean towards a parliamentary system overall, just because like even in first past the post parliamentary systems, like the results are just so much better than what we're getting. I mean, my God, the founders are so stupid.
I mean,
the system
just
they
based on the
designed.
fact that Trump is the president in the U.S., I think a parliamentary system is better.
It kind of
based on
disproves
that alone.
presidential systems, does it not?
Because we have, a first past the post, which is shitty, but a parliamentary first past the post system. I would argue what we have here is at least a little better in terms of the electoral politics of it than what Americans have.
Hands down. I always talk about like electoral reform, but it's like honestly, we need a whole new ass fucking system. I'm sorry, like the whole system of governance. Like I guess I don't want to say the words regime change in America, but like I don't know that we can repair this shit. It's so bad. How
Need
do
a
you
blank
polish
slate,
this
start
turd?
over.
Yeah, just start from scratch.
Tabula rasa.
Or Cascadia, Oregon, Washington, California. We could be our own thing. I think that would be wonderful. It couldn't happen, but it would be amazing if it happened. I just think like this is not working very clearly.
And that's the news this week. So
That's it, folks.
Perfect time.
Well, is there? Do we have any more clips to watch? I feel like we were.
I have one more clip. It's
Let's do
not
that.
like so.
Anything
clip
fun?
itself- this is not fun.
Okay.
It's not necessarily bad though. I do have a kind of fun clip. I have 2 clips actually. They're short. So this one, it's more about me reading the context here. This is from Call to Activism. So they say, major breaking, CBS News says it investigated the jailhouse footage from the night Jeffrey Epstein died, reveals an unidentified person on camera. The individual was not identified nor referenced in the DOJ's report about Epstein's death. A figure can be seen walking in a common area near Epstein's cell only 2 hours before Epstein was found dead. And they do have the footage to confirm this, which is a little bit spooky. I'll play it for you.
Example, 4 a.m. Noel remains in full view of the camera, yet seconds later, someone walks in, and it appears neither Noel nor Thomas let her in. The report is silent on this apparent contradiction. Example, 4 a.m.
So,
Wait, what? Okay, let me see this again.
Noel remains in full view of the camera, yet seconds later, someone walks in, and it appears neither Noel nor Thomas let her in. The report is silent on this apparent contradiction.
What?
So is that the person with the shank? Like, I mean, it begs the question, right? This is not helping the theory that Epstein suicided, because I feel like the more that we learn about this, like the missing minute and shit like that, it's just fueling so much more speculation. And I feel like the way that Trump's administration has handled this is honestly like a masterclass in how to create the strongest, loudest Streisand effect ever. Like it's insane to me.
Well, like he picked like two of the craziest right wingers on this issue in terms of like their obsessive nature around it, like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. So as a way, like I think in his mind when he did that, it was like a way to kill the story because hey, he chose these people who are most adamant about this, and now they're going to bury this and say it's nothing, and it's going to be the end of it. But it actually had like the opposite effect because there's so many videos of them talking about this and all the inconsistencies and everyone else talking about it that it just became even a bigger issue.
Right. Very, very great job, Donald Trump. And the way he talks about it too is crazy. Like he talked about how he never had the privilege of going to Epstein's island. But of course, you know, he was invited because he doesn't.
Can you imagine if Joe Biden said that? Jesus Christ. Like
privilege.
I never had the privilege of going to Epstein's island. Like any of the things that Trump has said, imagine any Democrat saying those. Like it just.
And what would possess you to describe an island where you knew these sex crimes against minors was being committed? What would possess you to describe it as a privilege? Like who instinctively uses that word not once but twice, mind you? That is insane to me. That is insane. I just don't understand how. So there's a poll that 46% or something of the country thinks that he's guilty of Epstein-related crimes. I don't understand how 90% of the country is not like this motherfucker is guilty as shit. Because the way that he talks, like, I'm sorry, this is conjecture, of course, but like you are the guiltiest person in the history of guilty people.
Are we still talking about this? Why are we still talking about this? This is like,
he doesn't know how to play cool.
Like the most obvious attempt to deflect. This is like
it's insane. And like, look, I am a terrible liar. But like, I know that if I didn't want somebody to think that I did something, I would certainly not make it seem like I wanted them to shut the fuck up about their accusation. I would just know that that's probably not a good look because it would be sussy to me, right? It's just, wow, he does not know how to play it cool. It's wild to me.
But like, he's always gotten away with this, like with everything based on how he talks like this. Like, but when he was asked about, you know, his favorite book, and it was the Bible, and he can't name a verse from it, or like he just, you know, but he likes all of it. All of it's great. Like he's just been able to, like, it's been so obvious to people who just are, I guess, not stupid. I'm trying to be like not elitist about this, but how do you not know Trump is full of shit all the time? Like how do you not know he's such a narcissist? How do you not know he's always lying? It's so obvious that it just, it's got to be the lead in the water. Like there has to be another reason for why people are feeling or are not able to see what they're seeing.
And it's so much worse now that he's in cognitive decline. I think that like he just doesn't have the riz. He's not able to finesse his bullshit anymore.
That's twice you've used the riz now.
I'm a Zoomer, so you know, forgive me for using slang that you boomers can't keep up with. So there's one more video. This is very, very short. So, and this is all that I have for clips. The well is dry after this, but it is of. So this person here says, horrific, an FSU student was attacked at the gym for wearing an IDF shirt. And attack is they weren't attacked. A Jewish student at Florida State University was just working out when a woman saw his IDF shirt and snapped. She screamed in his face, called him a murderer, and got physically aggressive before being kicked out. This is Jewish life on campus. No. He was wearing an IDF shirt. He is basically condoning murder. Like, if somebody was wearing a shirt with a swastika on it, I would expect somebody to be like, hey, fuck you, because that's what I would do. So, no, this is not somebody just sitting there being Jewish. They were wearing an IDF shirt. That context changes this completely, but says school is where students should focus on their education and growth, not to be constantly on guard to avoid becoming the next victim of a hate crime. Bro, Okay. Here's the clip. It's very short.
Fuck Israel, free Palestine, put it on fucking Barstool FSU. I really don't give a fuck. You're an ignorant fucking son of a bitch.
Queen. Okay, so she gets
Awesome.
the Badass of the Year award.
Hell yeah.
The follow-up, unfortunately, is that genocidal Congressman Randy Fine chimed in.
Oh,
He said,
boy.
I've worked with the university. She has been suspended pending expulsion and barred from campus. In Florida, we don't mess around. And I love how this guy is clutching his pearls about this. So this week, he claims that he introduced a bill called the Thump Thump Act, which legalizes you running over pro-Palestinian protesters. He actually, this is on his Twitter account. I actually, you know what? Let me just pull up the fucking tweet.
Y'all are
but he's-
fucked down there. Well, why do I even cover American politics? You guys are like out of your minds. I'm done.
There's no hope for us.
It's just like it's over.
There's no hope for
Forget
us,
it.
David. There really is no
It's just
hope.
absurd. Like
It is.
This is why I've taken like more breaks than usual. I just can't. Too many people in power down there are lunatics. Apps like sociopathic loot. Like, how did that guy get into a position to be the position he's in? How did he win an
Even
election?
Marjorie Green,
Lunatic.
Marjorie Green condemned him. He's too extreme for Marjorie. And I could show you what she said. So the Thump Thump Act will allow Americans to run over these Muslim terrorists. They don't try this in Florida because of the bill I helped pass in the legislature to allow them to be run over. It's time to take it national. Thump Thump. And he said this in response to protesters blocking a highway.
Thump thump.
Yeah, the Thump Thump Act. Yeah, it's very funny where you
There is
are
stuff that I cannot say
decriminalizing-
on YouTube that I wish I could.
That guy is
Beam it into the camera, David. We're picking up what you're putting down. We understand.
Unbelievable. Just the insane people you have in positions of power. Like
Yeah.
that guy would be too extreme for an extremist group here. Like I'm not saying like we got issues, of course, we got lunatics, but like a post like that would be used as, Pierre Poilievre took a picture with this guy that once tweeted this, and now it's the congressman. Like it's the congressman's tweet. Like these are these are supposed to be fringe people that we never hear from except in bizarre circumstances. And this guy is Congressman Randy Fine. Like what?
It's like he should be a caricature in a satire about Republicans, but he's like,
Yeah.
you can't satire that. And just for those wondering, I was not being hyperbolic when I said he's too extreme for Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is her condemning him for telling Palestinians in Gaza to starve, where she says, I remember the first time I met Randy Fine when he was a candidate before he barely won Florida's deep red 6th district seat, as we were being told he might actually lose the seat because the strong Trump district couldn't relate to him and didn't like him. He was telling me that he and his wife were looking forward to moving to Washington and he hadn't even won yet. I said to him that Washington isn't a good place to live and he should live in the district he will represent. You know, the whole representative thing. But he was adamant that they did not want him to live in the district. And I thought, no wonder that district doesn't want to elect him. I can only imagine how Florida's 6th district feels now that their representative that they were told to vote for openly calls for starving innocent people and children. It's the most truthful and easiest thing to say that October 7th in Israel was horrific and all hostages must be returned, but so is the genocide. She notably, she's the first Republican to use this word, by the way. Humanitarian crisis and starvation happening in Gaza, but a Jewish U.S. representative calling for the continued starvation of innocent people and children is disgraceful. His awful statement will actually cause more anti-Semitism. Yeah, and this is in response to like AIPAC basically removing Randy Fine from their list. So this is where we're at, where we have politicians who are too extreme for Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Too extreme for AIPAC.
And too extreme for AIPAC. That's how low we've fallen as a country, just to put it in perspective to
Oh my
international
God.
viewers. That's America 2025, friends. We're doing great.
What's happening with? I'm not following Marjorie Taylor Greene at all. Like, why is she on the right side? And is it just because she's anti-Semitic? Like, so
I don't. I mean,
interests align on Israel. Like, is that what?
She's America first, right? So she doesn't like.
But she's calling like she's empathizing with like
But she is
people in crisis.
Yeah,
Like,
I am. I don't know what to make of it, honestly.
yeah, I'm a little taken aback.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of multiple things. On one hand, I think that she probably is a tiny bit disillusioned and feels stupid at the fact that Trump has broken so many promises vis-a-vis Iran, vis-a-vis the Epstein files and whatnot. So I think that she maybe feels a little bit more unrestrained. On top of that, I also do think that she is motivated by anti-Semitism, and I don't like to, throw around that term just casually. But again, this is the Jewish space laser lady. She did promote these conspiracy theories before she was a member of Congress. So I would not necessarily say she's an ally to the movement. Wouldn't welcome her at a rally. But I mean, she's a member of Congress, so if she's going to vote a certain way, that's great. Not going to discourage that.
Is it possible that she was really, really stupid, and maybe she's slowly learning, becoming a different person?
I don't think she
is that possible at this
capacity
point?
to learn, because after she said it was a genocide, you'd think, wow, she's turning a new leaf. No, she's like introducing a bill to ban chemtrails. So it's not like she's evolving. It's that I think she is trying to be, consistent. And she wants her brand to be, no, I really am America first. And I think it's because, and this is all just speculation, if there's ever, a post-Trump era in the United States, I'm skeptical at this point. I think that she wants to be a Tucker Carlson type person who's in that lane of, look, I'm real America first. I criticize Trump after Republicans are disillusioned with Trump, assuming they ever do grow disillusioned with him. I think that, to me, it's a little bit cynical. I could be wrong. I have no idea what's in her heart. I know she's an evil person, so I'm always very skeptical of her motives.
Mike,
but with that being said, I won't say condemnation.
I just want to share this. A reverse Fetterman, you say?
Mike, we need you to look. We need you to look into Marjorie Taylor Greene's heart.
You might get trapped. It's a very dark place. I mean, listen. By the way,
I'm not
she's
gonna say,
voted
I'm
to
not gonna
censure Rashida Tlaib. Did you all know that? She voted to censure Rashida Tlaib for saying "from the river to the sea" and called her anti-Semitic. This was a year ago. So that's a quick turnaround, right? It feels cynical to me. I don't know.
I'm not gonna say I give her credit, but
No,
I will
never.
say she is seemingly on the correct side here of this issue.
Yeah.
And any Democrat that's looking at this and seeing where Marjorie Taylor Greene is, if you're not at the very least where Marjorie Taylor Greene is on calling it a genocide, then
Bernie.
you need to look into yourself, look within, and be like, what am I doing? Because with a lot of these right wingers who are critical of Israel, they are strictly critical of Israel. They typically don't care about the people on the other side of Israel's actions. But the way Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking and that response to Randy Fine, she's actually highlighting what Palestinians are going through. And she seems sympathetic, which is, again, not usually what we see. So, I mean, you're being outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene if you're not able to call it what it is.
Mm-hmm. And even if she's just doing it for cynical reasons, it doesn't matter. She's correct objectively, regardless of how she reached that conclusion. And so I've got to say, it breaks my heart that Marjorie Taylor Greene used the G word before Bernie Sanders. That, to me, is painful. To his credit, he's been calling for weapons to be cut off for a very long time, but he was late to calling it a ceasefire. We were all criticizing him when he refused to do that. And now he still won't call it a genocide, which in my opinion is honestly really embarrassing. Because there's just no denying it at this point, and I think that words really matter. For him to not be on the record saying it's a genocide, which I think would make a difference. It's a missed opportunity, and it's a rare Bernie L.
Yeah,
and I want to make it clear again. This is not siding with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No,
this is
never.
not giving her credit, even. But if she's calling it, like, whatever her motive is, whatever her plan here is, this still, with that being said, this isn't the typical "I just hate Israel." This is not the typical thing we see from the anti-Israel right, what she is saying. So I would be wary of, I was a Democrat, of letting Marjorie Taylor Greene get ahead of you on this, because even if this isn't whatever her ulterior motive is, at the end of the day, who cares if she's calling out what's going on and and you're not.
Right.
I do think that Bernie has always tried to be somebody who tries to bridge a gap with other senators in a way that gets them to vote with what he wants them to vote with. And looking at, like, I have to imagine Bernie knows this is genocide just based on he's somebody who respects scholars and human rights experts, and every single human rights organization, including ones now in Israel, have called it genocide. I really think this is him trying to triangulate on something, and senators not wanting to align themselves with somebody who is calling it a genocide, and trying to find votes in a way that can get something done without alienating those senators with AIPAC or whoever it is that they are afraid of alienating by working with Bernie on something regarding Israel. Like, that's what, because Bernie's not dumb. Like, he knows what is going on. So I have to think it's purely out of political maneuvering that he's doing this. Now, I don't think that's the right call, but he knows better. He has to know better.
I mean, it's possible, but you could also make the point that, it would be better political maneuvering for him to call it a genocide, because that creates a bigger sense of urgency, because it's not like, he's too, he's saying it too soon. I mean, you have 2 human rights organizations in Israel who are now calling it a genocide. All the international organizations, Human Rights Watch, Holocaust scholars, genocide professors are calling it a genocide. So the consensus has already been determined. And so I feel like now is the time to stop being afraid to use that word. And he says, oh, it's a legal term and whatnot. But, like, Bernie, legally, this is a genocide. And you don't have to wait 10 years, 20 years to come to that conclusion. It was inevitable, not inevitable, it was obvious last year. So the fact that now you have the legitimacy from scholars and international organizations and Israeli organizations, now is when you really shouldn't be afraid to use it. So it's just, I don't know what his reasoning is. I agree with you. I think he knows it's a genocide. It is frustrating. It is frustrating. Having said that, though, so long as he continues to push for these votes to cut off aid to them, like the policy substance, like the material difference he can make, it does matter. I just wish that he would adopt the language, because it's true. Like, I feel like the truth matters and words matter, and this is exactly what it looks like. It's a genocide.
I said on the majority report earlier today when we were talking about this very thing with Bernie, and I had said, like, Bernie is this weird opposite of the phrase, practice what you preach. He's doing the opposite. He's practicing, but he ain't preaching. Like, he's actually doing the right actions.
Yeah.
But when he has to speak out about it, he's not good about it.
But that goes to my point. I think that's I don't think he's viewing himself as somebody who can move the public discourse on something. I think he views himself as somebody who works within the walls of Washington and has to work with these fucking senators who are ancient and all out of their goddamn minds. And he has to placate them if he wants to get their votes on amendments. Like, that's, like, he was known as the Amendment King because that's how he operated. He didn't operate through, getting support for his bills necessarily. It was all through the stuff that he brought up and worked with both parties on as an independent. And he's trying to maintain that in the face of a genocide, and it's put him in this weird position.
No, yeah, I mean, he's good when it comes to actual action in terms of the bills that he puts forward and everything. But he's just being so, I don't even know how to describe what he's just being wrong. He refuses to sort of come to terms with it too. Like, it's frustrating.
It's also frustrating that he keeps framing it as Netanyahu's war crimes and not Israel's.
Yeah.
Like, he's trying to, I guess, like, remove culpability from Israel, as if things would be different if Netanyahu weren't in charge. Like, that's a mentality that's so, like, antiquated at this point. And it's frustrating to see him do that.
I looked at that as a good strategy for winning over anti-Trump liberals at the very beginning of all this.
Yeah.
So I get that stance, but we are now well beyond that.
Yeah, you've already won those liberals. They hate Netanyahu.
Yeah. we can't. It's because it's pretty clear now too that this is beyond a Netanyahu problem. Poll after poll after poll has showed that a good chunk of Israeli society is right there with Netanyahu. This is something that is a problem. This is as if I've made this as I've made this comparison before. This is like post 9/11 U.S. over there, except there is no anti-war movement. The anti-war movement never showed up. It's just nationalist Israelis looking for revenge, just like it was in the U.S. post 9/11 in those months and even like year after 9/11. But then a strong anti-war movement came in and pushed back. That has yet to come to fruition in Israel, and I don't think it's going to. There are some people. It's not significant though. And I feel bad for those people. I respect those people tremendously over there.
Shout out to the 100 or so student protesters who are not joining the IDF. And they're calling it shout out to those people. They're brave, but that is not the majority by any means.
Yeah, it's bad over there, and it's going to continue to be bad well after Netanyahu, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm. Well, should we get the super chats now?
Yeah, I'm tired.
I would like to bounce early, personally, and we don't have too much. So, yeah.
Also, I grabbed a Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, and it's really good and really hard, but it's super fun.
Okay,
So,
right on.
I
Which
wanted
one
to
is
play
that?
it
Is that the
that before
newer?
bed.
Is that the newest
What?
one?
What did you say you got?
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. It's like it's a 2D.
Oh, it's the 2D one.
The
Okay,
2D
I was
one.
curious.
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't know that was out. Shit.
It's from the devs of Blasphemous, which I hadn't played those games, but they're also 2D games, but they got really good reviews. But
yeah,
it's super fun. Good,
gotta
cool
finish
throwback.
Bonanza.
Oh yeah, I've been playing that too. I kind of fell off a bit. Like it's not keeping me in a way that I thought it was going to. Like I started off playing that being like, I'm not sure I'm super into this, and then I was really into it, and now I'm kind of in the place where I was at the beginning, where it's like, not that I'm bored, but it's not like calling me like
Kind of lost the magic,
like a Mario game does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the first reviews for that were like, people were like, "Oh, it's better than Mario Odyssey." I don't think it's better than Mario Odyssey. I don't think it's anywhere close. It's fun, but it's just a different thing.
I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say it's better than Mario Odyssey. I do think it's close for sure. And I think that for me, it's probably my game of the year so far.
Interesting.
I'm really, really liking it. I don't know why. I think just because there's so much to do in it, you're just constantly finding bananas, and it's giving you that dopamine.
I always enjoy playing it, but I'm not like thinking about it when I'm not playing it, which for me is always like the call of like, a top game of the year for me is if I'm always thinking about it or always want to go back to it. Death Stranding 2 for me is currently my game of the year.
Oh, nice.
I was
I've not played
glued to that game till I was done.
Nice. See, after I finish Bonanza, I'm going to play Wuchang. That is the latest Souls-like.
Oh, yeah. You'll like that, I'm sure.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to get like fatigue for Souls-like fatigue.
You haven't yet, though, have you?
A little bit. I was playing Lies of P, and I started to feel the fatigue. And I'm like, oh my god, am I getting fatigue for Souls-likes? Because this is my favorite genre. Then what am I going to do? Like, I'm just not going to play games anymore. Like,
You're just too good at them. You can't. It's like, oh, these are boring now.
No, it's not that I'm too good at them, because you're never like automatically good at them. It's that like, do I need to prove it to myself that I can beat every single boss? Because I already did. I proved to myself that I can do it. So now it's like, do I really want to like bang my head against the fucking wall for an hour on this shitty ass boss? That's so unfair.
No, yeah, see? That's why I don't find those games that, that fun for me. I don't like gaming time for me is downtime. I don't want to be angry. Like actually the second boss in Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, like I'm like, this is pissing me off. But it's a game where it's, if you know what to do, you can beat the boss in like 5 minutes. Like it's like they're not long and drawn out. The boss fights I hate are ones that just like you know what to do, but it takes so long.
Yeah,
and
I
you have
agree.
to like it's just like win through attrition, and to me that's the worst kind of boss fight because it's
No,
just
I
like
totally agree with you.
yeah, if you die, it's like oh I gotta play another 30 minutes of this shit. Like it's not fun.
And then they add like the unskippable cutscenes for second and third phases. Those are the
Oh my
ones where
God.
it's just like, no, you're making
If
the
there's a third-
endurance count.
If there's a second and third phase, you better start me at the beginning of the second or third phase if I die during those phases, not at the beginning of the boss
Yeah.
fight. Screw that.
It's just cruel.
Anyways, let me get to my first super chat here. Where? What? No, that's not it. It's JCast, but I have to find it. Here we go. I would get a BlackRock ad on David's channel. If you actually did, I didn't even know I had ads on my second channel. So I hope you got that ad because I had no idea I had ads. But I believe you made that up. Then again, I'm sure they're paying for ads somewhere.
That's why David is so pro BlackRock.
Oh yeah, it's
Chilling.
every other video talking BlackRock. Donna Monroe talk about Melanie Jolie and arms shipments to Israel. I did a video on well, part of it was on that today. So Canada announced that they will be recognizing Palestine as a state if certain conditions are met, and the conditions are ridiculous. If Hamas lays down all their arms and there's elections in the next year, like get the hell out of here. It's just a stupid ass condition.
So they're not going to be recognizing Palestine as a state.
Yeah, but that's exactly. But that came a day after a big report came out showing that Canada apparently, even though they had claimed that they had stopped shipping arms to Israel in January 2024, that apparently they have been, because based on records in Israel, there have been shipments coming in that Israel has noted as these are weapons or ammunition that have come from Canada. So and CBC ended up picking up that report and reporting on it. So yeah, it's just to claim you care about human life and genocide and Palestinians while maintaining arms shipments. And also in the announcement of we're going to be recognizing a Palestinian state, a lot of it was about like how horrible Hamas is. Like, how about the actual genocide going on? Can you talk about that? But it's just, again,
I hate Mark Carney so much.
it's so frustrating just to be like, can you just recognize reality, please? Like, any idea that Canadians had that?
There's no.
No, exactly. Any idea that Canadians had about Canada representing human rights on the world stage out the window a long time ago. But like this is genocide has really made that clear. To be fair, the NDP are calling it out. Heather McPherson, the foreign affairs critic in the NDP, is calling for an arms embargo. Has had some pretty good commentary and discussions around this. But in terms of people in power, and Pierre Poilievre, I think, condemned Canada for calling for a Palestinian state, even though the call for the Palestinian state was again didn't meet the mark. But yeah, go watch that video on the main channel if you want to see that. Kowalski, thank you for your super chat. Says, I'm glad I came up with the idea for the Leftist Mafia. It was certainly my doing alone. Definitely not the host of this program. Matt will explain. We'll explain this joke, or he's not paying attention.
It's just there was a caller last night, interesting caller. One of the things he brought up on my stream when he called in was that
They invented
he says
Doom?
that he thinks that he inspired the Leftist Mafia or something like that, and I have no idea what he was talking about. I did no idea.
did.
Who knows? Maybe he did.
Well, maybe if this is a person that asked Lance to cover the midterms in 2022, and then he did, and that's kind of what started the podcast. Then maybe.
Maybe he did. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
Then maybe they did. Bay photo. Thank you for your super chat. Says the real question is who bought the beer after the Jubilee taping.
That's a lot of beer.
only 10 beers, because only 10 of them are Republicans. The Democrats get none.
True.
It's unless it's a Charlie Kirk, then they get the beer. But if you're fighting for trans rights, no beer for you. Kaz, did y'all see the YouTube is pushing age checking using AI? I did not see that. I'm seeing a lot of all of it. Like the UK is age gating what porn now? Like there's a lot of shit coming. There's a lot of stuff happening really fast all of a sudden where there's all these age gates coming in for things that are bizarre or like
Yeah, I don't.
there's like adult only games or certain I guess porn games or whatever were taken off of Steam and Itch because there was a campaign from like a small group of people basically threatening the payment processing. So they were afraid of like, I guess, I don't know, Visa or MasterCard pulling support from Steam. So then Steam just took all these games down. Like there's a lot of things are moving rightward, not just like in every way, like culturally things are moving rightward in a way that is beginning to be a little terrifying. I mean, has been terrifying for a while,
And
but
so
in
quickly,
new
too.
ways that we haven't seen yet. Lawn Gnomes. Thank you for your $20 super chat. Very generous. Says weird context for the Epstein card. Don't you normally talk with different friends based on common interests? You don't write work jokes in a hobby friends card. So clearly sex was the context of their friendship. I have not, there's been so many angles to the Epstein thing. I haven't followed this Trump doodle thing. Is that what this is about? I don't even, anyone you know about the Trump doodled something on a card for Epstein?
Yeah,
It
I
was
think
like
we-
a woman or
yeah,
something,
we read the whole card in character a couple weeks ago, right?
Okay, I don't think I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of things happening that I don't follow. Last chat here from TK McClone. There you go. Thank you for your Canadian $10 super chat. Says any thoughts on tomorrow? Is it Leach or Lich? Chris Barber, convoy organizers potentially sentencing. Prosecution's asking for 7-8 years. Pierre Poilievre is upset. Ford is squirming. I have not followed this at all. I try to live my life in a way where I don't have to think about those people. So I haven't concerned myself at all with their case because I honestly do not care. That is over. I followed the convoy when it happened, but it's no longer in our lives. I don't need to bother myself with it. And that's that. Thank you all for your super chats, and thank you two for being here for this wonderful podcast today. No one else showed up.
Coming, David.
Well, thank you for coming. Yeah.
Of course. I'm always here. I don't just leave randomly out of nowhere. Why would I do that? I'll do that right now, though. So,
Bye, David.
Good night.
Have a good night.
All right. Do you mind if I go first?
No, go ahead.
All right. So my dogs are goth says 2 years went by fast. I love the Humanist Report. Thank you so much for being a member for 2 years. That is incredible. John Lithium, thank you so much for the gifted membership. John, you are always so kind. Really appreciate you. Chris says the leftist cabal. Indeed, we are. Ants Smasher Jack, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Sam says, thoughts on Trump FCC wanting a bias monitor. That is extremely Orwellian, but it doesn't surprise me because the FCC chair is an overt fascist who's doing everything that Trump wants him to do. It is very, very disturbing. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, what do you both do if you transport to purge movies? We run and hide because the Republicans have all the guns. We have no chance. Tropical says, sing Lance happy birthday in the Mickey Mouse voice.
Huh?
I think this is for Binder, not me.
I'm trying to think how I could if I could do it. Hold on. Oh boy, I don't know if I have the voice in me tonight. I'm trying to get in the mode. Happy birthday to you. I can't do it. No, I'm sorry.
That was good enough.
I can't
That was
deliver.
enough.
I can't deliver.
They can imagine the rest because you gave them a little bit.
I'm too tired. I can't. My voice is not gonna work for the Mickey Mouse voice tonight.
JCast says more like the Milk Boys. Am I right? You are right, JCast. Absolutely. A Nintendo Gaming Channel says, what is your guys' opinion on YouTube's new feature? I'm not sure what feature you are talking about in particular. If it's the AI one, then I hate it. Anything with AI, I hate. But I don't know what their new feature is. I'm not up to speed on YouTube. I know that they send emails to creators about new changes. I do not read them, so I don't honestly know. I'm assuming I hate it because anything that's new is usually bad. I can't remember changes they've implemented that I've enjoyed, so I'm gonna assume the worst, although I don't know. Tropical says they should have done Jenk versus 10 left-wing YouTubers, and you would imagine who the 10 would be, right? I would love that. That would make me do Jubilee. That would be fun. FDR3, $100. My goodness, thank you so much. Hey, Mike, big fan. You wouldn't mind shilling my crypto site, would you, bud? I would mind, absolutely. $100 aside, you're not going to get me to shill crypto. We all know how much the left loves crypto. On a serious note, maybe you could check out this overview video on the idea when you have spare time, maybe. Medicare for All protocol, universal healthcare using cryptocurrency. That sounds awful. No, just Medicare for All. Cryptocurrency does not need to be in the equation. Thank you for the $100, but that is the worst idea I've ever heard in my entire life. Thank you, though. No way in hell.
$100, wow.
I appreciate that. Terrible idea, though. Terrible. One of the worst ideas I've ever heard in my entire life. They said another one. Maybe you guys might like this video of me pushing Kyle Kulinski shit in more, a debate about Jesus featuring Kyle Kulinski. I don't think that's possible because Kyle's base. So I think that you would not be able to out debate Kyle Kulinski. And then one more. Maybe it's because I was being sincere. I don't know what this is in reference to. Maybe assuming that I would think that they're memeing. If you were being sincere about the super chats, okay. I think Medicare for All does not need to be attached to crypto. That's like honestly insane. The Bay Photo says, did hell freeze over because Richie Torres tweeted that the free world has a moral obligation to flood Gaza with food? I saw that actually, which is hilarious because he is the individual responsible for this predicament in part. So it's funny that he feels compelled now to speak out because, I mean, look, I don't know if he has a conscience, but if he does, maybe it's getting to him. I have no idea, but it's funny to see him tweet that. It really is. I mean, great, but it's not going to undo all of the damage he caused. Blood is legitimately on his hands. Fuck that guy. Pendulous says, I hate when gay people shit on others from the LGBTQ community. It honestly is the worst thing, especially if they're trying to be a pick-me to conservatives. I agree with you. It's just like, there's nothing worse about that. It's especially like they're traitors to me. Like, if you're going to shit on queer people and throw an entire portion of the community under the bus, like I hate you. I hate you more than like a conservative homophobe doing it or whatever, because like you should know better. Fuck you. Jones City says T-phobia in our LGBTQ community is now normalized. No, I would not say that. Don't let the Pete Buttigieg interview blackpill you, because the response from queer people is very, very negative towards him. And overall, if you poll LGBTQ plus people, they are extremely supportive of trans and non-binary people. So there is solidarity in the LGBTQ community, despite AstroTurf's attempts to divide gay and trans people. That is not happening. And I'm very, very pleased. It makes me feel proud to be a part of the community that we're not letting them get away with this. I'm here says, on the note of parties, the DSA convention in August will vote on some resolutions related to ballot lines, increased organizing, and party building. That's good to know. That's awesome. I know that Rashida Tlaib is going to be the keynote speaker. I think she's going to have some significant role. So that's really cool. I'll be paying attention. Joseph says, check out Matriarch Type reviews on Sansito. She's a trans immigrant living in Japan. Chat asked last week. She's interested in being a guest. Okay, let me add that really quick on YouTube just so I don't forget. Matriarch. I always feel bad about UK guests just because
we're late, and then they have to stay up till like 3-4 in the morning.
Yeah, they basically have to come on in the middle of the night, which is really unfortunate, but that's the only way to get them on. I'm not seeing it, but I'll leave it in the search bar so I remember to check for it. Tiger says, I'm so disappointed that Bernie and AOC got outflanked by Marjorie Greene on Palestine. Come on, it's like Dems just want to lose. learned nothing. I wouldn't say that they got outflanked in general on it, because both of them are much better overall than Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's more of a Johnny-come-lately. Having said that, I do think that it is sad that Marjorie Taylor Greene, somehow realized that cutting off defensive weapons is good and calling it a genocide is reasonable. Like, that to me is shocking. And because it's her, I'm skeptical of her motives. Having said that, though, the fact that she's doing it is a positive. Like, this is not a right-wing podcaster. This is a member of Congress with power. So it matters what members of Congress do. So, yeah, it's disappointing that she somehow outflanked them on these specific issues. But, yeah, sometimes, even the worst members of Congress can surprise us, I guess. Our country is insane. So, yeah. Litu says, saying trans athletes are unfair in sports is like saying tall women create an unfair advantage over short women in volleyball or b-ball, or one race of women is stronger than another. When does it end? Yeah, and that's a really great point. If you watch my video about this, I share some TikTokers who made the same point, where they're like, look, Michael Phelps has like huge wingspan. He has like all these biological advantages. Simone, I'm blanking on her last name. She's the gymnast. Oh my God, Simone Biles. She's extra small, which helps her. And then there's like another person made the point about 7 foot tall plus NBA players. They have an advantage over the others. Like, there's no such thing as a perfectly fair sport. It's about like the dedication and the time you put in to perfect your craft. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It's such a bullshit argument. And again, like, just to put it in perspective, we're talking about 5 trans athletes across the entire country at the K through 12 level. Like, that's what's mostly focused on. I think it's 19 at the collegiate level. It's 19 to 50, one or the other, or somewhere between there, based on estimates. It's hard to tell, but like at the K through 12 level, which is most focused on, it is 5 known trans athletes, which is just the fact that there's any energy being dedicated to this issue. It shows you how like gross these transphobes are. They're looking for anything. Cosmere says, Mike, here's a birthday present for Lance. Well, thank you for giving me $5 for Lance. Appreciate that. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, watch Mojo video titled Germany and 2020's USA. Okay, that sounds like a good recommendation. I would imagine that there is quite a bit of parallels. Kowalski says,
I'm surprised Nintendo Gaming Channel wasn't telling us to watch the latest Johnny Somali.
And dear God, if you're going to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me. Cory Booker 2025, never forget. Yeah, Cory Booker, I love that he has...
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness, joined as always by Devil's Advocate Productions, Alex from NYC.
Hello, my friend.
We are just a couple of I-95 bros talking about politics, and I took last week off. Thank you for covering for me.
No problem.
Going through some family stuff. I'm actually going to be moving soon. Well, in the next, maybe as early as the next month, but maybe the month after. I don't know yet. We'll see. But a lot of change going on. And I have been back and forth on paying attention to politics because I don't know how you start your day, but just to get a barometer, call it the baby boomer barometer. I watch Morning Joe to see about how they're covering shit. And yeah, it's just been glossy lately. And like, I don't know how they haven't interviewed Zoran Mamdani by now. They just don't give a shit. He was on Meet, to be fair, he was on Meet the Press. So it's not like NBC's not giving him no love, but Zoran,
but as little as possible. as
I
little
want
as
to hear.
ever possible.
Since you're in New York, man, I want to hear about the Zoran vibe. What is going on out there? Are people like talking about him, and what's the deal?
I mean, there's definitely talk. Most of it, I would say, is can he win? Do you believe this guy? You know, skeptic, because it's been so long since the government has done anything to help the average person that they don't think the agenda either can't get done. He's overpromising. It's also being media driven. This is what they're saying as well. And the people I've tried to talk to about it, you know, random people standing in line at McDonald's or whatever, or a cab driver, they're either skeptically, is that a word? Optimistic.
No, just skeptically. They're skeptically optimistic.
Optimistic.
The cliche is cautiously optimistic.
Or they go, socialism never works, and he's a socialist.
Yeah, it's just superficial.
And
yeah,
those
I
are
talk
usually
about
the older people.
If you recall, I think it was my 4th episode, the self-serving superficiality of conservative capitalist cognition. This is the lefty version of that, is when you run into that. It's just superficial reasoning.
Yeah.
People are not thinking enough. I say when you find someone that you would call stupid or it's tempting to call them stupid, it's more often than not that person has just not been taught how to think, whether it be through education or life experience, like reading, or they don't think about things long enough. And that's what I mean by superficial reasoning. I think if we had political figures who reasoned their way through issues efficiently, then we could have a more united left and people could get past. Because I just saw my local Democratic Party host an event with Cory Booker, and I was having a laugh with StatPat Stateless Patriot, my co-host for Left Coast Live, which comes out on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific, and you know, having a laugh about how he says one thing and does another, and just caves, and he's just owned by special interests. And
yeah, I mean,
but he's like a charismatic. He's skilled. I mean, I guess you got to give him credit for being skilled. I mean, he's a lot more likable than Hakeem Jeffries or Alyssa Slot. You know, even Alyssa. Talk to me about Slotkin. What is your read on her?
Coward.
Yeah.
Who, I mean,
Full of shit.
The interview on Breaking Points was the breaking point of
Right.
Alyssa Slotkin. Like, who knows how far that clip is going to go around in mainstream circles and whatnot, but it's over for her. Like the leadership and the establishment is cracked and broken to a point that I don't think the average person wants to fix it. They are looking for something else. They are community organizing themselves. They are doing mutual aid themselves because they realize, oh shit, fascists are in charge. Democrats don't look like they're doing anything. The only people who look like they're doing something is Bernie and AOC doing these rallies, is people organizing the No Kings rallies, is, you know, speaking up and speaking out about Israel, Palestine, about what the Trump administration is doing actively to our country. Like,
right, the fascists and the ICE raids.
Chuck Schumer anymore. Yeah, like,
right.
It's not going to work when you
Right.
look outside your door and you see the ICE vans, or you know,
Yeah,
the
there's,
video that went
somebody
live
s-
today about them popping out the back of like a moving truck.
Somebody said that their MO, the Democratic Party's MO, is to sit back and let the carnage happen and then just blame the Republicans for it instead of talking shit about it in the moment, which is just cowardly. Like, I guess they're worried about their own security or something, or they're just incompetent. Like, that's what we got to get with on the left, is the level of ignorance that we're going up against. People just aren't doing their homework. I'm convinced. People say, oh, it's a difference of opinion. It's like, no, it's a difference in research. It's really just a difference in research. Like, we've been through this before, and there's historical precedent for government serving the citizen in very basic ways. And if you know, I encourage lefties, like, don't get distracted by the bullshit, you know, and you know, some of them are serious issues, but don't get distracted by anything culture war, and just talk healthcare, housing, education, employment, and you know, environment, you know, and immigration.
Yeah, I mean, like,
that's
I've
it.
seen the most recent Zoran stuff I've seen is posts that he did recently, today and yesterday, of making an effort to reach out to the police.
Right.
And I know why he's doing that. Obviously, right wing is bringing up old tweets about defund the police. I think he still believes that shit. He's just doing it for show. And like,
I don't blame him. Yeah, I don't blame him. Yeah, I don't blame him. And I think he should. And I think the conversation should be entirely on his terms.
Yeah.
You know,
how do
it
I
should
make
be.
your
I mean,
guys' lives easier?
well, I would just do a walk-in talk with the commissioner, or like a street cop. Like, you know, I mean, if you want to get creative, which Zoran's pretty damn creative. It's not a coincidence that his mother was a filmmaker. Like, he knows storytelling and how to capture things. You got to love how all the establishment Democrats that are trying to do the social media thing like he was doing in his campaign, and they're just and their vibe is just completely misplaced. They're just they're just idiots, and they come off as so plastic.
There was that centrist dude who did it, and then it was like, God, some comedian did like a version of it, being like, I'm walking around in catchy editing and sharp shots to catch the attention of Gen Z, but with the same old policies of establishment Democrats some years
They
back.
see through that crap. They see through that crap.
It's not
No,
gonna work.
I mean, it's like, it's a little bit, I don't know. So you're younger than me, but I don't know what your opinion is of the Star Wars prequels, but uniformly, if you grew up with the original Star Wars, then the Star Wars prequels were an enormous disappointment. And I feel like the Democratic Party is like the Star Wars prequels, just absolute crap. Just, you know, just
I would
like
say they're the
hollow.
sequels.
What?
I would say
They're even worse then.
Exactly.
No, I'd rather, they're even worse.
Because
they're even worse. No, I'll take the prequels over the sequels. The sequels, the Disney Star Wars, other than like Mandalorian, I guess,
and Andor.
And maybe some Andor. I haven't seen Andor, but I've heard, you know, from you and other people that it's great. But other than that, like the Disney, at least the sequels don't exist to me.
Yeah,
those don't exist. And Star Trek's got to get its shit together. It's ridiculous how off the rails Star Trek has become.
Literally, movie night extravaganza last night was talking about Rogue One, and Conan hates the prequels on that show. And I grew up with, you know, I was a kid when they came out. I still recognized, even at the time, I was like, these are not as good as
movies,
what I'm coming
right.
for.
Yeah.
The first one, I'm like, why am I seeing Darth Vader as a little kid?
Right.
A young man, okay. I was expecting like hating Christians
because they thought Obi-Wan was like that important. And it's like, no, this is about Vader, dude. This is about Vader.
Out, you know, I think there's interesting stuff in those movies that, if reworked, could have been better, obviously.
Yeah.
But the sequels, South Park put it best. I'm wearing a South Park shirt, folks. That new episode tonight at 10. I'm excited. That Force Awakens was just reheated A New Hope.
Episode 4, yeah.
Yeah. And it was the election season when Donald Trump and Hillary were running. And they basically made a plea to their audience to vote for Hillary, who they have been making fun of for 20 plus years, saying, if you think Force Awakens was a reheated, you know, pile of shit version of A New Hope, you got to vote for Hillary. If you want more of that memberberry crap, vote for. And they had to rework the whole season when Trump won, because they were in the middle of it, to finish out that narrative. But yes, and long story short, the prequels, there's stuff salvageable there. I understand they're not good movies on their own. Phantom Menace,
it's just spectacle.
Divorced from the series, could be a good movie on its own. But like, yeah, I understand. He
So
was
the
very
thing that
happy about CGI.
so okay, if the big thing that in terms of characters, the big thing that was missing from the prequels was a Han Solo character. There was no Han Solo character. And the love story was going to end up coming between Anakin and Amidala or whatever her name was, and that should have happened. I mean, he killed it when he started as a kid. Like if it was a kid for just the first, half an hour of the first movie, then I would have gotten that. But the seed for the love story should have been planted in the first episode, as well as the seed for him killing something. He should have killed something, but revealing character. Remember, so this is the counterintuitive part about storytelling is, what happens matters for sure, but what happens needs to drive growth, change, evolution within the lead character. Like, for example, the movie Inception is all about this guy. Have you seen that movie?
Inception?
Yeah. You have seen it. Okay. So that movie, it looks like a high concept film, and it is, but it's actually a character piece about this really skilled extractor in Leo DiCaprio, and he's got all these skills and can fuck with people's minds in really sophisticated ways, but he can't get over the fact that he was responsible for his wife's suicide, spoiler alert. And what's more fucked up than killing your wife? Fucking with her head so she kills herself. Like that, so, and then he literally, at the end of that movie, if you recall, he goes to the 4th level, right? Mm-hmm. And that was hell. So that was hell. That was him going into hell and dealing with that demon.
See, I watched it once and I was like, this is a high concept Christopher Nolan gobbledygook. And I care.
Too much. It was overwhelming. Yeah, but it was way better. I tell you what, it was way better than Interstellar, and that has a lot to do with the fact that Leo DiCaprio is a way better actor than Matthew McConaughey.
For sure.
Matthew McConaughey's had his moments, but he's not a great actor.
I actually talked a little bit about Nolan yesterday on my show, and
the
libertarian themes through all of his movies. And interestingly, he has 2 brothers, at least 2 brothers, one who also writes movies with him sometimes.
Yes.
But the other is like a heist guy, like for real, is a international criminal. Yeah. So it makes sense in a lot of his movies. There's a theme of like, there's a character who does bad shit and is very good at it, but they're tortured in a more personal way, whether it be the dead wife or like a family trying to reconnect. And they have a lost brother who's like an international criminal.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's
about
really
Star
crazy.
Wars, I think J-Rock says it good here. I love Star Wars and only wanted more of than the original trilogy growing up. So most of it is just fun, especially Andor. I get it. Like the original trilogy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best attitude is don't take it too seriously.
It's just.
I just say thank God for Lord of the Rings, because that's the only one that really nailed it. Like,
they made the Hobbit trilogy.
Yeah, but no, that's irrelevant. Like even more disconnected because no one saw the Hobbit trilogy, and it was I fell asleep in the first movie. I can't believe I even went and watched it. I didn't even watch the second or third Hobbit movies. It's so sad, but spent all that money. Like think of all the money they spent on those movies.
Yeah.
But anyway, getting back to politics. I was wondering
stuff in the prequels. Those politics in the prequels were.
Fascist
as much as people complaining about the boring scenes in the Senate, all that shit was happening in the 90s.
Right.
Palpatine was an allegory for Newt Gingrich, what he was doing to Congress. But
is that right? I thought a lot of it was just based off of World War II fascism. That's why they had the Japanese guys. Remember the aliens that were clearly Japanese?
Oh yeah, the Trade Federation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're being really subtle here. Lucas.
But I got some topics pulled up. A little bit of like house cleaning, and then some stuff going on in Ohio, which touches on the waspy nature of the name of this show.
Okay.
First things first is this AI thing on YouTube. There's a channel called Ickle Nelly Rolls. She makes like video game stuff for a channel called Outside Extra. I watch that stuff a lot. But what she's saying here is and you should watch this video, everyone, especially Letterhack and Ben Dixon, I think would have a good conversation about this. If you're upload to YouTube and you go into your creator thing, you see videos, and that's usually the thing that's all the way on the left. But now there's a tab called inspiration. And if you click that tab, it just auto generates 4 videos for you with AI thumbnails and AI text based on all the videos you've made on your channel. It's all based on your channel. Yeah. So if you're making videos for YouTube, don't click the inspiration tab.
Don't click the inspiration tab.
Yeah. And I think, but anyways, there's some more news. I touched on it yesterday. Vanguard boys covered Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson getting into it a little bit. And throwing shots at each other. The girls are still fighting, folks, but this time it's H. Pearl Davis and Morgan Ariel. I don't know who these people are, but like, first of all, trigger warning for the language here. But like, I don't know the trad. I don't know who these people are. Pep Talk, who's a new show on this space on Tuesdays, said in the Discord that they know a lot about these people, so they might cover it next week. But just some fascists on fascist violence. Good. Female edition. A lot of other trad wives and whatnot. Creators are getting into the mix. But I just thought y'all should be aware and we should laugh at them. Another thing, Drake is still getting embarrassed globally. He's in Amsterdam and people are throwing stuff at him. This channel's Screwface Jean. I watch him all the time. He's a rapper. He does great reactions to albums and lyric breakdowns and whatnot. And I'm going to play a little of this without sound, but like, this is Drake getting bottles thrown at him in Amsterdam.
Oh, Jesus.
It actually hit him. And then there's the last one where he gets toilet paper thrown at him.
Oh, dude, you don't have premium?
No, I don't.
How do you not have premium? It's like $13 a month.
Well, because I got $13 a month for Netflix and Disney and HBO and all this shit. It's turning into cable again. Hang on.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right. Oh, here we go. He's literally. Oh, there we go. So this is like his closing remarks, and someone throw a toilet paper at him, and he just finishes like, "Yeah, man, thanks for all for coming out. Thank we had a good time here. The crowd's energy is great here in Amsterdam."
Yeah, he's such a douche. It's
just some fun little headlines here. But I wanted to bring up Ohio because I know you talk about wasps. There's some waspy shit going on in Cincinnati where a couple got their ass kicked
on the bridge.
It's gone viral. Yeah. And, the right is using this as another example of, blacks are maniacs and they're savages and they just attack white people for no reason. It was revealed, of course, that they said something racist to them. And this councilwoman said they begged for it. They begged for the beatdown because they wanted this. Because there was the woman who said the N-word at a playground and made a GoFundMe and got like $1 million. I'm sure this couple is doing the same thing. This is the wife who has been showing up on Fox News and whatnot. And they're crowdfunding off of it. And Vivek Ramaswamy talked about it. And let me actually play a little bit of that. Because Vivek I thought he was gone, but he's back, folks. The funniest part of the Republican primary is back.
You all saw the picture by show of hands of Holly and how she suffered. I talked to Holly as recently as yesterday. My wife is actually a throat surgeon at the cancer hospital at the James at Ohio State. And so Holly had suffered some neck injuries. We wanted to be helpful. I had people criticizing me for having the gall to call one of the victims. And one of the things that shocked me was 3 days after the attack, Holly told me that not a single elected statewide or even local elected official had called her at that point in time. And it just, I think, shows a little bit of out of touch leadership that we have to get back in touch with who we're actually here to represent.
So I wanted to get your reaction to that and the fact that JD is currently
in Nantucket.
The ads. No, he had his team change the level of the water in the Ohio River for his family's boating trip. So when Vivek says no statewide official has reached out, he's including
They're
JD
too busy
in that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. These are narcissists. I mean, narcissists have a habit of surrounding themselves with other narcissists, and there's just kind of a hierarchy. That's what Trump has done. He's surrounded himself with, other people who only care about themselves, their own self-interests, and they, of course, she didn't hear it from anybody. I don't know who Vivek's kidding though.
Of the phone calls from every right-wing outlet and influencer and people running for office.
And who knows if that story is even true? Like, I don't even believe Vivek. Like, he's a piece of shit. I mean, he made his money off of an MLM, what's it called? Multi-level marketing scheme. And it's like, dude, don't expect me to respect you. Why should I respect you? See, that's what I keep talking about on Left Coast Live. And I don't know if I talk enough about it here, but it's the respect that's the problem, right? Like, my thesis is that conservatives are overgrown children that can't be reasoned with. So do you respect a child when they're throwing a temper tantrum? Do you respect a child even when they're just being stubborn and won't listen? Of course not. So why should we respect conservatives? And it's, people criticize the left for talking past, or people criticize Republicans and Democrats for talking past each other. And I'm like, no way. There's way too much bipartisanship. There's still bipartisanship going on. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's way too much. They need to start really cleaving.
And I think that criticism also reeks of conservative intellectual insecurity, because they're like, they feel like they're getting talked past because they haven't done their homework and they don't understand these issues. It's like trying to teach a fifth grader calculus.
Right.
Let's talking to them about some of these problems. Like, they're still caught up in the might makes right crap, and are worship the badge. That's one of my false gods. One of my Deter trichotomies is the three false gods of right wing America, and one of them is the uniform. And it's just like, if you're a service member, but particularly cops, they worship, man. The right wingers worship at him. So Vivek is a douchebag. I have no respect for him. If I were to ever get on stage with him, I would do my best to humiliate and be like, you're a piece of shit. Whoever from the left emerges as like, it's MAGA versus the rest of the country, and we all need to unite to defeat MAGA. Yeah. Whoever does that first will probably be the next president, like, of the big name people.
Yeah.
Like, whoever says this is a war, they're waging war on us, and that gives us no choice but to wage war right back. And if you're, a converted conservative, welcome to the party, but please put on your listening cap, because you were wrong. Like,
I don't know why Mamdani hasn't been getting on as well. I mean, because I'm thinking, like, I just saw a clip of Emma Vigeland from Majority Report on MSNBC last night. Now, Ali Velshi was in for Chris Hayes. Chris Hayes is friends with Sam Cedars, so
Right.
they already have an in there. But Kat Abugzala is going on CNN pretty frequently, and she's
Right.
running in Chicago,
Illinois,
for
yeah.
Congress. And maybe she's a white woman, blonde hair, and so it's easier to put her on camera. I don't know. Versus scary Muslim man. I don't know. Maybe if he had
It's a
Brad
good
Lander
question.
attached to his hip, then they would be on more often.
I mean, the simplest example is that just the special interests of New York and the mayor of New York is such like a symbolic political signpost, right? And the idea of it going to a democratic socialist is terrifying
They're
to a
trying
lot
not
of
to
people.
normalize it.
Kat's just trying to be. I don't think she's even a member of the DSA. If she is, she hasn't. I don't think she's been really loud about it. But she's definitely anti-establishment. You know, that's her whole thing. And it's just a different race. It's just a different animal. She's not as much of a
One
threat.
Congressperson versus
She's not. Yeah, she's not much. Exactly. She's not nearly as much of a threat. Like the mayor of New York can get on any media outlet he wants whenever he wants, and the same can't be said for an obscure congresswoman from Illinois. You know what I mean?
They kind of did this to themselves because post 9/11, Giuliani was America's mayor. So now the mayor of New York is always America's mayor, and we don't want to show America that your mayor is a Muslim socialist.
Yeah.
It's
It's disappointing. I've watched. Yeah, sure, actually, because I hate him. So
Yeah, I know.
it could be good
Exactly.
content. Yeah, we can watch a little bit more, but I might cut it off at some point.
Yeah, of course.
Then yes, I do believe that I'm right to ask for your vote, not because I need it, because I want it, but because we need leaders who are going to act with the spine, as Sarah said, not just with our words. That's all I can give you now. But once we get in there in 18 months, to also be able to serve with actual action, with a spine, not sweeping these issues under the rug, but confronting them through actual action. That's my commitment.
He sounds like a white comedian talking about a black guy doing a white voice. That's how his voice sounds.
Yeah, I guess that's
like
pretty
a
specific. That's pretty specific.
thinking
He
like
sounds like a
Will Smith.
white. Wait, let me see if I understand this. He sounds like a white guy trying to do a black voice.
He sounds like a white guy trying to do a black guy doing a white voice.
Do a black guy doing a white voice. Okay.
Like how
yeah,
Bill
because there is a
Burr would talk about
nerdiness.
black comedians.
Because there is like a nerdiness
exactly.
about the way he talks. Yeah.
Exactly. And hi, I'm professional. Almost that transatlantic accent from like 50 fucking years ago, 80 years ago.
The other side has lost their way. Now it's up to us to level up, to man up, and actually say, what do we actually stand for? See, the other side might give us their own version of poison. We're going to stand for truth. We're done obsessing with the failures of the other side. We want to know.
And let's see the Epstein files.
He's doing the fucking Obama moves. Hands
Yeah.
look this way. Hands look this way. He's doing
But they
Obama.
all do it. They get they're not creative, bro. If they were creative, they'd be working in Hollywood. This is why they're in politics, because they're like creative enough to kind of like survive. And, you know, he has this ethos because he's a successful entrepreneur. And that really bums me out. The extent to which we celebrate luminaries of capitalism is really disappointing. It's really disappointing in this country that we don't celebrate the great intellectuals of our society. We celebrate just the big time winners. It's like, it's one thing to do that with athletes who are risking their bodies for the sake of our entertainment, but it's another to do that with people in the private sector who are really just in it for themselves. Like, they did really good job of taking care of themselves and their people.
Yeah.
Way to go. They didn't run for office. They didn't exercise power. That's one thing that, like, I borrow from the Wasp. Here, let me see if I have it on.
Yeah.
This right here. So this is where this guy, E. Digby Baltzell, the Protestant established aristocracy and caste in America, okay? So this is the guy who came up with the term WASP. And in it, he says that something along the lines of and this is back in the 60s, mind you, talking about the baby boomers, that they have been educated to compete. They have not been educated to exercise power.
That's an interesting point.
It's kind of an unapologetic. See, I come from a place of like, you know, not, it wasn't saying you're special. It was just saying you've been given a lot. You've been given a first-class education that you didn't have to pay for, right?
Yeah.
So you have an obligation. There's an implicit obligation for people who have like this kind of nagging feeling like I do, like something's wrong with American political leadership. Like they're fucking either losers, pussies, or bullies.
Yeah.
All of them. Like even we're seeing AOC screw up now. And so I come from the tradition of like, if you were given privilege, you know, yeah, you can just use that to create more privilege. I mean, remember over half of billionaires come from privilege, something like that.
Right.
That's fine. You want to go out and make more money, whatever, but don't expect me to think of you as special. If you come from privilege, the cultural obligation used to be back in the days of the Roosevelts and the Kennedys, it was, and even well before that, it was public service. It was like, you don't have time to worry about money, but you've been around power and privilege your whole life. So when you actually get to have the power, it's not going to influence you as much. Because what are you motivated by? Legacy.
Right.
That's the narcissism. That's the thing where like a politician will actually earn my respect, is that, you know, what's in it for them. It's like, oh, I'm trying to do good in these communities. I'm trying to like get, you know, it's like, no. Those are all the how. That's all the how to improve. But why are you trying to improve either this district, this town, this state, this country? What's in it for you? And if I were to ever run for office, I'd be like, it's very simple. When I'm gone, I don't know how well I'm going to do, but when I'm gone, I want them to say, Deter gave it all you had and tried to get change and tried to get big change in America. And that's it. That should be the attitude of the next generation of progressive competitors.
You can even make it, I mean, to bring up Bill Burr again, he's been in the news. He had a bit about how do we solve climate change? Sell the sun to the billionaires. Be like, billionaires, you own the sun now. So now do what you can to mitigate its damage on us, and you'll get a profit. It'll profit you somehow. If a billionaire goes, you know, I mean, it goes back to I was watching like Boardwalk Empire. They wanted to desegregate so that they could sell to more people. Like these were selfish Republican, you know, criminal bootleggers, part of the mafia and the mob, but they were inclusive when it came to who they work with. One, because they had no choice, but two, they realized, well, if I sell to black people can't buy stuff in regular stores. I sell to them. I own that entire market. It's selfish for me, but I'm accidentally creating progress. If you sell it to them as like, one, yes, legacy, people will love you. We have a park named after you, whatever the fuck. But you'll get richer because more people will buy your product because they see you as a good company. Right. This is what the pink washing and the pride washing was for all these companies, and they're pulling back now because they think the tide is turning. And they're going, we don't want, you know, rainbow merch in our Target. But but the companies that stick with it and go, no, this is what we're going to stand on, and we're not moving from this, that's going to have a loyal customer base going forward, always. And just like politicians, you're going to have loyal followers. Like if Mamdani wins in November, fingers crossed, knock wood, and the bus program gets through, what was these other ones? The universal child care, I believe, to buff that up. That stuff gets through. People feel that in their day-to-day lives. They're not going to want to go back to a time before that. That's the thing that the establishment on either side is scared of. Material change for people, it makes it so they don't want to go back. They're trying to, you know, repeal Medicaid and all this healthcare shit now. And people are fighting against it going, what the fuck? We've had this forever. Why are you changing it now? And they can't really give their plan of, oh, we've been fighting this since it was implemented. They go, no, we're trying to fix it. And, you should be on the marketplace. There's that guy doing a town hall who's like, you shouldn't, if you don't work for it, you shouldn't get it.
Right.
Well, I forget where it was, but.
Yeah, it was the most I saw it too. He got bitched out by the audience. I
Yeah.
mean, the country's hungry for new lefty leadership. It's just, again, it comes down to people. And I don't, the biggest profile guy is Gavin Newsom. Like, I think we're going to end up with Gavin Newsom for the next president, man.
Look,
it sucks.
again,
I mean, maybe Westmore gets in there, but what?
The media is pushing him for sure because, again, they don't want AOC. They don't want anyone, actual like progressives in there. They want someone who can trick people, like we were talking about with Mandani, who can shoot the same kind of ad, come off kind of charismatic.
Look, it might be Cope, but the best I think we can hope for is that Newsom or Moore from Maryland. But I think Newsom's just a giant right now. That one of them, whoever wins, and becomes the next president, assuming that the election isn't raped.
And we have fair elections.
Yeah. That they could be influenced, that they could be persuaded towards universal healthcare, that they could be persuaded towards FDR's second Bill of Rights, which was healthcare, housing, education, employment, social security, and farmers' rights.
Yeah, that's the hope with Kamala, that she's kind of will go with.
But
the
she
wind
didn't.
Blowing.
She just but she didn't. She
Not
like
on the
it's
campaign.
so annoying when she appointed Walls. She peaked when she appointed Walls.
Yeah, and they were talking about weird and all that.
Yeah, and they didn't stay going with that direction, and they could have gotten younger voters, and they didn't. Like, where was the talk about student loan debt relief? Like, if they just promised that, they would have gotten so many people to show up.
Yo,
and that was, she got 6 million fewer votes than Biden did in 2020.
Damn. That's crazy.
That's pathetic. And a majority of those were like anti-Zionist progressives who were just pissed off and like, I'm not voting for genocide.
She really could have, I mean, this is all 2020, but if they peaked when she picked Walls, they peaked when he just started coming out and going, yeah, they're weird. They're fucking weird over there, man.
Yeah.
Like Vance's fucking couches, what's going on? And that was bipartisan. And you know why? Because it wasn't that political. If you tell people this is left-wing stuff, they go, oh, socialism, freak out. But if you're just like, hey man, do you want to be able to go to the doctor and not have to pay? Do you want to be able to take the bus and not have to pay?
I know.
Then they go, yeah, of course. And then you say, okay, well, vote for this person. And
the easiest thing,
they're calling them weird and shit. Then vote for the people who aren't weird. Vote for us. Like,
but no one's making that message in the Democratic Party. Like, very few people are actually advocating for Medicare for all and for. So the other way to go about the socialism issue is, hey, you ever heard of Social Security? America's like most popular national program ever. Well, that's socialism. Yeah. So shut up. I mean, it really is like, I'm waiting for someone to get on Bill Maher and like bitch out some sort of right-wing luminary, some MAGA trash mofo. Yeah, well, he's a baby boomer liberal. He's a Clinton liberal.
Yeah, so he's a Reagan liberal.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Someone needs to go. I think you're right. Someone needs to go on Bill Maher and not only eat up the fucking conservatives on the panel, but eat up Bill Maher.
Right.
Like when Bill Burr has gone on there.
Right.
I'm sorry, I keep bringing up Burr. He's great.
But it's really like someone needs to yell at a conservative and tell them to shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, and let the educated, enlightened, and empathetic go to work.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of reluctance on the left to invoke superiority, and I'm always reluctant to invoke it as well. But like, it's not hard to be superior to white trash, and as I've said before, that's what these people are. They're white trash fascists. And Trump's got a 90%. I don't know. This might have gone down a little bit, but last time I checked, Trump had a 90% approval rating with his voters. 90%. That's with the Epstein stuff.
Right.
And so people are talking about like, oh, the base isn't going to let the Epstein stuff go. It's like, I don't know. It sounds like a lot of them don't care.
Yeah, they might. They probably will. Enough of them. You know.
Well, and tell them to talk past them. Enough of this, trying to argue with them. Just be like, no, like, and never give in to their terms.
Yeah.
Like they do this really, it's effective where they act as if you've never run a business. You don't know what you're talking about. Like they go after labor people like that. And it's like, no, I haven't been corrupted by self-interest to that extent. And you don't need to run a business to understand the concept of fairness in a competitive economy. And by the way, a competitive economy is by definition not fair because not everybody's competitive. Not everybody has a competitive disposition. The easiest example to draw from there is artistic people. And art, like that, people say, you know, religion is so much of a part of American culture and society that we don't appreciate. Art is actually the biggest part because Hollywood is art. You know, it's not necessarily good art. A lot of it's crap. But, you know, nobody else has Hollywood. Like there's Bollywood in India, but nobody outside of India or who isn't Indian watches Bollywood. And Korea's got a really cool entertainment culture. But American like entertainment culture is the only culture that really travels, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think like the left, it would be nice to tap into that. And I feel like I was, you know, having had the background in Hollywood that I've had, I could help out, you know, people like Kamala, but I couldn't get close. I was part of a lot of discussion groups back during the campaign like a year ago. And I was like, you guys keep going to the middle. You're going to lose people on the left. You're not going left enough, Kamala.
Yeah.
And she just surrounded herself with some really bad people. Those people that were on Pod Save America after the election, it was just like total exposure. It's like, oh, this is why you lost.
Yeah.
This is why you lost. Because you were listening to these idiots.
Speaking of talking past conservatives and not giving into their framing, I don't remember if this is the exact one, but Olayemi was so good on Rising, and she would do this with Robbie all the time. And I just want to play a little bit of this.
Sure.
What went on here,
This is about Uvalde, by the way.
horrific mass shooting. So many children and a few teachers died when the shooter came and barricaded himself in a classroom, although now we know that the classroom was maybe not even locked. Police, so many police showed up, tons of police, and they waited and waited and waited and waited as the...
Over 24 law enforcement agencies.
Yes, as children still alive in the classroom with bullet wounds, calling 911, saying, please come in and save us, we are dying. They waited. The one officer, his wife was the teacher in there dying, and he moved toward the door, and they held him back and took him away. Parents outside, desperate to get in.
The officer that was fired, so that officer was found on body cam footage that in conjunction to not bringing their rifle and their vest inside, even though they had it, and they just left it and went inside unarmed. Then they go outside where they stayed for the entirety of the incident, and they're heard on their body worn camera footage saying, if my children were in there, you could bet I wouldn't be out here. That's all I know.
That's their job. It's their job. This is so, yeah.
This is one of the clips where they kind of agree.
You know what?
But she still is hitting the points that she needs to hit. She's not talking to Robbie. She's talking to the audience.
Right.
The cops aren't doing their jobs.
Right.
Even in this dire situation, the only thing to do is call the police when this is happening. They're not doing their jobs.
He knew the facts. She just knew a little bit more about the details.
That's why he was hesitant in starting it, because he knew she was going to go off. But yeah, not taking their framing is hyper important, because they will always try to lay the groundwork and work within the argument that they know they can defend. And you just go, I just reject your premise. That's not a real premise. I'm talking about this issue. The problem is cops.
Right. And the problem is the militarization of the police.
That's right.
I mean, and it's just too much money. They get so much money. And, Karen Bass was like a great hope for the left. And man, did she screw up. She fired the fire chief after the Malibu fires. And it's like, this was not her fault. She was short on resources. She didn't have enough resources because the budget got politicized and they took money away from the fire department to give to the police department. It's like, you idiots.
I remember that. And the right was saying, oh, it's a DEI hire.
Right.
The fire chief is a woman. This is why they happened. Don't look at the budgets for the police. Don't look at the budgets for the police. And Karen gave into that. She gave into it and fired her. And, yeah, exactly.
Weakness. More weakness.
Weak.
Yes. Just totally weak. She's probably a boomer.
We need strength on the left. And I think, AOC's non-vote on that Israel bill, not good. If Tlaib and Omar are voting for it, you stand with them and vote for it, even if it's put by someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I can guarantee is not doing it for the right reasons.
The DSA might be about to censure AOC.
Really?
For it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to happen. I'm going to the convention this weekend, and that's on the docket.
I mean, she needs to know that her constituents are not happy about that. And
yeah, she
like
really
I
messed
said,
up.
If they all didn't vote for it, if Omar and Tlaib didn't vote for it either, then fine. You're all standing together. But stand together one way or another. If you're home, again, take politics out of it. If your homies are sticking their necks out, stick your neck out with your homies.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's how I feel about the AOC thing.
Well, I mean, I was kind of reluctant to support censuring her, but then we brought it up at the chapter meeting last night, and one woman kind of made a great point. It's like, if you let her get away with this, then, if she does something again, then it's like, well, why didn't you censure her the first time?
Yeah.
And so I think it'd be a point. I mean, it shows what I suspected about AOC, is that she might be Senate material, but she is not White House material. She's not.
Maybe.
Come on.
It's been. Listen. She got elected in 2018. That's 7 years ago. 7 years in Congress. I don't know if that makes you ready for the White House or not. Look, Donald Trump's in the White House right now. He has no fucking experience.
No. I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's an issue of experience with AOC. I think it's an issue of talent.
Okay.
I don't think she's nearly smart enough to get through the establishment rat's nest.
Yeah, I mean, she's been trying, and again, she was the first. She was the first of the wave, right? And then Ilhan. She got in and quickly was censured by Pelosi for saying it was all about the Benjamins because of AIPAC and the money that they pay. And, obviously she was right and they shouldn't have censured her.
Right.
But navigating through the rat's nest, like you say, of the establishment politics is a dirty job and you're going to get cut. And
the only way to go in there, though, is with a flamethrower. The only way to do it is with a flamethrower. And say, we're done with the Pelosi days. We're done with the Jeffries days. We're moving on from these generations in a generational way.
A straight white man part of the squad. That's what they need. Because AOC might not feel like she can do it. AOC might feel like she can't do it because she's a woman of color. Same thing with Ilhan Omar. Same thing with
It's like, look, you're half black, half white. It's a tough question. But be really, really honest with yourself. What category of American is allowed to get angry in public and still be taken seriously? I didn't write the rules, but it is a cultural norm that if it is a woman or a minority that gets angry, they instantly lose credibility. Whereas if the right straight white guy does it and does it well, you have to do it well on the left.
Yeah.
You can be a hack and be successful on the right, but you have to do it well on the left. It can come across as righteous. And
we need DEI for the squad, is what I'm saying, folks. We need a white guy for the squad.
I feel like if I could get my hands on them in a coaching sense, I could get them to kind of up their game a lot rhetorically. But I think Ilhan Omar is really smart.
Yeah. Wonderful.
But she's a Muslim, so like no chance in hell of like
Muslim
that getting,
immigrant woman.
She
Same
could be
thing
I mean, maybe she could be a senator someday, but White House, no way. There's actually this was nobody in the last 50 years has been White House material. Let's be honest here. Kind of right. I would say 45 years, but you could even do 50 years. It's fine. It's 1975. I mean,
squad needs a token white.
Yes. Well, they thought they had Chris Moulton, I think, right?
I don't know who that is. So
The
if I don't
Connecticut
know,
guy. Yeah, exactly. No, Seth Moulton. But
there's some guy.
Yeah, no, I mean,
that they keep
but he's got to
throwing
be. He needs to be. He can't be like. Yeah, okay. The token. It's not token. Okay, it needs to be exceptional. He needs to be exceptional. Like, I gotta tell you, like, being a straight white privileged guy, and actually being aware of the benefits, especially early on when I was just coming out of college, being aware of like the benefits that came with that identity. There's a training that comes, there's a social conditioning that comes where if you're actually talented, people can see right away. They see right away whether or not you have value or whether or not you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Because there have been so many white guys that have come around who are just full of shit. Right? Like people got their antennas up when it's a straight white guy. So if it's going to be a straight white guy, it can't be no token. He's got to be a fucking winner.
Someone
He's
like
got to be a
Pritzker?
fucking winner.
Someone like Pritzker. And
Oh, you know who I think would be great would be a waspy John Ossoff. A young waspy John Ossoff. He's Jewish.
Yeah.
So, but John Ossoff being in there would be great. But then bring in a wasp man, and then you got a real fucking team.
Hey, run
But,
a
like
Jew.
the
That's
squad,
not a bad
the
idea.
fact that the squad hasn't grown over these last 7 years since AOC has been, in
Mm-hmm.
Congress, like it's kind of sad.
I mean, that's
it's kind of
very
sad.
deliberate, obviously, from APAC and the DNC itself,
Yeah,
and
of
media
course.
and whatnot. But I think it is growing, just not in the visible spectrum of mainstream. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
Right.
under the surface and it's bubbling up. That's why we're seeing Kat go on CNN and Emma from Majority Report on MSNBC. Brad Lander getting more play, probably more than Mamdani because he's white and Jewish. But I wouldn't even mind. Like, dude, run John Ossoff. Like, run an he's got to be anti-Zionist as hell. Like, will not move on that point.
Okay, so
Run
we
an
got 10 minutes
anti-Zionist
left.
Jew for president? Not
Yeah,
bad.
so we should talk about that term. Let's we can round out our conversation today with this because I am all about the anti-hyphenate. I want the DSA to become the spearhead for the anti-MAGA movement. I want the anti-MAGA movement to be as far left as possible, right? Yeah. So people need to start using that language: anti-MAGA, anti-Trump, anti-conservative, and then you get to the one we're talking about now: anti-Zionist. And it comes across as aggressive at first, but everything good always does.
Yeah, you have to
everything that's effective always comes across as like a little too much at first. Like Black Lives Matter, for example. Right. A lot of people's reaction was like, well, all lives matter. And they were like, well, black people are getting beat up by police.
Yeah.
Okay.
And killed.
So let's
Hence
so
the
like,
shirt.
let's be real.
Token
Right.
being the one black character on South Park. Now they retroactively changed his name to be Tolkien after Lord of the Rings author J.R.R. Tolkien. That his
Really?
father is a big Lord of the Rings fan. Yeah. And being like, anyone who ever thought his name was Tolkien is a racist. And I'm like, you
Is
made
that right?
the merch, guys. Yeah.
Did you see it? So you saw the episode of Trump, obviously.
Oh, of course. I made a
sleeping
review
with
of
Satan.
I'm going to watch the new episode tonight at 10 o'clock, and I'm going to make a review tomorrow. Folks.
Nice.
Like,
Nice. That
I'm
might be
so
smart.
excited.
I might do
And-
that. I might do that too.
Matter of fact, I want to show you their tweet. Because yesterday, ICE tweeted out.
Okay, so you say yesterday the same way I do. That's a Northeastern thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Speaking of which,
yesterday.
I was on the I-95 the other day. Me and my wife were visiting my friend in Philly, and we're on the I-95. I'm like, this is that road that Deter keeps talking about, isn't it?
It's the biggest, it's the most important road in America, bro. It's the most important road in America. Connecting, it's America's spine intellectually in terms of power and stuff. Because I got to tell you, being in California, it's the thing. It's the thing I hate most about being in California is being detached. Is being just detached from, like, most people are just not even aware of what's going on.
Because
you
got to drive everywhere, right? So
well, it's just you're on the other coast, and we don't have Washington's not like a train ride away or a short flight away, and people like, you know, there's a lot of transplants in California, but a lot of them move to the West Coast to get away from that uptight culture. And, you know, it's just like, of course, Gavin Newsom is the guy that comes out of California and makes a run at the presidency and has a real chance at it. Like, tall, good looking, and weak. Like, he's been weakened by the system.
Yeah.
He used to be, you know, when he was mayor of San Francisco, he was for Medicare for all and all these big reforms, and he's gone back on everything. So it's tough to watch. I should do an episode on him, just on him, because I think we can do better. But
yeah, he always reminds me of like the guy. And speaking of the mob, he always reminds me of like the mob family member who they make be a lawyer or go legit to be the legitimate face of the crime family, because he seems greasy to me. He always seems greasy. But this is the tweet that ICE put out. Join ICE.gov with a picture of South Park. And then South Park retweeted it saying, so we are relevant. # eat a bag of dicks.
Right.
Because
Homeland Security did that.
Yes, they did. Actually.
Homeland Security put the time into making that cartoon. They think it's funny.
They grabbed a screen grab from the trailer for the new season of South Park.
Oh, they're just a screen grab. Okay.
Yeah. And
I didn't know that. I thought that was original art for a second.
But they're trying to claim, they're trying to still be like, haha, guys, we're still part of the joke.
Right.
We're still in it. Charlie Kirk, same thing, because there's a clip of Cartman, I think it might be in tonight's episode, of Cartman on a campus with the Charlie Kirk hair, you know, all pulled back with a little blit coming out. Asking questions. Charlie's like, yeah, man, I can't believe I'm on South Park. It's going to be fun, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you are not prepared for how hard they're going to go at you, dude.
I hope so, because Charlie Kirk is evil. Just like I put Charlie Kirk up there with Miller. Stephen Miller. Yeah, I put Charlie Kirk up there with Stephen Miller as like the chief propaganda artist, along with Steve Bannon, although Bannon's been in and out. Bannon hasn't been there the whole time. But Charlie Kirk is, you know, he's doing the Koch brothers stuff, like really hurting the country and really advocating for the normalization of fascism. Yeah. And, you know, Ben Shapiro is an interesting one, because Ben Shapiro hated Trump when Trump first came on the scene. And he's like, yeah, he's like destroying the Republican brand. And he's not a real conservative, and yada, yada, yada. And now he's just a sellout. Like, he doesn't call out Trump on anything.
Because he had to get in line. That was the time.
Yeah. Well, it's what the viewers, no, it's the market. Yeah. It's the medium is the message. So for those of you who don't know who said that, it was Marshall McLuhan, who was a Canadian logician. And he said the medium is the message because every communication technology is ultimately determined by its limitations, or the variables which drive production. And the variables which drive production are views. And Shapiro wanted to continue to grow. There's that saying in capitalism, grow or die. So Shapiro wanted to continue to grow, and that meant just fueling his audience with intellectual justifications for what now has become exposed as fascism. That's another thing that I think lefties need to get out there is it's been fascism from the beginning.
Yeah.
It just wasn't that obvious. Right?
That's what the core of the Republican Party, not the MAGA extremists, not the Trumplicans, not any other word, but Republicans.
Right.
The Republican Party has been a fascist party for at least 50 years. they're just saying it out loud. That's what Ben Shapiro, I think, hated Trump for. He was like, uh-oh, I know the audience and I know what my comment section says. I don't want that leaking onto the national stage because then the jig is up and we're going to lose. And I think he was, like everybody else, was surprised that Trump was gaining steam and was going to win and did win. And then he's just like, well, I got to get on board because this is my brand and I don't want to lose my audience. And now he's out adrift, you know, in those internet waves, trying to run the Daily Wire, maybe losing it because they're going bankrupt. They spent too much money on the film side and the stupid cartoon. You know, we're seeing Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson fight for control of the party.
Yeah, but they always show up to vote. Whenever we would get like tempted to be like, oh, the right's divided.
Oh, yeah.
Don't buy into that because they always show up on game day. They always show up on election day. There's a saying, I think it was Tip O'Neill, Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line.
Yeah. I mean, there was footage of when Biden won, of conservatives having some kind of rally, one of those stop the steal rallies, and they were fighting with each other, being like, "You voted for who's the right wing guy? Ron Paul. You voted for Ron Paul. I can't believe it. You cost Trump the election." Blah blah blah, yelling at each other because they all showed up to vote, but they did get split a bit in 2020
right.
When it come to he made the COVID vaccine, but the vaccines are bad, and I don't want to be mandated to do the shutdowns, but he was the one who did the shutdowns. There was a little bit of division there, and some of them voted third party, and they fucking lost.
Right.
So we don't vote for third party. We take over the party.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Third party, Nicole Wallace and Bill Kristol and all you motherfuckers.
Yeah, shut up.
Trump was too crazy. You shut the fuck up. People go on MSNBC and argue with Nicole Wallace. Why the fuck did you lie for Bush to get us into Iraq? You shouldn't be fucking trusted. You should be watching my show. Whatever. Anyways.
No, that's righteous, dude. Absolutely. I hope that gets into a short because that's very true. Like there's you and I are so much more talented than most of the MSNBC talent base.
Yeah, dude.
You know. By the way, we'll finish out with some narcissism. What do you think of the Do? I've been seeing a new.
I like
new hair. Yeah, it's okay. It's not too Republican.
No, it's just
not
Republican enough.
Just Republican enough. See, this can come down here.
No, but you can like. Oh well, that's angry. I'm getting passionate. I'm about to invade Poland right there.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for us today. Thank you, Alex, for joining me as always. And thank you guys for joining me today. Again, here's a link to my YouTube channel. Please get on there and subscribe so I can try to get to 1,000 sometime before the end of the year. And if you want to see more of me, I'll be doing Left Coast Live probably Tuesday night of next week at 7 p.m. Pacific on my channel, 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, we are going to go ahead and remind you that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Stay tuned for David Doel.
This is how it is done. So earlier this week, I did a video on the wrong way to approach ludicrous ideas using Mehdi Hasan's debate with Jubilee as the example, where Jubilee is uplifting these absolute insane perspectives, open fascists debating with Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi Hasan didn't know that he'd be debating them to, this is not, again, you watch the video, I'm not criticizing him. It's the deception that they use to bring him on, and also what that platform does generally to essentially normalize insanity, as if a fascist is worth debating with at all when you cannot simply debate basic human rights. But that is the wrong way to approach that insane perspective. The right way to approach insane perspectives are two examples I have this week. One of South Park and the other with Anna Kasparian on the Piers Morgan show debating genocide, as if that's something that you can debate. But if you're put in that position to debate that issue, this was shared here by the Vanguard, but captured by somebody else. I'm going to play this. This is how you approach a debate like this if you find yourself in a debate about genocide. It's with the proper emotion and anger necessary for the situation.
The fact that they shoot at people as they're waiting in line for humanitarian aid. Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day. Every single day as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not going to let you filibuster, bitch. I'm not going to let you filibuster. I'm not going to let you filibuster. You guys are totally okay with IDF soldiers shooting and killing desperate people waiting for humanitarian aid. You're okay with that. I find it so unbelievably evil. Unbelievably evil. It shocks my conscience and my soul that people as evil as this exist in this world. Okay? Watching these images, looking at these videos, seeing all these kids desperate, hungry, parentless, trapped in Gaza. And you're sitting here and you're defending it. I can't stand it. I can't listen to it. The filibustering is unbearable. It's unbearable.
Now, I think there's a fair criticism here of the Piers Morgan show generally, and much like Jubilee, the need to debate issues that do not need debating. You don't need to debate genocide, whether it's right or wrong. I think it's pretty clear what the answer there is. But if you're going to be in a debate like that, if these debates are going to be had on the network, and you're going to be a part of that, approaching it with empathy and emotion, I think, is the right way to go about it, because there is, just to showcase how insane it is that there is anybody still defending what Israel is doing. So that's a good way to go about it. Another good way to approach these absolute lunatics is by making fun of them. And that's what South Park did this week. And it's got to the point where the White House actually released a statement, which I will get to later, showing you just how bothered they were by this. So let me just first, lay some groundwork for what went on here with South Park. There is right now a merger attempting to go through between Paramount and Skydance, which needs the approval of Donald Trump to get through. So part of that process so far has been the cancellation of Stephen Colbert, which they claim is a business issue. I do think there's a discussion there about how popular TV is generally, let alone, late night shows. So, you could make the argument there that at some point these shows aren't really going to exist anyways. That said, this cancellation is happening at a very interesting time. Quote unquote, big fat bribe. Stephen Colbert's show canceled after he slams Trump and Paramount Skydance merger. This gets to the South Park creators reaching a $1.5 billion streaming deal with Paramount. This was just a few days ago. To their credit, they immediately went after Trump. So Trump, in the midst of all this, has made an unconfirmed claim that Skydance will give him $20 million in advertising, PSAs, or similar programming after the merger goes through. It's bizarre that this is being reported as unconfirmed when he is the one making. It's not as if this is like some insider reporting this, some unnamed source. This is Donald Trump, the president, saying this is happening. And he said earlier in July, the New York Post, the New York Post reported earlier in July that Skydance CEO David Ellison had agreed to a secret side deal with Trump, agreeing to provide an additional $15 million to $20 million worth of ads that support conservative causes supported by President Trump. So that's apparently happening. Now, this gets to how South Park reacted to this. Part of their deal was agreeing to produce 50 new episodes over the next 5 years. Well, the first episode to come out after this deal was struck involved this: Donald Trump sleeping with Satan, taking the place of Saddam Hussein in the old gag they had going on here. Now, for obvious reasons, I can't, play South Park episodes on this channel with copyright issues, but I will link to the clips that are available online, including this whole sequence here, where he essentially he's throwing out these lawsuit threats at everyone he comes across who disagrees with him, and then he gets in bed with Satan. And as Variety writes here, in one scene, Trump undresses in his White House bedroom and gets into bed with Satan, insinuating that he wants to have sex. Satan turns him down, but Trump persists. Quote, "Come on, Satan, I've been working hard all day." When Trump pulls down his blanket, a comically small penis is revealed as Satan replies, "I can't even see anything. It's so small." Now, this continued where South Park had to, they were being sued by Trump, but as part of the deal, they had to put out a pro-Trump commercial. So this is what they produced. The show producers produced using, obviously, AI here. But it's Donald Trump slowly having to undress throughout the desert as he ends up getting naked at one point. I can't show you the end of it, but it involves a comically small penis. And it's just the whole episode was tearing Trump apart. Just roasting him, making complete fun of him, showing him as the absolute clown that he is. This is a fantastic way to address these idiots. It helps to turn them into the cultural pariahs that they should be. So the White House was not happy about this. Rolling Stone reporting here, Trump White House rages over South Park episode, calls show fourth rate. The president cowed Paramount execs, but the company's talent is rebelling. Now the administration is melting down. So they got a direct statement from the White House that says, quote, "The left's hypocrisy truly has no end. For years they have come after South Park for what they labeled as offense content, but suddenly they are praising the show." Trump White House spokesperson Taylor Rogers tells Rolling Stone in a statement Thursday morning, quote, "Just like the creators of South Park, the left has no authentic or original content, which is why their popularity continues to hit record lows." This stuff is so ridiculous, the way they write these statements. "This show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas." So it's so irrelevant that they struck a massive deal that is netting them $1.5 billion. But okay, go on. Desperate attempt for attention. President Trump, oh my God, speaking of desperate attempts for attention, President Trump has delivered on more promises in just 6 months than any other president in our country's history. And no fourth-rate show can derail President Trump's hot streak. Yet, you sure seem angry about it. They understand. If they lose the culture battle, they have nothing left. That's all they're trying to fight on at this point, because Trump's approval rating is at an all-time low, 37%, second-term low. You match that against other second quarter average approval ratings of elected presidents, by far the lowest. And if you go issue by issue, he's losing on every single issue. CNN had a recent report on a poll covering various issues. Of course, he's underwater the most when it comes to Epstein, because even the right is getting him on that. But across the board, down. Why treat these ideas with any sort of serious approach when these are not debate? These are not intellectual debates that are worth having. There is no debating these sorts of perspectives. Yes, it is important to take the president seriously, of course. It is important to take people in power seriously, and that's when Congress should be coming in and doing that. But in terms of the culture around it, in terms of the media around it, we do not need to be addressing these ideas as if they have a serious perspective worth engaging. We need to be showing the lack of humanity in it, which Anna did in her clip, as well as just clowning on how ludicrous these people are. And I think South Park clearly showed that as well. Well, it turns out that trying to negotiate a trade deal with a fascist is really goddamn stupid. Donald Trump discovered a new reason to not have a trade deal with Canada, because, of course, I am there. Where do I go with this? My last video discussing Mark Carney giving in because that's what happened to Donald Trump's demand on the digital services tax. And some of the comments on that video, oh, you don't understand. Mark Carney is playing four-dimensional chess. He knows how he's working Trump. He's looking at all the angles, and he figures that giving in to Trump on this is going to negotiate him a fantastic trade deal. Is that what you thought? Because today, Trump says Canada's Palestinian move is new trade deal stumbling block. So before I get to what Canada declared or intends to declare, depending on some absurd conditions, I'll get to my thoughts around that. This is Trump on Truth Social saying, wow, Canada has just announced that it is backing statehood for Palestine. That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. May I remind you, let's go back to November of 2024. Donald Trump threatens 25% tariff on products from Canada and Mexico, citing the invasion of fentanyl. And that would continue to be something that was cited as the reason for why they had to have these tariffs. CNN with their fact check, Canada makes up just 0.2% of U.S. border fentanyl seizures. Yet, despite the reality, Canada gave in. Canada buy helicopters, drones to meet Trump's demand for tighter border security. Canada says it will appoint a fentanyl czar to avoid Trump tariff threats. CBSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency, launches Operation Blizzard to target fentanyl. What do you think happened? Did Trump go, oh, you know what? Clearly, Canada is very concerned about this non-existent issue. But now that they made these good faith attempts to try and do something, we are going to work on a fantastic deal that is going to benefit both sides. Oh, no. This from July, as in this month, a couple weeks ago, Trump threatens 35% tariff on Canadian goods over dangerous cross-border fentanyl dispute. Lessons were not learned. U.S. ending all trade negotiations with Canada over the digital tax. This was the digital service tax. This piece from June 27th. Just a couple days later, June 29th, Canada rescinds digital services tax to advance broader trade negotiations. What do you think happened? I don't have to tell you. This happened. He discovered a new reason to ensure that there was no trade deal. This is the guy that tore up his own renegotiated NAFTA trade deal, the USMCA, that he did in his first term, comes in, completely violates it from every angle, and says, oh, we need something different, and has only put up roadblocks at every point. You cannot negotiate in good faith with a fascist clown. I hope this is a lesson at this point. So this is, the trade conversation, because we're going to move on to Canada's move here. But look, I'm not saying I have the answer. I don't know what to do here. If you actually want a trade deal with Trump, I don't think you're being realistic. Because anything you actually sign, how can you trust that he's even going to abide by it, considering he didn't abide by his initial deal? So I think at this point you ride this out, hope for the best, hope that Trump is voted out in the next election, because I'm not sure you could really have any actual good faith negotiations with this absolute madman. That gets to the declaration today, or the intention of a declaration. Canada has long been committed to two-state solution. That's from Mark Carney. An independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security. My statement on Canada's recognition of a Palestinian state. So, I'll touch on this briefly later because I've done other larger videos on this. The real long-term solution here is actually one state with equal rights. But I understand how impossible that sounds right now, but it doesn't sound all that more impossible than two sovereign states peacefully living side by side with how things currently are. But that's a different discussion from what I want to really get into here. Is this declaration of Palestinian recognition. It's important to note that Canada is one of the few countries that has not already declared Palestine to be a state. In fact, the number is 147 out of 193 countries of the UN already recognize a Palestinian state. So, of course, France last week were the ones to kind of get this ball rolling with their pending declaration, as well as the UK and now Canada. And here is part of Carney's announcement.
For the reasons I cited earlier, Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025. This intention is predicated on the Palestinian Authority's commitment to much-needed reforms, including commitments by the Palestinian Authority's President Abbas to fundamentally reform its governance, to hold general elections in 2026 in which Hamas can play no part, and to demilitarize the Palestinian state. Canada will increase its efforts in supporting strong democratic governance in Palestine and the contributions of its people to a more peaceful and hopeful future. I spoke today with President Abbas at length to reaffirm his commitments. Canada reiterates that Hamas must immediately release all hostages taken in the horrific terrorist attack of October 7th, that Hamas must disarm, and that Hamas must play no role in the future governance of Palestine.
All right, so while I want to acknowledge that the needle, you could argue, has moved in the right direction, there are serious issues with what is being proposed here, and I'll get to that. Worth mentioning first, though, this idea, this ongoing misinformation around these hostages. The reason why all of the hostages that are left are still not back in Israel is because of Netanyahu. This is being reported within Israel itself. So deal after deal, he has sabotaged. This from The Guardian in November 2023. This is a month after October 7th. Netanyahu rejected ceasefire for hostages deal in Gaza. You go on. This is September 4th, about a deal in July. Netanyahu derailed a potential Gaza hostage deal in July. That's from Haaretz, which goes on to discuss, citing evidence revealing Netanyahu's relentless efforts to block hostage deal, torpedo the deal. Israel's Channel 12 News exclusive report features new documents and previously unheard conversations showing Netanyahu's efforts to sabotage any hostage deal. This has been continually ignored by both the Prime Minister and a lot of media, despite the fact that this is a major Israeli newspaper that has that reported this a year ago. So any idea that it's because of Palestinians who are being genocided by the Israeli government, that's why these hostages haven't been turned back, is absurd. Now, this gets to the issues with the demands in this call for a Palestinian state. Shane Martinez, who is a human rights lawyer, writing here, Canada's recognition of Palestinian statehood is conditional on Palestine being demilitarized, requiring the demilitarization of a state actively resisting annexation and genocide is fundamentally at odds with the right to self-defense enshrined in Article 51 of the UN Charter. So not only is it absurd to ask people who are being genocided to lay down their arms as opposed to the people committing the genocide, it is also a violation of international law. And considering that, again, Canada is one of the few countries left in the UN that have not already declared a Palestinian state, it's wild to add these sorts of demands to this declaration. Also worth pointing out here, Sharon Nadeem tweets this out. The announcement is a day after a major report revealed that Canada exported arms to Israel despite repeated claims from the government that they do not. Not a single reporter asked about it. This refers to this report. Arms Embargo Now is the site. I'll link to it below. We've just uncovered hundreds of shipments of weapons from Canada to Israel. So this was picked up by CBC News here. Writing report suggests arms still flow from Canada to Israel despite denials. Going on to write, the government of Canada is adamant, with certain shifting caveats, that it has not allowed arms shipments to Israel since January 2024. And yet Israeli import data and publicly available shipping records appear to contradict that claim. The data was uncovered by a group of researchers from the 4 NGOs, World Beyond War, the Palestinian Youth Movement, Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, and Independent Jewish Voices. They found entries in the database of the Israel Tax Authority that show Canadian goods continuing to enter Israel, described by the Israeli government as military weapon parts and ammunition. This gets to the need to have a real arms embargo. You cannot continue supplying military weapons, parts, and ammunition to a country committing a genocide while also claiming you care about the human rights of the people being genocided. So I want to play for you a clip here from Heather McPherson. This is a NDP MP, the foreign affairs critic, who does a good job reacting to the news here.
140 countries across the world have recognized Palestine, some of them for a very, very long time. It's taken a campaign of starvation by Israel for Israel's Western allies, America's Western allies, to act. Recognition, however, is almost easier than pushing for a ceasefire. It's almost easier to say, okay, we'll recognize Palestine, but does Canada have any leverage over Israel to be able to get them to stop what they're doing right now?
You know, I think they do. I think Canada does have a moral obligation. Canada's a G7 country. It has a moral obligation to stand on the right side of international law, to stand on human rights, to stand on our own law, to be perfectly frank. You know, yes, this is an important step. This means something. This means something to Palestinian Canadians who have not felt that their government sees them or recognizes what is happening right now in Gaza and in the West Bank. But this is just one step. There are so many other things that the Canada needs to do. First amongst those would be an arms embargo and stopping the sale of arms to Israel while Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. I mean, that's the next step, and getting humanitarian aid into people at the urgency of this issue. You know, for me to hear the Canadian government say September, when we know that tens of thousands of Palestinians are on the verge of starvation today, is hard. This is a step, but it is not the last step. It is not the only step that the Canadian government should be taking. Canada also can be sanctioning Netanyahu and members of his cabinet that have used genocidal language, that are perpetrating these crimes against Palestinian people.
I think a lot of Canadians have this idea, and I understand why they cling to it, why they continue having this idea that Canada stands up for human rights around the globe. Unfortunately, this is a massive stain on Canada's record. And not just post-October 7th, not just what's happening now, but for years. I've covered Gaza on this channel. Since this channel started, 10 years, I've covered the ongoing human rights abuses being committed by the Israeli government against Palestinians, the apartheid state, the less than equal rights for Palestinians. This has been clear forever. And the reason why this is such a story and why this continues being harped on is because this is an ally. Israel is supposed to be an ally, or is an ally, of the US, Canada, other major Western countries. And these countries continue to defend what the Israeli government is doing, even though now even human rights organizations within Israel, like B'Tselem, are calling it a genocide. So the idea that Canada is this upholder of human rights around the globe, I mean, you can clearly throw that in the trash at this point, considering we are not doing anywhere near enough to try and stop or even condemn what the Israeli government is doing. I mean, even in the announcement of a Palestinian state, a lot of that announcement was focused on what Hamas needs to do, as opposed to the current genocide being committed by one side.
Like, how does a CEO take a 8-figure bonus and none of your employees have dental insurance?
Should billionaires exist? Bill Burr gave his thoughts on a recent podcast, a clip that I'll get to shortly. But first, to lay the groundwork here to help you understand how much $1 billion even is, I discovered this fantastic website that I'm going to link to below the video, and I will likely use this in the future in other videos when discussing how much $1 billion is. What does $1 billion look like? Website is the website. Again, I will link to it below the video in the description box. This is going to help you understand. And if you ever find yourself in a debate with somebody over should billionaires exist, you should go to this website and force them to scroll through it. So they write here, according to Forbes, as of early March 2023, there were 2,640 billionaires worldwide. 135 in the US alone. Let's get to the representations here. So that's 1 pixel. So think $1, 1,000 pixels, $1,000. Here's 1 million. That's a lot of money. Now, here's 1 billion. And if you take note of the scroll wheel on the side of the page there, we would be here a while if I didn't zoom through this like I am right now. Let's pause, see where we're at. We're at 250 billion, or 50 million, sorry. 420 million. Do you still support billionaires? 800 million. We're almost there. Just flying down the page here. And there we are. That's $1 billion. And they have another good example here, just how much the top billionaires have. So that dot is 1 billion. And look at Bezos, Musk, Larry Ellison, Bernard Arnault, Warren Buffett, and how much they have. It's absolutely insane. If you still support the idea that billionaires should exist when there are people who are homeless, when there are people who can't afford healthcare or don't have access to healthcare, I don't know what else to say. It's an absolutely insane system that clearly billionaires have a lot of influence over, or we would not be here. And I'm talking worldwide, because I'm going to get to some data later on showing thoughts from Americans and Canadians on the idea of a wealth tax or taxing the wealthy more. But let me get to this Bill Burr clip. This is on the Vulture podcast, which is called Good One, where he discusses billionaires.
My new perspective is there's nothing wrong with being a billionaire, but if somebody is working 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month, and they can't make their rent, you're not paying them enough money. Maybe you should just be worth 900 million.
Yeah.
Like, how does a CEO take a 8-figure bonus and none of your employees have dental insurance? They can't even go out and get a filling. There's these nerd billionaires out there saying, I want my employees to come to work terrified, go to bed terrified, wake up terrified. I mean, you don't think it's that, then they're terrified to go out and spend any money.
All right, so that was shared by the Tennessee Holler on Twitter, and I want to show you just one of the replies, because Twitter, if you're not familiar, is an insane place now. Just a lot of people, whether they're real or bots, I don't know, but defending billionaires, defending Trump, incredibly far right-wing perspectives. But some of the replies are like this. Just John here. How much money does Bill Burr charge for a ticket to his show? Does he live in a tent? So I looked this up. Bill Burr is worth about $20 million, which is a lot of money. Bill Burr is 50 times closer to being homeless with $0 than he is to being a billionaire. People truly cannot grasp how much $1 billion is. These are not in the same category as even Bill Burr, who's worth 20 million. Nowhere near. There is a reason why there's a particular issue with billionaires and not just your random celebrity who's making a good living. So, like, the amount of money these people have. Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, we're talking a couple hundred to over $300 billion. And remember, I showed you just what $1 billion looks like. Can you imagine if I had to scroll through $300 billion? We would be here all day. But this gets to some of the policy that these people influence. Trump's mega bill will give $117 billion in tax cuts to the top 1% in 2026. So as they write here, this is from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. Again, I will link to all my sources below the video. They write here, money that could otherwise be paying for rural hospitals, farm support, Medicaid, food assistance, or middle-class tax cuts in North Dakota, West Virginia, Maine, and Vermont, states which get relatively little from tax cuts for the very wealthy, will instead be flowing to billionaires in Texas, Florida, California, and New York. In all, if the $117 billion in tax cuts for the richest 1% nationwide were instead redirected evenly among the nation's population next year, each of us would receive $344 or over $1,000 $375 for a family of 4. Yet that money is going to billionaires who clearly do not need it. Now, there's a lot of polling on people's thoughts on the wealthy and taxation. This from Gallup. Do you think our government should or should not redistribute wealth by heavy taxes on the rich? 52% say yes. I think a lot more people need to see this website and understand how much the rich are getting away with, but it's still a majority. Americans' opinions on whether upper income people pay too much or too little in taxes. So a majority at 58% say they pay too little in taxes. And a Fox News survey, so this is from 2019, when this debate around a wealth tax was really focused on. Fox News survey showed that 70% of Americans favor raising taxes on those earning over $10 million, including 54% of Republicans. Now imagine that number if it was 50 million, 100 million. You're just going to get more and more people on board with the obvious. These people need to pay a lot more in tax. Now, on the Canadian side, the idea of a 1% tax on wealth paid by people who have more than 20 million in assets, about 8 in 10 Canadians favor the idea. So this was a poll, I believe, during the pandemic. Yeah. So November 2020, when we were witnessing the wealthy increasing their wealth while everyone else was losing, the support for a wealth tax was at an all-time high. And putting that into figures, this is from policyalternatives.ca. Again, I will link to it below the video. A 1% tax on wealth over 20 million in Canada would generate about 10 billion in revenue in its first year. Could lift hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty, implement long-term increases to funding for important social programs like childcare, healthcare, and seniors care, and help pay for more ambitious climate action. It's just a very obvious thing to do. And again, if there's one thing you take away from this video, it's that website. If you ever find yourself in a debate with somebody over should billionaires exist, you have to bring up that site. Again, what does $1 billion look like .website? Go to that site. Force the person you're debating to scroll through the page, and I guarantee you're going to change some minds.
Nobody disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
Oh, won't somebody please think of the wealthy? Once again, the wealthy are using their massive media platforms to cry about Zoran Mamdani. This time, David Faber, a host on CNBC, got into a debate with Elizabeth Warren over Mamdani's policies to tax the wealthy. Now, in this video, I'll get to a couple clips from that. I'll also get to Mamdani's reaction to the clip and some details around his actual policy. Before I even get to the first clip here, I just think it's worth acknowledging that every single news network represents the interests of the economic well-off for the obvious reason that most people that run corporations are massive capitalists. So, of course, they're going to operate in a certain way where the default perspective is everything about capitalism is amazing. And if you challenge it in any way, then you're a problem, as opposed to maybe aspects of this, at the very least, aren't quite working out for the vast majority of people. But, of course, you're not going to hear that kind of perspective dominate any network, let alone CNBC, the network for the business people. But Warren on there, I think, does a pretty good job at pushing back on David Faber's attempts at points. So let me play the first clip.
New York does not operate in a vacuum. It competes with other cities. And so this idea of somehow raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, who, by the way, I would point out, pay roughly 15% of their income right now between city and state, raising taxes on them will simply drive them away. Shouldn't the focus of a mayor be on delivering services to the constituents of the city and doing that by raising the most revenue as possible without chasing businesses and the high-income taxpayers out of the city? Because they can go to Austin, they can go to Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville. This is your issue. It's a national issue, not a local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care? What Zoran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it?
Oh,
Why
my
is that
goodness.
the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've left.
But here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. And Blackstone won't build a new headquarters. And go on and on.
Oh no, not Blackstone, not Goldman Sachs. All right, I gotta get to the absurdity around the wealthy leaving, but let's just say they did. Okay, that's supposed to make things worse? If anything, there'll be more vacancies and the cost of housing will go down. So don't threaten us with a good time. But before I get to some details here and the absurdity around people or the wealthy leaving states over taxes, it's worth acknowledging. I have covered media for 10 years. I have never seen hosts get more animated than when they are defending the wealthy. It is the one thing where they get super emotional about it because they themselves are one of those people. So he is freaking out right now over a 2% tax. That's why he's crying. Zoran's revenue plan will raise corporate tax rate to match New Jersey's 11.5%, bringing in $5 billion, and he will tax the wealthiest 1% of New Yorkers, those earning above $1 million annually, a flat 2% tax. Right now, income tax rates are essentially the same whether you make 50 grand or 50 million, which that should be the news story. That is insane that the tax rate is the same if you make 50 grand or 50 million. Now, the raising of these taxes on the wealthy is not without precedent. In Massachusetts, the state legislature enacted a new statewide millionaires tax at the exact same income level as Zoran's proposal. Those earning more than $1 million a year at a rate of 4% surcharge on top of other tax obligations. It raised $2.2 billion. Most of the surtax revenue is set to be spent on investment in Boston's public transit system. And in D.C., they raised tax on high earners in 2021. Those raises impacted households making more than 250 grand. Those making over 1 million saw a 1.8% marginal tax rate increase. For someone making 1 million, that came out to an extra $6,500. The hike was estimated to raise about 100 million a year. And did they all leave? It impacted Washington, D.C. so much that they actually moved the capital, since all those people are, most of them are incredibly well off. No, everything's fine. Nothing was lost. Zoran's reaction to the clip here in text form. Working class New Yorkers are leaving New York City at significantly higher rates than wealthy residents. According to research by the Fiscal Policy Institute, affordability concerns, especially housing and the cost of raising a family, are major drivers of population loss in New York State. The report notes that 90% of this loss comes from New York City, with Black and Hispanic residents, households with young children, and low to middle income families most likely to leave. In contrast, wealthy New Yorkers have left the state at much lower rates, with the exception of a temporary surge in their migration rates in 2020 and 2021 that was likely induced by the COVID-19 pandemic, which, of course, if you were super wealthy during COVID and you were able to leave a densely populated place like New York City, you're more likely to leave to avoid the crowds. In typical years, the average New Yorker has been 4 times more likely to leave the state than the top 1% of earners. So this idea that the wealthy are going to leave whether it's their companies, their social circles, are where they live in New York, is wild. There's other studies on this. Public Policy Institute of California demonstrated that those who continue to migrate to the state in California are actually high income earners. It is the working and middle classes who are forced to leave California due to the ongoing affordability crisis, so similar to New York City. Also, research conducted before the pandemic revealed that millionaires tend to stay put when income taxes are increased. Outmigration would physically, as I was saying, disconnect them from their social and business networks and withdraw their access to a number of essential and desirable amenities. Christabel Young and Charles Varner's 2014 study also illustrated that the number of million-dollar earners in California grew even after new taxes targeting them were introduced. There simply is no data to support what David Faber was claiming on CNBC. But when you get really emotional about defending the wealthy, the facts tend to go out the window. Now, let me get to the rest of that clip.
You want to have a workable city. You want to have a city that's vibrant. You want to have a city where the streets are full, where there are things for sale 24 hours a day. Then you need people who can live here and work
Well, we've
here.
got that right now,
Not
by the
people
way.
who
I
have
would
to
point
take
out
an
New
hour
York
and a
is
half in.
thriving. So right
Well,
now it's doing pretty well, actually.
I'm glad you think they're doing well because a lot of people are struggling to pay for housing. A lot of people are struggling to pay for groceries. And I got to tell you, mamas and daddies who are facing $25,000 a year to pay for childcare.
Those
a lot
are
of them
national
end up,
issues.
They
I mean, I know they are the
issue
local
right
state, but you
here
can't.
in New York City.
Yes, but if you deal with them in that way, by what is always your backup, just tax them more, they will leave.
No, the backup is make this city and make this country work for everyone. I get that the Republican point of view is make this country and make every city in this country work better and better for a handful of billionaires and let everybody else eat dirt. But what Mamdani won on in a Democratic primary is he said, I'm going to address affordability. And he didn't win by one vote.
No, he won by a lot. It's
He
very
won
much
by a
unclear he
lot.
has the ability to actually do it, by the way, based on the laws and what the governor has to say and what he would actually have to do.
You know, I love that as the fallback position, and that is he's fighting for the right thing, but maybe the billionaires will have a way
everybody
to block
wants
him.
That clip, the way that clip ends is amazing because after David Faber complains that Zoran's going to tax us, he then goes on to say, well, maybe he won't even be able to do it. So it's actually everything's fine. It's just like, what do you actually believe? Because if you did believe that he couldn't get anything done, then you wouldn't be so worried about this. It appears that you're worried because you do understand that Zoran is serious in what he wants to do. And as I'll get to later on, one of his policies, free bus service, he's already done or implemented in a limited way, but I'll show you the success of that in a bit. First, here is this appears to be maybe after Elizabeth Warren left this discussion and was I don't know, reacting to what she just was a part of on CNBC. But here she is in her car discussing Zoran Mamdani.
Now, the way I see it, Zoran ran a campaign that inspired people, that actually got people on their feet and out the doors, kind of inspired. And the issue he focused on, affordability. I'm talking housing, childcare, transportation. So we should be asking ourselves, why are billionaires and Wall Street CEOs pouring millions of dollars into a race to stop Zoran? You know who hates freezing the rent? Real estate moguls. Some of the people hosting the big ticket fundraisers for Eric Adams. And you know who doesn't like paying their fair share in taxes? Well, the Wall Street billionaires bankrolling Andrew Cuomo's campaign. The reality is the wealthy and well-connected like having a politician in office that's in their pocket.
And the other part of that is understanding the only time there's ever any sort of national debate around a Democratic primary winner from the Democratic side is if that individual, be it a Bernie Sanders, be it Zoran Mamdani, challenges the actual system or the status quo of the Democratic Party. So when Bernie was on the verge of winning in 2020, there were all these articles that were coming out, these discussions. Oh, maybe Michael Bloomberg's going to challenge him as an independent. Like, why? What would you ever post that if it was Joe Biden? No, there were no articles about somebody needing to challenge Biden from the left because that isn't the perspective that the vast majority of media operates under. But when it is someone like a Zoran Mamdani who is challenging the system, you see what they do. They create this narrative, try to drudge up this competition when there really shouldn't be one. And it's all because of the money being poured in to people like Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo, almost called him Chris Cuomo. But to go off Warren's point, this from Common Dreams. In an article in Rolling Stone, the senator noted that Mayor Eric Adams, who is running as an independent and is currently in fourth place in the general election polls with just over 12% of the vote compared to Mamdani at 35%, raised $1 million in a single night from donors with ties to big law firms, commercial brokerages, and big real estate developers who could lose their iron-fisted grip on New York in a Mamdani administration. These people, who apparently don't have enough money to pay tax, but they have enough money to give $1 million to Eric Adams, who is not going to win in the fall, are freaking out to try and do what they can to stop Mamdani. They're really, highlights the absurdity of these people crying over having to pay a little more in taxes when they just shovel money into people like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo. But I want to end on this successful free bus pilot that Zoran Mamdani helped to launch in New York City. So I'll link to this piece below the video. It's from The Nation from last year. Zoran Mamdani and Michael Ginaris. So they're the ones that led this effort. They write here, the pilot firstly dramatically increased ridership across all 5 fare-free bus lines. The MTA reported a 30% increase in ridership on weekdays and a 38% on weekends, with 23% of riders reporting they made the trip because it was free. It also provided clear economic relief to low-income riders. The highest uptick in new riders was from individuals earning less than $28,000, making it easier for those people to get to their job, participate in society in a way that they weren't able to before. Also worth noting, a benefit that I would not have seen coming, but makes total sense. Fare-free buses also offer us a compelling answer on how to deliver a safer public transit. Across the 5 routes we made free, assaults on bus operators dropped by 38.9%. This strongly mirrors what happened in Kansas City. After introducing fare-free buses, security incidents dropped 39% from 2019 to 2020. By eliminating the fare box, riders did not need to interact with the bus operators, interactions that were often the source of altercations. So, endless benefits to implementing free bus service. So, of course, Mamdani's platform, part of it is free bus service across the board. Also, universal childcare, freezing the rent, city-owned grocery stores. This is the platform that the wealthy are freaking out over. And I hope people, the vast majority of people, the voters of New York City, are seeing right through the trash that is being thrown at him.
Hello, welcome back to Noise Filter, where we cut through the chaos and call it like it is. My name is Dr. Mark Calendari, and today we're talking about America's favorite budget games, billions for bombs and pennies for people. This story comes to us from Common Dreams, and it's one of those you've got to be kidding me moments in American policy making. So here's the deal. Congress is preparing to slash over $1 trillion from Medicaid over the next decade. That's right. Healthcare for the poor, the elderly, and the disabled is on the chopping block. And at the same exact time, they're about to prove a $1 trillion military budget just for 1 year. Let's break this down with some real world comparisons. So, point number 1, Medicaid cuts could uninsure more people than the entire state of Illinois. Over 10 million Americans are projected to lose Medicaid coverage. That's more than the entire population of Illinois. Add in other health coverage losses, and we're looking at 16 million uninsured people by 2034. That's the entire population of Pennsylvania, just kicked off the healthcare rolls. But hey, at least the tanks are fully covered. Here's point number 2. The Pentagon budget could buy you every sports league and then some. Congress is about to hand over the Pentagon $925 billion plus another $150 billion in emergency funds. That's over $1 trillion for war machines, weapons, and defense contractors. For that kind of money, you could buy every NFL team, every NBA team, every MLB team, send every American kid to college for free. Well, that would be every American to college for free. And here's a wild idea. So you could send every American to college for free. I just want to make sure I get that point right. And here's a wild idea. Make sure people don't die because they can't afford insulin. But let's build another aircraft carrier that we'll never use. And here's point number 3. This isn't about safety, it's about profits. More than half of the Pentagon's budget goes to private defense contractors, not to the troops. So while the politicians will wave their flags and let's talk about supporting our military, the real winners are companies like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. Meanwhile, millions of Americans are being told to tighten their belts and make tough decisions. Make your choices. Does that sound familiar? Of course. And that brings us to the great American poet, Tupac Shakur, who said it best. They got money for war, but they can't feed the poor. So what can you do? 1, make some noise. Share this episode. Post it. Text it to your chat group. If you're mad, good. Let it out. Silence is complicity. 2, contact your reps. Call, email, or just show up. Ask them, why is there always money for missiles but never for meals? Quote Tupac. Seriously, he said it better than any lobbyist could ever. And support the front lines. Donate or volunteer with organizations fighting for healthcare justice, food security, or government accountability. Because if we don't show up, the defense contractors sure will. So to recap, we're cutting healthcare for millions while boosting war spending to record highs. Most of that money goes to corporations, not soldiers. And as Tupac told us 30 years ago, this would happen. This has been Noise Filter. I'm Dr. Mark Allendary, and if you don't like the news, make some noise. And maybe, just maybe, we'll build a country that feeds the poor instead of fattening the war machines. Peace out, y'all.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good to see you. Thank you for watching this space. And you are watching this space, and that's where you can find, hey, Funnybook, the show that you're watching right now on this space. I'm the Letterhack. I'm your host. It's very good to see everyone. Look, I'm a little early, and I wanted to take some time to talk to you about an important campaign that just launched. But first, I want to take a moment to thank everyone for supporting this space. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us 3 days a week for 10 or 12 hours, depending on how long we go for. I want to thank all the mods for all the work you do, for hanging out in the chat all day, coming and going, or just hanging out consistently, lurking, participating, sharing all the links for all the various hosts. It's such a big deal. I really, really, really do appreciate all the effort. I want to thank our producer, Nick, for doing a bunch of work behind the scenes. You guys don't even know. The guy is a workhorse. We're glad to have him. And look, I'm highly critical of people who don't pull their weight. So, I mean, if he's got my endorsement, that should say everything. So, anyway, really do want to thank Nick. Also, we had a new show that launched last week. The first time Pep Talks was on the channel. He was back this week for a second show, of course, and he will be here every Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's Pepaganda with Pep Talks. Pep is great. He is hilarious. He is on fire. He's one of these guys that I can talk like this for a certain amount of time, and then I'm going to bring somebody on. Pep can sit there like it's the gift of gab in the best possible way, and he could just go and go and go. It's amazing. He can keep you occupied and entertained for hours, but you get him 1 hour a week right here. So if you're liking what Pep is doing on Pepaganda, check him out on his own channel. And that goes for all the shows that we do. If you like what people are doing, you got to support them on all the other platforms, Twitch, their personal YouTube channel, and show them some love monetarily if you can afford it. But a sub goes a long way. A follow goes a long way. Sharing their content, also very big deal. Speaking of new shows, tomorrow, Thursday, 10 p.m. Eastern, brand new show right here, Vizora Down Under, with your host, Vizora, another excellent streamer. This is going to be a live show. I cannot wait. I'm so looking forward to this. It is great content. I'm not going to give too much away, but if Down Under doesn't clue you in a little bit, then just think about it for a second. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out, okay? All right, look, that's tomorrow, Vizora Down Under. It's going to be big. I am talking to people all the time personally about joining the collective. So stay tuned. Again, it's not like we open the floodgates and we're just trying to go too big too quick. We're avoiding that. But we are consistently talking with people about joining the collective. We want to grow this thing. That's what we're doing. So, we can't do it without you. That's just, I mean, I guess we could do it without you. I guess we could just sit here and broadcast to nobody, but I'm not sure how long that would last. So, really do appreciate all of the support. Okay, look, I want to let you know about something just real quick. Did you all know that August is Clear the Shelters month? We're talking about animal shelters. It's Clear the Shelters month. Now, when that new Superman movie came out and everyone was introduced to Crypto, Superman's dog, they kind of flipped out and they went and started adopting a lot of dogs. There was an increase in adoptions. That's not bad. That's actually really good. Except the Humane Society was like, whoa. When this happens, inevitably there are people a few weeks, a month, whatever it is, down the line go, oh, wait, who's going to take care of this dog I thought was a good idea to adopt? And that's not good. So they're beefing up the amount of training they do for people and vetting people who could potentially be an owner. Now, here's another more, I think, definitely more organized way it was planned. So that should tell you something. It's for Clear the Shelters month. There's a new campaign called Adopt Love, and it is sponsored by Patrick McDonald, who is the creator of the daily comic strip Mutts, which you may know. It's a classic, and you know what? It's funny because it feels kind of new to me. Because I'm such a big fan of all the classic comic strips that Mutt still kind of feels new, but I bet it's like 20-some years old at this point. So let me just show you this really quick, and then we'll get on with the actual show. Once again, it's called Adopt Love. It's by Mutt's creator, Patrick O'Donnell. Great guy. This August, in honor of Clear the Shelters month, we at Mutts are partnering with a few incredible friends to spread awareness about animal adoption and fostering, and to raise support for animal shelters and adoptable pets. Why animal adoption matters now. Animal shelters across the country are facing an unprecedented crisis. In New York City, Animal Care Centers of NYC, that's ACC, recently reached full capacity for the first time in its history. With over 1,000 animals in their direct care, the shelter has been forced to temporarily suspend new admissions. This heartbreaking milestone is a result of multiple factors: the rising costs of living, housing instability, and a wave of large-scale neglect and hoarding care cases that have brought in dozens of animals at once. See how everything affects everything? See how, like, if you can't afford your house or your rent, then you have to, like, these people are forced to give up their animals? It's not okay. It's so sad for the animal. Sadly, this crisis isn't isolated to New York City. Many shelters around the country are facing the same extreme challenges. That's why this year's Adopt Love campaign is more important than ever. These animals aren't just numbers, they're lives waiting for comfort, safety, and love. Look at these cute little Mutts characters. So they are partnering or collaborating with the ACC, the largest and only open admissions animal shelter system in New York City, caring for over 15,000 animals each. Muddy Paws Rescue, a foster-based dog rescue that partners with open intake shelters in NYC and Kentucky to place 1,000 homeless pups into loving homes each year. Isabel Klee of at Simon Sits, a writer, content creator, and passionate advocate for rescue dogs. Her recent foster Tiki captured the hearts of millions across the internet. Her debut memoir, Dogs, Boys, and Other Things I've Cried About, is set to be published by HarperCollins in the summer of 2026. So Mutts has been promoting this through the daily comic strip. It's so cool of Patrick McDonald to take this up and to promote it in this way, to give it some, put some eyes on it, as they say. Nothing wrong with that. Actually, everything good with that. Okay, look. I will give you the link to that right now. Actually, if it's not too big, sometimes these links are like silly. There you go. Check it out. Otherwise, watch Mutts in the papers, in the daily funnies. On this episode of Hey Funny Book, episode 8, by the way, we've been at it for 8 weeks. We're discussing a new animated movie sketch called Sketch, but not just the movie. No, we're talking about a secret fundamental Christian agenda, an anti-LGBTQ plus private Christian college, QAnon platformed films, inflated reviews, fake ticket sales, Gen AI marketed at children under 12, violations of COPA, and stars you didn't know support Trump. And like, oh my God, it's too much for one host to handle. And so I'm going to bring a guest on in just a moment. Actually, I'm going to bring on a co-host in just a moment. But real quick, I want to show you some of their work, which you are familiar with, because they are a contributor to this space. Here, take a quick look at this video real quick.
Movie Sketch isn't religious. So why is it being distributed by Angel Studios? If you don't know Angel Studios by name, you probably know their biggest hit, The Chosen. This was a crowdfunded Jesus show that went ultra viral in faith-based circles. The company brands itself as a community-driven alternative to Hollywood, often pushing family-friendly and value-based content. So what are they doing distributing Sketch, a stylized indie thriller with no clear Christian themes, even though it is for kids? Angel Studios is backed by investors like Crocker Ventures, One Planet Group, GigaFund, Alta Ventures Mexico, and Uncorrelated Ventures. Several of these groups, especially Crocker, have ties to LDS-affiliated leadership or funding priorities. So yes, even if Sketch isn't pushing religion, its profits might still cycle back to investors aligned with conservative or religious causes. Angel Studios has been controversial before. They got sued by Disney and major studios for VidAngel, their earlier project that let users censor offensive parts of movies. They eventually lost the battle in court and rebranded as Angel Studios. More recently, they distributed Sound of Freedom, which became a conservative lightning rod, boosted by QAnon-adjacent groups and riddled with suspicious bulk purchases. This movie also has bulk purchase options. So if you're planning to support Sketch, it's worth asking, do you want to be part of your ticket money going towards studios or investors that fund religious or ideological agendas, even if the film itself isn't preaching? I mean, of course, watch what you want, but if you care about where your dollars go and whose platforms you help build, these are the kind of details that are worth paying attention to.
Okay, please welcome now my co-host for the evening, the host of Movie Runtime and What If I Don't Like It, plus this space contributor. Please welcome KT Baldassaro. KT, hello.
Hey,
good to see you.
Good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing good, but like, where do we go with this movie? Where do we begin with this stuff? Because that list that I read off isn't like all of it. And like, I gave you like a brief outline. I was like, yeah, we can kind of follow this. I didn't even have all that stuff in that outline. So like, where do we start? I mean, I guess maybe like, what is Sketch? Like, can we just talk about that like a little bit more maybe?
I think that's a great place to start, especially because I'm going to throw a curveball at you, because like 15 minutes before we hit to record now, I found out some new information. It just I keep finding new information because it's like ever so slightly hidden. But
breaking news.
The biggest, I think, divide here is that there is this entity, Angel Studios, and then this film, Sketch. And how closely are these two things related? Because technically Sketch was, you know, like marketed out to see who would pick it up, but it wasn't always associated with Angel Studios, and then it became associated with Angel Studios. So Sketch is a movie starring Tony Hale, who people know, and D'Arcy Carden, who you know from The Good Place, about two kids, a brother and a sister, whose mother passes, and the daughter is drawing like kind of disturbing drawings. The son finds a lake nearby, and when you drop things into the lake, it makes them come to life. He accidentally drops his sister's cartoon drawing book, sketchbook, into the lake, and everything that she has sketched starts to come to life, and she's sketching some disturbing things as a way to cope with the loss of her mother, and all of that is dissected and put together in this movie about grief, ultimately. and how art can help you come to terms with loss and is really like a therapy, which we know because you can major in art therapy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's the thing. I love art therapy. I've participated in it. It's, yeah, I mean, art heals. But what is the deal with Angel Studios? Like, why, what is it? Is there anything nefarious about this studio putting out this movie, like this particular movie?
Yeah. Yeah. And the more that you start to look at it, the more that you start to realize that it is a prism, and we are maybe only looking at one face of the facets of this particular gem, perhaps.
Okay.
Angel Studios is not deliberately associated with any faith, according to most of their marketing. They are faith-driven, family-friendly, every word that you can use besides saying Christian. It was founded by people who are very active in the Latter-day Saints, Mormons. I call them Mormons. They may have remarketed themselves. I keep almost saying LSD instead of LDS, so I'm just going to say Mormons instead of saying the drug. And you have to ask yourself, why is there a lot of this dog whistle conversation? Then you start to look at the films that they have made over time and the television shows that they have made. And some of them are a little less problematic than others. Like The Chosen is a Jesus story, and it's very overtly what it is. The people who supported it knew what they were supporting, and people seem to like it who consume it. There's a lot of controversy on how they actually handled it and whether or not the fans got to actually have as much say, because it was a crowdfunded. A lot of the stuff they do is crowdfunded.
Right.
But then it gets as problematic as they are the studio that brought us Sound of Freedom, which I think is the one that people know of. Like, I remember when that came out and all the controversy and how it was kind of supposed to be about human trafficking, but wound up really being a vehicle for talking about conservative politics and prayer. And to as far as the filmmakers said that their praying is why the girl that this is focused on even got saved in the first place, which is an outrageous thing to
Hold
say.
on. That movie is at least in part based on a true story, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
But
yes.
Let's back up a second, because isn't Angel Studios, aren't they the ones who got busted, or I don't know if they got busted. I think they were doing it openly, but they got like some sort of copyright flag or pirating or something. They were editing, you know how like when you watch a movie on a plane, like you're like, whoa, what happened to all the swearing? But so they were editing movies, and then what were they doing? Like selling them or renting them?
So the service used to be called VidAngel. They actually changed their name to just Angel.
Okay.
It was called VidAngel at the time, and the basic concept was like, if you ever had a religious grandmother and she wanted you to watch movies when you came over, and she would like VHS between the actual movie and her own recorder, an edit that she made herself. And it didn't just take out the swears, it took out whatever she thought was offensive. It could be two people holding hands, anything. So VidAngel was like, let's make an editing software that allows people to do that themselves. So we'll upload all these movies and people can just make their own edits of them. And unfortunately, they got the ire of mostly Disney, who is like, how dare you touch they're copyright crazy. And they got sued into having to change their own name. And that is no longer a service.
Yeah, they're like, do like China and just don't carry the movie, right? Just ignore it. Make it like it didn't exist, right? Why are you editing it? Although I got to say, there's something kind of cool about how I mean, you wouldn't expect somebody with these motives to be like, and we have a software that lets people do it on their own. I would be like, we do? I don't know. I still don't approve, but like, that seems like, how did they do that? It's not AI? Like, how did they not? Because this was a while ago, right?
Yeah, and then you could list your edit and people could watch your edit. I never interacted with the software because it would never occur to me to do that.
Yeah, right.
But
well, I wouldn't do it either. Yeah, no. But I'm just thinking like maybe they could use that software for something good. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. But okay, so their movie, what was it called? Sound of Freedom, right?
Sound
Okay.
of Freedom. Yeah.
Now this gets into like a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like, first of all, very like pro-conservative movie. And I remember at least there was a couple of things online where like the projector wouldn't play or something in the theater. And people were, did you catch wind of this? People were posting videos online going, they're keeping us from seeing it. This theater's run by the people who are, they're the bad guys in the movie. And it was like, wait a second, this is crazy. But people were like, I think people pop off a little too quickly when the projector stops, myself included, right? Like, I've blocked out this time. Like, please, let's just get it going. But like there was one where like a attendant for the just an employee at the theater came in and said, we're going to start the film again. They were like, start it over. What are you, crazy? And they were like, no, not start it over, because it was like 45 minutes in. But they really did try and do the conspiracy theory thing and say, you're evil. You're blocking, like, you guys are, I don't know if they outright said Satanist, but the implication was that because Angel Studio is conservative and Christian based or founded, like, or Mormons, I guess, even, or are they? Or are they?
Well,
what are they?
This is the insidious nature of Angel Studios, which is that they want to have strong religious views, but they also want to court money from other people. And so they kind of have to be able to skirt that line without actually saying anything and just letting their fan base go nuts and be like, look, people subscribe to Angel because they subscribe to Angel. If they happen to all be Christian, then, they just like family television. That's not our fault. Give us your money. And up until now, they've at least been marketing towards that fan base. Sketch is a movement towards marketing to the kind of secular fan base that doesn't even know that this is Angel Studios. It's like they're trying to ask you to pay for the removal of your own rights. Like, hey, come see this movie. Your LGBT kids, your family, it's diverse. It's got a girl main character. And then, don't ask where any of the money is actually going or any of the affiliations of anyone who wrote it or was involved in it. Just watch the movie. And something about that feels like both on brand for Angel and like, fuck these guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, no, that's okay. And like, that's the other thing. I'm glad you mentioned, like, where's the money going? Because the other thing about Sound of Freedom, their other film, was that, and I don't know if they introduced this or if they just call it, this is just like what they call it, but it's pay it forward method of ticket sales. Let's talk about this for a little while, because here, and I want to bring up an article for people to look at. It's from the Hollywood Reporter. Sound of Freedom Studio deflects criticism. The vast majority of ticket sales are being bought by everyday people. So, Katie, can you just, and I'll just read the byline here. This is by Pamela McClintock. Angel Studios won't say how much of the film's $164 million domestic take, staggering enough that it inspired one major Hollywood studio to commission a survey examining its success, comes from donated tickets or those bought directly by moviegoers. Now, pay it forward. What is donated tickets? What is this?
This is fascinating. Angel Studios is so good at marketing. And I mean, they hide so much misinformation and shit in their actual produced content that, like, of course they're great at obfuscation. But pay it forward, which is what they're calling it for this film. They're calling it something different for Sketch, and I'll talk about that in a second. Pay it forward means exactly what you think. Like, if you were at a coffee shop and you bought your coffee, you also bought the coffee for the car behind you. You're doing that with tickets. So, it's marketed as like, I'm a good Christian. I want more people to know about Sound of Freedom, but I don't want people who can't afford to see Sound of Freedom to not see Sound of Freedom. So I'll buy one ticket for me and 10 donated tickets, and the app, because people subscribe to Angel Studios, will get those tickets out to moviegoers. And so you got accounts of people going to actually see Sound of Freedom and being like, there's 4 people in here with me. What's going on? It's supposed to be sold out. These seats were marked off. Why is there no one actually here?
So they're just getting people to buy more than one ticket and then not doing it, not donating the ticket.
Maybe they donate the ticket. Maybe they don't donate the ticket. Maybe they say to effectively donate the ticket, they just have to purchase it from a Cinemark because they need sales at the theater itself. If the donated ticket never gets used, they don't get that box office sale. So they're buying tickets that nobody's ever going to know. Asses are going in that seat.
This is when Donald Trump Jr. put out a book and it's sold out. And then you find like that conference room where they put them all. They bought them all and put them in. There's boxes of them in this one room. Like that was a real thing. Okay, so, but why? How do they sell it that you should pay it forward for this movie? Like, because it can't just be like, it's a great movie. You're going to want everyone to see it.
No.
They're trying to do it based on the fact that this movie is meaningful. It's got purpose. No, none of that. They don't even try and go, no, we're getting the bad guys.
No,
it's the truth.
this one's great. No, they did that on the last one. They done got that one. And they know that if they market it that way, they'll tell the secular audiences who they are. So they can't do that.
Right.
No.
Okay.
Instead, what they're doing is they're having people within the app do the donation, pay it forward, and they're giving those tickets away to parents so that all families can see Sketch Together free. And that doesn't sound too bad, but that's not actually the biggest thing they're doing. They're having a gigantic online social media contest on multiple platforms where you can win VFX equipment and filmmaking equipment. And it's being touted by, I think, Jimmy Wong, someone who's very famous on YouTube.
Okay.
And you can enter by purchasing tickets. So you go online to purchase a ticket through Angel, but in order to enter, you have to purchase a family ticket package, which is a minimum of 10 tickets. So in order to enter the contest, you got to buy a bunch of tickets. You might not use those tickets. We don't care, but those tickets are sold.
Wow. Okay. It's legal.
You bought the tickets. You can do whatever you want with them.
Has anybody done this before? Is this like a new thing or?
I mean, it's a different version of their previous method. I guess they're kind of like, it's like the Beastie Boys sampling themselves from a previous record.
It to me, okay, so first of all, they crowdfund their movie?
Yeah, they do, but this one wasn't crowdfunded.
Okay, but they crowdfund movies, or they have, which, okay, I mean, fine. I mean, geez, I make comics.
Right.
You gotta
You know what
crowdfund
you're
that.
paying
But I never
for,
thought
yes.
to tell people, hey, pay it forward, buy my comic, and then buy another one, which I guarantee I'll send out, although I'm not going to give you evidence or receipts. That I wonder why so many people did it if they weren't thinking this is an important film. Let's go back to Sound of Freedom, because
They thought it was an important film. They thought it
Okay.
was really important. The people went crazy over how important they thought that was. That's kind of
Yeah.
like the fervor behind Epstein.
Okay, gotcha. And the film, I'll just read from that article. The film's blockbuster performance has no doubt been boosted by Angel's mastermind plan to change the way movies are distributed through its innovative pay-it-forward model, whereby people are urged to buy and then donate Sound of Freedom tickets for others to use. The others can grab a code off the Pay It Forward website and then redeem it. Okay, but here's the thing. How money is used from unredeemed tickets is at the company's discretion. So they must put this in some fine print, because it says, according to this standard disclaimer on their website, upon submitting my Pay It Forward contribution, I acknowledge and agree that Angel Studios will make reasonable efforts to use Pay It Forward ticket sales for the audience growth of the intended film or series. However, Angel Studios becomes the owner of all funds upon receipt and may use them as its sole discretion to further the Angel Studios mission of amplifying light through impactful stories. So that sounds like, you guys, we're amplifying the light. We have to do it. This is our mission, not our mission. It's all of our mission. Let's do it. But like, that's a disclaimer.
And who was reading that.
I think people
You
have
wanna-
made
you
the
wanna enter
decision
this
before
cool
that.
contest and get the equipment.
Right.
The movie looks good. It's got Tony Hale in it. It's funny. It's like a horror movie. People love seeing horror movies for kids. Those are hard to find. It's this new genre that they're trying to create silently that I feel like it's called quirky Christian. Where like
Okay.
it's not overtly Christian, but it's kind of Christian. Like in one of the trailers, one of the characters is trying to make a promise to another one, and that third character goes, "Do you give him your covenant?" And it's kind of played as a joke, but like, that's a crazy way to say that.
You know what? I'm not kidding. Every single year, there is at least one article that I see, but every year there are articles, opinion pieces saying Christianity's got a branding problem. This year's comes from Grace Jackson at the New York Times, who I've been following because she does a lot of like belief. I think she has a column called Believe. A lot of, people don't want religion, but they want to believe in something. Maybe it's AI. You know what I mean? Like weird stuff like that. So like they have a new one that said the Catholic Church is actively employing influencers. So they're getting people from like social media who are, otherwise just taking selfies and shit like that. And they're like, well, you're Christian though, right? Like help us out. And so they're trying to like, do like an imaging thing, right? And I feel like Angel is perfect for that. I feel like Angel Studios is definitely trying to do that. They're definitely trying to create like, if for them it's a revenue stream. I don't think it's a branding problem. But like if I had been, one of these ticket purchasers and paid it forward and felt like I had been duped in any way, I'd be like, you know what? Now that I think about it, or now that I look at it closer, they're saying amplify the light just as that's not genuine. Like this is BS. I'm not buying, I'm not going for this anymore. I'd be really insulted as like a person with a faith. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Because that's millions of dollars.
I think the risk here is more likely that you're going to offend people who didn't know that they were purchasing something based on faith, which is why Sketch is more likely to be upsetting to people than people buying tickets for Sound of Freedom, especially because what people keep saying is that Sketch is not religious and it shouldn't have to be held to the same accountability as Angel Studios. And I thought when I first started looking into this, that was a very valid thing to say. However, now that I'm looking more into this, as you're saying, they're talking about Christianity having a branding problem. Both the writer-director of this, Seth Worley, and the lead actor, Tony Hale, have just done speaking engagements at large Christian conferences talking about how they need to deal with the us versus them mentality of Christianity and create a lighter version that is more acceptable. Tony Hale has been talking a lot about how he is very faith-driven and wants to integrate it in his work more and more. So we're kind of starting to see that. Then you look at Seth Worley, and he's actually an adjunct professor for Lipscomb University, which is where this movie was vastly made out of a think tank called Imagine Productions, using a lot of students from the school, using executive production money from the school. And that is a Christian university that has been tied to a lot of anti-LGBT problems. They actually had a controversy where they had a woman preaching, and there were people like, no, women can't preach. Like in 2023, they had a lady can't preach problem. That's how Christian this university, and it's private, so they're not held to the same sort of, even though the DEI is gone, but like they're very antiquated and very deliberate about the way that they talk about their faith and how they use their money. And that is where this movie was made. So when you look at the narrative of Sketch and you want to say that it's not religious, it's born of so many religious things. There's so many ties to people working at the university and Angel Studios. I find it very difficult to believe that this was shopped around to anyone besides Angel Studios, and it wasn't made specifically for them for this rebranding purchase, because it is deliciously perfect.
How much of this do you think is about the movie, and how much of it is about movie making? They're like, look, we want to make this movie. We got to do anything we can. Like on Angel Studios' part, Do you know what I mean? Because we can always say, oh, studio interference, or oh, the studios are just trying to always like have suggestions or rewrite or recast or whatever, or the head of the studio wants his kid to be in the movie or whatever. But like, I think in this case, it's like just real heavy-handed in the marketing side of it, and it's super gimmicky. On the one hand, it's like Tony Hale and company are like, we just want to get people in the seats. Well, I was raised Catholic. I get that. That's what they want to do. They want to fill those seats. But that ticketing scam didn't put anybody in the seats, actually. It just made them look real good. As a film creator, I don't know if they would necessarily be upset with that. It looks like their movie was really successful. But like, what do you think? How does Angel Studios negatively affect the creative process in a way that studio interference often does? Or do you think that in this case they're like, oh, screw it?
Since it was made at a think tank inside a private Christian university, I don't think that they had to object to anything that was made. I literally do think this was Frankenstein for this purpose. Like, they probably had someone inside Imagine Studios who came up with something similar. There was I think a pretty similar short that Seth Worley had done. And like, they fleshed it out and they shopped it to who they could because of who they were. It's impossible to think that it came out of that starting point and then Angel Studios had to tell them to do anything that they weren't already wanting to do. And that kind of makes you feel a little bit less bad for the filmmaker. Because when I started, I was just like, I know when you're done with the film, you got to get it out there, and whoever's willing to get it out there, sometimes maybe you do a deal with the devil. But I'm like, I think this is the devil's minions just doing his work from the get-go.
Okay, now occasionally, like, there was, I forget the name, you'll probably know this, there's like a movie trailer I watched the other day and Dennis Quaid is in it. It's like one of these cop detective things, which I love, right? I love a good police procedural and like detective thriller. But Dennis Quaid's in it. I'm like, oh, he's like a Trump guy. I don't know. Like, how do I mean, he's just one dude. Do I hold it against everyone involved, like the 1,000 people in the end credits? Do I hold it against all them? How about the other actors? There's like a kid in it. I'm like, God, give this kid a break, right? I don't know. Like, that's one thing. How many Trump supporters or, you know, like MAGA or QAnon people are involved in Angel Studios? Do we have a read on that?
It's kind of hard to say, because this is my favorite part, is when you start to look at them, they all skirt right up to not quite saying that they don't like Trump. Many of them, like, well, if you look at Arcee Cardin, she's probably the least involved. She is very positively involved in LGBT rights groups and things like that. But she does this point of getting right up to saying her political affiliation and saying that, like, the divide is too much politics. You know, I'm more of an individuals and rights person. And Tony Hale does the same thing. Like, oh, I was involved in Veep, so I think all politics is kind of crazy. But then is very deliberate in his other things. I feel like they need to put people on this project who will speak out about anti-Trump rhetoric. Like, they don't like the stuff that he is saying, but they still like him as a guy. And I don't know how you divide that. I don't know why you divide that. And we're starting to see this point where you might get canceled as an actor if you're anti-Trump. So nobody wants to say anything, but the money starts to trace back to things like, well, SpaceX is definitely one of the people who's benefiting from Angel Studios' profits. That's really, you know, oh God, if the only one who's benefiting that isn't a religious group is going to wind up being a tech company like SpaceX, okay, that's not really great either. What I found out today, and probably the reason why this film is getting acquired by Angel Studios right now, is that Angel Studios is about to go private on IPO by acquiring an acquisitions group called Southport Acquisitions. Southport Acquisitions is a tech company that has nothing to do with media whatsoever. But this is a thing that you can do in stocks, where I'm not a privately traded company, but if I purchase and absorb a publicly traded company, I can become publicly traded right away without having to go through as many loops, jumps, and pay fees. So at the end of September 30th, the deal is supposed to go through, and Angel Studios will suddenly have all of the leverage of Southport Ventures to continue to make light-based films. And the CEOs stand to gain about $86 million each individually right at the go if the stock immediately starts at 10 and then performs well. So if they can release it out right around the time that Sketch is out, right around when Halloween is out, right when people feel good about Angel Studios and they can see that it's selling well, they can launch their IPO successfully.
And then give all that money to the poor. I think that's a great idea.
And that's when you start to think about like, okay, so once the money goes to the investors are not Angel Studios. They can do whatever they want with their money. And a lot of people who are tied to churches do what's called tithings. So will the CEOs who are standing to make millions of dollars and who have historically donated to anti-LGBT groups, what do you think they're going to do with that money?
Yeah. And then on top of it, and this is, see, and that's the thing. It's like, what you're constantly, I understand we have to know where our money goes. I get that. And that, you know, when it comes to like organizing and protesting, like going after businesses and stuff like that is a good way to get to more directly affect policy, right? Because businesses are like, whoa, local politician, hello, right? So and that landscape is ever changing, right? Like, who knows if that's even a thing that we can count on anymore? Who knows, right? But anyway, that aside, you really do have to look at everything with not the conspiratorial eye or the prejudice eye, like Dennis Quaid, gross. I mean, you can do that if you want to. I would do that over Mel Gibson in a heartbeat, right? It's like, no, we know what's going on. But like, because of who you voted for, yeah, that upsets me, but I can't go out and tell everyone to feel that same way. I don't know. People think about this to different degrees, but it all adds up. There's a lot more going on here than just that, than just where's your money go, but like how they're going about getting the most money possible and then where's it go? Like they're just trying to make more movies and they could be taking advantage of people's religious beliefs at the same time, or pushing these like hardcore anti-LGBTQ, policies and campaigns that they're affiliated with in the first place. But then they start inflating reviews. Now, I even asked you, I was like, hey, I looked, they have like a 90 some on Rotten Tomatoes the day after, and you were telling me about embargoes. So I'd like you to tell us about review embargoes, but like, how do they inflate their reviews? And again, is this something everybody does?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's historically significant when things stay at 100. First of all, they need to be certified. So when I say certified fresh, what I mean is that the review has a minimum of 40 reviews from critics who are certified critics. You can't just be anybody on Rotten Tomatoes to be on the critic side. A friend of mine recently got in. Great for them. It takes a while, and there are levels of certifications. They don't just let anybody in. That's why that rating tends to be a little bit more valuable than the public rating. Movies like Mad Max Fury Road, those are exceptions that stayed at 100 for well beyond after their initial release. However, almost every movie kind of starts at 100 before it releases because they release it to people they know who are gonna like it.
Yeah.
And then they ask them to review it ahead of time. And I have definitely gotten asked to review a film because it was specifically geared towards me and told, review it right away. Go ahead. And then given other films where they're like, look, there's a review embargo. And what that means is until the date listed on the email or contact form that you've gotten with your screener hits, you cannot publish any information about this film, having seen this film, or what you think about this film. And so that's a great way to keep people who have seen the film from reviewing it right away, and it allows it to be at 100. And that's why you're seeing on the marketing campaign for Sketch right now, two big things that they're saying, which is 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, but not 100% certified because it's only like 19 people. And they're also saying theaters selling out, buy tickets now. It's because people are buying empty seats and they're giving away tickets to anyone over, like, I think over 16. They're making these claims that are not technically wrong, but they are very strange. So until it actually comes out this weekend, the reviews are gonna be inflated, but expectedly so for any film that has not yet technically can't come out, except that it did come out at Sundance, so some people have reviewed it on Letterboxd, and it was the secret movie of the month at, I think it's AMC and Cinemark, and Regal do this. And it's a different day for each one. And since I am in a Cinemark located area, I know that that is Monday. I don't have the other theaters near me. So not this Monday, but last Monday, you purchased a secret ticket. And what it is it's $5 and you get to see a movie that will come out in 2 weeks before anybody else. So the movie is not yet out, and they guarantee that. And they tell you what the rating is so that you know roughly what to expect and whether or not you can bring kids. It's usually never PG. Maybe once in a blue moon it's PG. This one was PG, and so everyone thought, okay, it's likely to be Bad Guys 2 or Freakier Friday, given the release schedule and how these movies tend to come out. I want to see one of those guys. I'm going to take a bet and spend my $5, and maybe it's that. So you get your ticket, you sit down, you don't even know the runtime or anything. Until the end of the trailers and the movie literally starts, you don't know what movie you are there to see.
Oh.
Yeah. And you don't know what movie you have given your money to. So when this movie started...
Why this one? Yeah.
And Angel Studios comes across the screen, people I know, like full-on face blush anger because they did not want to buy an Angel Studios ticket. They didn't want to see this movie. They were very duped.
It's like a grab bag for a movie, and then they say, oh, but real quick, one of the options might go against all of your fundamental beliefs about basically everything, including politics and religion. It's a bummer.
It's a bummer.
Yeah.
It really is.
I wonder, like, what the backlash for that was. There must have been some, right? Like, not just complaining on the way out, but like, I don't know. Were there negative articles written about that? I mean, is that how you heard about it, or was it strictly word of mouth?
I didn't see any specific negative articles about it. I had a couple people friends of mine who were like, I stood up and I went to the front and I asked for a refund, and they're pretty good about giving you a refund if it's right at the beginning of the movie and you clearly haven't watched it, and they don't want to have a fight about politics. So sure. I know people who got their tickets refunded. I don't know how that winds up looking for box office sales or whatever, but I do know a bunch of people who went to start reviewing it and were reaching out to me like, oh, hey, have you seen this movie? It was really cool. It looks totally up your alley. And I would say to them, did you know that that was from this studio? And they went, oh, no. Almost no one I know who enjoyed the film knew it was from Angel Studios. And that being said, a lot of people I know who literally watched the movie really enjoyed it. And that's so conflicting. It's like, maybe wait for this to fall off the back of a truck or wind up on Tubi or something. Right. But like, that's how they're going to get you, is that like, it is a pretty tempting little nugget, and it's made by this independent filmmaker, and it's so up your alley. It promotes what you think. It's so great. And then you start to think like, well, maybe the filmmakers weren't to blame because they made this beautiful film. And then you take a look at AI Monster Maker, the app that is associated with this film, and you just want to chanchala everyone who is involved. Like, forget this. You're lying liars who want my money.
You know, I used to be, and well, you're making me want to ask about their new promotional thing, but real quick, I'm actually on list right now, technically, for comic book reviews, and certain creators I've interviewed are like, oh, I'll put you on my early preview newsletter, you know, and so every now and then they're like, hey, please don't talk about this. It's an embargo, but they're like, don't talk about it till next month because it doesn't come out till then. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to hype it too early, which when it comes to movies, I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if you could be too early, but because like, they tease the teaser for months and then you get a teaser and it's like, when's it come out? Oh, and next year? Damn. Okay. I'll watch this teaser in 6 or 7 months. But like, it is what it is. But, I used to get, just when I was a letterhack writing letters to the editor of comics, the publishers would go, hey, Matt, can we email you the first issue that doesn't come out till next month? You can read it, write a letter, and we'll publish it in the back. So I'd have a letter in issue 1. And everyone's like, how'd you do that? Right. So that was kind of cool. But like one time I really didn't like it. And I was like, hey, how honest can I be? And they were like, be honest. And because they knew I had a thoughtful critique, I wasn't just going to be like, this is crap. I wish I never read issue 1. Sorry, you didn't get this until after the last page, but because the column's in the back, not the front. But like, then I started reviewing comics professionally in 2015 and 16. And the guys were like, no, you got to be cool. And we need like 5 or 6 reviews a week. I was buying my own comics. They were like, you choose what to review. And I was like, okay, well, I want to be critical. I don't want to just buy comics that I know I'm going to love and then be like, it was awesome. I don't want to like gush over everything. I want to be critical. I want to read new stuff. And they're like, okay, we'll give you comics to read. And then they started like giving me, it wasn't like a list of options. It was like, you have to review this. And I was like, I would never buy this garbage. This comic sucks. And I hate to say that about comics because somebody's going to appreciate it, whether I can see the flaws that were ignored by the editor or whatever. And so sometimes they'd be like, hey, man, can you be a little less harsh? And I'm like, I wasn't harsh. I was thoughtful. But like, this isn't like, there's a lot to choose from on the new comics rack. You don't have to pick the least of, the lesser of two evils or the least sucky one. No, there's so much good stuff out there. Like, oh my gosh, and independent stuff. And anyway, so reviews can get really weird if you do it full time. You inevitably will end up reviewing things that you didn't love, but you're not going to, trash it. But like inflating reviews and that sort of that's just access journalism. Like that's not cool. So I would like almost ignore. Well, and you know what? What am I talking about? There's a whole market online for negativity where people are like, I saw Superman, it sucked. And then all these videos come out on YouTube talking about like, oh my God, they said it sucked. So I guess, yeah, it is messy.
There's a certain point, where you're talking about it. I think
I like reaction videos better than reviews, I think.
And that's all great in the like 2 weeks after release. Right. If you kill a movie dead in the water before release, you have a bit of a problem.
That's it.
Especially with the existence of Letterboxd. So everybody and their mother has a letterbox, and more people are starting to look to Letterboxd as an accurate representation of the film. So if I see it at a festival, I can go give it a 5-star or less review, and that can tell people once it hits wide release whether or not it's worth their time right away. And that's going to be the determinant factor in whether it stays in theaters or goes straight to streaming. So there's this like big focus on that exact week and weekend when it's released, and they don't want to botch it up by somebody saying like, wait till streaming, because that's the death knell of any movie in a box office.
Right. This is funny because I added this one movie. Tony Hale was in it. I did not recognize him. Do you know what it is? He was in the beginning and the end, and I was like, oh, that's Tony Hale. Do you know what movie it is? See, This is the thing. If I put a movie on Letterboxd and it's like 3 or 4 movies back, that's like 30 or 40 movies for you, right?
Yeah.
Like do you remember like 4 movies? It was Opus.
I haven't seen it yet. I have that. I'm supposed to watch
really?
it this week. Yes, it's on my list of things to catch
I hope
up
I didn't
to.
spoil anything for you.
All right. All I know is that Tony Hale is now in it. I'm going to look for his Tony Hale face.
You'd recognize him anyway. I suspend. I don't recognize actors that I love. I'm like, oh yeah, that is Robert De Niro. No, well, not that obvious, but you know what I mean. Okay, so let me know what you think of Opus. Okay.
Will do.
Because I really want to talk to you about this one part.
Okay.
But there'll be a lot to talk about. It's
Okay.
yeah. So anyway, that's amazing that I've seen a movie before you.
You got me on that. Had to catch up. I was
What
watching
else?
so many. I have this
I gotta
friend
look at my letterbox
who
real
is
quick.
who is dedicated to finding the movie that I can't believe actually exists and then making me watch it. So in the past month, I've had to watch Tiptoes, which is the movie where Gary Oldman plays it.
Yeah, I didn't believe that existed. I don't think anyone believed that existed. My favorite thing to do is watch Gary Oldman interviews about that.
I know. And Matthew McConaughey movies where he's like, man, you showed me that trailer and I thought that was edited fake. And then I also watched a movie called No Such Thing starring Sarah Polley and Helen Mirren. That was like, what did I just watch?
Oh,
I also thought Tiptoes was fake.
Yeah.
Yes,
See, and that's I mean, if Jake thought
It's
it was
worth
fake, it
looking
probably is
into.
fake. But have you seen the Phoenician Scheme yet?
No, I have not seen the Phoenician Scheme. That is also on this week because these have all just made it to streaming.
What about Friendship?
Qu'est-ce que c'est friendship?
Paul Rudd and the guy from I Think You Should Leave, Tim Robinson.
Yes. I waited for that one to be for streaming because my experience with Tim Robinson is that either I adore him to the point where I can't get enough of him, or I literally feel like someone is pulling the skin off of my body. So I needed to be able to bail very quickly if it wound up being not my jammy jam.
That in that movie where he goes, and they say it more than once, they're like, there's a new Marvel out. It's supposed to be nuts. We should go see that. Like that, I say that all the time.
I think I am gonna like it. I really love his stupid the crooner, the driving crooner.
Oh
joke.
yeah. Yeah,
he's such a blessed mind.
I think if you're annoyed with him, it's because he wants you to be.
I know.
think that's the
It's
thing.
my Schadenfreude is like I either can or can't. If it's too cringy, too much, like The Office is kind of my platform of like I can sometimes and I sometimes cannot.
The American Office.
Yes, The American Office.
Yeah. I find it unbearable where every character needs to be on screen for it to work. I can't do that. It's an office. Move around. They jumped the shark too early. Okay, let's get back to Angel Studio. I have one more question or one more thing I would like to talk about for Sketch. It is my least favorite aspect of this whole thing and our world we're living in currently. The AI promotional gimmick, the generative AI promotional gimmick, please. And they're marketing it toward kids. Please tell us about this.
So, if you thought that there was a heartwarming message at the middle of this movie, the heartwarming message is most likely that humans use art as a form of therapy, and that kind of therapy can help you deal with grief, massive grief, like the grief of losing your mother too young in our world today. Okay, great message. What if I told you your kids can now take any drawing that they make and put it on an online application that will scan it, own it, and then make it into a real three-dimensional moving video for them to watch? The app will also take their private data, names, emails, and behaviors, but whatever. Look at how cute this thing is. It's just like your child's real drawing. Like, way to dehumanize the art message at the middle of this, and also way to teach young children about using generative AI. That drawing that you made is a little shitty. This will make it better.
Think about when they're in their 20s, they're going to be like, I've been having my art stolen since I was 12, or AI's been copying my art since I was 11. That is not cool. And you're right. You want to teach somebody that making art is essentially, and people say this differently. This is how I say it. Making art is essentially practice every time toward achieving how you see it in your mind. So if your drawing doesn't turn out how you see it, but you can throw it into an AI and it'll spit it out in a way that makes you go, that's better than how I saw. Then what are you doing to the imagination? You're stifling it, right? It's going to think about how boring the future is going to be if everyone starts using AI art. When I see art, even if it's from a kid, especially if it's from a kid, I want to ask questions. I want to say, How did you do that? Why did you do that? What were your choices? Was it instinct? Like, do you not have any like way of articulating this is why I drew my mom that way and it doesn't look anything like my mom? Like, I want to know why this family you've drawn, it's supposed to be yours, looks nothing like your family. I might not ask a kid that, but like I'm fascinated by it because they believe that's their family, right? So like there was a website a while ago where they were posting kids' art and making fun of it by like critiquing it in a serious way. And I think that's horrible, right?
Why
But it
would
was
you do
funny.
that?
It was kind of funny, but like it was bad. It's not the kind of thing like you'd want to still be around. But there's a lot of imagination that goes into art the first time you do it, even if you feel like you're struggling or not gaining ground, right?
Mhm.
And I think that that is something that whether you continue drawing or sculpting or painting or whatever it might be, that imagination and that use of those muscles in your brain, really not literally muscles, but you see what I mean. That is something that you take on through everything else that you do. It just is tying your fucking shoes. Like it is key to life, right? To have like a creative solution. People say this all the time. Let's think out of the box. Well, I mean, it's not like we're all born to be like, you know, you don't see a lot of 6-year-olds. I mean, I guess it happens. You don't see a lot of 6-year-olds going, now, before we draw this picture, why am I drawing this picture? How long do I have to finish this picture? Am I allowed to use a certain amount of colors or is it unlimited? No, they just say, give me the crayons, give me the paper. Now I'll draw. And I think that that's where the creativity from, you know, day-to-day life is born and nurtured. And using AI in this way is, I mean, if it's a one-off for those kids, okay. But like, I don't want this to catch wind. I don't want people to think this is like a good idea.
The problem is also that, like, it's not just showing them how generative AI works and that it is an option for them. Much like generative AI, that is how children learn. So the AI only has what it has to build on. Every time they put something in, it's going to correct it in a specific way because that is what it is deemed is the correct way for things to work. They're going to see their images corrected that way enough times, and then they're going to start drawing that way initially. They'll begin to replicate the AI, and the whole thing is fucking snake eating itself. And whatever imagination they might have entered this drawing process with will be gone because they're just borrowing from what they're learning from.
It's a lot to talk about with one movie.
I know, and we're still barely talking about the plot of the movie.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, it's a real shame because it might otherwise have been like a harmless animated film, and it might end up being that when, you know, down the line when people aren't talking about it, because most of the chatter around this stuff, like anytime a movie comes out, there's a flurry of activity, so to speak, and that's where most of the discussion is, and then it sort of goes away, right? Like the article I was reading from the Hollywood Reporter, it's not like they're doing follow-ups about this movie in Angel Studio. They just did the one about the pay it forward. Nobody's necessarily reporting on the fact they're still doing it, are they?
I think that you'll see an article come out afterwards, much like this one, where there's such a blip in sales that people want to take a look at and understand why this is happening. Especially because they're delineating an Oscar category for box office sales, and they got all freaked out about how Terrifier was beating Wicked, and they wanted to give the award to Wicked. They could never give an Oscar to Terrifier 3. So, like, there are people who need to make sure these are legitimate sales because otherwise they're going to have to give an award to stuff that oversells. And go back to the AI app, the way that you generate is you have to have generative tickets. So you're either using microtransactions to purchase those generative tickets, or you're doing things that the app wants you to do to purchase tickets. And every time you do an action, like you give it an image, it can give you tokens, and then you can use those tokens to buy free movie tickets to the movie.
Yeah. And I wonder if, like, it's only a matter of time before it's what they call, what is it, agentic AI, where AI has agency over your apps and all your information, but like one push of a button and your friends know you bought the ticket's there, it's on your calendar, your inbox, but you have to turn over like all access and info. That's like where it's headed. And it sounds like this promotional plus ticket sales tied in using AI might be like, I don't know, prep for that. Like maybe
Prep
they're
for
like,
it.
we're going to be ready.
Well, there's so many different ways you can support Angel Studios directly to make sure that your money is going directly to Angel Studios, and they'll just give you a free ticket to Sketch. Like if you download the app, they'll give you a free ticket to Sketch. So like, it's really hard to say that Sketch is not involved in the level of financial mishigash that Angel Studios is, and that there's a message at the core of this that is good for children. And I'm afraid if I had children, I would be afraid to let them watch this movie because they'd want to play with the Monster Maker app. They'd want to buy things where I'm like, oh no, this money is like, if I buy a ticket to Sketch, do I have to then also like donate to a GoFundMe to like offset those two things? Like, this brings up the question of how do you ethically consume in a media landscape? Because then, like, I know we only have like 4 more minutes, but the number one question that I get about my talk about this is, and this is obviously a false equivalency, how can you be upset about a faith-based studio when so many studios are secretly supporting people who are like Weinstein, who are doing SA, who are well worse, who are pedophiles, and you don't even know?
Right.
And I'm like, first of all, apples and oranges. But like, Angel Studios is telling you what they're doing, and I don't like that, so I don't want to support that. Why can't I just say that without having to also say that, like, it's complicated? Ethical consumption of media is complicated.
That's a good point. I still not gonna watch any Mel Gibson movies. Even that, man, I have a couple of really favorite movies that, and like a director will use him, and I'm like, oh, I can't watch it. But it's the same with comics. I mean, there are comic books. There are comic books where it's like, oh my god, this is such a great run. I'm loving this title, and then they use that one artist, and you're like, oh, I can't read this issue. I'm gonna have a gap. Oh well. You know what I mean? It's it's complicated, but on the other hand, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Look, we got
only you can determine that. Only you can say
Right.
what is the line for yourself.
Exactly. That's right. So we have 3 minutes left. I want to give you a chance to promote all of your stuff. Please do that. And like, you got to tell me, like, you got to recommend a movie.
Oh, okay, totally. Obviously, I am Movie Runtime, and that's how you're going to find me on every social media platform. You can find me on YouTube, find me on TikTok, and also Instagram. Those are like my main places. I think I update TikTok probably the most, so that's a really good place to look for me. I also host a podcast called What If I Don't Like It, and those episodes are video-based, but they're also podcast-based. So if you want to only listen to them, go ahead. You'll find them on Apple. You'll find them on Spotify under What If I Don't Like It. You can also search my name, Katie Baldessaro, all that good stuff. If you go to my social media, there's this like link in bio thing that gives you everything I'm talking about right now. But if you do want to watch the episodes, because I edit them and I put in visual stuff to help you in aids and stuff like that, it is on my YouTube. So you can just go to Movie Runtime on YouTube and see What If I Don't Like It. We just covered National Treasure. This one coming out on the 15th is going to be talking about Jumanji, because I went to the 30th anniversary of Jumanji in Keene, New Hampshire, which is where it was filmed. And I put myself into an inflatable zebra costume along with 100 other inflatable animals. And we ran down Main Street to replicate the stampede from that film as a like charity fund, charity run.
Awesome. That's amazing. All right. Well, are you I've seen. Okay. And of course, you can catch Movie Runtime on this space. We use it for our set changes between. It's a perfect palate cleanser between shows. And, you know, the links are always in the description. We've been putting them in the chat tonight. They're in there right now. You got to recommend a movie to me.
Oh, God, recommend a quick movie to you. I want to recommend a weird movie to your audience, and it's not safe for work. Sorry, guys. This is one of the weirdest movies that I've seen but haven't stopped thinking about. It's called Belladonna of Sadness, and it is from the 60s, and it is from Japan. And it was part of a trilogy of animated films, but they abandoned it So they made the first two and they're like, whatever. But then
I've
the
seen
animation
this.
studio, which wound up becoming the animation studio that becomes Miyazaki,
Yeah.
decided to still finish it anyway. And it is this psychedelic, trippy, beautiful film, but it is very sexually based. It is kind of on the verge of pornography, but it's animated, so it's art. And the weirdest fact I have about it is that it is available to watch on the Internet Archives because it has been restored and saved by Elijah Wood's production company that restores animation. So
There you
at
go.
the end, it will say, a title will go up and it will say, "Thank you to Elijah Wood." So you'll watch this weird psychedelic like animated porn and then it'll just, "Thanks Elijah Wood." And you're just like, what's going on here?
That's awesome. Okay, now we could sit here and talk about movies he's produced all night because he's got some bangers. You're gonna have to come back on the show. Thank you very much for coming on tonight. Thank you for all your contributions to this space and all the awesome content that you make about movies and film and TV. It's so good. It's always informative. It's also entertaining. KT Baldassaro, Movie Runtime. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Take care. Okay, folks, stick around. We're going to be here for a much, much longer time. Left Past 10 is next. Are we on? Is this thing on?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, my bad. Jake only like crashed my
I'm
show.
trying to get a talkless intro and you fucking jump right in.
Oh, now there's rules. I see how it goes.
You don't see much. You do not see much.
All I know is that
IC is
LT9K
a
was
private company, I'm afraid. So you cannot say that. It's trademark.
LT9K got pretty upset with Jake when he did that.
We often get upset with Jake. By the way, we can't hear you, Jake. Just thought you should know that. Any jokes you made, gone.
Jake,
you're right.
Hey, what's going on, man? I see that environmental coffee house logo and I get so upset. There are not enough like good environmentalist YouTubes, and most of them, just to be perfectly honest, most of them are like 95% recycled material.
Well, that's like you just described literally every political, any YouTuber is just 95% reading the Wikipedia page, and then the 5% is like which order the paragraphs go in.
We got there.
It just, I
Gang,
want more
I got
originality.
the Rona. I got the Rona real good.
Oh, you do?
It's almost as though a friend of mine tried to warn me that this is still going around.
You were in an airport. What, on Friday?
Yeah.
I
Hung
saw
out in
you were
the-
posting selfies,
buddy.
without one of these on. And I thought to
Oh.
myself,
Wait, selfie. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I hung out with a nun named Sister Audrey. I'm gonna visit her in a couple of weeks down in Ohio. Try to get some advice about living a life in service to others.
Christianity is
but
not the
needing
only
to pay your
infection
bills.
you picked up.
Hey, hold on.
Fellow travelers of the path of helping others can come from anywhere, as far as I'm concerned. As long
That's
as
true. I just had to make a joke.
You think you got it from a nun, you said?
No, I think I gave it to a sweet old nun, and she might die because of me. So I was telling myself in the airport, "Oh, visit her," and now I got a visitor, so I know that I didn't kill a nun.
Nuns have health care. Don't worry. It's pretty standard quality health care, I think. Or, I mean, part of the job is to be around the sick. So
Nah.
they're
They're gonna
on
die
the risk.
eventually anyway.
Jake, are
Grandma's
you
gonna
up
die
for
anyway.
this?
So,
No.
Are you doing okay? Do you want to?
I tell you what, I could crawl up onto this desktop and sleep right, John.
Motherfucker, I have literally that same ass bag. I got that same shit.
First time I ever tried them today.
They're all right. They're all right.
They're
Andrea,
crunchy.
Let's all recommend a chip brand. What do you recommend?
It's hard to give a recommendation because I haven't deeply looked at the political machinations of every brand of chips I've ever had. However, speaking from nostalgia, my favorite chip must be Hers Hot.
Fair enough.
Dill pickle.
Dill pickle's good, but I like the hot chip.
Yeah. Jake?
Rap
Zapp's
Snacks.
man.
Any.
Oh.
I mean, I'm a
Snacks.
fan of Zaps as well, but Rap Snacks, I'm positive we're gonna find out they're made out of chemicals that people shouldn't be eating because they're like, you try one and you're like, I'll commit a crime for more of these.
I can't find those anywhere.
Oh, they're rare.
I don't think they
They're
sell them in South Carolina. I think they that's part of
Yeah.
the state code. You're not allowed to have anything rap related there.
I grew up on Utz.
Utz is good.
All right.
Utz,
Yeah.
not for putts.
Utz
Well
is
done.
the original, the mesquite, the crab chips. Now, Utz crab chips are, oh my gosh.
I gotta tell you, I don't like crab, but I like the seasonings that they put on it. Crab itself is gross, eating stuff that came out of the ocean, unless it's like seaweed or whatever or algae. It's just disgusting. You're eating insects.
is a sea
basically
bug.
giant spiders. You're just fucking you're
shit.
gross motherfuckers.
T-bone.
Holy
buddy.
fuck.
What
but
is
that
up,
crab
T-Bone?
seasoning horseshit in Maryland, they put that on everything. You can't, everything's got
Ho. No, my home state.
I lived in Maryland
Say
for
what
a
you
couple
want.
years, so I
Say
get
what you want.
credit.
Say what you want.
If it can make
Yeah,
a sea bug taste good, it's got to be good spice.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Personally, I prefer the new bay. I think the old one could use some work.
Oh, okay. Now you're. If they did like a new recipe for Old Bay, people would.
Ooh.
They wouldn't even be joking. They would be so outraged. That would.
It would be like Boston
pure
Tea Party
outrage.
number 2.
Look, I want to give a shout out to our
That
pal
was the
here.
best protest.
We got a pal. Who's our pal?
Oh yeah, good on you.
It's great. Pianos.
Thank you.
That's our pal.
This space is on fire today. Check out this lineup. This is education. It's
Oh shit, I'm on there.
the best thing on
Yeah.
YouTube, in my humble opinion.
Did anyone watch my show earlier? Anybody?
I watched
Yes.
the first half of it.
Actually, check this out. So I'm downstairs working, right?
Like you do.
Right here. And then I went upstairs and my
That doesn't
wife's
happen
got
often.
my wife's watching something on her phone. I was like, what are you watching? Because I thought I recognized the voice. She goes, welcome to Fuckville. And I was like, oh yeah. And she goes, yeah, I love Andrea. She's on fire. And I was like, okay.
Hell yeah.
I was like, worlds are colliding.
It's not good. It's really bad. It's terrible, actually. But for you, not for me.
What are you teaching my wife? She's changed now.
Yeah, well, just give me a couple more weeks of that, and needless to say, your life will be improving immeasurably.
Why did you bring it up though? Why did you bring up your
Oh,
show?
because I was on the graphic. I just, I gotta.
Oh, right.
Related
I
note,
mean, there's a
Piano Zeno, what the you got a problem with Tuesdays?
no, I'm saying
I mean, Tuesdays, it's the
whoa.
warm up. We start
That's
very
fair.
slow, very, very slow with the
That's
day
true.
that Jake is on. Very slow. You gotta. It's
Not always guaranteed to
very-
have a
it's like-
microphone involved. in
Yeah,
this
and
show.
that's the wild card of it. Sometimes you don't even start at all, and then you hit Wednesday, peak. It's at the top. It's
Boom.
like a pyramid, right? It all
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
coalesces around 3, maybe 14 is when I really start going, and then it's all downhill from there.
I think it's like a sandwich. Like if you could just pick a part of the sandwich, what would it be? And most people wouldn't say, I'll take the bread. One piece of bread. Most people go for whatever's in the middle.
I agree. I agree. Yeah.
But
in fact, I had 2 sandwiches today.
Sticking
on
with
that
the
note.
analogy, you need the complete sandwich. I mean, if you want all the flavors to mingle, if you really want the full experience, you want to be truly satisfied, nourished, satiated. You need
I
a
say
whole
this.
sandwich
This is
all 3 days.
a crucial part of my philosophy. Y'all were talking about movies and comics earlier. I think you need to watch shitty movies because when every shitty movie you watch, the good movies, they elevate in comparison. You know, speaking of good movies,
I think it makes I agree with that, but also I think it makes not so shitty movies seem better just because you're like, okay, it could be worse.
That's true.
And that doesn't necessarily
That's
mean
true.
it's like as good as your but that's whatever.
As a
But speaking
further
of
tangent,
movies, I watched the Naked Gun trilogy.
Okay, hold on.
I got to talk about that one. But go on, Jake.
Yeah, some of the best movies ever made. Leslie
Oh.
Nielsen is my idol.
Insane.
You know what? I
They have
won
everything. Parodies of modern singers, an actual murderer. It's fantastic. Sorry.
This is a hugely weird coincidence. I won the Leslie Nielsen Award when I was in high school.
What was that an award for?
The Leslie Nielsen Award?
Yeah.
You're asking what it was?
I am.
I fucked up the joke because you didn't ask it right.
Shit.
Wait, how should I have asked?
You're just when I say I won the Leslie Nielsen Award in high school, you're just supposed to say, "What's that?" And
What's
then I
that?
say, "It's
Wait,
a
wait,
big
so lead me
building
in
with
again.
kids in it."
Damn it. Well done.
Let's do it again. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? Hugely coincidental fact here. When I was in high school, I won the Leslie Nielsen Award for my high school.
What's that?
It's a big building with kids in it.
Well done.
Now we'll just get the producer Nick to go back and edit out that other part where it was all fucked up. See, okay. Anyway, I'm sorry,
Is he still
Andrea.
here? Don't you normally kick him out?
Yeah, I go.
Funnybook, it's a
I
the
go. You are
dictatorship.
not going to produce my show, buddy. You get out.
I
And
was
then he's
I
like,
was trying to
"Okay."
do a show earlier, and this fucking producer put my name in the corner.
I love how at the end of Andrea's show, she's like, "That's it, producer, take me down."
We're so used to not having help. It's become crystal clear that we cut our teeth in an entirely different environment. I hope, this Pep Vella, who I'm falling in love with, has no idea, gets famous and has no idea how to produce his own show because he gets famous in this environment.
Right.
We
It's
can only
bullshit
hope.
that we had to on our own to start.
Pep is good. Andrea, you watched all the Naked Gun in a row?
Not in the same night. Across 2 nights, I watched them, or 3.
Are you
nights.
familiar with the show Police Squad? where it
No,
all
but I gotta
started?
check it out now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And what about Sledgehammer? Did you ever watch
No,
that?
but I gotta check that out. Yeah.
Did you ever watch
Of
Sledgehammer?
course.
Yeah.
I've you can watch
A new
basically, I
universe
think,
is open to me.
all of Sledgehammer and I think also Naked Gun on YouTube. Fun fact about Naked Gun, they got canceled because there was too many jokes per minute. The producers were worried that people wouldn't get up and get snacks and buy products, or they'd be laughing through the commercials. That is the reason they gave the producers for why they were canceling it. And that speaks to how funny it is.
It's so even the first movie especially, but it's so dense.
Yes.
You know, I went into it thinking, okay, hour and 20 minutes. All right. It felt like 5 hours. It was so it's
Yes.
like watching a fucking video at 5x speed. You know, you're getting so much information. It's unstoppable.
Then there was Hot Shots. Is that what it was? Hot Shots?
Hey, Matt,
I gotta
if
check
can
that out,
remember,
yeah.
we have got to subtly, in a way that Andrea won't be prepared for, end tonight's show like Police Squad. You know what I mean? Because the fact that she doesn't know would make it perfect.
I'm gonna have to look
Yeah,
it
I'll
up.
find out later when I watch the show.
Private message me and follow my lead, and you'll get it immediately.
Okay.
Such an asshole. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
There. Oh, you mean on Discord or something, so Andrea can't see it.
No. In fact, just if you follow my lead, just let me know when it's time. And
Okay. You know,
Jake's not going to make it until 1:30 a.m., so we won't have to worry
1:30.
about it.
Oh, you monster!
I'm just
Andrea.
not as I'm not the kind of guy to act like Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know everything. I have a working knowledge of everything I've ever consumed. You know,
I do.
I don't know. It's like I'm
I
too
remember
humble
everything.
for that stuff. Like
I'm
if
not
somebody,
humble at all.
I
was
actually,
trying
you
to
want to
do
know
that.
what? This is nuts. I did actually win an award for being humble, which I obviously did not accept.
That was well done. Well
I'm
done.
making up for it, right? Come on, I made up for that last one.
My goodness.
That was solid. No, I'm not even gonna give you the gift for that. It was good.
No gifts.
Which
I want to shave my
obviously did.
face so it feels good and
Oh.
smooth. I get the scrapey feeling, but I'm too cold. I need every ounce of stubble that I have.
Okay, now you were under the weather 2 episodes ago.
Yes.
It's almost like, and I'm not saying it is, but it's almost like we're in a pandemic. It's almost like that. You know, it'd be crazy if that was true, but it's very similar to that.
It's very
Damn.
much like that.
That one's a groaner. LOL. Wow. I'm betting you didn't actually LOL.
This motherfucker did not LOL. He hasn't LOL'd since the fucking Nixon administration.
It's a huge pet peeve of mine. We used to do these company meetings in 2020 that were all virtual, right? Like the company meetings before we all got sent home for COVID were so cool. It was actually like a company that did company meetings where I'm standing there going, is this a cult? Why am I enjoying this? Like it was a lot of fun. The corporate world company meetings were like, oh my God, it's all bad news. What do you mean we have to work harder for less? Oh my God. But like this one was great. But then when it went online, people are using Slack. Are you guys familiar? Andrea?
Yes.
Slack. It's like project management chat, like Discord for your job. for
Yeah,
your work.
it's Discord.
Okay.
I'm so old that I remember Discord being described as Slack. So
Okay. So, you know, guys would talk back and forth. We were always like talking on Slack, like while the
Slacking
meeting was
off,
going
yeah.
on, which was kind of fun because it was like, oh my
Slacking
God,
and
did you know
jacking.
that?
That's
I
my
told you
company.
that was going to happen. And then this one guy, I said something funny back to another guy. I'm looking right at him on the fucking Zoom, and he types, laugh my fucking ass off, right? Like this.
And he's like this on the camera.
And I was like, is he doing that because he's afraid someone would be like, what's so funny, dude? You know, are you not paying attention? But I was
mean-
like, no, he would have just done LOL in that case.
I'm fine with it being with LMFAO and its kin being essentially more descriptive punctuation. It may be
I
that
agree.
people overuse it, but I like it.
It's
Just
better
a
than
good one.
emojis because
Just say that-
emojis are iconic with Generation Z, and I hate Generation Z. So
I
to me, lol, raffle, like this is our generation. That's right, our generation's emojis. You know,
If you don't have time,
not Letterhack though.
if you don't have time to just bang out, good one. Can I borrow that? Like, I'm not getting that. But look, just have you ever genuinely thought something was like amazingly funny but didn't laugh? Because I have. I mean,
Yeah,
I watch
all the
comedy
time.
all the time where I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. But I'm just sitting there like,
Sometimes you're just too stunned. You know, like you're stuck. Like Jake, for example, he is stunned in that he's his brain is like at he's got 104 going on up there, and I'm not talking about Fahrenheit. I'm talking about centigrade.
you know,
So, it's
James
not so good.
Acaster has a bit about that. You know, James Acaster?
Oh,
British
yes.
comedian, red hair.
Yeah.
I
love
prefer
that guy.
Becaster, but
I
He's
love
got
that guy.
he's got a ongoing rivalry with a child. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. He had he did an entire stand-up about letting the audience yell stuff out to him to make up for it. Was like his penance to make up for the fact that he had been so quick to be angered by his audience. So he was talking about, and he's turned it into a whole show, a whole stand-up show. It's really, really great. Some of his best stuff. But he did this whole bit about how he used to see people who wouldn't smile or laugh in his audience, and he would get furious. He would like call them out and stuff sometimes, right? This is early on. But, you know, he's like, but that was stupid because I don't smile or laugh at any comedy that I love when I watch it sitting at home. So like I get it, but I was just me being anxious. But that's where I realized, like, holy shit, I don't really laugh at anything. If I laugh at something, it's like that
For
thing I've
me,
watched a
it's-
million times. I
It's
know it's about to
laughter
happen.
is like it's like a buildup. It's like imagine a meter, and you hit the laughter, and then it's easier to laugh after that. Like when you laugh once, right? The dam is burst. Then everything that's funny, you start laughing. But it's a lot to hit that threshold, you know. But once I
amount of
start
stimulation
laughing,
to get you there. But what,
I'm
once
done.
you're there,
I cannot. Yeah, I had to pause Naked Gun. I couldn't fucking handle myself. It was too much.
oh god, yeah.
O.J. Simpson.
That
Were you
opening
surprised?
Scene, I mean, I was, but the opening scene when he's falling over, it's just I couldn't handle it. I had to pause it like 5 minutes in. It was too much.
The bribing scene when he finds out about Norberg. Oh,
What
Insane.
about Airplane? I saw somebody mention that in the chat. Have you seen Airplane?
I gotta check it out.
it's a rougher version of the same thing. Zucker Brothers, Leslie Nielsen's first comedic turn. They were shocked by how funny he is. Wrote Police Squad.
I gotta watch. Yeah,
because of
this
that
I'm
movie.
brand new to this universe, so I got a whole
You've made me
realm.
so happy. You really have, man. This is
Yep.
like, I'm gonna be thinking about this all night. That's lovely.
I feel
I'm
like
glad to know
some
these things are catching on.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
not dying out.
is anyone trying to do this brand of comedy anymore?
I don't even
Yeah,
know
I
what
am.
brand it is. It's
I'd
Well,
argue that was Fight Night.
Yes, but
Similarly.
Liam Neeson's remaking Naked Gun. Did you know that?
Yeah, and I think he's perfect for it.
Yeah.
You think
I'm
he
glad
can
they
pull it
got
off?
Pam Anderson too.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see. The poster looks funny. He's like doing the splits. I know it's not really
Mm.
him, but that's what's
because
funny.
he
Okay,
does straightforward delivery, like it's dramatic lines, but he has comedic timing, which is exactly what's
That's all you
necessary
need.
for this.
Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
you need.
This is actually an ancient style of filmmaking called patter, which was very common in the early comedies. It was normally for like romantic comedies, that it would just be like ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba, joke, ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba, joke. And I happen to
assume the
think it's my
badas are
favorite.
actual words.
They're just setups, yeah.
Okay. Yep.
I don't know. It did feel kind of like the new Naked Gun was like a cash grab. I was like, why don't you just do something original in that same vein? But I think I'm just always Mr. Oh, I hate capitalism. In fact, I hate capitalism so much.
Yeah.
I'm strictly writing in all lowercase now.
You son of a gun. That is patter, my friend. So
Well,
it's like
technically, the lowercase was invented closer to the birth of capitalism. You could actually tie a direct line from lowercase typeface to the birth of capitalism, whereas capital
Was it
type has been around
modern
for
times?
2,500 plus years. So
Oh, very
Is that your secretary or
interesting.
grandmother? If it's my grandmother, I've got to apologize to my wife for two things. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Patter. I love it.
I prefer pitter.
Yo, there are fluids coming out of orifices.
Just
and
leave it
not-
unmuted. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you?
This is a
Leave-
PSA.
leave
This is what
that-
happens when you don't listen to me. This is what happens.
I had no
So,
choice.
Let it all hang out. Just
I
blow it into the
desperately-
camera.
I lost all of the money I had just to do a stream in Florida, and I may as well have done it at a motel down the street. Incidentally, I had to be there for family anyway, but I would love, oh God, I would love to have that money back and no COVID.
Again.
One 800. Gotta listen to me.
He's like,
I
is
mean-
Jake
I mean,
trying
you're not
again?
wrong.
I hate to
Also,
toot
I
my
want to
own horn,
clarify.
but-
The last time I invited you to a cabin, the only reason I was so unwelcoming is because it was about to rain, and I was trying to.
Oh,
be
I didn't know
clear.
that at the time. So
Well,
you coulda-
yeah.
You could have told me that.
I
but,
didn't try to be a jerk to you.
I don't
feel
read the
like-
weather reports. I don't leave the goddamn house. I mean,
You don't have a
great
phone?
one.
You use your phone?
Here it is.
For the
I got it
weather?
right here.
For Natcha Kid.
Check this out. Look, I'm using it.
Phone bit. rolling
let's see
credits
a
bit
phone. That's
and
pretty good bit.
bloopers.
It's not
bit.
opening. I can't open the phone. It's telling me to upload my ID. By the way, this is the last episode, I believe, of Left Past 10 we might be getting until YouTube shuts down. They're going to retool the whole system and require you to upload your face.
So
I heard that they're gonna
everyone
be doing mandatory genital checks too on YouTube just to make sure you're human. you
Oh,
know?
I already did that. That wasn't mandatory?
No, but you got it in ahead of time, so it's good for you.
Yeah, they just send a
That's
guy
one way
right
to
down
put
to
it.
your house. You didn't
I was
have any
like, how
sort of,
long
like,
is this
thing
gonna
to
take,
sign.
dude? Damn, I thought
Yeah.
this was like a 45-minute thing. We're going on an hour and a half. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, I gotta get all the angles. But
August 13th,
so
you require you to upload IDs. You're gonna have to take selfies. You're gonna have to.
But why? But like the face recognition thing was like porn, and I've heard people in South Carolina are like, "Dude, I've had my photo taken like 3 times now." You know what I mean? Like on to access porn in the South.
Yep.
But like,
Can you
why
imagine?
for YouTube?
Can you imagine
I
just
sent
being
them-
so horny? You upload your government ID and your face just to fucking watch some shitty
so
low quality
uncreative.
porn. If you want to watch some high quality porn, trust me, you don't need your ID for that. You know, I'm just putting that out there.
But,
these are
like,
some
Crank out
dumpster
some
baby
titty-shaped
motherfuckers.
clouds like everybody else. You know?
Well, and they
You
don't
know,
have
pick up a pencil for
butt
Christ's
cheeks.
sake. You know.
they don't have
Yeah.
adult bookstores down here either, apparently. So it's like really tough to. I mean, there's a lot of it makes it
Some would
weird.
say it's
I
really
bet.
hard.
Well, it's a lot of oppression
Yeah.
and
Yeah, they just don't.
depression.
They want to normalize removing our privacy, tracking us, giving them valuable free information.
Yeah, because it's
And
not like
for that matter, I'm ready to move to a different platform. I'm intending to try to build one, but I'll fail because we all know how stupid I am. But
That's true.
consider all my content available to anybody that wants to start a new one. I'll be on it for sure.
But like the 3 of us have been using YouTube long enough to be monetized and even unmonetized and remonetized at some points.
Yeah.
But like,
My
how
YouTube
come?
account is almost of voting age.
How come
wow.
it's
Almost.
what would be their logic? It aside from we just need everyone to do it for database.
Well,
purposes.
these private companies are using contractors, so you're not actually giving YouTube your ID. You're giving a third party your ID, and a
so
lot of
these
these
new
private companies.
contractors are like, we don't know who these people are.
Yeah, well, we do actually. The most common one right now that a lot of the major corporations are using is backed by Peter Thiel. So you're going to be uploading your ID and giving it directly to Peter Thiel if you do this.
So that is
This is why
The-
I'm known by many names in many places.
Palantir is hilarious because it's like they watched The Lord of the Rings, saw how the bad guys were communicating, and they were like, we should do that.
Yes.
They were inspired by the fucking villains, and the Democrats aren't running with this. I did a whole episode one time showing how easy it would be to do like a 5-minute thumbnail and say, this is the outline for your ad, right? You show the Eye of Sauron. You show it in a Palantir. You show Peter Thiel. You draw an arrow between him and Saruman, right? And then Trump and the Eye of Sauron, and then the Palantir. I mean, why aren't they doing that? Also, like with data centers, they could do that. They could be like, hey, voters, remember the Matrix? Remember the end where he goes to the bad place and defeats the bad guy? That's what they're trying to do. You know, I mean, they could draw these connections and the visuals are there, but Palantir is off and running. So is there any like
Peter
drop
Thiel, by
dead
the way,
date
got
for this?
well, the date's August 13th, which is next Wednesday, for YouTube specifically. But Peter Thiel's also gotten the okay to enrich uranium. So he's going to have a private database with everyone's IDs and facial scans and genital checks, of course. And he's going to be building nukes. So
Why hasn't YouTube let me know that this is happening?
they
at
have
all?
in one of the dashboards, you know, like those things you just like ignore, you know, that have like all this spam.
Believe
and
me, I do
those
not ignore 'em.
Oh Jesus, I feel sorry for you. Where you have those like weird red-faced motherfuckers with those fucking lights, you know, and the guy with the beard, and he's like, yeah, and he's in that fucking weird ass like smile demon lady who just like won't fucking get her face off your screen. You try to
This
turn
week
it off.
at YouTube.
Yeah, I don't watch those. So that's
Jesus
where you think
fuck.
they did it?
Yeah, no, that's where it is. Yeah, I saw it myself. How?
Yeah, I could use a delicious peach tea.
Do you not have any around?
Beach tea or peach tea?
Peach, as in George.
Hmm.
Ugh.
What's in the is that real tea or is that artificial? What's in there?
No idea. It's Lipton.
You just don't
so
know?
Probably artificial.
Huh.
No. I had peach tea today, says Pinkerville. It was so good. Correct. It is delicious. Mother of God.
Jake, self-care, buddy. Believe me, Andrea can carry the show, and I'll be a real good
the time for
sidekick.
self-care would have been last week, but you know,
It can get worse.
that's true. It will get worse.
I remember one time I thought I was like, no, I'm good. I can go on. And the second I had to like have any energy, like to face the camera, I was like, just not going to make it.
I haven't been sick in fucking 6-7 years. It's pretty great, actually.
Who is gonna have
Never
their
get COVID?
No, never.
Wow.
Andrea?
Because
do you ever
I
read-
listened to the instructions that the scientific community sent forth, and not Joe Biden. When Joe
you ever-
Biden told me that he had my health and safety in mind, I was like, no, you don't.
private chat. I also never got COVID. I even thought I had it one time, and the doctor was like, nope. I was like, is it the flu? And he goes, nope. So
I don't know about that.
I'm not sweating. I haven't.
50%
What?
is asymptomatic.
I get sick and go to the doctor, and they're like, no, you're fine. I've had COVID tests when I would travel for work and stuff. I would come back and have like a COVID test. And
Well, a lot of
got all
COVID
my
tests nowadays, they
boosters.
don't up to date with the new variants, so it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, but do I look sick to you?
I don't know. You sound
love
sick.
how
you love forgetting words all the time. You don't know how to put an S at the end of hosts.
And you were talking to
Oh,
Andrea
I
that whole
suck at
last
that.
show, and you kept calling her KT. It was so weird.
It was weird. Yeah, you didn't even know who
Yeah.
you're talking to.
You mean what? Wait, did Jake pop in for like a second in the last show, or
Yeah,
am I...
you started talking like I was there, and then
It was
everybody
really
just
weird.
Like,
Fuck.
yeah, man.
What?
But you know, that's just exhaustion.
You guys, I actually, I did go out and buy some potato chips earlier.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
I'm in the South. We don't admit weakness.
That's
Okay.
true.
So
That's true. You just shrivel up and die.
muscle through. I go to the doctor and they're like, you again? Come on, dude. Let's go home and sweat it out. And I'm like, all right, doc. Thanks.
Did
I
ever
love
tell you
sweating it out. Nothing feels better than just like turning off the air conditioner, taking all your clothes off, and just letting it sweat out.
I once had a doctor threaten to refuse me service if I injured myself again when I was a teenager.
Oh, that's yeah. It's
I broke
proactive.
this hand 5 times in 1 year, and it kept breaking right before or right after I'd get the cast off. And
That
and
explains all the
finally, he
typos.
was- yeah, let's count that as it. But he literally I've never seen like a medical professional like irritated like that before or since. And he was literally like, I'm just gonna turn you and your mother and father away if I see you in here again within 6 months, because whatever I'm doing is clearly not helping you. And like it was the most harsh talking to I think I've gotten from such a professional.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never broken any
I'm
bones.
50-50 on whether or not that's appropriate, but
I
broken my
kind of
nose,
get his point, because a couple. Oh, that's so much worse than anything else. That's so much.
What is-
worse.
I didn't
missed
realize it.
what happened?
I was
broke
told
his
much
nose.
later. I was at the doctor and he goes, have you ever broken your nose? And I was like, unofficially. And he goes, it's official. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
I was like, I got
You get
punched and it
punched in
hurt
the
real
face a
bad.
lot? Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
I've never broken a bone.
I was a brawler. I was a
stay
scrapper.
home. I don't.
I was
I
always
don't
like-
injure myself.
I was like, oh, you guys want to fight? crazy.
Bones are not as painful as sprains, like bone breaks. Weirdly, at least the ones I've had, they're nowhere near as painful. When I sprain something, I feel like I'm dying. When I break a bone, I'm like, ow, and then that's it. And
I
then it's
fucked
just
my
sore.
thumb up last year a little bit. I never quite understood what the problem was. I'm at 99% efficiency now, so
Hey, all right.
I don't
look at
know.
that.
Sometimes it kind of makes like a little like jolt of interesting feeling, but
Look at these very differently shaped thumbs.
yeah, those are
Bad
weird, man.
decisions.
That's some fucked up shit. You
I have a
should
lot of
consider
scars
physical
from
therapy.
like cuts. Cut myself.
Ooh.
I don't. I try
cut
not
myself
to cut
right
myself.
here one time on
Yeah,
the top
I
of
don't
my
do that.
finger with a razor blade. I was cutting the tip
Mm.
of a caulk tube off, and it went
Ooh.
right down my finger. And they numbed
Sliced
it
right off.
in the ER. And they were like, "You want to see the bone?" And I was like, "Okay." And they just spread my finger real quick so I could see it.
Oh no! Ew.
Yeah, it's a nasty scar. But
I'm glad they just offer that as a surface.
one time I
Can
cut
you
my
zoom
eye.
in? Can we see it? Can it? Is it visible?
I don't know. I don't know. Can you
Just get a little. Yeah, that is weird.
see? It's white, right? You can see.
Yeah,
that?
that's a long cut.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Jeez.
That was like 96. And so I cut my eye one time, and it was they were like, "Whoa, buddy, you were almost blind."
Can't.
Like
You
that
cursed
was
me the
close.
last time we talked about this.
Some Dead Space
We
2
talked
shit.
about eye squick humor, and I said that's the one thing I can't handle, and that's what
Yep.
happened. I'll be back.
The most intense pain I've ever. Well, you finish your
They
story.
put neon dye on it,
Hmm.
and then so they can see where it is. So they numb
Mhm.
it, and then they put dye in it, like an orange neon dye, and they're like, "Go
So
in
you
that
could die
room."
another day.
Yeah, exactly. They're
That's
like, "Go in
good.
that room and turn the lights off." And then, now that it's numb, you can open your eye. And it's like there's an orange cut. Like you can see it's fucking wild.
When I was young, I stepped on a piece of glass, and it went right through my toe. Just went right through, came out the other side, and then I was like, I think I was 13 at the time, and I was debating like, what side do I pull the glass out from? Like, which side is the ideal?
Yeah.
And I was.
Can we change the subject, Jake? Are
I
you
was
all right?
bleeding profusely
No.
for weeks and weeks. I never went to the doctor because my mom wouldn't
What
take
the
me.
fuck?
I went
Oh
to
my
school the
God.
next day, and I was sitting at the lunch table, and someone stepped on my foot. And I'll tell you, that was the worst pain, physical pain I've ever experienced. The cut itself, the glass going through, that was over, before I even knew. Someone stepping on my foot the next day at school. I was like walking down the hallway, and then I was leaving like a trail of blood. It was awesome. Never got it checked, never got it examined, never went to the
Can we
hospital.
see the toesy?
There
let's
is
wait
still
till
a
it's on my
visible scar
OnlyFans.
there, but I don't know if
Jake and I
can show
both
that.
flashed our bare feet on camera last week.
We did.
Was I not there for
My
that?
worst pain. Testicular.
It was
torsion.
Friday.
Mm.
So if you've ever worked in a commercial kitchen, they tell you if it's
Thank
a
you,
good
by
one.
the way, for
they
coming
tell-
on that stream.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
I
They
was
tell
on there
you
too.
if you
Thank you.
drop a knife
Yeah.
or a sharp instrument, your instinct is going to be to hurry up and catch it.
Oh yeah,
Don't.
you just want to do this. You just want to jump back immediately.
But like people forget the jump back part. They just
Yep.
Yeah, I was
they
gonna
just
say,
think
you gotta watch
don't
out
catch
the
it.
feet.
Oh yeah.
And they're like,
And there's so many people who are like, dude, it's in my foot. And you go around and you're like, oh shit. Like
Yeah,
a
what do
big
you do?
10-inch
Don't
chef
move.
knife right
Don't
in somebody's
move.
foot.
Don't you
Hold
should you
on a
wear like
second.
steel
No. Steel toe
Oh.
boots? I mean you could, but
if I can, I get them every time. I so
we're
rarely
wearing
can.
non-slip.
Once upon a time, I had a nut about this big. That's called a testicular
Wow.
torsion.
right?
And
What is
I
that you
submit
have
that.
tied around the tape? What is that, and why is it there?
Bottle
Did they have
opener?
did they have smartphones at the time? Did you
No. I was 14.
no pictures?
Why would I take a
there's-
picture even if I had a smartphone? Hey, you guys want to see my swollen nut? No. I didn't
Honestly,
want to
I'm kind of interested a little bit, just from the scientific angle. Like, how big was it? It was that
It's
big?
just like a textbook thing.
bigger
You
than
wanna-
like an orange. It was like a grapefruit.
Really?
Because blood was going in with every heartbeat, but not
Like, if
coming
you
out.
touch it, was it like any squish, or was it like, You know, like touching a plastic bottle type.
I
like there's
truly
no-
don't remember. I remember. Oh, I've talked about this before. Okay, I do want to look. Venture Brothers raised awareness. Hey, kids, especially folks who are just coming into manhood. If your nutsack suddenly hurts like Jesus hates you, it's not just because you've recently sinned. It may be a testicular torsion, and what you should do is get asses and elbows fast to the doctor.
Yeah,
Get them to
not
untwist
good.
that thing if they can, and if they can't, they gotta slice you open and do it manually.
It's not good. It's not
Sciatica.
good.
Wow.
Sciatica is an excruciating pain. I thought I had sciatica for a long time.
What is that? Explain it to me.
Yeah, I guess I misunderstood what it was.
It's like nerve damage, and it goes from like the very center of your anus all the way down like one leg or like one arm.
Oh.
And I thought I had this. It was when I first, because I worked from home for a long time and I really had it down, and I was pretty healthy about it. I wasn't lazy. I would like get up and act like I was going to work, even though I worked from my home office. But you got to do certain things so that you're not just like,
Yeah, you got to walk on the
I'll
treadmill.
get to work
for
at some
15
point.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I got a full-time job, and they sent us home because of COVID. And that was like, okay, I'm locked into their fucking schedule, even though I'm at home. And so my posture and everything was really suffering. And I was like, I'm going to have to buy like office furniture. You know what I mean? Like, because if I'm going to be sitting in a
You
chair, it's
probably
got to
write
be
that
like
off.
ergonomic.
Just write it
And
off.
I think that's what happened. But I went and got some x-rays. And that's when I realized that I don't know if it was sciatica because I haven't had it since. It might as well have been. It's like a constant pain that won't go away. It is
I'm
so
learning
bad.
from the audience what
It's
it
like
is. Holy
needles and shit.
dude. So it originates from the back and just like radiates throughout the body essentially to various areas.
And so I basically had nerve damage because I realized my neck was straight as a broomstick. I've told this story.
Let's
My
just
neck,
fix our posture real quick,
my
Jake.
spine
you
and my
know?
neck were straight instead of curving forward. Like they're supposed to curve a little bit at the neck. Mine was
Oh,
straight
now
from
it's
years of graphic design. Like even just holding my arms like this, everything hurts. So if I just sit here
Like right now?
mouse and keyboard, I'm in pain.
Like
I
like
have
right
to-
now, just doing this, and you're fucked.
Yeah, and I have an orthopedic pillow that orthopedic, is that right? It's like a foam pillow that it looks like a Monopoly house. It's like I had to lay on it like this every day for 8 minutes to correct my spine for the rest of my life.
Dude, you can get sciatica from pregnancy. What the fuck is this that's haunting humanity and that I haven't heard?
Oh yeah,
of? Everybody's
pregnancy
talking
in
about it like it's-
general is just
I had to
they
get
fuck your shit up.
So my discs were about to slip, but pinching nerves that were
So what
running down
happens
my arm and leg. It was
if you
just
skip a
so
day
fucking
on the
bad.
neck thing? Like, what if you just like, you got real?
No,
high,
that's
you
why
forgot?
you do it every day for the rest of your life so that you can afford to skip days. But there are
So
exercises.
it's like brushing your teeth. You can just go a week without it sometimes.
Well, I don't know. But there are exercises that you have
when the
to
depression really kicks in.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
There are exercises where you have to like do certain stretches and stuff like that, especially if you're going to be, kayaking, playing basketball, swimming in the ocean, tennis, all kinds of
All
things.
that shit that normal
Most people
love doing.
limber up, and do
JD
like
Vance
stretches.
went
but-
kayaking recently, and they artificially raised the water level of the entire river just for him.
Who?
JD Vance.
Are you
If
kidding?
only
me?
they'd have really
They use
raised
like
it,
some
really
insane
raised it.
thousands of dollars of military resources to just raise the part he was at. They just raised the water level. I don't know how they did it exactly, but it's pretty awesome.
Madness.
So they raised the water in a natural body of water?
Seemingly, yeah. They have some sort of dams or whatever. I don't know what the fuck they did, but they
That's what a
raised the
lock
water
is.
level.
This is very true. The
lock
older
is a
I get,
dam
the
that
more
keeps
pain
the
I'm
water level.
in. Is that normal? Yeah. And here's the thing. When I was 40, I realized a lot of stuff. For
Tell
me
us now,
personally,
so I don't have to wait.
and I think this may be true for a lot of folks out there, especially if you're like on some sort of career ladder or some shit. In my 20s,
and this is very different for a lot of people. Like I know a lot of young people where I'm like, God, you're so much more ambitious than I was. But like I squandered my 20s pretty much just being like the biggest good time Charlie I could be, right? I had a lot of fun. I don't really regret it, but I wasn't ambitious.
You don't
So
remember it either, but
I spent my late 20s and all of my 30s trying to make up for that, right? By the time I got to 40, I realized, whatever. I don't care. It didn't seem like it mattered. It seemed like, okay, it is what it is. I panicked a little bit through my 30s and really tried to make up for it and went above and beyond. But at 40, I have it figured out enough that
Caught
it's
up.
like I feel not like, oh, I'm the most accomplished. I just felt like I came to a place where I was like, no, I'm cool with whatever I have to deal with. I'm not going to be freaked out like I have to achieve certain goals by a certain point in my life. I didn't feel like that anymore. From 40
so you're
to
saying
45.
that just goes away around 40?
It went away for me, and I've heard that before from other people since. But so, because you talk about these things with other 40-year-olds,
You just get around the 40-year-old club.
But
Hey guys,
and
we're all
so
40. Yep.
41, 42, 43, 44. I was like, this is fucking awesome. I'm loving my 40s. Oh my God, this is great. 45, everything started to hurt. I'm not kidding. I didn't even really do anything. It's just all of a sudden, knees, right? Elbow.
Ooh.
You know how they say you get allergies or potentially could get an allergy every 7 years? Like if you don't have one, wait 7 years, you'll get an allergy. I feel like that was aging pain for me. Was like it just, nope, this is it. This is when it starts. And I don't know if it's like that for everyone, but
Are you still experiencing that? It's still
yeah, like
cracking
my
on?
foot is killing me today.
Your
And I
foot
know
is
it's because
fucked.
I didn't stretch my calf muscles because I was
I know you're
focused on my
serious, but it
knees.
sounds funny to me.
I
As
took a
29-year-old.
2-mile walk and I was focused on my knees, and that swelled
Yep.
my calf muscle. And now my
Yep.
foot hurts, and it's like I got
Ooh.
that little yoga strap or whatever it is to stretch out my feet. And oh my God, it's just
Eyeballing 40 does feel more and more like becoming Zoidberg every single day.
What is
That
Zoidberg?
true.
don't know
Zoidberg is
Zoidberg?
that lobsterman from the GIF I posted earlier in the Discord.
Okay.
You want I
I
should
love
talk
the
about
Lobsterman.
Zoidberg from Futurama?
Yeah. I got you.
One of the favorite there is.
He's good.
I think that the pain you feel getting older could be a result of not taking care of yourself for sure. And I think that's true for a lot of people. Like you just feel like, oh, I'm young. I don't need to worry about it. And then when you get old, you're like, that not needing to worry about is catching up to me. But I think also the body just gets to a point where it's like, yeah, it's wear and tear. It just
The
is.
amount
And
of
it's not
sex
anything you
when you get-
necessarily. Well, wear and
I-
tear from like normal shit though,
Certainly hope I survive another year at least. Certainly hope.
Of course you will.
That
Well, it's not
certainly hope
guaranteed.
that,
Given the
that,
current state of affairs,
and my activities. But certainly hope that things are rosy. But the concerns I have for myself this year have utterly evaporated. It's entirely others of late, and it's much worse worrying about others because if you're safe and there's only one person suffering if you're in danger. But when it's others, there's no end to the sorrow. My word, and that is the very nature of being a lefty.
I think what everyone needs to do, no matter what age you are, especially if you're under 50, and consult a doctor. I'm not a doctor.
we got some differing opinions from another old ass motherfucker. This guy's old as hell, or girl, or whatever, old as hell, saying
Hell
"fuck
yeah.
you, I'm healthy."
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
I'm
read
healthy
this.
too.
I'm not
Careful
gonna
with
change my
self-love.
lifestyle, and I'm gonna hope I'm one of these people. That's my
I
goal.
say increase. I think everyone is always like, yeah, you know what? I don't drink enough water. Like consider
I
increasing
drink
the amount of water
so
you
much
drink.
water.
And
I have attached my
Start-
obsessive compulsive disorder to water. I drink it
start
so much.
taking walks, not like running, but walks. And if you do run, consider a day of intervals where you walk, run. But
I think running is low IQ. Personally, that's my
Well, it's
opinion.
fun,
That's
though.
my opinion.
It's fun.
It's not fun. Falling
Oh, I
over on the
love
fucking
fun.
asphalt or whatever. I like
You're
running in
talking
a
about
prairie.
falling. I'm talking about running. What are you talking about?
I ran once or twice when I was like 15. Never again. I fell over, hurt my knee. Nah, not doing that shit again. Well, thanks.
Okay. Well, there's such a thing as training and having the right shoes, and
Why
you
would
can
I
do
want
it
to
on
have
the
the right
track.
shoes? Why do I have to buy this new
Is
consumeristic
all running
capitalistic
done
product?
on asphalt? No. Think about
Yeah,
it.
well, that's the thing. All the green prairie space is currently getting developed. It's turned into houses. It's turned into fucking strip malls. It's turned into parking lots. Not everyone grew up in 1974 or whatever the fuck year it was.
I'm sick of talking about injuries.
I love water. Let's talk about water. I love mineralized water. I drink 3 cups of mineralized water every day, not including coffee. That's also mineralized water. I like to drink at least 2 cups of clear, unmineralized water in between the mineralized sessions. And then I like to have, like, maybe sometimes I'll have a little seltzer. You know, it's water, not really. I mean, they kind of fucked it up, but it's water adjacent. I'm a huge
Fair.
water enjoyer. I've never gotten a hangover in my life, and I attribute
What?
it to the fact that
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I know you motherfuckers
It's a
don't believe it.
sugar thing. There's no way you can not
I
be
drink so much
affected by-
water. I've never had a hangover. I've woken up drunk, as in like I had so much alcohol, I just woke up drunk still. Never
That
had
can
a
be a
hangover.
hangover.
Never
You
had
can
any
be
pounding
hungover and
headache.
drunk.
I've never had it. Everyone tells me a hangover is your headache. You have a headache, your head pounds. Never had it. Never in my life. I've had a migraine
enough.
once, not related to alcohol.
I
but
take
never had a hangover because I love
I
water.
take a bunch of, not a bunch, but I take pills that my wife's like, you should be taking this, you should be taking that, and I don't know what they are.
Supplements or pills?
I feel great. Well, they're pill
Eczema.
form, but I think they're largely herbal. Like, do you take Reversa-Cell?
Tell me more.
No,
I
that
don't.
sounds
I
like
don't know
nothing. It
anything
sounds like
about
some
it.
nonsense. That's a statistically
great.
negligible amount.
Speaking of herbs,
something
I've been
that they
on.
put in big
I've been
letters.
doing Kalea Zakatachichi for 2 weeks. We'll talk about that in a moment. Finish your story.
No, I'm just saying, like, my wife has hooked me up with some stuff that, it's not like placebo, you know.
It is exactly that.
Sometimes, I mean,
It's an
that's-
herbal supplement.
how
It's
would
that
you-
because they
I don't
couldn't
know
get
that
the
it's an
FDA
herbal
to
supplement.
demonstrate.
Okay, I
'Cause
don't
they
know
could-
that.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Fair enough.
let's not act like people aren't paying off the FDA to just sign off on their shit, and then they
I
say
love
that's
generally
unlegal.
recognize
better
the safe.
than
That's my
avoiding.
favorite category.
If it did
Anyway.
what they said it did,
Oh.
the FDA would agree. If it doesn't, then you'll
It
find
might
they just
be-
suggest that it does.
Yeah,
And
the
stuff in
FDA is
there-
owned and operated by RFK Jr. So I wouldn't. Maybe that herb's going to get approved in no time. I'll tell you that.
Maybe.
But, I've
But
been
if it can't
for
get approved by RFK Jr.'s FDA, it is essentially the bag of oregano you sell as pot in high school. That is
well,
what
oregano is good for cooking. I like oregano. I made a nice
Sure.
sauce the other
It's
day.
not-
Sprinkled some
lovely.
oregano on it.
Absolutely.
You ever do
lovely.
that with
Should
your
not
hands?
be bought for pot prices.
I have
but
I have like a jar of the herb, put it in a plate, then I pick it up with my hands just to do this.
This is some of the most asinine thinking I've ever seen. I love y'all dearly, but the FDA is the the regulator of the food in which we eat. I agree. Its credibility is going to evaporate over the next 4 years, but that also means everything that couldn't get approved before this moment in time should never be touched because it may be approved after via RFK.
I got a lot of problems with the
No,
FDA,
the
I'll put it that
FDA
way.
isn't like. No, it's like whoever is. People were severely, like, I think, criminally charged for approving opioids by the Sackler family and
Sure.
adjusting the labeling and stuff like that.
I
So
would
it's not
definitely
like
look up generally recognized as safe and read everything about that category of legal classification.
But
That's my
what were
recommendation.
what were you saying you've been doing for a number of weeks?
So I've been
What was it?
doing an herb. It's colloquially known on the internet as the Mexican dream herb. It's called Kalea Zakatachichi. Some would
Yeah,
pronounce
why
it
is that so
Zakatachichi.
familiar?
Because I've talked about it before on the show 2 weeks ago. I talked about it, and you all told me to keep you up to date and to give you an update. I forgot.
Yeah, can
last
you
week.
just refresh my memory though? Because I don't remember.
What am I refreshing your memory on? Just what
On
it is?
what it is. Yeah, what is
Well,
this?
it's an herb, and you can take it in capsule form, and it makes your dreams all fucky wucky.
Oh yeah,
Makes
this
you
was in the 10
remember
forms of
your
dreaming,
dreams
right?
way more vividly. You have more information. They'll last longer. And when I mean longer, really, I mean it's not necessarily like your dream is like 5 days long, but it's like you remember more key points. So your dream could like be, well, first of all, temporally speaking, dreams are in a different universe, right? So like a 20-minute dream is not 20 minutes in this world. But like you can have a 20-minute dream where it's like you remember every single thing that happens. I would consider that a longer dream than a dream that maybe lasts like 8 hours, but like you only remember 2 points, 3 points. So Kalea Zakatachichi fucks your brain up when you're sleeping, basically. It's think of it, it's like you know, it fucks your brain up. You know, it doesn't really do much when you're awake. But I've been having some very crazy dreams. And it's made me a better person. So
What do you mean fucks your brain up? Just what's the like non-Andrea version of that phrase?
It's psychoactive only when you're sleeping.
Okay.
I recommend it. You can get it online. It's cheap. It's legal. It's pretty cool.
That sounds like it's a sleepwalking crime waiting to happen.
So
well, I don't know.
reverse
If you have sleepwalking, maybe that's a whole separate story.
reverse cell is a for your metabolism and aging process. It's a supplement. Supplements are not subjected to FDA approval.
There you go. I'll have to look into it.
But
wanna
but it's
mention
funny
that-
because
AKA they're nonsense. They're just nothing. It's a pill.
I
full
love
of
dreaming. I think
brain.
dreaming is how you cure PTSD. That's my opinion.
I
on
mean,
it.
I don't know. Like, okay, that could be nonsense. I don't know how you can say that without at least just looking it up and reading what's in it. Like, that just feels weird
This
to
is
me.
another
Like,
because it's a
classic
supplement.
Jake loves the government. He's from the
Yeah.
government and he's here to help. That's Jake.
Yeah, because it's a supplement that doesn't need FDA regulation. And if they could get something that was approved by the FDA, that's what they would do.
looks like a lot of athletes use it for metabolism. I know
Well,
my
there's
A lot of athletes
metabolism.
put on magnetic
forms.
bands.
My
One of
metabolism
the main
is
problems I think with
in
the
check.
supplement industry is there's no verification that you're actually getting the prescribed dose on the bottle. I
Jake,
think
what
that's
do you think
more
of
of a concern.
acupuncture?
You know what? I think it's the same general brand of nonsense, but you know, it's no. If it makes you feel good to take the pills, then take the pills. They're not going to harm you, probably. And if it makes you feel good to go get acupuncture, it's just like art. But don't tell yourself this is what I'm going to do instead of going to a real doctor for
Lot
a
of
real problem, because it's nonsense. It's not anything.
A real doctor.
I would throw doctors in the category of
Also,
nonsense too. but,
chiropractors. That's just a scam. It has always been a scam. Look up the origin.
I know
of
Letterhack loves
chiropractors.
chiropractic.
I know.
I have one guy who
He's got a guy.
great.
He's
For
a
tennis
great
elbow,
guy.
he's like, and I was like, I could probably learn to do that myself, but he's like, no, you need to hold. Somebody else has to do it, but you don't have to be a
You
chiropractor
gotta
to do
give me
that.
$300.
No, it's $25 a pop. But he gave me
well,
he gave me the stretches to do for my neck. And so it was like my understanding is that most of the time, like an acupuncture, like you get a good acupuncture or a good dentist, and they're like, here's what you need to do on your own for maintenance and care. Whereas you get a bad one and they're like, you got to come back every fucking week. I'm going to have to keep seeing you. And that's how you know it's like, this feels scammy. But like my acupuncturist was, he was my neighbor. I knew him, but like he was great. Like you leave there like literally not in pain. And then he's like, you got to do these adjustments. So you got to do this work on your own. So I thought that was more like physical training or rehab. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like to me. Like, we'll get you back on track, and then it's up to you, buddy.
So much of this stuff has its origins in America, where healthcare has always been out of reach for regular folks at regular times. Maintenance has been. And it doesn't surprise me that there is an industry full of wellness gurus of various kinds that cater to various different types.
Notice,
of
by the way, that
skeptical
this is the
folks.
guy who went on an airplane without a mask on and is now barely able to breathe. And he's telling you how to take care of your body. Just factor that in.
I took
Not
a
to
known
shit
risk
on you. I'm just
for
having
the
fun here.
benefit of others, as I have never hesitated to do, and will continue to do, and am suffering for it. It's not the same as convincing myself and putting work into convincing other folks that there is something legitimate about fake medicine. They are snake oil salesmen, all of them. And
I
the
disagree.
fact
I think
that they
that there
exist
is a realm for
distracts
someone to
from
crack
us
your bones,
accessing
and that could be good.
real
I
medicine.
do think 98, maybe 99% of them are scam artists. That's totally fair. But I
very
do think acupuncture has some decent stuff in there. I think it could be useful for a certain type of person. And let me just also say the power of the placebo effect should not be ignored. A lot of people say the
True.
placebo, oh, it's a placebo. Oh, it's a placebo. If you truly believe something will cure you and you genuinely believe it and it does nothing, that's better than not taking anything and not believing anything. The placebo effect is a real effect and it does have
Psychosomatic.
healing powers. I'm not
Goes
even
both
joking.
ways. Sometimes it causes pain.
Sure.
It's like it's not real, but it might as well
Whenever
be.
I'm feeling pain, I just think, nope, not real, and then it goes away.
So the inventor of chiropractic, you might expect then to be a doctor, right?
No,
I wouldn't expect.
I would expect it to be somebody that was anti-doctor, actually, right?
Yeah,
like
someone outside the system.
because they're usually very critical of like standard medical practices, chiropractors,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
because
on
they don't
Jacob's
want to be
Ladder.
judged as doctors. So they
Remember
have
Jacob's
the same
Ladder?
way. Yeah.
It's like, why are you in this contraption? Get him out of here! You're killing him.
Spiritualists. Those are the same people that were going around telling people they could contact your loved ones and just give me money, and I'll really, really put you in touch with your grandfather. Oh, do you miss your wife? I'd expect Jake to give a Western citation. Yeah. or
Have
an
you
Eastern.
had a COVID test?
Eastern, of course, means it's magic, and therefore it's totally legit, not astrology at all.
Eastern
on,
medicine is
wait.
better than Western. I will say that.
I'm
much.
I'm not picking
No,
up
it's the
on
same medicine, it's
sarcasm.
just medicine.
and
Yes.
I'm not. What's sarcasm and what's not here? Like,
See, now that you have
All
just
of it is
asked
sarcasm.
the eternal question for Left Past 10. You have just asked the most important question. Everyone logs
That's
in
it.
and they
Shut
go,
it down.
"What's this?"
retool it. This shit is hit rock bottom.
I mean, look, let
Again.
me be clear.
We're doing
all
ACAB
this
all
stuff
over again.
is not the worst sin there is. And if you enjoy it, it's also for the most part not harmful. If you got a chiropractor in your town that tries to work on children or animals, you should work hard to get them out of your town. Maybe meet them in a shady alley and savage them until they get the message.
That's
But other
just
than that, if you
chiropractor
enjoy, if
slander.
you're a consenting adult and you know that it's not medicine, and you're not getting medicinal treatment, you're just getting a nice bone pop from a paid professional, not unlike a hooter. That's fine. That's fine.
All
That
right.
pronunciation.
But know what it is. That's all. Acupuncture, I've had it before many times. It's nice. It's a fun thing. It's just not medicine.
Yeah, a lot of what's called medicine ain't so good either. So,
Also true.
somewhere in the middle.
This is a medicinal wasteland, basically. The United States.
That is
We're
true.
getting
I'll agree with that.
overprescribed drugs that don't even help us by quacks who talk to a pretty sales rep. I mean, we are in serious trouble when it comes to medicine.
Do you think they're going to bring back lead or asbestos?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Trump
I think
did.
that's a real concern.
Trump did actually bring back asbestos.
Yeah, that's
he
right.
unbanned
That's
it and then
fucking
subsidized
crazy.
it.
That
Pretty
is
cool.
Piece of garbage.
crazy. Oh my god! And people are like, he's going to build that wall. He
He's
did
gonna keep
everything
all
he
the
said he was
immigrants
gonna
out. Crime is going to go to zero.
That would be so boring.
That would be boring.
Even
Now,
white
this is a
crime.
great question.
Even white collar crime.
I would argue it matters where the tension is.
That is actually a really good question.
I'd say if
But
you're
the
married,
big
go with
thing-
the chiropractor.
The big question that I have is where is the
Don't live with that
escort
guilt.
going to take me? Because it
Hmm.
all depends on where we're going. If they're
Motel.
going
Yeah,
to
what
escort
country are
me
we in?
to a
What
you
country?
know
or
like
district?
a baseball stadium. Not interested. If they're going
What?
to escort me
Why
to
would they? Oh, I see.
comic shop,
okay.
maybe I'll be interested. Maybe they're going to be driving a Ford Escort for all I know.
It's my
So
escort
it
for the
all
ball.
depends on where we're
Just
going.
dancing.
Yeah.
Just doing the box
God,
step.
that would
No,
be fun.
no big deal. That's a good one. Wow. I didn't see that one coming. Good
You
one.
didn't see it.
That's pretty good. The internet is it. I felt like I heard this on a podcast the other day, and I could hear everyone listening collectively go, "I knew it." There's like a new article that says the internet is just over, slightly more than half of the internet is bots.
Yep.
I believe
And
it.
well, but like
Twitter is
doesn't part of
specifically
you feel like
77%, like
fucking knew it?
76%.
Oh, there was just a new wave of people on Blue Sky. All these people are following me with like one follower, and I look at their account like, oh, what is this, spam? And it's like, well, we're out of their fucking Twitter. And I was like, what happened? Did something just happen on Twitter that got everyone at? I mean, I don't think it was a study, but like, did something just happen that because there's always these like
I heard
waves.
that this guy who does Heil Hitler's bought it. I don't know when that was.
Well,
but
but
yeah,
they-
I'm out of there, man.
Musk? Yeah.
This is the last 24 hours that people were leaving. But
Well,
like,
maybe they just found out he's heiling Hitler, and they're very concerned. They didn't know it before.
oh, you know what it was? He just got the investors are up his ass about knowing that the self-driving cars weren't safe, and he just got
Makes
what was it, a 19 or 29 million, I think it was $29 million buyout from the from I think it was Tesla. They bought him out. I think that's what it was. I think he just had some bad press, and then maybe everyone was like, "That's why they left." That's ridiculous. That place is not cool,
saluting
man.
Hitler and worshiping the Fuhrer, totally fine. In fact, I enjoyed that. But really, the whole stock crisis is really causing me. I could not stand by this.
Yeah, the internet is. I knew it was. I can't tell you how. Okay, I had one video that hit over 104,000 views, and I was just the comments were like insane, and I was like, I can keep up with them, and that was challenging. But I started to realize, wait a minute, these sound an awful lot alike.
Oh yeah.
Like there was a good chunk, and I was like, these are the bots. These are the ones. Because when YouTube is like supposedly clearing out bots from your subs at the end of the month, I'm like, what bots? They're not interacting. And if I don't know. So, but these were like really obvious bots. So I started replying, at least subscribe. Hey, make sure you hit subscribe. Thanks for watching. And I just started saying that in the hopes that the robot would be like, affirmative, subscribe, but no such
No,
luck.
that was a
I
good
actually
voice.
did get thousands of subs.
Affirmative. That's what robots say. They say affirmative.
0 0
That's
1
exactly
1
what they
1
say.
0 0
You
1.
got thousands of subs. I would say that did work very well.
But it
Good.
was
F with it.
it wasn't like in relation to the comments. So I don't know, maybe it was, who knows. But it was weird because like some of them, and this happens on like social media now, like on Blue Sky, you'll get some account will reply to you and they don't follow you. You don't follow them. They're replying, and their name, it's always like John 4789, you know, and you're like, "Oh, this is weird names, right? With numbers." And you see they have a lot of AI slop and that kind of stuff on their profile. But like they reply to you in a way that's just counter to what you were saying. And it's not, there's no evidence behind their counter. And it's very weird. So they're like, I don't know where you got your information, but if you look at voter rolls, you see that's not true. There is no money in politics. And I'm like, what? Yes, there is. But so anyway,
You see, if you look at where all the money is, you'll see there's no money there.
but like I think like, you know, because on Blue Sky you can do the list, the starter packs, and like subscribe to a whole list at one time. It's
I
like,
prefer
here's all the
booster
comic
packs.
book people and all that stuff. I think those quickly became like
I think
bot
Jake
heavy.
is doing a line right now. What are you? Oh,
infiltrated.
listening.
Oh.
I think they became infiltrated by bots pretty early on, and like, I mean, my thing, like, where's the documentary that tells us who's driving it? And I know we could say, oh, it's foreign adversaries or whatever, or other governments. I get it. But like,
Russia is largely the answer.
In the words of our president, no, Vladimir, stop.
But I want people to realize that the blue no matter who bots are as bad as the ones that would be like, you know, the right-wing troll bots. You know what I mean? Like those are probably
Honestly,
the
though, I
exact
gotta be
same people.
honest. The MAGA trolls easy to just filter out, but the blue no matter who guys, sometimes they get me. I'll be honest. Sometimes they get me. I will be real. Letterhack, unfortunately, is experiencing technical difficulties. It may be a ghost.
What do you mean?
I do notice they try to get us arguing on wedge
I
issues.
get got. Oh, what was
wedge issues? You're right, but
what was,
also
I saw mysterious, like it was like a spirit just traveled across your
unplug and plug back in.
It was like you opened your mouth and like a ghost left your body of some kind. What was that? That was very interesting.
Let's just say the show is about to get a lot better for me. No, but there's I'm just kidding. Shit, I lost my thought. Thanks, Andrea. No, appreciate it. No, thanks.
It's probably
no, it wasn't
ghost.
important. No, I don't care.
It's probably
No, it
the
didn't mean
ghost
anything.
giving
It's
you
meaningless.
some short-term memory situation.
You were saying something, and I was going to respond to it.
I was saying something, or was it Jake?
I believe I was saying that a ghost was spotted leaving your mouth, and then I don't remember what happened after that.
Should I also go look at ghosts? Is this
I think you should look at ghosts. I think we should
I
all
go
glance at
engage?
ghosts.
Should I go see what the ghosts are up to?
I
The
think it might be
spirits?
funny to have a spiritualist session on here.
Well, shit. I mean, maybe I'll go check out some spirits. I might have to be 5 minutes because I don't have this. My crystal ball is not in the same room with me. Oh,
It's not
I just saw
queued
it
up.
again. Yeah, I'd have to go
Your
get it.
Palantir.
If I come back in 5 minutes, like, you know, anything could happen in 5 minutes. You're not going to shut the show down, right? You're not going to.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Correct.
It's left past 10. Anything can happen, but I don't think that's going to happen. Although we have been advised to shut it down a few times.
Okay, well, she's
Can we
gone.
talk about it? No? Okay.
I was talking. I'm sorry to pitch this on here, but I was talking about the. You know how at the end of the Police Squad they'll go ha 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 ha, and then freeze frame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So if you do like a dad joke or something, we'd be like, ha 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 ha.
I did like 6 dad jokes. I'm supposed to come up with another dad
At the
joke all
end,
this
yeah,
time?
yeah. Keep one in the back pocket, or not a dad joke, maybe any joke.
I guess it doesn't have to be funny, but like you'd have to be cued. So we should come up with the joke now, so you know the punchline.
Good point.
Maybe I'll just figure out something funny to say that starts with "That's why I always say." Do you think I can do that?
I think you could, but I think I'll forget that that's the cue by the end. I'm not even chemically assisted. I just know.
Remember the
Sorry,
time?
you have to work with me, buddy.
Remember the
Like we're on
time?
the heist and I'm like carrying stuff in and dropping it everywhere while you're like,
Put your mask on. You're supposed to wear gloves. Fuck.
like, oh,
They'll trace you back to me.
I'll put it back. I'll brush it down. What time are you asking about?
I'm not gonna help you get cigarettes on the inside this time, dude. That's deep cut. But do you remember when we realized that Andrea didn't know any theme songs from 80s sitcoms, and then we were just talking them like we were being conversational, but it was just like cheers. I think about that all the time. I think if somebody would just come out as a stand-up comedy routine, if they just came out and just started talking like that, like in lyric, and just acted like it wasn't a big deal, I think that would be it'd be avant-garde, but I think that would
I'd
be
love
funny.
it. It'd be right up my alley. Also, to everybody I was giving health advice to earlier, Barry, Andrea was correct. My dumbass is the sickest of all of us because of the choices I've made. I don't know what I'm talking about.
The
But I am
choices.
James Randi.
Yeah, choices. You know, people are like, I wouldn't change a thing. Yes, you fucking would.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
100%. I am
If you
glad I
went
met
back,
who I met, though.
if you went back line by line through your life, I mean, yeah, you're gonna be like, well, that thing, and then what's the ripple effect? Like, oh, that would be fun. Okay, here it is. God's real. He says, or they say, Jake, you get to go back through your life line by line. You change one thing from whatever point that is. New possibilities might be the same, could be completely new, like choose your own adventure thing. But so like you'd be real selective, right? Because you would probably go through your life up
I
to
know
this
what it is
point
immediately.
and say, I have it. Well, but if you went line by line, you might end up with
What
like
is this
3 things.
fucking- Is that a pimple?
No,
I don't know.
All right.
How
I'll put
long
a
is
little-
this? Has this been here like earlier today?
I don't currently see it. I'm not trying to F with you, man. I'm
What?
sorry.
You know what you would change?
Oh,
right away?
maybe.
What are we
Yeah.
talking about? What are we changing?
Okay.
I'd go back
Let's
and
say
not
you.
By the way, I communed with the I communed
What'd you say, Jake? Hold on.
and
Andrea
back.
communed with spirits.
This
She's
I
a
know.
spiritualist now.
Came back immediately, started freaking out about seeing herself on camera. That's
Oh, I
usually
got, like,
how
a
it
pimple
works.
here. How long has this been here? Was this here when I was doing my show earlier this afternoon?
But look, I'm dying to know, Jake, what was it you said you would change?
Back when I told my mom it would be nice when she asked if I was asking if she would go get candy, that I said I would bring the 3rd grade class for Miss Thompson in Thornton Creek Elementary School.
And you
Because
said,
I meant it literally. I meant this is not an obligation of yours. I know that I've screwed up. I'm simply saying if you feel like making an extra trip today, it would be nice to avoid letting down these children. But it sounded like an entitled child, and she will never believe that I didn't mean it that way, and it haunts me to this day.
Are
I
we
have
talking about going
one.
back in time?
So
Yeah,
here's
what would you
here's
change?
the game, Andrea. You get to
ready.
go back
I think about this every day. I'm
through
ready.
your life line by line, with the understanding that you can only alter one thing, one regret or whatever, one thing you would have done differently, because that's how this started with people who say, I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't change a thing. You would. I think you would. But wherever the point in time is that you make that change from there on. And so even your current reality could be altered, could be potentially different, might be the same, might be slightly altered, might be greatly altered. If you did that one thing different, can you don't have to say it, but can you determine where it would be? Like, what would that thing be? And you'd have to be comfortable with everything being different from there on. So, like, if you do it too early on, I don't know. Is it good or bad that the majority of your life might be a lot different or not? I don't know. Or would you wait till like last week?
About, I want to say close to 2 years ago now, I received a message in text form, and I want to say it was from some guy with like an M something, and it said, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing a panel show. You in?" Something along those lines, and I think I said sure. I would have changed that to an enthusiastic yes, because I love Left Past 10.
Oh, that could potentially be a better show already,
It would have
instead of
been.
us having to like retool it all the time. A little bit more
I
enthusiasm.
know.
At
We
the
wouldn't
beginning.
have had to spend the first like
I'm
year
actually
and 3/4.
I'm fairly certain. I am fairly certain that you said, I'm in. I love panel shows. I can help with scheduling. And I'm going to make the theme song. I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
I don't think that's how it went.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I was really scared that
not.
I was going to be the first one to get kicked off the show, and I
I
wasn't.
mean, you probably said that last week at some point. You say that to me all the time.
I'm trying every single day. I do anything with this space. I'm really trying to get kicked off, but they're not doing it. They keep letting me back on.
I think I don't know if I would change one thing, but there are look, I don't let things like bog me down where like a psychiatrist probably wouldn't sit down and go, that's the thing that's been eating you alive. Nothing's eating me alive. I feel fine. But like there are a couple of things in the past where I'm like, like there's one where I'm like, my mom would feel so much better on that day if I had just not done that one thing. I'm like, I fucked that up. And like I hate thinking about it, but I wouldn't say it's like something I feel like I need to go back and adjust. But there are, I mean, I don't know. I just don't want to have to make the decision. I think I would back out of the game. You know what I mean?
No,
I go,
you could just
it's
do
not
an
that
easy one. Do an
it's not
easy
that I
one. Like
wouldn't
buy
do things
Bitcoin in
different.
2009 or something.
Well, it's not that I would go back and change something because I want things to be different or I wish I had done something different so bad that I don't care what happens now. I'm invested right now. I don't want that to change. But I think a few years ago, fuck it. Yeah. Might have gone back in time, been like, change that. I don't care what happens.
Yeah, that's the thing. I am, in my opinion, the perfect version of myself.
Look at that.
I mean, obviously, I'm killing it.
Look, but if we all had that smile,
As in your
we would
brain
be
cells?
so much better.
See, that's because Greg knows about Kalea Zakatachichi. Also, Greg, I believe, asked about galantamine earlier, and y'all were like arguing about chiropractor, so I didn't answer the question fully. But I love galantamine. Galantamine is an actual like pill that is prescribed to like old people who have dementia. But what it does is it fucks your head up when you're sleeping, and that shit will fuck you. Now, I'll tell you this: a couple of years ago, and I'm ramping up to do this again soon in a couple months. But a couple of years ago, when I was a big lucid dreamer, I would do like 5 different things in one night. Supplements, Jake, if you can believe it. I would do like maybe not. I would do vitamin B6 an hour before bed. Just pop like 50 whatever milligrams or milligrams.
Complex.
I would do galantamine about 20 minutes before bed. I would do mugwort. I would do Kalea Zakatachichi. I would also, one of my favorites is the blue lotus leaf, which is banned in Russia. So it does something. If they banned it in Russia, it has some sort of properties. And that shit, I had a lot of fun back then. I'll tell you this: if you struggle with nightmares, don't listen to me. But if you do, I highly recommend popping a lot of these very questionable supplements and going into the dreamverse. The only way to conquer your nightmares is to just go in, eyes open, and just face the fear. I'll tell you, I used to have nightmares every single night. That's why I got addicted to weed in the first place. When I started doing lucid dreaming, I don't have nightmares. To me, they're scary movies. They're fun. When I'm getting tortured and killed and molested, that's just fun. It's fun and enjoyable for me. I've conquered my nightmares. So I highly recommend, if you have nightmares, check it out. It's actually useful.
It is amazing to me what you can real life feel in a dream that hasn't happened to you in real life. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like I had
Yeah.
a dream recently where
Our whole existence is a dream.
I had a dream recently where I was in my backyard and it's kind of like this open area and I was out there and it's all forest. So I was out there and like, this was the dream, right? Like something was brushing my arm and I turned and there was a deer nudging me with its nose.
Yep.
It was the most, I can feel it now. It's the most real fucking sensation. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
startled. I felt it. I was startled. I was intimidated. It got a little nervous and backed. I can remember how it felt.
As
was
far
the
as your nervous
weirdest-
system is concerned, being awake and being asleep are
That's
identical.
the thing.
It's 100%
So when I
the
woke
same.
up, I was like, I felt everything.
Yep.
Or it was in my mind, but now my mind can determine what shit will feel like that I've never felt.
That's right. That's right.
And I see these deer they're out there right now.
I think Letterhack, I think if you tried some of the stuff I mentioned, I think you'd get a kick
Okay.
out of it.
I'm gonna take like a week
I
off.
think that's
Really
the
get
thing.
into
Weed
it.
really fucks with it, so don't smoke too much.
I don't
But
smoke weed.
yeah, I mean that's bad for you. But it does inhibit your dreams, so I recommend. I took 2 weeks off of marijuana, which is a big deal for me. I know, everybody. I'm addicted, but I took 2 weeks off, and I'll tell you, I'm transformed. I haven't done this in a couple years, and I feel really good. So I recommend it. I recommend it to anyone with PTSD. I highly recommend it. It might, I would say, maybe take a vacation. Because it's not going to be fun, but it's going to be well worth it. Jake over here, man, by the way, he is killing it right now. He's doing a great job with this whole like mouth agape situation. Which, how are you feeling, Jake? You doing okay?
I was trying not to feel my tongue on the roof of my mouth.
Oh,
feels thick and slimy.
I have an oral fixation with my teeth and my tongue. My tongue is always moving at all times. I can't have my tongue be still. It's really problematic when I'm sleeping because I just like roll it all over my teeth and then I inspect the entire geographical map of my entire dental situation.
See, now
it's
it's not the same for me anymore because years have been added. But running for me was very meditative. It was the same thing people get from sitting perfectly still. Like the breathing, Jake, the rhythm. You're like, there was a point where I was jogging like at a certain pace where I could do a marathon. It would take 6 hours because it wasn't a quick pace, but like I could go and not stop.
Yeah, you just lock
crazy.
in.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. It's very meditative.
Now
I don't have anything to add.
I do the walking now does that for me. I walk and my thoughts I'm like, I got to get near something. I can write this shit down.
One of
everything
my
connects
favorite
when I walk.
meditation experiences is with video games. I like shutting the internet off, unplug the Ethernet cable, and just playing like a 6 to 12 hour game. Like I know I'm going to finish it. I just put the whole day aside. I'm talking like maybe like an RPG. Maybe I'll play the entire Mega Man series in one day. But just sit there. Phones off, Ethernet's unplugged. Just play the game. Just
get to
zone
New
the
Vegas
fuck
Medical.
out.
Yeah.
That's what I like doing. That's my version of running, except I sit.
I've been trying to get like that with curling weights, but it doesn't feel the same to me.
I love curling. God, that's the best workout.
It's so close, but I always end up wanting to either do something with my hands or move my rump around. And it's not either.
Yeah. Okay. So 2 different whatchamacallit, dumbbells on the treadmill. That's how I'm doing it now. It's crazy. I'm just holding 215 or 225-pound weights on my shoulders while I walk at a very fast pace. Remember we were talking about this? This is the carrying cement.
The hitting of knees, yeah.
So this is like I get off there and it's like, oh my God, like 15 minutes. It's like, wow, what a difference. And apparently if I fall, it won't be as bad. That's why the wrestlers did it, from what I understand.
Huh.
I often fall just recreationally. Does anyone ever do that?
Yes, literally. That was my hobby for 20 years.
Oh.
Judo begins with learning how to fall properly, and it's part of every single exercise. Yeah.
Nice.
Ever done Tai Chi? There's a introductory
No.
Tai Chi course in my area. I was thinking about.
It seems lovely. It seems like a fun meditative practice.
Saw an ad recently. It said over 50, skip the gym, skip dieting, just do Tai Chi. And I was like, well, okay. I mean, diversify a little bit, but that was an interesting point. I was like, I have a friend who runs I guess it's a dojo or studio in Boulder, Colorado. I grew up with this guy, and he took Tai Chi. He practiced Tai Chi for so long that he eventually started to instruct, and it's cool because it's not like followers like a YouTube or a Twitch thing, but like you get a community built up around it. Because it's a dedication, right? It's not just like going to the gym. It's like somebody's leading you. It's practice. I guess it's like yoga, but Tai Chi is about learning it step by step and then perfecting like all the steps. So I don't know. What do you think about the Steven Seagal stuff though, where he's like, because Tai Chi is like using 4 ounces of your opponent's energy against them or something. There's some like thing. I don't want to be.
Oh no,
rude,
he
but-
does Aikido, and Aikido is a real martial art. But Steven Seagal is not a representative of the Aikido community. He is
Isn't
a
it awesome?
guy
I
that
was
took
like-
some classes.
It's funny. As
That's
shit.
all.
But have you seen him like really defeat these guys, and it doesn't look like he's putting any effort into it? Have you seen these videos?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But he's not doing.
That's called kata, Kata, and it's what
Is he
you
really
do.
propelling them and stuff?
No, it's what you do with intermediate students so they can get a feel for how it should go if everything's going correctly. And the reason it's for intermediate students is because you are being assisted by the people you're throwing around. It's very useful for judo and aikido, but they're training you. You're not showing them how it's done. The person you're throwing is training you in kata. So yes, that's real, but that's not him doing great at aikido. That's him going through training exercises.
So we're
that, like, a
not
yellow belt would
talking
have.
about diets here.
Apparently not.
Not Steven Seagal. There's another video of a guy who's teaching self-defense, I guess, just general, and
I
seems
thought it was
pretty
Tai
old.
Chi, not Tichi.
That-
Is this a
this
different one?
seems pretty old, but then have you seen the Foot Fist Way? Just side
Yes.
note. I love that movie.
That's so good.
Where they're
I
at
gotta
the
check it.
party and he's like, guys, chill out. You know what? Fuck it, let's go. And like they
Fair
him and his students are gonna fight that. Oh, I love it. So anyway, totally lost track. I should not have gone down that.
Yeah.
There's a shout out to bring us back to Seagal. Will Sasso is Steven Seagal's doppelganger level. Yeah, he was perfect with that nutshot skit.
The self-defense videos. This
You
guy
love
will
talking
go
about nuts, I noticed.
if you're at a
fan.
bar and somebody's fucking with you, try this self-defense method, right? And so then the guy like drinks something, and he's got a guy assisting him with the video, starts fucking with him. He turns around and he spits it in his face.
Now
But
you're
he like
definitely
really
in a
does
fight.
it.
Now you don't have to worry about whether or not you're in a fight. You know you're definitely in a fight.
Yeah, and watch it.
It
That
might have
guy's not
been
going to
talked
be
down
like
before. That's
Yeah.
out of the question now.
You ever spit
like,
on
that's
anyone?
provocative.
I don't think
No.
I've done so intentionally.
No, I never have. That just seems
I
like
spit at someone, but it was like it's all I could think to do, and it was so.
I think
you
I
spit
spit on a
at-
car or something. Like
Yeah, maybe if you're close proximity, like 3 to 6 feet, you spit. You don't have to hit them, but like, the point still stands, I think.
Yeah, it's true.
I can't say I've
Um,
ever spit on anyone. I was trying to think about it, but I don't know.
By the by, if you guys want to figure out, I talk up Michael Jai White all the time. He's got a great Steven Seagal story. And basically, the premise was the director and everybody else that worked on this Seagal movie were getting ready to film the climactic fight scene. And they're like, look, this is the last time Seagal's going to be on set. So whatever you want to do, to make it look real, you can do. And Michael Jai White, such a Chad human being, went up, he got like every person in leadership on the set and he got them together and they all said the same thing because they all hated Seagal, which is understandable. But he eventually said to all of them gathered, like, you should be ashamed of yourselves. We all know, all right, we're here because we all know that this guy is not a real martial artist and we all know I am. And you're asking me to hit him. That's what you're asking me to do in a way that he can't respond to. You're all bullies and you should feel bad and maybe just don't hire a jerk next time. But like, what an absolute prince of an actor to know how shitty a guy is, but still do the ethical thing, even though he got a free pass. And he probably could have been a legend in Hollywood as the guy that knocked out Seagal. No, just a great human being. Michael Jai White. Look up anything he's in is good because he's in it.
All right. We got
Let's
the
see
Jake
if
seal
maybe
of
we've seen-
approval.
Black Dynamite is also amongst the funniest movies ever made.
yeah, man, Cream Corn is my favorite character.
Yes.
They call me Cream Corn because I'm smooth.
And
he wears a cape.
Awesome. Cecil, wait, who played Jonesy on Reno 911? Cedric Yarbrough. Cedric Yarbrough saying, "For Black Dynamite, I sell drugs in the community."
Oh, right, yeah,
Just
yeah.
one of the best line deliveries.
Yeah.
I love selling drugs in the community.
I
Yes.
just like Tommy Davidson. He is so funny.
Yes. Oh my God, what a good
I've just
crowd.
always appreciated.
Blood and Bone, yes, that has such a great duel between a guy that like if me as a young man watching that movie, wanting to see how I'd fare in my best case scenario, I got to see myself get the piss kicked out of me by Michael Jai White. Yeah, Blood and Bone. He's like Jackie Chan, where like even if the plot of the movie sucks, it's like it's still a Michael movie. Spawn, that's right. Holy crap.
That's the one. Yes, I'm sitting here going, what was like the one movie? That was I saw that in the theater. Love that. I thought it was good. I was like, yeah, these effects suck, but I do not care. Actually, and like
Monsters.
The Spawn cape was done pretty good, I thought.
Yeah.
I love
when they were
horrendous
done-
CGI in like the 90s. It's really great.
Lawnmower Man or something.
Yeah, I like the 90s CGI. I disliked it by the time of the 2000s because it was more of a capitalist endeavor then.
That's
it was
right.
more like how
That's
much
correct.
can we pare down the budget? Yeah.
But there was like some wasn't there a CGI animation? Was that if that wasn't like 99, then it was right after for the Matrix. Remember they were doing like shorts in the in the theater before movies, and you're like, oh, a Matrix short? That's cool.
Yo, I do remember that, and that was cool. This dude gave $20. All right, man.
Is that to the Letterhack?
I believe.
Yeah,
so.
Random Electronic 2.0. Thanks for the $20.
I just
He
want to
said,
say,
money.
on this space, we don't accept super chats on this space, but Letterhack
We
does.
do at our own channels, though. Holy, we do.
So you're not live, are you, Jake? Are you live?
No, I'm demonetized till next month.
Ah.
But when next month comes around, I don't care. I'll get after it.
The thing is, this is fascinating.
Speaking of,
right?
go check out my OnlyFans. Yes,
I had
it's a real thing.
I just occurred to me the other day, and this is true of super chats and anyone who's like a member of my channel. The support that you give me there on my channel makes it possible for me to do this space stuff. You know what I mean? So like by supporting me there, you are inadvertently, or I mean, maybe not so inadvertently, supporting all these other people, like over 20 other contributors. I think that's the coolest thing. That's got to be true for like, I'm doing a significant amount of stuff behind the scenes on any given day.
A lot of stuff.
Just made me feel good about it.
So if you want to contribute to this space,
send it to me.
Send it over.
I'll
to
make
Matt.
sure it gets
We
to
have
the right hands.
we've got this Patreon link, but we don't use it. But we still put it there. We probably should get rid of it. or
Because
just
by
set
the
up the
time we
Rubs on
use it,
Andrea.
people are going to go back and watch so many clips.
That's what we keep telling ourselves anyway.
No, that's all we tell ourselves. That's why we keep telling ourselves, because
That's
that's
right.
all we got.
I am looking forward to us like financing a big thing, or like Andrea, you were talking about doing a charity stream. I want to bust out the gate with that. I think that is such a good idea, and I think the first one we're gonna
I
do
would
is
love
gonna
to do a
raise-
charity stream.
We're gonna raise like no money, but I don't care. I think it's
No, we're
fun
not.
for
We're
us to
gonna
try.
raise at least $1,000 for charity.
All right, I gotta bleed the lizard. I'll be right back.
Are you bleeding? If you're bleeding,
That is, I have not heard that one before.
just in your whole life, or from
I
him
mean,
specifically.
I got a
Because normally he says 2 shakes. of a
Jake's like
lamb's tail.
mic'd up. This is gonna be the hot mic situation.
Yeah, leave the mic on.
It's
Let's just see
caked
what
up, I
happens.
believe, is the.
John
Kids
Lithium, thank you for the $5 super sticker. It's awesome. The super sticker says, "Keep it up." And it's
So,
a
you
pair
showed,
lifting weights on a treadmill. That's awesome. That's
You
basically
showed peanuts earlier. What was that
yeah.
all about?
Yeah.
Tinkerbell had referenced this. I forget what we were talking about. She goes, I'm suddenly thinking of, we were talking about the tongue not moving or having to move. And this was a Peanuts comic that Tinkerbell was reminded of, where Linus discovers his tongue, or he even says in the fourth panel, I'm aware of my tongue. Third and fourth panel.
Oh, it's not great.
So, Jake.
It's terrible.
Jake, do you know we can hear you?
Yeah.
What's happening right now?
I don't know. I'm muting it.
Oh.
I don't know. Because it did.
That's
I
how
don't
I
know.
feel with my tongue, except it's literally all the time. Like there's like maybe 7 or 8 seconds that go by once in a while where I'm not. Then I realize like, oh, I haven't thought about my tongue in 7 or 8 seconds.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
It's one of the worst things in my life. It's debilitating. It's really horrible.
You know, I don't know if I told you this. I talked to a photographer. The research project the project.
I was watching you did a members only.
Yeah, okay. I talked about there
show.
on this show last week. I talked about that new comic book project I'm working on. I talked about it more in the members only. You're right, but like, I just wanted to talk to the photographer who took these set of pictures, and it turns out he's like a very big deal, like artist, illustrator, photographer, sculptor. It's amazing.
Really
It's
hope he
like New
doesn't
York art.
decide to click on your show today, right now. That would suck. If
I hope
someone
he
just sent him an
does.
email.
It's
Said, hey, you heard
legendary.
of Left Past 10? It's terrible.
How the hell am I going to get a guy like that on the phone? Except that one very specific thing. But I was like, wow, because I was looking into him. I was like, this guy's awesome. But that was a great call. He was so cool. He was right on too. His
And you're
politics
just
were dialed.
like, is that like a life goal of yours?
No,
Talk to this guy specifically, or
no, not a life goal. I called him because of the project that I was working on.
Well, I mean,
needed to
you
talk
know,
to
you
him
seem
about it.
really excited about it. Like, it's
Well, but what's exciting about it is that, unlike myself, this guy is a highly accomplished, like recognized, legendary artist. And I would always
keyword
love to
being
talk to people like that.
recognized. Letterhack.
No, his
still
art is
unrecognized.
recognized. My art's recognized. People
I recognized
recognize
it the other day.
People recognize my art. You didn't?
I did.
Oh, where?
Fucking one of those YouTube channels you do art for popped up in my recommendation feed.
Oh, I do. Oh, Vanguard.
I don't know which one it was. I was just like, oh yeah, Letterhack.
No,
threw
it's
that.
cool. I do a lot of sometimes. Okay, so like if I do art for somebody and I don't put any dollar amount, we don't agree on it being a commission or anything like that, I will allow them to use it for free if they come back and say, I'm just trying to read something in the chat that didn't make sense.
Short-term memory loss. Sometimes when I commune with the spirits.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It happens.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know what I'm saying, but I like talking to artists. They're cool.
Define artist for me. You're talking about one of these people?
Yeah. Oh, then that's what I was saying. It was like if I do art for somebody and don't set a price and they're like, can I use my art or your art for this? I'm like, that's your art. I gave it to you. Do whatever you want. So it ends up being a lot of profile pictures, YouTube pictures. David Sirota will text me like once every 2 years and go, I lost that picture, or twice a year and say, I lost that picture. Where I need
No, hey, how you doing? No, how's
It's
your
hilarious. Yeah.
You know what I hate about drawers? Why did they get to monopolize the term artist?
They
you see
don't.
this with
That's silly.
musicians too. They try to oh, I'm an artist. You write fucking songs. You're not a fucking
artist, not the artist. They're not like
No.
they're not
I think
declaring their
artist should
genre
be
or whatever is the
multi-genre. When someone thinks of art supplies, what do they think of? Paintbrushes, pencils, and markers. That's bull fucking shit. If someone thinks of art supplies, what you should think of is a roll of duct tape.
all of Hobby Lobby.
I don't know about Hobby Lobby.
I mean,
They're
there's a lot
Christians.
of shit in
They're
there.
Christians. I don't support Christians.
Well,
But when I think of art supplies, I think of a harmonica that doesn't function properly. I think
that's
of
not supply, it's an instrument.
It's a supply because you're not going to play it. It doesn't work properly. You're
No,
gonna use
when
it.
your art comes from an object, when
It doesn't come from the object. The object
when
is
you need
there as an
supplies,
illustrative.
it's your art isn't there yet.
Well, the art just
Supplies
hold on,
are
I'm trying
different
to
than
do
an
something here.
instrument.
Anyway, You got
What
a
about tools?
stool that's missing one leg, so you have to kind of like always keep your balance. Like these are art supplies to me.
Okay.
By the way, I think Jake died.
Interesting. No.
You want to just try unmuting him just to see if there's any audio? Hello? Put that off. So 28 months later is I guess it's here.
What?
28 months later, because the zombie sounds.
Oh, 20 years later. Oh, so good. Great. Oh,
I gotta
man.
check it.
Yeah, 20 years later is great. Look at this.
I noticed that
Ethan,
no one.
thank you for
no
the
one gives Jake
$10.
super chats. No one
Thank
gives
you
Jake
so
super chats.
much.
It's a Letterhack industrial complex.
If you're
That's
gonna
all
drop,
this space.
if you're gonna drop money, get me to read something. I'll read your next comment if you want.
Yeah, maybe read the one after
But
that.
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I don't. Just so you know, whenever you give Letterhack money, he appreciates it. He goes up. I go down. I go, interesting.
What the fuck?
We are once again joined by Jake. With
I didn't know
is
what that
me
was
in
in the thumbnail.
Not
there? Is
well.
that me in there?
Wait,
It was all
copyright
sound
strike?
and fury, signifying nothing.
What?
Do you think?
What?
No.
Even
No.
what
Sound
just
of fury
happened?
signifying nothing. That guy's awesome. That is awesome.
What?
Look, Jake, welcome back. Welcome back to the show. It's good to have you.
Did you
We were
puke?
a little worried then.
And it was all
What?
sound and fury, signifying nothing. And I was listening to your whole conversation. I could not recap any of it for you. Didn't understand very much. I can beat him to it. Sinful Solutions says, don't let Matt read this. Asked and answered, my friend. Thank you for being a member for 1 month.
And just to be clear, that's to Letterhacks.
Yes.
Reminder that you're giving Google, a corporation that is not so good, money, 30% every time you give Letterhack money. Letterhack probably, I think, has other avenues of contribution that don't go through giving this corporation 30%. So just throwing that out there.
are we going
Super
with this?
chats are for
Hit my Venmo.
yeah, the poorly educated and the pro corporate and
Give me
pro
all-
capitalist.
Give me
That's what people who do super chats
Oh,
are.
the
you know?
money.
So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just throwing it out. You know, there.
Agree,
There's
but-
it was in here and now it's no longer in here because
I wonder
it.
on a third party, if we built a third party platform that hosts live video, could we connect our Venmos to it or individual like
easy
fourth party? Yeah, really.
Yes.
Why are we here?
I mean,
'cause we don't have the time
good
or the
question.
money to construct that system at this moment in our lives.
Oh, so now.
But yeah, that's easily accomplishable.
Doable.
Every time a new host
With the
comes
money.
on, you just swap the thing. Yeah, easy.
I have a group full of people that are champing at the bit to create new things. Let's start doing recruiting for whatever it is you feel we need, software engineers, etc.
I would love groups of new people that chomp at bits. That I need groups. Preferably ones that can chomp. That because I don't do a lot of chomping. I have I'm afraid of my own teeth. I like to
You
chew
ain't
softly. I do like this.
Oh
Like
yeah,
kind
that's
of
true.
the it's a little bit adjacent.
Yeah. I let me comment on everybody's clothes again. You guys are killing it once more, proving that the t-shirt does have a place in modern fashion. I like them both.
Who's wearing the t-shirt?
Both of yous.
I'm wearing a hoodie.
And
at this
underneath.
moment. I have
Wait, is
nothing
that all
underneath.
one garment?
This is
Oh,
all-
look at that.
This is one. It's multicolored. But yep. This is
yeah, I like
it's also in
Grouchy,
tatters.
Grouchy Smurf.
This
Oh,
whole
no.
sleeve is gone. It's fucked.
Oh, Lilu.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
It's
Very
terrible. It
Fifth Element.
actually looks better. It looks more like me.
You know, it looks
that way.
cool. Yeah.
I got the stealth Adidas track jacket. It's black on black, right? It's murdered
Black on
out.
black. I thought I saw
Cool,
blue in
right?
there though. Was that blue in
No,
there?
it's just lights. It's I love this. It's the coolest thing because people get up close and are like, "Oh, it's attractive, cool." It's like formal
one
wear
says that.
for
No one says that,
Adidas
yeah.
tracksuits.
No one does that. No one walks up to you and says, "Oh wow."
Somebody did it.
I just did.
I think that was a dream.
That's
You were
what this
talking about. You
segment
had
is.
these realistic dreams earlier. You were mentioning.
So I
well-
do like old school Smurfs, like the comics. I have the original book back there, one of the original published Smurfs. It is the first appearance of the Smurfs. It's all in, it's Dutch. It's very wild. So cool. It's one of the coolest drawn books. I follow this guy on Instagram now. That's the artist for Smurfs comics. He's amazing. He does Disney comics too. It's just a way he just knows where all the lines are supposed to go and the proportions and scales and just
Got it nailed.
If you screw up Donald Duck a little bit, it's totally fucked. And this guy is just free-handing it. And Donald Duck's doing like crazy shit.
That guy's always up to something.
Well, so you got to draw him from every angle, but sometimes in costume, and it's still got to look like him. Like that's really challenging. It's pretty
Darkwing
cool.
fan myself, but point taken.
Oh yeah, man, Darkwing Duck. I remember all that. I was just a little too old for cartoons at the time. I was looking for animation, anime, but like the new cartoons that were coming out, like daytime, like after school and stuff. My brothers were watching, and I was like, "Oh, okay, so now I can."
You got the excuse. That's right.
I can absorb this content and not be like a dork.
That would be the worst if you were a dork. That would suck.
I just remember being able to move on from G.I. Joe cartoons to comic books and being like, it's so much more mature. Like they die in the comics,
Quick question. Is Groove Dragon here using an O? Is that a 1 and an O? Is that what that is? Not 10, but 1 O? Is that Groove Dragon?
No, you have
What the hell?
phenomenally good eyes.
What is that? Why are you doing
Groove
that?
Dragon? Give us the lowdown.
Why would you
here.
do
Is
that?
what
Like
you're
I
doing?
understand you do this whole
Artistic
I
style?
can't see.
Flair?
Help me. I'm disabled
How?
thing where you have to write in caps and everyone hates it.
Creativity.
But what is that
Use a
O
letter
as
for
a 0? What is that?
number?
Why is that there?
I have said before, I stand again. The only person with the permanent caps pass on my channel is indeed Groove Dragon.
There's so much happening here. I need to know.
Well, we got a counterpoint from Natuket.
Yeah, that's also a no.
I like it. Good eyes, my word.
Not that good.
Groove Dragon, I respect the creativity, my friend.
Letterhack is just barely conscious. The spirits are communing.
I was just checking my emails. I'm a busy guy.
Oh,
Text
just checking-
messages.
Oh, hold on,
emails,
hold on, everybody.
DMs. I get
Everyone shut the
DMs.
fuck up. Gotta check my emails.
I say it like I don't say DMs anymore. I say DMs. It's a little
I say
off, right?
Back in my day, we called them
Check my
PMs,
DMs.
and I'm not talking about the 2.5s.
Personal message.
Private.
Now it's direct because it comes from different. Oh,
I
private.
still call them aims.
What's that?
That's not true.
I do DMs.
I gotta be honest. When you first said you don't call him A anymore, you call him B. I did not hear a difference at all between A and B.
A and
You don't
B.
under-
Oh, like I got a DM versus I got a DM. Like it's
Oh
a
yeah,
word.
yeah, yeah.
Like
Like
Yeah, I
a
got a
per
DM.
diem or a carpe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
DM.
yeah. Fair enough.
But if you do it like in a sentence, people hear it wrong and they're like, "Oh, he said that wrong." But I didn't. Like I used to do this when I
love
first moved to
just
Colorado.
purposely changing my pronunciation schemes.
Now I was
Schema.
like 24
intended
years
to.
old. Okay. When I went to back home for like the first time after moving to Colorado, I was telling people I was a school bus driver, but I wasn't. Like, you know, when they were like, "So what are you doing out there?" I would say I'm a school bus driver. But the way, and this is just like a stupid joke that I did for myself, but like I said, I bet I not, you know, I'm my wife. I said, I bet I could convince people that it was true if I said it right. So if I said I was a school bus driver instead of a school bus driver,
Right.
hear the difference?
Yeah,
there?
no, I get it.
So they're
that
like,
sounds
Matt,
like someone who is a school bus driver. That sounds like what they would say.
Matt,
Well, I
how's
never feel bad about messing with Matt when we attempt to gaslight him because he'll do lifelong commitments to.
it was
people.
a commitment, man. Yeah. And people were like, how's Colorado? I'm like, pretty good. They're like, what are you doing out there? I say, I'm a school bus driver. And I would say,
Do you drive a school bus?
I'd say I'm working at a mortuary on the weekends because I like to wear suits.
That's good. I believe it.
And people are
I
just like,
believe that
fucking
you did that.
serious? You go, yeah, man. No. You go, no, I'm not really a school bus driver. But if you say it right, isn't that
That's
funny?
good. No, that's insidious. Even
I drive a
That's-
school bus. I don't believe you. I'm a school bus
Yeah,
driver.
I operate a school bus.
How long you been doing that? What's it pay?
Jeez.
If you ever
Anyway.
get really rich, you should pretend like you switched to a job that doesn't pay very much and just be like, yeah, I it's not interesting to me, but I started delivering mail because I just can't say no to the paycheck. I don't want to talk about what it is, but you know, life's doing good. Anyway, jump in the Miata or whatever the.
I was just delivering mail. That's what I was
You
doing.
can tell what I
Or-
think is a fancy car. You can tell how I'm living. 'cause I'm
I don't
like,
even
yeah,
know
get
what
the
a
Honda
Miata
Civic.
is. I have no idea what that is. To me,
Like
I'm seeing
a-
like a gray car with 4 wheels and like a hood.
It's the
I don't know what
sports
the
car you buy if you can't afford a real sports car.
I don't even know
Yeah,
what a
like,
sports car is. Like
it
an
would
SUV.
be funny if you had a
Is that a sports car? What is a
no,
sports
like
car?
Cars
Like a
designed primarily
NASCAR?
to go fast. Yeah.
NASCAR? Okay.
small, light. But like if you had a yellow like Ferrari or Lamborghini, but it was
Yeah.
a New York City cab, like that kind
Yeah.
of thing. Like it's
It's
got
like-
the light on it. It's like,
I mean, I don't enjoy driving people around. I really don't like making chit chat with people, but I mean, you can't say no to the money. It's so good. Anyway, let's go back on our trip to France. Like,
or like you're working for the city now, and it's like you don't have to do that, but I don't know.
I hate
There
working for the
are.
city.
I was near a construction site the other day. Now, I have been near thousands of construction sites, and I have never just stopped and looked at it. And it was first of all, I was sort of struck by the fact that everyone was like working their ass off like very quickly. And I think it's because it was like between rain. I don't know. It's like one day where it was like not raining in the last week. And I just couldn't stop watching them. Like I just don't think I've seen a construction site in real life where it was like actually like you were watching it being built. It always feels like they're doing stuff that's like, I don't know, the boring part. Know what I mean? Hauling stuff back and forth, lifting stuff. But
Oh,
these guys were
yeah.
like assembly. And I was like, oh, wow, they're putting it together. I
You
think it's
came at
gonna
the
be a
right
parking
time.
garage or something. But I was like, this is fascinating. Yeah, I was there at the exact right time.
I
wasn't
actually
stoned or
love that
nothing.
part of HUD contracting because there was no thinking involved at that point. You just bought a big dumpster that you would rent to get hauled off, and you just drag all the filth from the house that you ripped off the walls in there.
Oh, I would
Sorry,
love
they got-
that. No,
Yeah.
I got a commercial dumpster when I moved from Colorado because I was like, I just need to get rid of a bunch of stuff. And there was like a list of what you can't put in it, and I like ignored it.
What's the list? What's on the list?
It was like you
Like
can't.
batteries?
You're not allowed to use it for building materials.
Sorry, real quick. Sinful Solutions, what state are you in? Because I might need you. I need an
You can't-
electrician
what is
and I need a plumber.
What is a
His
building
DMs are
material?
open.
What's
Yeah,
a
my
building
DMs are open.
material? What is that? Like a brick? You can't put a fucking brick in a dumpster? Why can't you put a brick in a dumpster? What?
Well, it was residential rates. and like they charge you more if you're using it on a job, and plus they charge you by weight. So if you're using one of their residential dumpsters and it's too heavy, that's bad for the dumpster too. So but I was like, I do have some cinder block I need to put in here, or like an old sidewalk that I busted up and had pieces around the side of the house. I was like, I gotta throw this away.
Okay.
But I was real
So
like,
you had like a handprint in the sidewalk or some memory. You didn't just take a chunk of sidewalk and bring it in.
no, in my backyard when I moved into the house, there was this weird sidewalk that went to nowhere, and I was like, I'm busting that up. And then we used the pieces elsewhere, like for the garden, like around the
I
garden.
see.
But I just
Okay.
had some like chunks, and I was like, I gotta get rid of these.
You can just like leave that on the side of the road somewhere.
So I put like a lot of things in there that were off limits, that were on the list that you weren't supposed to have. And I was like, I'll just hide them, or it won't be that much.
Yeah.
But then, and I was sweating it, and I was like, fuck, now I've filled this whole dumpster. I've lied. I'm going to have to lie because I've cheated. I've broken the rules. It's so stupid. And I was like, no, just fucking pay them more. I'll pay them more. It's okay. Just charge me. So when I called to tell them it was ready to be picked up and hauled off, I said, I have a confession. I put like some old concrete in there and stuff that was on the list that I shouldn't have put on there. And she goes, oh, that one still had a list on it. We don't use those anymore. You can put whatever you want in there. I was like, oh, fuck me.
God, you're such a fucking. First, you start, you fucking.
Can you believe
niche
that, though?
on that guy for fucking trying to feed his family. Now you've grown up. That's your primordial soup. You've grown up to snitch on yourself. You're a self-snitcher. What in the hell? Like,
I was trying to do the right thing, and they were
put
like,
a
that
couple
doesn't matter.
concrete molecules in the dumpster. Somehow that's going to magically destroy the universe.
Oh, I appreciate folks that are honest about that. I used to agree to give people metal if they would take a certain amount of non-metal trash with them. And every single time I took my eyes off the ball, they would just grab the metal and run. So I appreciate straight shooters, man.
Yeah,
Can you tell me more about this metal? Like, you have metal? What kind of metal? Do you have any more?
No, if you were tearing it out of, like, if there was a broke down railing in a place and you had to replace it with like a just 2x4 railing to meet specifications, that metal's got to go somewhere. That was the old railing, all the screws that held it in, what have you. And if you sell those at the, if you're poor enough that it's worth your time to drag those all the way down to the dump, you get some money for it.
Yeah,
How much
people will
money?
go to like homes
Per
and rip
screw.
all the wiring and copper out of the
$5.
wall and shit like that.
Yeah.
People go to like new
per
home
screw?
sites.
What's the rate? Because I got a couple screws lying around. I wouldn't mind.
Per screw, less than a cent, but per pound, like, let's say $1.
Talking
if you have
poundage.
a couple hundred
Poundage?
pounds. Yeah,
Really?
Chuck L. Radiators will net you
Wow.
like $15.
Wow.
Catalytic
Grab the metal and
converter.
run. Should be a
Hmm.
mixed song. Good point.
So you would ask them, like, you can have a metal rod, but take this chunk of asbestos drywall with you?
Yeah, like somebody would pull up in a truck and be like, "Hey, you throwing this out?" I'd be like, "Yeah." If you take, tell you what, you take this bag of trash to you with a dump. It's going to cost you like $1 to toss it there, but you can have all this metal. And if I turned around, or if I went back and sometimes I would just test to get a feel for him, so I would know, like, all right, if I see this person again in the future, I can trust him or I can't. And every single time the answer was I can't. They
Yeah,
would just
well.
take the metal and skedaddle. And nobody around them would say anything too, which I found disappointing.
Like
Okay,
your
so-
guys? You had guys on your side?
No, like other people that were gathered around and be like, "What's happening to this house?" It was
and
HUD
they all just let
contracting.
them take it?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm on their side. Fuck you. You can go handle the trash yourself. Go get a dumpster for something. That metal? Fuck. Could use that.
There was a company that wanted me to work for them and
Not fair.
handle the flurry of activity on
This
a
is the flurry?
foreclosed
Is this the...
the flurry of activity that occurs when a previously foreclosed on house is for sale.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I would love to hear about
So,
this because
it was
my
project-
childhood home got foreclosed on, so I want to know what happened.
Yeah, so it was project management. This was like a year and a bad winter after there was a bunch of foreclosures in Jefferson County, Colorado.
Mm.
And these people wanted to hire a project manager to get the homes back up because they were fucked, to get them back up to where they need to be to sell them. And it was legit. It was like a legit business. I knew people who were involved. It was totally legit. And I said, but do you do the foreclosures? And they were like, no. We work with the people the real estate companies who probably did a foreclosure. And I was like, you don't do the foreclosures? And they're like, no. And I was like, okay. I was out of work. I was like, fine, I'll give it a shot if I'm just project managing some contractors or whatever. First day, there's a foreclosure happening. We need to go over there. You need to call this guy and get somebody to do carpets, and we need to go over there and like get the house ready to be sold, but we got to move all their shit out first. And I was like, fuck you guys. Day one, like halfway through the day, like not even lunch yet. I was like, you told me you didn't do foreclosures. So I wasn't doing that. I was like, I'm not doing that shit. Fuck you. They were like, go meet the sheriff. And I was like, it's like a Michael Moore documentary in here all of a sudden. Get me the fuck out of here.
That's essentially.
Can you
what
believe
foreclosures
like
are.
they're just like
Yeah.
and most people would just be totally willing to do that too, like just destroying people's lives. Like I
Yeah,
mean,
it's like
one
if you
thing to be
wanna-
there afterward to clean it up, but
If I'm going to contribute to a house not going to waste, okay. But like, yeah, I wish it wasn't a weird foreclosure thing, but there was a lot of like fraudulent lending, and this was like a known thing in the area. But anyway, I didn't want to do that.
I was
Yeah,
doing
fuck that
HUD
shit.
contracting because I had someone I cared about getting out of prison, and they needed a job. They were too old to get hired elsewhere, so I started that business, and I just lied about knowing what I was doing. And one of the most
was this
harrowing
during Barack Obama's years?
2010, so yeah. And one of the worst moments on a job that I've ever had was like a day after I had to work basically all day, every day. And like a day after Halloween, I was exhausted, and I walked into this kid's room. And if I'm in that house, it means the family's been removed from the home. The bank told us, this is ours now, not yours. You're gone. And there was Halloween decorations all over the kid's room. And I was thinking like, well, this kid recently had a Halloween, and I'm gonna make $1 off their misery. It was terrible. Ironically, if I would have sticked with it, there is some good I could have been doing right now. But so goes life.
Damn.
Yeah, super sad. Just a depressing job. Also, you clean a lot of human excrement out of toilets because.
So y'all have done foreclosures. I've been
I
foreclosed
didn't do a
on.
foreclosure.
We've been on every side of it. So we've
Yeah.
got the complete picture.
I didn't
Yeah.
do a foreclosure.
Yeah,
and
you guys are a
just
bunch
for
of
the record,
foreclosing motherfuckers.
for the record,
5 closed.
I was 14 years old in the grocery store, and I see my father standing still,
where it all began.
staring at something. And I walked up to him and
Yep.
said, "Dad, what are you doing?" He goes, "Watch this guy." And then he points over to the meat section, and there's a man stuffing steaks down his fucking pants, like a lot, obvious.
Yep.
And he goes, "Watch him, watch him." And I watch him walk out of his car, and the guy put him in the trunk of his car. My dad called over an employee and said, "Watch this guy do it," and got him busted. I did not take food
That's
out of
where
some
it all
man's
began.
family's mouth.
You
Those
started
steaks weren't for his family. Those
your
are black
wrath,
market steaks.
Your
He's selling those at the
serial
local Legion
attack
or
on
Lodge.
society. Your sad contribution to this world began with starving someone's entire family,
time,
and then you
just one
started doing
time.
foreclosures, and then it got so bad you even snitched on yourself for putting one cinder block in a dumpster. God forbid that's somehow going to magically destroy the dumpster, and Jake just got some free Halloween decorations, and
Man, I did. I did.
I got
take some.
traumatized. So this is all of our past.
One time, my neighbor said, "Hey, my brother had some whiskey fall off the back of the truck," and I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah. You want some?" And I was like, "No, I'll take a bottle." He goes, "No, crates." And I was like, "What?" He's like, yeah, do you want a crate of whiskey? And I was like, what is it? He goes, man, it's this fucking amazing stuff. It was
stolen whiskey. Take it.
It was Canadian. I think it was called like Snake River or something like that. And he
That's
goes,
old school.
he said it
Prohibition
tastes,
times.
he's like, this tastes like iced tea. You won't even know you're drunk till you stand up. And I was like, yeah, I'll take some. I had to get rid of that shit. I gave it all away because he
was too
right.
much.
We sat at a block party and we had that and something else was called like, it's like John Houston or something. It sounds like an astronaut name. It's a whiskey. I can't think of it. But we sat there and we were drinking this stuff out of red Solo cups with ice. At block party, sitting in the middle of the streets, hot as hell, mid-July. Colorado, hot as hell. So then it's just really dry. So then starts around 3, around 10 o'clock, because we just been sitting there eating, tripping out, smoking cigarettes, just having a blast, right? But not really like, no one's really getting up and moving around a lot. He gets up at 10 o'clock. And I was like, I'm really drunk, man. Like, that stuff is too easy to drink. I'm really drunk. And he goes, yeah, me too. He's like, I'm going to go take a whiz. I watch him get up, walk over to his lawn, and he walks to his front step in a straight line, turns, goes down the sidewalk, and then into that, and then stood in front of the front door for like a minute. And I was watching him from like half a block away, like, well, this is the last time I'm ever going to see this guy. But he came out equally wrecked and came back. It was fun. That was a great night, though, because then I was like sitting there the whole rest of the time going, man, now eventually I'm going to get up.
Yeah.
And have to fucking walk home.
Yep.
And I only live 2 houses further down the street. Talking like,
Not
30
looking good.
yards. Like it wouldn't have been a big deal. But man, and that was the night that I just slept in the yard, in the front yard.
Oh, no.
Well, it was like 4 a.m. when I went home, When my wife got up to walk the dogs, and I remember like a dog sniffing me.
Yep.
But I was outside.
Fair.
No, that neighborhood, you could do that. It's a great neighborhood. So fun. My God. Usually we would just, the party would go until well after. The last block party I had there in 2022, I got up at like 9 the next day because I was moving in a couple of days and they were still up from 3 p.m. the afternoon before that.
Damn.
Those were epic block parties. God. So fun. We don't get that now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess I could kick them off again, but I don't think my neighbors want to do it.
Past their prime.
No.
I would love a smoothie. That sounds so good right now.
I've been doing smoothies again.
Yogurt.
Do one every day.
What kind of smoothie?
Pineapple, banana, and yogurt. Yogurt.
I do an apple, an orange, and then frozen pineapple
with
mango,
the seeds.
Blueberries. No, I peel it I leave the skin on, but I make sure there's no seeds. I cut everything up, and then blueberry, raspberry.
Why is that? You don't want to chew on this? Like you don't want to get them in your teeth? Like because I figure you just swallow them. It's extra fiber.
Rovenski, that's madness, and you know it.
Well, it's a smoothie. You're not chewing the smoothie. You just
and I mix some bee pollen in some local honey,
Mhm.
and then the bee pollen's from here too, because that'll keep it together. Otherwise, it's gonna go everywhere, and it'll just look like a, strawberry seed or something like that, and you'll get confused. So I put it with the honey to make sure. That's a little trick you could do if you want to like set somebody on fire secretly. You get like a bunch of habanero seeds and put them in honey, just a little bit. And then put that in whatever you're cooking and it stays together. So at some point he's going to eat something. The honey helps it stick to the roof of your mouth. And then you drink water and then you're screwed.
Oh, yeah. You're
right.
fucked.
Then you get all the heat at once. So that's how I did this trick with the bee pollen. But then that's basically it. But it's a mix of like raw fruit and frozen fruit. And it's just like perfect summer thing also. But yeah, it's like tart and sweet and just
I
feel
prefer
great. You get the fiber.
Well, I prefer eating the fruit. When you
too.
blend it up,
That too.
you're kind of cutting the fiber into pieces. And
I eat it too.
You get soluble fiber, but you need that insoluble fiber.
doing
you ever
avocados,
shit
you
out
guys?
a fucking apple skin?
Guys
What's
doing
the
avocados?
largest chunk of undigested vegetable you ever shit out? That's what I want in my diet.
You know what?
Like
This is
asparagus. You ever eat asparagus and you just get the whole line just come
Oh, I
right
love
out?
asparagus. No,
you
that's
just
madness.
reminded me of
You should
something.
chew.
I'm glad you
I
reminded
chew
me of this.
sometimes.
There's a clip from John Lennon's Imagine. I think it was Imagine. It's whatever the famous John Lennon movie is. I don't know why I'm spacing that right now. But it's the one where he finds like a young guy on his property. He's obviously been sleeping outside and stuff like that. And he's come on John Lennon's property and he thinks all the Beatles songs are about him. Do you remember this footage? And John Lennon and Yoko and like their guy, whoever, like they have an administrative assistant or something, they come out onto the front step in the driveway to talk to the guy. And it's all being filmed for this movie, the documentary. And he's like, no, those songs aren't about you. And he goes, are you sure? Because when you say this, and he goes, no, they're not. And look, he goes, who are they about, Paul? And he goes, no. He goes, look, man, I woke up and had a really good shit one day and then wrote nonsense songs. They're not about anything. And I was like, I've seen this movie before. I did not pick up on that at any point, that it was like he attributes his creative genius to just having a great bowel movement that day. And then we
Sometimes
did
it really gets your pep in the step.
I was
you
in
know?
such a good mood. We wrote some nonsense lyrics. And if you've ever seen Peter Jackson's Let It Be, those sessions, what it's Let It Be, right? It's like 70 hours of documentary footage that he turned into a series on Disney Plus. He went through that whole documentary and I mean, look, I've always wanted to know, how are the Beatles this good? Maybe it's because they don't give a fuck about any of the songs they were writing. They would come in, they would go something like da, 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 and then you hear them go through all kinds of lyrics to the point where there's no way those lyrics, it's not like they sat down and said, here's the lyrics for this song.
Yeah.
Sometimes they would do that while writing a song, like on the piano, but for the most part, they were just like, yeah, last night, every morning they would go, what'd you think of last night? And it was something like, what's your last night? They would say that and they go, here's my last night. They would like play something or have lyrics and they go, oh, let's put that with what he was working. And so what he means by nonsense is just we piece it together, I guess, right? We just work on it long enough till we go down a certain road. But like the fact that
they didn't waste energy focusing on the parts that don't matter. And the irony is that left so much open for interpretation that they're overcredited with lyrical genius.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. And I love them as performers, but I'm also so happy that they're honest about that.
Yeah. And it all comes down to just, he's like, oh no, I just took a real good shit that day and it's nonsense. You know, it's really funny.
I maintain. That
I'll tell you, that's a real phenomenon.
Yeah.
Sometimes, every once in a while, rarely, but it happens. Somewhat recently, I ate a lot of unhealthy food. You skip a day. Does that ever happen to someone? And then you kind of spend the whole day, and you're kind of like, is it going to happen? How much longer do I have to wait? You ever get
There's
in that kind
a
of
contest between my dog and I to see who's going to achieve this goal on a daily basis now that I'm 50. Right.
Okay.
Like, it's very important.
I agree. It is extremely important. But once in a while, like you eat an entire pizza and you drink a lot of alcohol and it just doesn't work. You wake up the next day, maybe at 3 p.m. and you're thinking, ooh, I missed my chance. You wake up a little late, 7 p.m. rolls around. Ooh, it hasn't happened yet. Sometimes I stay up late. Might want to, stay up until like 4 or 5 in the morning just in case. And then
It's
you're like, what?
then
it's like 6 o'clock rolls around, the sun goes up, and you're like, shit, it's not going to happen. I got to get to bed. I'm tired. And then sometime in the middle of the night, and by that I mean 9 a.m., it just happens, and you have like 5, you wake up and you're like, and you have 5 seconds or else it's hell on earth,
George.
Has
Look,
anyone ever had that?
The reason why I like having pets is because you find yourself saying stuff like, you want to do a morning doo-doo? Is it a daytime doo-doo? Are you going to do a nighttime doo-doo? You know what I mean? Like, the fuck?
Yeah, sometimes. I try to be out by noon. That's my average. Try to be done with all that by noon. Sometimes you ever get a 2 or 3 a day, and you're really eating the fruits and vegetables. You sometimes 2 to 3 per day. But I'm on a solid 1 at the moment. Again, I had a 0 experience on I think it was Sunday. I ate like an entire pizza and a lot of cheese.
Notice anything?
Terrible. I did notice quite a bit. But not something I'm willing to share.
There's either a capital O or a 0 in 4.
Oh, yeah.
That.
They become monsters, all of them.
I thought we were
just
talking
don't
about the
see
Bristol
how
scale.
you do that accidentally. I'm
Right.
sorry.
I would love a pizza so much right now. Oh my god, that sounds
Order one.
divine.
Order one.
It's
Do it.
They closed?
midnight.
Do
Yeah.
it. Midnight should be prime pizza ordering hours. Those bitches should be up right now.
Also, I just spent every cent I have to renew my StreamYard subscription and travel to Florida. I could not
Wow.
order a pizza if my life literally depended on it.
Turn your stream on. We'll send you a super chat. Right? Anyone out there?
Can't till
Super chat?
September.
Oh yeah. You got CASHAPP. You got Venmo. Anybody want to contribute to the
I've
Jake's
got
an idiot and got himself sick and now wants a pizza fund?
a can-do attitude, which will see me through as it always does.
What
But
you
my Domino's
can do?
closes at 1 a.m. Ooh. Ooh.
I
See, now
told
it's
you.
possible. There's a glimmer of light.
Don't
I
drop
told
the
you the
case, like-
story about the guy who delivered a Domino's pizza to me accidentally once, right?
No,
When I
tell me.
called back to tell him, oh, this is fucking funny. It's funny to me. It was a Friday night. I was at my neighbor's house having a couple of beers, and when I walked home, I noticed there was 2 like large Domino's pizzas sitting on my stoop, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And so I saw the address, and I saw they were for like a neighbor, like around the corner even, and so I called Domino's to say, hey, you delivered, I was going to tell them like wrong house, and I'm sure
Just
they
take the
would have.
gift.
No, I'm sure that, but I wanted them to know that
You should have brought the pizzas to the right address, claim the tip.
it was like 20 minutes old, and I wanted to show and they know me, they're my neighbors, but I wanted to let the pizza place know that they had fucked up and so-and-so didn't get their order. They had probably called to complain. I know, but I was just calling to be like, hey, it went to the wrong house. You still need to get it to the right house. But so it's Friday night and they were really busy. So the guy I got on the phone, I laughed so hard. I'm not sure he'd hung up. I think he probably did hang up because you'll agree when you hear this. I said, he goes, thanks for calling Domino's. Can I help you? And I was like, he was talking really fast. And I said, yeah, I just found some pizza on my doorstep and it's for my neighbor. And I just want to, he goes, what? And I was like, I had some pizza delivered to me accidentally. He goes, just keep the fucking pizza. And I fucking died.
That is fantastic.
I'm sure he slammed the
That's
phone
amazing.
down, but I started
That's
laughing.
amazing. He did not
so
have time
fucking
for your
hard.
shit.
I
Like,
was
yeah,
dying.
we know.
I was like, wow.
We know. We've gotten 5 fucking phone calls about this in the last 20 minutes. We know.
My
You're like
wife
the
was
4th
like, what
motherfucker
the
to call
fuck?
in like the last 5 minutes.
She's like, what are you
Damn.
laughing at? And I was like, oh my God, you should have heard that guy. Just take that fucking pizza. I was like, it was his last night.
good.
Like he was over it.
That's good.
Like somebody called in sick and he's like doing 4 jobs or something. He
Jeez.
lost it. That was the funniest fucking. And I mean, the pizza was okay, but Domino's
Yeah, it's
isn't
not
really
that
my
good.
favorite.
Yeah.
I like.
Is that the
Papa
one
John's.
that gives you
Papa John's guy.
the pepper in there? Which one gives you that? Like
They all do that now, I think, right?
I don't know. I haven't ordered anything
Pepperoncini?
from those motherfuckers.
Oh, peppercini.
Pepperoncini?
Peppercini. I
Did you say
like.
Cini? Wait, hold
I
on.
like
Rewind.
Peppercini. Yeah, we used to eat those all the time when I was a school bus driver.
Mm.
Yeah. I'll tell you more about it in a DM. But so, see,
Good.
if you do that and somebody doesn't know you're doing it, it's almost like saying, "What's going on, meow?"
That gets you. Yeah, that's good.
Are you talking
That's
to me
good.
right now?
Say that again, but then you fixed it the next time, so then it kind of.
Jake wants to go.
Oh, is this the wait? I thought we were doing the bit. Are we not doing the bit?
That
Is
was
he
it.
gone?
That was it.
That was the
I
bit.
blew it. Yeah, Jake did a
Oh, I didn't even see.
preemptive bit.
I didn't even see.
That's why I started
Wow.
laughing. Anyway, I did
Here
that
we
for
go.
a living. I was a pizza guy. I did pizza for a living. I'd make the dough. I ran 2 pizza places. I did pizza.
You know who else
Did-
is was a pizza guy?
Hmm.
Our producer.
Ah, yeah, right. Yeah, we have that in common. Did I tell him that my brother was the second fastest pizza maker in the world for 2 years straight
I think you did,
at the
and he
Las
was like,
Vegas
"Whoa!"
Pizza Olympics? Yeah.
That's what he sounds like. He goes,
Did I
"Whoa."
tell him I used to be able to toss a 16-inch pizza dough
You toss it like
70
this?
feet high, perfectly level, all the way up?
70
all the way
feet?
down? No, like it would just go
7 or 70?
70. It's wild.
Could you?
And it would just go.
If we
It wasn't
if we
like.
ordered pizza dough for you
Oh,
at
I
some
don't think
point,
that can happen
as
now.
in like giving you super chats, you think?
No,
you could
we would.
pull off
We
like
would.
a 5-footer?
So I made the dough, so I would use the correct ratio of warm and cold water to get
I
it a certain
see.
tightness. So like
Mm.
it wasn't like going to be too thin.
Right.
It was like pound it out, push it out, slap it, throw it, catch it, roll it down. We could roll it down our shoulders and stuff. We did all kinds
I would
of tricks.
love to
You could
see that.
throw it
You think
like
you could roll it down your shoulder right
we
now?
did like a
in this-
Russian pour where you would throw it like this and catch it with your other
Ooh.
arm behind you and swap it. Man, we did all kinds of shit because it was an open kitchen. I wasn't that good at it, but I could do some of it.
Well, you said your who was the second fastest? Your brother?
Yeah.
Someone else? Okay. Could you get him on the show to do it? You think?
Maybe he could still do it. He was great. He was really fast.
Real good.
We would practice. Yeah. How's your brother? Is he still the world champion pizzeria guy, or what was that deal? Good, good, real good. I like red sauce. I like Red Baron pizza myself. Oh, California Pizza Kitchen. I can't do that. Those
Man.
vegetarians. Yeah, who puts shrimp on a pizza?
Oh, hideous design choice for a pizza.
Now, are those sun-dried tomatoes? No, thank you.
Oh, I love sun-dried tomatoes. What are you talking about?
I barely like tomatoes as it is. But anyway.
I never understood this don't
Yeah.
like tomatoes thing. You ever meet these people? They're out there.
I don't just eat. There's some things I don't eat straight.
Like what?
Like tomatoes. I won't eat tomatoes straight, but I'll eat it on anything, or I'll eat it.
What do you
in
mean by
anything.
straight?
Like, just if somebody just cut up tomatoes and was like, "Here's a plate of tomatoes," I'd be like,
Dude,
"I don't do that."
That shit is killer. Do you have like just put a little salt and pepper on that bitch?
Nah.
Does that count as straight? Like just a little black pepper and some salt?
No.
Dude.
Yeah, it does. But I wouldn't.
That is fucking.
No, I don't
I
even
will.
want,
That
like,
is
a
a
sauce
salad.
or
I will
anything.
just a meal of like 5 or 6 tomatoes. That's a meal for me. I fucking love tomatoes. You know, I grew up in New Jersey. They call it the Garden State. You know, my family they
Ah.
grow tomatoes. We'd eat them off the vine. Put a little black pepper and
Well,
salt
see,
on
you
those
grew
bitches.
accustomed to it at a age before you had fully developed taste buds.
This is what I would do with that tomato. Makes a little sound.
How about
squeezes into your eyes.
you'd eat it like a peach or something like that, or an apple? You would just
Absolutely. You just take a bite, you get your salt shaker and your pepper shaker. I had a 2-in-1, so it's just mixed in random. Take a bite, you just pop, do that to 5 or 6 of them. Yeah, that's a meal. I'm not joking either. I mean, some people might think everything I say is a joke. That is not the case here.
I prefer to eat things as like an ensemble.
Yeah, sometimes
like
that's a lot of work.
BLT.
That's a lot of work sometimes, Now, here's a good question from Greg. Ever see someone bite into a raw onion like an apple? I used to, not professionally, but I used to compete for red onion eating speed runs. If I remember correctly, my fastest is somewhere less than 2 minutes. I had like 1 minute and 40 something. Red onion. Some people, they'll eat Vidalias. That doesn't even count. That's just like too easy. But red onion speed run, you peel it, you take the peel off. I think it was like you have to measure like 200 grams is like if you're trying to compete in the official category. I never measured mine, but you're supposed to like just cut it until it's 200 grams so that there's like some sort of, but yeah, eat it like an apple. I've done a lot of onion eating. I used to do like 3 a day when I was trying to get my time down. So yes, I have done that many times. More than 20, 30 maybe.
Are there any foods that don't like you?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I don't know. Because my dad used to go, I like eggs. They don't like me. I guess he just meant they fucked with them.
It's weird.
You have an interview banked, right? Don't you have a banked interview?
Have we played that yet?
Nah, you got one in the queue, right? I think we should play it tomorrow.
I gave it to the producer. He can play it whenever like it's an empty slot situation.
We have an opening to play it tomorrow.
All right, tomorrow. Okay.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
I like your interviews. They're good.
You think? Are they real good? I got to get you on one of these. You've interviewed me. Have I
Yes.
interviewed you? Well, I interviewed you when you were a stranger. That doesn't count.
I think so what would you interview me about?
I don't know. Just make it up.
So you would ask questions to me.
I'll interview you
about
about
me or things you want to know my opinion on.
I'll ask you about your career as a school bus driver. We can start from there. How that shaped
It
your
was
current
like
worldview.
you gotta have strong wrist. It's not, and the fucking door. Go ahead. Hey, okay. Like it was constant. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, you dropped it. Okay.
Yep,
No,
yep,
there you go.
okay.
Everyone, sit down. Okay. And then it's just, and like sometimes you're on,
Yep. And you gotta do like the, yeah.
hand over fist. It's not easy. When I learned about the Wii, they basically stopped making them. They don't make that anymore. I was like, wait, I can snowboard at home? Why am I not doing
Like
that?
Wii Sports? Hell
Yeah. Can
Hell
you still do that?
Hell yeah, you can. I got a Wii and I got Wii Sports. I'll hook you up.
Hold on, I didn't say the Beatles lyrics suck. Didn't say that.
I gotta be
Fucking
honest.
love the
I've never sat down and listened to the Beatles. One of
I
these
like the
days.
creative process of seeing all the iterations they went through because they're in the process of developing this iconic song that I've known my whole life. And they're doing it wrong, they're singing it wrong, they're playing it wrong, they're joking around.
They gotta figure it out.
But like when I first heard that song, and I think this is true for everyone who had never seen this documentary footage, they were just like, oh shit. So they didn't write that. It wasn't supposed to be the way it ended up. That's crazy talented. That is so talented. Every now and then you get someone who's like, the Beatles weren't that great. It's like, actually, they were.
Here's interesting. Bo Zed, I used the Xbox LiDAR thing. It was amazing. Gaza level tech. Good point. Because
That's
Microsoft actually funds the IDF.
NASA.
So?
NASA level.
Well, they said Gaza level, which is good.
And then retracted it. If you're looking at the actual
apartheid and
chat
genocide.
on YouTube, they retracted that.
Well, I didn't see the retraction. But it is important to note that if you purchase Microsoft products, including an Xbox, one of those, they have that subscription service, that you are, in fact, funding what's happening going over there. Just throwing that out there. You can feel free to to do with that information as you will. Personally, I do stuff with that information that I think is actually illegal to talk about, so I won't even. But yep.
Would you want to know about anything else from me that maybe like tell us something about yourself that we don't already know? Because I'm an open fucking book.
I'll
I talk
tell you,
about
if we
almost
were to do an
everything
interview,
I do.
if I do an interview with you, it'll knock your socks off. You won't. I'll actually
All right,
prepare. I
let's
normally
do,
don't prepare.
Let's do an example. Can you
Okay.
do you have to prepare? Or can we do an
Okay,
example right
let's
now?
just free ball,
Okay.
free form.
Free ball. Yeah,
okay.
that's
Okay. All right. So I gotta have my writing utensil, my art supplies. And so you're an artist. What do they call you? The Letterhack? Is that
That's right.
okay. As an artist, like, you ever like draw something and then think to yourself, like, what am I even doing here? You ever do that? You ever have one of those moments?
Yes. Actually, just let me acknowledge. Cheers to your mug. Yes. Welcome. Thank you. It's huge.
Thanks for
huge,
fucking up my
huge.
show, Donald James. You piece of
Andrea, I'd like to answer that question. Which it's actually difficult to talk about, which is why I talk about it so much. I want to get past the difficulty phase. What it comes down to is I'm never happy with anything that I do. I get to a point where I go, it's probably as good as I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm out of time. I'll try better next time. And some people actually say, hey, that was really good. And then when people don't say anything, I know it's bad. And sometimes I'll rush something out and just be like, I don't care what it looks like. I'm just going to draw real quick. And I'm like, oh my God, it looks terrible. I don't care. I'm going to put it out anyway. And people love it. And I'm like, you people have no taste. You don't understand what I already know. And that this is all just faking it until I get to a point where I feel maximum confidence. And that is, or even confident. Like I'm
1%.
confident. I'm confident off, and cut me off anytime here. I'm confident that when I
Keep
start
going,
a
keep
project,
going.
I'll finish it. And if I don't want to finish it, fuck that project. I don't care. I don't owe that anything.
So, as an artist, right? You have as someone who writes and draws and that kind of artist, you're not really talented in other arts like podcasting. You can do that. But as far as drawing, like, you ever just think like, what's like, you ever draw something that is like illegal? Like, if anyone saw it, you'd get sent to jail just to see if you could. You ever draw anything like that? And then I'm not
Like
even
money?
just talking about.
What are you talking about? Like,
Well, I mean, just
what
something-
would you draw that would get you put in jail? I mean, you maybe get.
That's what I'm
canceled,
trying. Like,
but-
yeah, it's an imaginative exercise, because as someone who writes, sometimes I write. There are things that you can write. There are combinations of words in the English language that will get you sent to jail, right?
Yeah, I did.
Is there a drawing equivalent of something like that? And if so, have you ever considered going down that just to see if you could? You hide it.
I did. Every time somebody was outed as being like, it was like Trump, Weinstein, Louis C.K. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They were just. There were others, all right around the initial Me Too, and I drew Trump naked with a MAGA hat shooting urine out of Uzis. For some reason, that represented like what he was at the time. There was a whole thing about, golden showers from the dossier, right? And then, you know what I mean? In Russia or whatever. And there was something about, emperor, no clothes, right? And so I did the micro penis thing way before South Park in those regards, but mine didn't talk. And so I drew him accurately too. I might be able to find this shit. And then, you know, the guns were just like he was I think it was the bump stock issue at the time. And he was pro NRA and backing that kind of stuff. And I was like, oh, fuck this guy. So I just wanted to draw him in the most humiliating way possible. And then it was like a new guy every day, sometimes two. And I was just drawing them all. So I drew all these people nude and I was just putting them on like Instagram and Twitter. I didn't even do like content warnings. So like that was probably too much.
But that's
Probably,
not
like, I don't see a lot of nude art like that.
right? Like,
I'm sure I was breaking some sort of confidence I had with people. There was probably some sort of like fine print for Instagram where you weren't allowed to do that. But then
Yeah.
again, it's like, is that his penis or something like an elbow? Because I would always
Kinda
do it
hard to
like as
tell,
small
yeah.
as possible,
Yep,
and like
yep.
they were in funny or poses and.
So, as someone who draws naked men frequently,
It's just for like a week or two.
just or you know, however long you've been drawing naked men, is that do you think that is something that you know, maybe you're in possibly denial about? Urine, because those naked men shooting pee, but is it something that you're in denial about? Is there some you know you know, some like a internal, you know, kind of sexual
Oh no,
sort
I
of
thought you were
thing?
leading up to I'm not an artist. No.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get
no,
there.
Andrew, there's no.
You don't think
No,
you know,
because I
that
wasn't
just
like
sudden yearning to
it wasn't like I was saying, you know what? I think I like drawing guys who look like Donald Trump without clothes. Oh, I'm gonna draw a guy who looks like Harvey Weinstein without like it was meant to humiliate them. So you can read into it all you want. I'm actually looking for the picture now.
but
But no,
yeah,
it
but, like,
wasn't
that's
like
not,
that. And I
like,
think
you know-
anyone who saw it would agree or realize right away, like, oh, he wasn't drawing that.
yeah, but that's the thing is though, like there are like, you know, forbidden phrases in language, right? But like you've never, and I've written illegal phrases on paper
Oh,
with a pen.
I don't know.
Have
about
you
that.
ever like just you don't have the juice to consider drawing something
What would it be?
It doesn't have to be like pornographic. It could be
No, but like what's
anything.
illegal? You know what I mean?
I mean, to me, it's like you need to know the conventions, and you're a very conventional person when it comes to art. You do everything by the book, and then once you know the conventions, you're able to you know, to navigate outside of them, right? You're you know, once you're really familiar with the box that you trap yourself in, is then you're able to leave the box. But you're saying you're still in the box. Is that what is
Look at that.
this?
That's my neck. See how straight it is? That's not right.
Ooh.
Right down here where it gets right here. Can you see my cursor?
What you got? Are those fillings in your teeth?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
But like right down here where my spine connects, it's like
You got 1, 2.
this gets
3,
very
and then
messy.
that whole tooth is like. When did you get those fillings? That's what I want to know about.
Oh, 80s.
Like, yeah, like, so you broke the tooth, and then what? Like, what?
Oh, it's like cavities, probably. Yeah, I don't know.
Huh.
But that, yeah, my neck was effed. I'm still looking for that fucking image.
So you've recently You're the sole creator of what is it? The space. Tell us more
The
about
space? Yeah. The space is Working Class Media Collective. We're live streaming several different shows. It's a blend of live exclusive content to our collective, and other times it's syndicated, a rerun, if you will, of existing content. We're trying to create a place 3 days a week where we go from at least 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. or, somewhere close to that. So those folks in your life who have CNN on in the background can have this on instead and get a more well-rounded, genuine, street-level, accessible opinion on things, not just some millionaire talking head telling you what they want you to know.
That sounds really well rehearsed. And you're doing all
I've
of this
said it a
yourself?
lot. I have said it a lot. Yeah, no, it's a one-man show. No one else is helping. No, there are several people in charge, including our co-host from earlier, Jake Draugelis, was in charge from the very beginning. David
You
Grossman,
say that, but
that's
like
Ben
that was
Dixon's
like,
producer.
that's like 15 minutes, right?
Andrea, no, it was much more like days. No, longer than that. Months. And then Andrea Rovenski also
Is
in
that
charge. I don't know if you know
the
them. They're
EI hire? You have
pretty
to go over?
cool. Sort of. I don't know. If I was going to say there was one person who's like sort of difficult to work with, it might be Andrea, but you got to know him to really get it. I think I archived or deleted that picture.
Hmm.
I think I have chickened out.
So you're doing all of this, it's like 90% you, 10% Jake Dragoness or something. And then
Jake
the
Dragoness, yes.
the DEI hire. And so, and it's called that, or what's it called?
It's called this space.
Okay. And you said like you're not.
You want to know why it's called this space? Any interest in where the name came from, the origins
I'm
of
the one doing the goddamn motherfucking interview.
It's pretty fucking witty. I wouldn't just go right on past that incredibly
I don't even
clever.
remember the name. It's called like That Space. It sounds like a boy band. But it's
pretty witty.
So you have what? See, I forgot it already. And you said you're not funded by millionaires? Is that what you said?
No, we are not funded. We're not funded. Can you see me in there?
Yep, I see you in there.
Where?
I'm not going to say where, but I think I see you in there.
Right here. Top right.
Yep.
Do I look crazy?
Definitely a little fucked up. I got to be honest.
That's a while ago.
So when you were coming up with the name, That Space, did you ever like what? Say that again?
This space.
Hold on.
Means like in this space. Watch this space. People in this space are always saying, people in this space like to pretend that, or people in this space will tell you this space.
So, but what is this space? Can you tell us?
1998.
I like that this is just
Might be
happening
97.
during this.
1997. The
You
back
look like
deck.
a fucking idiot.
I was just drank 2 Franz's Connors. Smoking.
So you named it This Space.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
Watch This Space.
Yep.
Similar, is that any relation to when you were working doing foreclosures and you would watch Displace Total Families? Is that any relation you would?
Jeez. That's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
Early podcasting. I was being interviewed on a podcast
Why are
in
you
a
just,
comic
like,
book store.
You're just like scrolling.
I was
down
going through my Instagram looking for that picture I drew of Trump. I
I'm
can't
trying
find
to do a
it.
serious fucking interview.
Oh, my bad.
And then let's just put it up. Just put it up. Just do it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Didn't we watch those home movies? At one
Yeah, I
point?
think
That was
so.
good, yeah. Man, those were good. So anyway, back to the interview. So you're in where are you? You're in this space, but like where is that? Where is this space? Like, do you have like a studio of some kind?
That crashed out. Do I have a studio? I podcast out of my home library behind me. And we little setup here with some monitors and a mouse and keyboard.
That was unintentional that you brought that up. Is that correct?
Yeah, you want to see though? Like a little collage.
It is little in that degree.
There's a coloring book I made. There's a car I rented for a road trip. There's Coda, my dog. There's a Carolina barbecue shack. There's me asleep. And there's from a local brewery that also likes Star Wars. It's a tap. But if you haven't seen Star Wars, it's not going to make any sense.
Anyway, back
but you've
to the
probably
interview.
seen the meme. It's a trap.
As a transgender person, I have seen that millions of times. Yes, I'm very familiar.
Oh, okay. But no, there's no like this space studios yet. But I think maybe one day if we play our cards right and we turn our stream of revenue into actual profits
and you have
profitability, we could do a brick and mortar. No.
Brick and mortar.
There's no revenue stream. No,
well,
there's
you
no
were
studio. That would be cool to do a studio and just have everyone in their individual set instead of cubicles. It's a set, and the camera. Somebody's got a camera. Maybe it's just like NFL style, like swoops across the field. Maybe it's like that. And it just comes over to your spot, and then and it just. Or we all have cameras, and just there's a producer who just we could just do that from home. That's what we do.
So
Bring
this
different
space
people up on
runs
screen
out of
at
your
different
home.
times.
So everyone.
No, our homes or wherever we do. Yeah.
So it's like you all live in the same town.
Should we reveal to people that we get a bonus if we go to 1 a.m. and that's why we've been stalling this whole time? There's no bonus structure either.
Where does the bonus come
there's
from?
No bonus. No bonus.
No bonus. So you're some would say you're an artist.
We use that term loosely, but yes, some would say.
I wouldn't, just to be clear. I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say you're an artist? Okay.
I noticed you're this is a parade for a religious fascist organization, and you're advocating to
4-H club. But no, I actually, Andrea, if you want to know the truth, and this is like when I get right down to it and can't really bring myself to even attempt to lie because it's just, I think, artist. And here's why. Here's why. Because if somebody came up to me and was like, "This is your job," I'd go, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an artist. That's my job." Because that is what I would rather do. So.
Wow. So
next question.
Yeah, what would you say? So this space is a you have what would you say is your favorite? Like, if you were to advertise like 3 shows, what which shows? Someone like me,
like,
doesn't
what's
know
my
anything.
favorite show?
Maybe not what's your favorite.
My
but
favorite
like
host?
What would be the
Matt.
The one like
Appreciate that.
what was that? What?
It's 100% my favorite thing that has happened on this space ever.
And he's totally playing it cool. Like that wasn't hilarious.
Isn't that? It's just.
No idea.
It is one of my all-time.
Play it again. Play
This
it again.
guy is so fucking smooth.
Matt.
Play it again.
Appreciate that.
And he's
Since,
got the tie on, but he's got the suit and tie, but with the beanie that has
Since
like
the
horses
first
on.
time I watched his show, I was like, he is fucking cool.
So
and just that
if you were to
moment
promote-
is so.
If you were to promote this space,
That is what
is
we're
the
trying to
video
do
you
here.
would show someone. Okay.
Matt, appreciate it. And then just back to what you were doing. As soon as he did that, I sent a DM to the guy that's doing just a hell of a job with the clips. I went straight and was like, I need him saying, Matt, appreciate that, and drinking from a Coke, because that was like the coolest fucking thing.
Yeah. So you have editors at
Yes.
So like they
Yes, we do.
They tell you what you can and can't say. Do they?
No,
they change your
no.
words.
Editor, not an editor as in like a content editor, but somebody who's like, pulling edits from, like, extracting clips and like knowing where to start it and stop it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Clip it and ship it.
So I noticed that in that clip you showed that there was
honestly don't know if this is live or not.
there was heavy emphasis on the Coke can. Is that product placement? Is Coke one of your advertisers? Do you have
I
advertisers?
wouldn't know a Coke can if you showed it to me. But no, Jet is doing a fantastic job. Jet in the chat. Jet is a clip edit whiz, really helping out in the credits at the end of the show.
So
I would know
so-
Coke can if you showed it to me.
you don't know what you don't have like something Coke space can.mp4 that's not queued up. You wouldn't know what that is.
Matt.
Appreciate that.
Oh,
Smooth. This fucking guy.
man. And then that like elongated swallow, like he was really tasting it. And then
He
you gotta-
is. Somebody says bro's a pro chat reader. He is. He is. Carlos has his eye on the chat at all times. He's got that chill music going. He is not rushed. I feel like I get done with the segment and I'm like, oh, I don't know what. Now moving on. You know what I mean? Where he's just like, and I said in the chat during Carlos' show yesterday, I was like, there's a million things in here we could pull for shorts and clips. This is just, he was on fire with his commentary. But honestly, my favorite thing about this space isn't like one show. It's the way we have assembled a group of people. Look, maybe I don't know for certain that any one of us has proper media training. I know Jake has done it professionally, and I'm pretty sure he has training leading up to that. But like, the ability for people to learn how to just be a broadcaster to me is fascinating, because it's like you're trying to do basically what you see on the news because you're unsatisfied with how the news does it. But or also there's me too. Like I can also do this. You right? Like I can do that too. Like you're not the only one who
Do
can do that.
you name everything after famous anti-rape movements?
No, it wasn't a movement I was naming. I was saying literally me too. I can do that. So
you were,
and by that I mean that you can bypass the schooling and the money it would take for that and like auditioning for a network, fire up the fucking cam, get on the mic, some lights, good luck. It doesn't have to be polished. It doesn't have to be great. Yes, you should have some sort of need or desire to get better every time. Get that. But really, you have to. Yeah, I damn near died laughing. But you have to. This is what you need to know about podcasting. You have to know what level of dedication you're comfortable with. Once a week, an hour at a time, every other day, 7-hour streams. What are you comfortable with? If you jump in on that 7 hours every day, you might be like, how do they do this? They fucking worked up to it or whatever. But like, you really do have to like get your bearings and then find out the level that you're comfortable with. Even if you want to do it 1 hour a day. And so or a week. And so what we have put together here is this group. It's growing. Like we're adding people all the time, or at least discussing it with people. But what we have is a group of people who can broadcast at any time. You can just say, oh, we need an hour filled tomorrow. And somebody can just be like, I'm ready. We need a 2-hour slot tomorrow. Andrea, you have a 2-hour video banked. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, what do you call this? Like, we're doing media, but it's by choice and we're doing it how we want to do it. And it's not unwatchable like you might imagine that sort of thing would be, where everyone is allowed to participate. No, it's not everyone. It's everyone who's already comfortable with their level of dedication.
So how many
Which is how you refine.
How many shows or contributors does the Coca-Cola company personally pay for? 50%?
One. His name is Carlos from A Difficult Truth. So
okay. But you have like
we were promoting Zapp's chips earlier. So
right. Wow. Okay. So you have all this outside funding. And
we have no funding.
Yep.
We have enough funding.
So you're just giving them free advertising in hopes that they fund you in the future? Is that the strategy?
I cannot speak to whether or not that Coke was paid for free or some sort of anti-capitalist on the sly. I don't know. But
anyway, it is 1:01 a.m.
It's 1:01 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Left Past 10 on this space.
The seaboard that happens to be adjoined to the
tomorrow's live stream kicks off with the Beard Bonnet Chronicles and DJ
of the Atlantic Ocean, and the
basically
western side,
unpaid interns. That's me.
And we are here.
We are here.
We are here. Here. And where
we know the weather's rough out there, but we are here for you.
Is it so this space? Like if you moved, would you still be in this space?
Yes. There was this Macy's.
Fucking like pimple on my face. Look at this.
There was a Macy's department store. I didn't notice. There's a Macy's department store in a mall, and the mall, this is in Boulder, Colorado. It's called the Crossroads Mall. This mall shut down, but Macy's wouldn't leave. And they were trying to like buy everyone out of their contracts. And Macy's was like, no, we're on the end of the mall. Do whatever you want. Leave us here. And they were in a stalemate for years, at least a year, but for a while. And to the point where Macy's put up a sign. They wanted people to know they were open. Although the rest of the mall was literally not open and about to be wrecked and rebuilt into like a village. But like they, a shopping village, but they were fighting it so hard and they were like so determined to stay.
Tore down a perfectly good mall to replace it.
It was not perfectly good. It
was
was
a mall.
It was bad.
All right.
But they put up a big banner that said, "We're open for you." So now they turned in the stalemate. They turned it into like a some sort of activism. Like, we're here for you, Boulder. Which I just always thought was so funny. And it was up there for a long time. And it was constantly in the news. Macy's walks out of arbitration or whatever it was. It's hilarious.
So on this space, how late
Yes.
would you say
It depends.
the average show
It depends.
day?
Yeah. Usually, if it does end at a certain time, it's scheduled. And if not, then it was unscheduled. But depending on where that happens, it's totally acceptable. It's 1:04 a.m. on the East Coast. What, are people like tired and ready to go to bed? Because our view count isn't dropping. Are people like over it? Are people like, I thought this was a Wednesday show, dude? It's Thursday.
You ever scratch your eyeball and you get worried like you're gonna
I am
hurt
so
yourself?
nervous. I am a nervous Nelly.
Mm.
Cannot get control.
Mm-hmm.
The slightest thing. And I'm like, is that something? I got to Google that. I'm going to look it up on WebMD. No, I don't give a fuck about it. Sometimes I'll scratch my eye and like actually hurt my eye and be like, oh, well, I hope that gets better.
You see, everything I do with my eyes, or my mouth, it requires extensive thought, planning, calculation. Like if I'm going to take a drink of water, I have to prepare myself like for at least 5 seconds. Otherwise, like,
Really?
I might hit my teeth with the cup or
Oh, wow. Okay.
or like, I
Paper cup.
Well, the paper cup is wasteful. I like glass. But with my eyes, like, sometimes like I have glasses, right? So this
some
part,
sort
like,
of
itches
mouth guard
sometimes.
and a tube like they do in football where they're just like,
See, I've actually thought about that, but then I feel like that's letting my mental illness win.
yeah, but
So
if you're
I'm just-
waiting 5 seconds and it could take 3 seconds to,
well, it's not waiting. It's more so I have to get ready.
hesitation,
It's not hesitation. It's
turn
like
that
building up
into
for it.
something positive.
It's like, when you put your shoes on, you have to tie the laces, and it takes time to tie so it's all part of the procedure.
I feel like I can hear him saying a straw.
See, I don't like straws. Straws are made of plastic, so you're sucking in microplastics. You might say metal straws. Thought
Yeah, that
about that,
sucks.
but metal straws also can hurt your teeth in the same
Metal
way that the cup
saws,
can.
metal
So-
straws suck.
They're terrible. They're so horrible. Anyone who would use a
Come to
metal
think
straw.
of it, paper straws
Jeez.
suck.
It's just
They're
straws in
plastic
general.
straws.
Just fucking put the cup to your fucking
Yeah, I
mouth
think
like a normal
straws are
person.
meant to
But
suck.
anyway, like my eyes, I don't know. I like,
Do you ever
like,
know anybody with a cup
Scary.
like a fountain soda with ice where they're just like,
I used to do that all the time. Yeah, if I was
What?
ever at
I
anywhere
was in an
public.
office. I was in an office with a guy that would go.
Yep. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you get the cup, you finish the garbage, and then you're walking out of the place, but you keep the cup.
What does this
right?
do?
It's like when
You're like,
babies
oh, it makes
have
a
the little
noise.
rattles. Yeah, it's
Little
awesome.
rattle.
It's just, it makes you happy to be alive. But yeah.
One time I was like, dude, just with the ice. He's like, oh, sorry, bro. It's like the fucking ice, dude.
Sorry, bro.
One time I told office mate, there was just 2 of us, and one time I was like, hey, there's only 2 of us in here. And I was like, so, if we can't like have like a democratic vote, then we just have to take it upon ourselves to do right by the other guy. I mean, come on. Like, don't be annoying. Right? Fuck. There was, okay. Oh, I'm saving. I was going to tell a story. I'm going to save it for a lie detector. This story is ridiculous. I've got a few really wild ones lined up.
So you do this show where you lie to the audience?
No, I do a show where I give the audience a chance to test their ability to detect a lie.
So you lie to them
No,
but
I tell them
claim it's
4
for their own
stories.
good.
One is a lie. Last time they won. They beat me.
Huh.
I can't even remember what the actual lie was. Do you want me to? Do you want to try it?
No,
Okay.
kind of tired.
I figured.
Yeah.
No, I get it. No, that's fine.
I would try it next week if we weren't doing this at 1:08 a.m. I would maybe give it a shot. I don't think I have enough juice left in me for like another 15 minutes or whatever the fuck you got planned. To be honest, I'm just being honest with you. I could lie to you, and then you could detect my lie. Like, yeah, let's do it. Let's stay up until 2:30.
These are good. I had 4 good stories last time, and they won. But yeah, so I lie. But I usually win.
When it comes to lying,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that that's what contributed to your neck problems? Like you're just constantly lying there?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Because it's not lying down, like having a lie down. It's like being untruthful. So I could read them to you real quick if you want to.
Just read them. Just read them.
Want to hear them?
Yeah. Just so you have 4 lies, but one of them is not a lie.
Yep. I have 4 stories. One's not a lie. Number 1, I helped make a fake fucked up dating app profile that worked. Number 2, I forgot a guy's name once that ended up being Matt. Number 3, I rescued a man from being assaulted who was walking at night in his underwear. Number 4, I was once roasted by comedian Judah Friedlander.
And so these are just so I understand. So 4 stories.
Yeah. One's a lie.
One really did happen.
One didn't, but might just be a modified version of something that might include a truth. Natchiket says, repeat them once more, please. I thought you were there during the last lie detector. No?
So okay. So 3 of them did happen.
Yes.
1 is a modified story.
I helped make
like
a fake fucked up dating app profile that worked. So my friend and I were sitting around.
Okay.
I said, you want to make a dating app profile
Can I
that's
say
really messed
1
up?
is true and then we wipe it off the board?
Number 1, you think is true?
Well, just any of them. Am I allowed to do elimination?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, this time around, yeah. Normally we get to the end and vote on them.
Okay.
Poll.
I'm going to say that what was the third one again?
I rescued a man from being assaulted who was walking at night in his underwear.
That one's true.
Okay.
However,
so what's the lie? Which one's the lie?
Wait, what? So wait, 3 of them are true.
You want me to put them on screen? I mean,
no, I don't need that. So okay, that one's true.
that's your guess. So you just got to pick the wrong one, though. You got to pick the lie.
Will you tell me if that one's true or not, and then we can?
Yeah, when this game is completed, it's recorded. There's a VOD. I mean, I could tell you right now which one. It wouldn't be a spoiler. We already played this game.
Okay, so that one's true.
So I read 3. You have to determine the lie. If it helps you to determine the 3 that are true first, go ahead. But you don't have to do that. You can just say,
Okay,
I think
hold
this
on,
one's
hold
a lie.
on. Someone you forgot their name, but their name was Matt. Well, Matt's a very common name.
It was so messed up, though, because we were like in meetings and stuff.
I'm going to say that one is true.
Why?
Just seems like something you do.
Something I would, yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
What
so
about
that
making
leaves,
the effed up dating app?
well, that leaves two left. You've got the dating application, and what was the fourth one? The comedian.
I was once roasted by comedian Judah Freelander.
I think that happened. I know you said. So okay, I think that one's true. Because you're. It just seems like something you would do. So then that leaves the dating profile, and I think that one's true. So
Wait, so did you just pick all 4 of them as true?
wait, so the first one was the application. The second one was Matt. The third one was the underwear. The fourth one was the comedian. Yeah, I think they're all true. I think the lie is that there is a lie here. That's the lie.
What that the lie is that there's no lie. That I'm lying and they're all true.
Yes.
That would be why would that be fun for me? That would just make me a filthy liar.
Oh, you
So
have a
it's
slideshow.
I helped make a
Oh,
fake
wow.
effed up dating app profile.
Well, we already know that part. You
worked.
don't need to reread it. Just scroll
Yeah,
ahead.
but then there's a whole AMA.
I don't care about that. We already did that. Just scroll ahead. Just scroll ahead. Oh, this is good.
I
This is
forgot a
good.
guy's name once that ended up being Matt. Really embarrassing.
I like
'Cause
that
you would think I'd
you
remember
is
my
that
own
an
name.
exclamation point and then an apostrophe? How did you get that period to be there at the end of Matt, but still? That's an interesting font because it looks like it's an exclamation
Oh, it's a
point.
period inside of a quotation mark with the letting and tracking decrease so that it was essentially condensed without being condensed font. I
Wow.
rescued a man from being assaulted who was walking around at night in his underwear. This exact pair. The guy had on a suit jacket, a button-up shirt, and a tie, no pants, black socks pulled up over his calf muscles, and dress shoes. Walking around like this, almost got his ass beat.
That sounds like something Jake would do. Okay, go on.
I was once roasted by comedian Judah Freelander. You don't
Okay.
want any AMA? Because
No.
there's stuff about this that would.
Don't care. Keep going. What's the fifth
How
one?
do you think I was in the presence of a comedian? How would I lie about
You went to
that?
a show.
Nope. It was on David Feldman's Zoom.
Well, I
See
thought
how
they're
it
all true.
works?
That's the thing. Yeah, they're all true.
No. I'm lying about one of them being true. So, like, if you ask me questions, I can fill in gap. You know what I mean? It gets to the point where, like, I don't know which one is true.
Okay, but just go to the fifth slide. What's the fifth one?
So then you see them all again, and then you vote, right?
Okay.
We do the drum roll
Uh-huh. And which one?
because we've already got the vote, and then we
Okay.
reveal the lie.
Mm.
Because that guy really did that. That was true. But I did not rescue him because he was never in any danger of getting assaulted.
Mm.
I had a whole story
So
that
you
I
just-
drove him to a Wawa. That I said, get in the car. We drove to a Wawa. You know,
So you just
Wawas.
lied about that then?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Because then the audience, they knew I lied. They're finally refining their detection skills. Do you know what I mean? We need this now.
Well, I
although
don't
the
get I
lies
don't
are
get it.
very
I
out
thought
in the open.
I thought so but you did see the guy wearing those?
Yeah, that was all
So
true.
then they're all true.
No, there's a lie in there. And I say this very clearly at the beginning of the episodes. Some of these stories are outright lies. Some of them are modified true stories. Some have a degree of truth. You got to figure out of the 4, you got to figure it out. And they're always looking for tells.
I mean, that's a stupid
They
fucking
think
game
if
because
they-
you could just say like, oh, he wasn't wearing American undies. He was wearing the Israel flag underpants.
Yeah, this was like 95. No one really.
Well,
I think. I don't think they had those then.
Anyway,
so
I just don't understand the game. Like, what's the game?
so like they're trying to figure out how they hear me telling these stories. We've done like 12 episodes of this. They hear me telling these stories and they figure out, oh, when he does this, that's how you know it's a lie. And I don't think I have a tell. They say, oh, when he doesn't talk about it very much, that's a truth. But when he has a lot of backstory he's made up, that's a lie. That's not necessarily the case.
So you do the show. All 4 of these stories are correct. They're all true. But then, so is it not possible that you just swap the lies around? How do we know ahead of time?
But I lost last time. I've lost twice.
Well, yeah, to build your own credibility to make people think the game is real.
That's so boring. It's not like, look, all I do is tell the truth, except the one lie built in during that episode. Otherwise, every time Monk, I tell a lot of crazy stories. I guess
I don't get it. I got to be honest with you. I don't understand.
Wait till the next one. Because I got some in there that.
And this is on this space? You do this show on this space?
No.
But
no.
So you have a different studio?
Yeah. No, Andrea. This is a work from home gig. So.
Does anyone, does anyone else get this? We got like 60 people watching according to this number, which I don't agree with. Am I the only one? This doesn't make any sense, right?
Oh,
you just
I
told 4
have
stories that are completely true.
I have a good one next time. Oh my gosh. We might have to do it Monday. I have a good one. People are going to be like, here's my goal. Because I just had the thought. This is my goal. I want people to be completely stumped, not lied to, not fooled, not tricked. I'm not trying to get over on anybody. I'm not gaining anything. I'm just telling you stuff that I want people to be like, I don't know if that's real or not. And it's not because Matt's good at lying. It's because Matt's good at storytelling.
It just so happens that all of your stories are true, except you change one small detail.
No, some of them are complete lies.
Some of them are complete lies.
Oh, yeah. Some of them are just totally made up. Like, trying to think of one. I can't. There was one time where I was in
You want to see something real quick?
I was in a cult for 24 hours. Accidentally.
You want to see something? Check this out.
Max. Good boy. Oh, my goodness. Good boy. Good boy. Max. Wanna go nighttime doo-doo? Daytime doo-doo?
Oh, he pooped already. Trust me, that already happened. You see that?
And he went
There's
home.
no poop in there. There's 0.
He went home, wrote a little song about it. Then
Look at
some
this.
other dog came over in your yard, uninvited, and was like, was that song Max wrote about me? And Max was like, rough, woof. No, had a great dump, woof, rough. And then made some nonsense lyrics.
But just like
That song's about nothing.
this guy, he's like a wild animal. He doesn't even wear clothes. He just like comes in here and just sleeps on the floor. You ever think about that? He's got no clothes on.
So I'm about to go do.
Look at his ears. He knows I'm talking about him, but he's pretending to sleep. Look at those. Look at those ears. That's not someone who's sleeping wouldn't have ears like that. Look at that. This motherfucker knows I'm
So
talking.
I've noticed
Max,
this.
what the hell?
My dog knows when I'm awake, even though I haven't like opened my eyes or moved.
Yep.
It's my breathing, right? It's my
Yep,
breathing.
That's right. That's right.
They hear your breathing all night, like. But then when you stop doing that, they're like, that fucker just woke up, right?
This motherfucker, like, he'll just start licking my foot as soon as he senses it. It's too much. Anyway, I just thought I would share that moment.
I love that moment. I really do.
That was a good moment.
I do love that. And you know what? many, many more. We are milking it. It's 1:23 a.m. Eastern on the East Coast. You're watching this space. You're watching Left Past 10.
Has anyone ever noticed this little ditty right here? Has anyone ever noticed that? That little
Mentis Mail, the one that says, what's that? Bad
well,
brains?
no, I'm talking
Bad brains.
I'm talking about this little.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
What is that?
Have you ever shown that?
No, and I'm not going to start today. Just something to think about.
Yeah, I wonder if people can do a screen grab and zoom in. Can you tell what it is? Screen grab.
Yeah.
Has Eric Andre been canceled for anything?
I hope not.
I like that bit he used to do where he would rollerblade up to people with sunglasses and like a weird costume and mayo. He'd have like, or was it ranch? It was ranch dressing. He's like, "You want some ranch?"
That does sound good.
I think it was ranch. He would go up to people. He went up to a guy with a big beard once. I think he was like, "Hey, Karl Marx, you want some ranch?"
That's good. That's good. I gotta watch it.
Did you ever watch that stuff?
No.
Oh, if you want to go down a rabbit hole, the Eric Andre show was.
I've heard it's good. Yeah, yeah.
They did LSD and shrooms and stuff, and then the guest would come out. And I don't know if the guest. Sometimes the guest obviously had no idea what to expect. Other times they knew to expect something, but not specifically what. And those shows would get so like, and they're only like 5 minutes, the episodes, but like they show them doing stuff on the street and then they're back having an interview. And those interviews were everything was off the rails.
I got to check it out. Yeah.
His studio band would change every now and then. He had recurring guests or characters.
Recurring what? Say that again.
Recurring characters.
Well, the other word.
Reoccurring. Reoccurring.
Start with a G.
Guest. I meant characters.
So notice
but the guests were always freaked out. Yeah,
but Letterhack cannot enunciate the S after anything that ends with an ST. He does this with hosts. He just says host.
Oh, I type it that way too. Yeah. No,
I noticed
don't really
you
do
type
plural.
it that way.
I don't like plural.
I
don't even like the word plural.
I don't even get it.
I don't like
why?
It doesn't feel right.
I noticed
saying it.
See, like this is something I've known about you for
Singular
years.
guy.
And then it was like a couple weeks ago.
Singular.
You wrote guest unpluralized, and you
Yeah,
wrote
I hate
it.
the plural.
And from that point onward, I knew you were
I used to
fucking
write
with
guest
me.
die a lot, but
Like this is not a joke, just to be clear. If you roll back the tape, anytime he tries and desperately
hosts
say it, just hosts. Just say it once.
Guests.
Yeah, see?
No.
You just don't like it.
Yeah, I don't do plural.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
Interesting.
I'll eat a bag of chip.
But it's only words that have an ST.
Oh.
I've studied the way you speak this whole time.
What else?
we've
What
been doing
else?
this.
What other words are there? Host, guest. Okay.
Past.
Plural?
Well, you didn't ask. You just said words
It's a
with
singular. No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't pluralize that.
Just
if
anyone pay
if I-
attention to the
if it
next
was
time you
even
see
proper
Letterhack.
grammar.
Next time you see him say host or guest, just rewind the tape 5 seconds.
I'm
listen to it again.
grammatically incorrect, and it's on purpose. So if anybody else out there is grammatically incorrect,
Did you learn that when you were driving the school bus?
yeah, to and from night/acting school.
Hmm.
So drama night classes. Yeah. So school bus, they say, Mac, park the school bus out back, and I say, okay. And then go.
I just want everyone to
they
know
say, you are grammatically
as
incorrect.
I'm doing this show, this is at the bottom of the screen. This has been here this whole time. I've been staring at this for like the last 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
It's just in the bottom of the screen. Just so everyone knows what I have to deal with.
Oh, it's fucking funny.
So this space, you do how many days do you do with this space?
Personally, just Wednesdays, 9
Well,
to
I mean, just
whenever it's
how
over.
many? Well, you said it's a one-man operation, right? So
Oh yeah, it's a 8-day-a-week job, hands down. I got like 12 hours of work to do after we get off here.
you're gonna be here tomorrow? What time?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What time?
Not live, but I'll be around.
What time? will you
You'll
be?
say I don't see him, but I sense him like a Jedi.
Mm.
I sense the presence. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
So this space will be live Thursday.
Tomorrow, Thursday, August 8th, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the Beard Bonnet Chronicles and your host, James Williams, a.k.a. DJ Exclusive, a.k.a. DJ X3C. So that's a good show.
You ever see
actually all day
these
tomorrow is gonna
fucking
be good.
things? Person blue eating spaghetti. Like what the fuck? Popcorn yellow striped smile.
Are they gonna be
Popcorn yellow striped smile. Person blue eating spaghetti. Like
Oh, they're speaking emoji.
what the fuck is wrong with you
They're
people?
speaking emoticon.
You know, it stands for emotion icon.
How dare anybody on this show say, "What do you think you're doing?" to anyone not on this show? Because everyone, all 62 people watching right now, should say, "What do you think you're doing on this show right now?" And how would you answer that, Andrea? If somebody was like, "What do you think you're doing on this show?" What would you say?
I am providing people with stimulus that will shape their thought for the rest of their days.
Yeah,
They
'cause
showed up here. It's similar to walking inside of a tornado. You don't know where you're going to end up, but you know you're going for a ride.
Like, I would say what you really mean is should you waste your time on whatever it is we're doing that you can't put your finger on? And I would say, I'm sorry, what else are you going to do? It's 1:30 a.m. Eastern on the East Coast. What are you going to do?
So, are you
We don't have
normally
any
up at
guests,
1:30 a.m.?
and we're the only hosts. So
Well, you know, isn't there a brand of
Hostess.
snack cakes?
Hostess. So like that's how they keep all of the hostesses. But we yeah, I mean it would be cool if we had a guest, but we don't, and this is it as far as hosts. So
It is 1:31. Thank you for watching another episode of what is this? What would you describe this?
the all-new weekly panel show where we don't draw any conclusions, we don't solve problems, we don't fix shit. Unscripted, free-form panel show.
All new.
All-new. Without the hyphen, it's grammatically incorrect.
So do you normally at this space, do you normally talk over the outro? Is that
No. In
standard?
fact, I was just going to say,
I can't.
Should
What
be
were you gonna say?
most environmental YouTube shows are 95% recycled content.
Thank you for watching this Hey, see ya today. You know, because it's 1 a.m.
Matt, appreciate that.